Back in 2020, portals connecting to other dimensions started popping up, and things got completely wild in this peaceful world. Governments everywhere sent their militaries straight into these gates to investigate, but not a single soul came back. Soon, horrifying monsters started pouring out of those abandoned portals. Armed with overwhelming power that could easily crush any modern weapon, those beasts started slaughtering humanity everywhere. But then, supporters, blessed with insane powers and skills by supernatural forces, finally showed up. With hunters holding down the front lines, humanity actually began to fight back. These supporters had the power to buff hunters with insane boosts. Among those hunters, there was this one guy with countless followers and an army of immortal warriors, wielding the power of fire, known as the Demon King. With the god-tier talent of a true player, he got stronger and stronger with every single hunt. But the 12 great heroes the guys worshipped as actual gods were absolutely terrified of this man and his insane power. So, they used their influence to completely erase the Demon King from history. Those self-proclaimed gods went on to build Eden. Since then, hunters were treated like a whole new breed of humans, while those who couldn't become hunters were forced into slavery. Hunters literally ruled the world. Just like that, 100 years went by. Deep in a forest, our black-haired MC was being trained by his close buddy to become a hunter. Yo, gassing out already? Seong-gu called down while chilling up in a tree, teasing our black-haired MC, who was panting heavily after, running a few laps around the mountain. Bro, this is my absolute limit. I seriously can't take another step. Seong-gu pushed him. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to change the world? You think you can become a hunter on pure willpower? To catch a supporter's eye, you've got to break through your limits. Oh, really? Did you have to push past your limits too, just to get your first supporter, Seong-gu? Nah. They pretty much just chose to back me up, the black-haired kid muttered, totally jealous. That's so unfair. Hey, life isn't fair, kid. Just like how I'm a hunter, and you're just a regular human. Since running isn't working, I guess we'll have to try something else. Seong-gu conjured a spear and handed it over to him. Whoa, is this a hunter's weapon? Man, I can never get tired of looking at this. No need to look so mind-blown. You'll get it once you become a hunter yourself, Seong-gu laughed. Right? Once I become a hunter, huh? The black-haired kid gave a bitter smile. After finding out my parents were murdered by hunters, you gave me that book as a keepsake. It's packed with all the absolute BS that hunters have made up, and I really want to change all of it. You've been helping me for years, but honestly, looking at how things are, I guess I'll never be able to become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, just like Eden preaches, is probably just fate, I guess. That is pure garbage. Seong-gu smacked him playfully. Don't sweat it, you're gonna become a hunter. I promise you. Anyway, you still got that book? Man, you keep asking me that. Of course I do. It's the only keepsake my parents left me. You said it's the memoir of some forgotten hero who got wiped from existence by the 12 great heroes, right? You ask about it so much that I've memorized it by heart. If only he was still alive. Maybe the world would be a way better place. While the black-haired kid and Seong-gu were chatting, a girl up in the sky was watching them from afar. Found you. With that, she thrust her hand forward, firing a beam of purple light right at them. Seong-gu instantly sensed the magic. The second he saw those purple beams heading straight for them, he cursed under his breath and shoved the kid out of the way. Just seconds later, a massive explosion ripped through the exact spot where they'd been standing. While the kid was still trying to process what the heck just happened, he suddenly saw a girl float down from the sky right in front of him, absolutely terrifying him. A hunter. What is a hunter doing here? The girl glanced at the kid, and if you look closely, her eyes turned bright purple. Kneel. The kid fell to his knees instantly. It wasn't because he wanted to. Some insane force was physically controlling his body, forcing him to move against his will. Right after, a few streaks of light shot in, and several figures clad in black appeared, immediately dropping to their knees. O ruler of Eden, we humbly greet you. Lady Athena. Hearing that name made the kid panic even more. As a top-tier ruler of Eden, one of the 12 founding gods of Eden, what the hell was she doing here? He couldn't have gone far. Drag him back here to me. Yes, my lady. The black-clad figures shouted in unison, quickly taking off to do her bidding. I thought I finally caught that guy. What a drag. Athena sighed, then looked down at the black-haired kid. Who is this guy anyway? I don't feel any magic power coming from him at all. Meanwhile, the kid was silently praying that the Demon King's memoir he was holding, which contained all the dirty secrets the 12 heroes wanted to bury, wouldn't get noticed. Please don't let her notice it. Just let her leave. Humph, just a filthy slave, Athena scoffed, turning her back on the kid. Is she finally gone? The kid wondered, suddenly feeling his body free to move. He thought he was home free, but the moment he raised his head, there she was, that bitch Athena, standing right in front of his face, giving him a massive judgment stare. I almost missed it. I can feel a trace of magic radiating from you, even if it's just a tiny sliver. Your heart is racing, your breathing is totally messed up, and you're frozen solid. I bet you've got something you're hiding from me, right? Hand over whatever you're carrying and spill what it is. My body is moving on its own. Is this a god's command? Stop, as she finds this book. I'm absolutely dead meat. Ignoring his silent screams, his hands moved automatically, reaching into his pocket and pulling the book out to hold it in front of her. It's a book, the kid muttered, screaming internally. Damn it, my body won't listen. The story of how the Demon King was actually humanity's true hero. Eden can never let that story get out. Anyone connected to me is going to get killed. If things get any worse, this entire neighborhood will be wiped off the map. That's just how Eden rolls. They delete anything they don't like or that gets in their way. I can't give this to her. Please. Right as Athena reached out to grab it, the book suddenly popped open and a burst of magical flame shot out. Athena barely managed to block it with a magic shield, luckily escaping unscathed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she cheered. Found it. It's the Demon King's memoir. I have no clue how a trashy slave like you got your hands on this, but it's mine now. Right then, Seonggu flew in like a freaking god and absolutely blasted Athena away. The kid couldn't hold back his tears anymore and started bawling. Stop crying, ma'am. But seriously, you did awesome. You held out really. Not bad. Seonggu picked up the book and smirked playfully. Who the hell are you anyway? How did you even fight back against Athena, one of the 12 gods? Seonggu handed the book back to the black-haired kid. My bad, I don't really have time to explain this shit to you right now. I honestly didn't expect to find this thing so damn early. You've been saying this for a long time, right? That you want to change the world. Are you seriously betting on a guy like me? Hunters are chosen to be gods and rule over ordinary humans. A useless loser like me is just going to live like livestock waiting to be slaughtered by everyone else. If you had the power to change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods, then would you still want to change this world? Seonggu summoned a sword and pointed the tip directly at the black-haired kid's chest. He stayed dead silent. Right then, from far away, Athena's furious scream echoed. Lee Jun-Kyeong. Clenching her weapon with a face full of pure rage, she flew rapidly toward them. Athena's coming. We're out of time. Make your choice, fast. I can't take on Athena by myself, Seonggu urged. Suddenly, the black-haired kid's eyes flashed crimson. Hell yeah. If I can get that kind of power, I'll change this goddamn world. Good. Seonggu smirked with satisfaction, then suddenly drove his sword straight through Lee Jun-Kyeong's chest. If you see me over there, be nice to me, all right? What the hell are you talking about, bro? Lee Jun-Kyeong gasped. His body, along with the sword impaling his chest, hovered in midair before slowly fading away. Executing. Covenant. According to the contract, the fallen angel shall sponsor you. By the time Lee Jun-Kyeong regained consciousness, he found himself teleported inside a cave. Looking down at his body and seeing not a single scratch, he was completely bewildered. What the hell? I was literally stabbed, but there's not even a scar. My body feels totally different now. This weird power flowing through me, and that voice saying I'm being sponsored. Did I actually become a hunter? Where the hell am I anyway? This magical energy coursing through my veins. Could I be inside a gate? As Lee Jun-Kyeong was trying to piece things together, he suddenly caught the sound of footsteps, not too far away. He quickly ducked behind a boulder to scope out the situation, only to spot a goblin wandering around, looking completely clueless. Yep, it's a done deal. I'm definitely inside a dungeon gate. Goblins are the lowest tier monsters, but they're way more dangerous than people think. That's why they're known as the rookie hunter killers. Thanks to their crazy sense of smell and hearing, plus their ruthless hunting style, tons of rookies who don't know any better end up dead. Man, I hope this thing just gets bored and leaves without spotting me. Too bad luck wasn't on his side. Sniffing the air with its sharp sense of smell, the goblin caught Lee Jun-Kyeong's scent and started creeping toward him. Will the stuff I learned actually work on this thing? Whatever, I don't exactly have a choice here. I just gotta trust the skills I trained to become a hunter. Lee Jun-Kyeong quietly leaned down, grabbed a rock, and chucked it in the opposite direction the goblin was heading. Hearing the sudden noise, the goblin immediately whipped its head around. Lee Jun-Kyeong seized the moment, grabbing the goblin's sword hilt and swinging with his other hand, instantly making the monster fade to dust. What is up with this power of mine? I only wanted to scare the crap out of it and snatch its weapon, but did I really become a hunter? While Lee Jun-Kyeong was standing there completely dazed, a system notification popped up again. The fallen angel is watching you. The fallen angel is the Demon King. Just then, a whole pack of goblins swarmed in, clearly drawn by the racket Lee Jun-Kyeong had just made. Damn, there's a whole mob of them. And to make matters worse, the guy at the back is a goblin leader. It's the boss of this goblin dungeon. Man, I'm screwed. I just awakened as a hunter. Who am I to think I can stand up to a boss like that? Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyeong remembered the promise he made to Singu. If he ever got the power to change the world, a power to stand against the 12 gods, he would absolutely do it. Yeah, I can't just die here like a loser. I ain't kicking the bucket before I can even change this world. The fallen angel applauds your fighting spirit. The fallen angel is watching me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Fueled by sheer grit, Lee Jun-Kyeong charged recklessly straight into the goblin mob. Back in the day, when, watching Lee Jun-Kyeong slice falling leaves with absolute precision using a spear, Seong-gu couldn't help but gasp. Damn, that's impressive. Watching you, I finally get what a real genius looks like. Regular folks have their limits, but if you get a proper sponsor, I'm 100% sure you'll become a more badass hunter than anyone else. Just like right now, armed with pure willpower and his hard-trained skills, Lee Jun-Kyeong single-handedly wiped out almost the entire pack of goblins, leveling up along the way. Only one left. But the moment the thought crossed Lee Jun-Kyeong's mind, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly executed a backflip, barely dodging a sneak attack from the boss. Shit, it might just be a goblin, but it's still a boss monster. According to the guides, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter to even stand a chance against a goblin leader. Since I just awakened, I should only be an E or F rank. Can a freshly awakened newbie like me actually take this thing down? Lee Jun-Kyeong glanced at the spear in his hand. All right, let's put everything on the line right here. The fallen angel cheers for your decision and grants you the authority of Fire Dominion. A spear is the Demon King's weapon, and it's also the one weapon I'm most confident with. Plus, Lee Jun-Kyeong channeled even more power into his spear and lunged forward, sending the boss straight to hell with a single, brutal thrust. You have leveled up. The spear's durability has dropped to 0. I actually did it. But just as expected, after taking down a dungeon boss, that was literally all he had left in him. During the fight, not only did he slay the goblins, but Lee Jun-Kyeong also took a massive amount of damage. At his limit, his legs gave out and he blacked out. A moment later, 2 other people entered the dungeon, goblin corpses. Who the hell cleared out this many? Even the goblin leader is dead. Right then, one of the newcomers noticed Lee Jun-Kyeong lying in a pool of blood. We've got a survivor. Someone's still breathing over here. When Lee Jun-Kyeong finally opened his eyes, he was lying in a hospital bed, hooked up to an IV drip of recovery potion. A hospital. So it wasn't a dream after all. Athena showed up and almost snatched the Demon King's memoir. And after Seong-gu stabbed me, I woke up inside a dungeon gate. I ran into a goblin leader and almost died. But I survived thanks to the Fire Dominion authority granted by the fallen angel. But then I blacked out from those crazy severe injuries. Did the guild hunters who came to clear the dungeon save me? As he was lost in thought, a nurse walked in and said with a smile, "Hey, don't try to move yet. How are you feeling? Dizzy at all? The hunter team sent by the association found you and brought you here. If they hadn't, honestly, I don't even know if you'd have made it." Lee Jun-Kyeong asked suspiciously. The association. Yeah. The nurse smiles and says, "Exactly. You were super beat up. Honestly, it's a straight-up miracle you're even alive. You had an accident inside the gate, so someone from the association will be sent over. Until then, just chill and get some rest." Then she turns around thinking to herself, "Damn, how is this guy so freaking handsome? I've got to go tell everyone about him." Suddenly, the black-haired guy speaks up. Excuse me." The nurse turns back and asks, "Yes? What year is it?" She replies, "Looks like your memory hasn't fully recovered yet, so you're probably still feeling a bit dizzy. It's 2022. Hearing this, Black Hair is totally shocked. 2022, that's over 100 years before I was even born. The gates first started popping up back in 2020. 2022 was when the special hunters started making a name for themselves, the Age of Heroes. Right now, those words from Seong-gu flashed through his mind again. Hunters started calling themselves gods and ruled over humanity. Powerless losers like us were forced to live like refugees, just scraping by and waiting to die. What do you think? If you could change this world, would you do it? Black Hair's heart starts beating way faster. Unlike how you have to be chosen by Eden to become a hunter back in his time, this era is when hunters awaken by getting. Sponsored by supporters, and this is my turning point. Thinking this, Black Hair rips out the IV tube and all the wires attached to him and jumps off. the bed. The nurse freaks out and yells, "Hey, getting up like that is super dangerous." "I'm fine. I don't feel dizzy anymore." "Forget about that. Can you tell me where the restroom is?" She answers, "It's right next to the entrance." Black hair heads inside. He stares at himself in the mirror and gets a shock. He mutters, "Is this seriously me? I never had these muscles before, and damn, I must be like 1.9 meters tall now. My face still looks kind of the same, I guess. But my build and look make me seem like a totally different person." Just then, someone calls out from outside. "Is anyone in here?" A few minutes later, black hair, wearing hospital scrubs, is sitting across from a young guy. The guy introduces himself as Kim Shu-dong from the association. Shu-dong smiles and says, "You were rescued by the Alliance after that incident in the gate. I heard you're having some trouble with your memory. Is that right?" Black hair thinks the nurse must have told him, which actually works out great. So, with a completely blank face, black hair replies, "Yeah, that's right." Shu-dong asks, "Can you tell me what you actually remember? Like, your name, family, how you even ended up inside the gate, or anything else?" Ever since black hair got transferred to this hospital, both the staff and the association have been trying to pry info out of him. But obviously, they couldn't find a single damn thing about him. No name, no family, nothing at all. Black hair thinks, "There's no way my info from the future would exist here." Then he says aloud, "They did mention that memory loss can happen after a gate accident or right after awakening as a hunter." He then smiles and replies, "I'm 23 years old, and my name is Lee Jun-Kyeong. I can't remember anything else." Just a second ago, right when black hair, now Lee Jun-Kyeong, was about to say his name, the name Demon King popped into his head for some weird reason. For some reason, he had confused his own name with the Demon King's, but somehow he felt like it was the right call. Hearing Lee Jun-Kyung's answer, Shu-dong sighs, rubbing his temples. "Man, that's a huge problem." Then he looks at Lee Jun-Kyung and asks, "If that's the case, did you feel anything while inside the gate?" Lee Jun-Kyung replies, "I heard a voice saying, 'I will sponsor you.' That's all I got." Hearing this, Shu-dong's hands on the table clench slightly. After a few seconds, he speaks up, "I see. Looks like you've become a hunter." Lee Jun-Kyung, "Do you remember anything about hunters?" "Not really," Lee Jun-Kyung says. "I just remember they're like specially chosen people." Shu-dong stands up saying, "Thanks for talking with me. Someone else might come by later, but the association will get back to you soon." Then, he suddenly bows deeply. "I know you must be super confused right now, but you've become someone very crucial and important to this world. I wish you the absolute best." With the chat over, Shu-dong says his goodbyes and leaves. Lee Jun-Kyung stands by the window, watching Shu-dong walk to the parking lot, and mutters, "He's actually a pretty decent guy, huh?" Then he whispers, "Status." Instantly, a system window pops up in front of him. Status screen. Name, Lee Jun-Kyung. Level, 9. Trait, Player. Title, Goblin Slayer. Strength, 31. Stamina, 28. Speed, 34. Magic Power, 38. Authority, Fire Control Level 2. Summoned Beast, none. Skills, none. Looking at his status screen, Lee Jun-Kyung thinks, this is one of the Demon King's traits, the exact reason why the 12 heroes feared the Demon King, and how he could grow way faster than any other hunter. Terrified of that, Eden wiped out every single trace of him. The Demon King is built different. To be exact, he wasn't just a hunter, he was a player. He was a player. Unlike hunters who need sponsors to back them up and get strong, he could gain power purely on his own. He was the only one who could level up just by hunting, and now I'm that player. On the day Lee Jun-Kyeong gets discharged, the nurse comes into his room and smiles. "Congrats on becoming a hunter, Mr. Lee Jun-Kyeong." "Thanks, but is becoming a hunter really something worth celebrating?" The nurse chuckles. "Duh. It's like winning the freaking lottery. Even the trashiest F-rank hunter can live a life of luxury that regular people could never even dream of. Besides fighting monsters inside the gates, there's so much more hunters can do. You could become a blacksmith by using your power to forge magic items, or even work as a bodyguard to rake in insane amounts of cash. Rich folks will literally line up just to hire you." Lee Jun-Kyung thinks to himself, "Yeah, I already know that, and that's exactly why those who aren't chosen end up completely powerless." Forcing a weak smile, he asks, "So, I should be happy about that?" The nurse suddenly remembers something and hands a bag to Lee Jun-Kyung. "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. It's from that Kim Shu-dong guy from the association. These are the clothes you wore when they rescued you. They said you probably won't wear them again, but they kept them just in case you ever need them." Congrats on getting discharged. Not long after, Lee Jun-Kyeong leaves the hospital and heads over to Gangnam. Looking around the place, he's totally blown away. This is the hero's territory, Gangnam. Back in my day, I wasn't even allowed to set foot in this place. Everything here looks so damn bright and peaceful. Just then, Shu-dong walks up. A voice called out, "Hey, Lee Jun-Kyeong, I've been waiting on you." Jun-Kyeong spun around to face him. It was his supervisor, Kim Seo-dong. Seo-dong spoke up, "Let's head over to the association. I don't think a rookie hunter like you should be loitering around here." Noticing the slight shift in Jun-Kyeong's expression, the guy figured he was just nervous and smiled reassuringly. "Don't sweat it. We already registered you as an association hunter, so you're getting a free apartment. After all, once in a while, there are always a few folks who end up in the exact same boat as you. First off, let me congratulate you. Your test results are in. You're a Class C hunter, and honestly, you should be pretty hyped about that because in our country, not everyone lands Class C right off the bat." Then, pointing to a car parked by the curb with its door wide open, he said, "All right, let's roll. I will fill you in on the rest once we get the paperwork sorted." "Thanks, man." With that, Jun-Kyeong hopped in the car with Seo-dong and headed straight for the Hunter Association headquarters. Once there, the staff walked him through the rest of the registration. Usually, normal people end up as E or F class after awakening for the first time as a hunter. Hunters are ranked by letters. The higher your rank, the higher your potential. And of course, you get some sweet perks, too. By the time evening rolled around and the sun was setting, Jun-Kyeong followed Seo-dong out of the Hunter Association headquarters and headed to apartment 802. "We got your registration done without a single hitch, and this place is all yours," Seo-dong said. Jun-Kyeong unlocked the door and stepped inside. The next second, he froze. Everything in there hit him so hard, his eyes actually started welling up. Since Seo-dong was standing behind him, he had no clue. "You like it? The furniture's a bit outdated, though." Jun-Kyeong replied, "Yeah, I love it. Thanks a ton, man." In his head, his mind was racing today. It was such a huge day. He finally had his shot at becoming a hunter. So this was what it felt like to have a place of his own for the very first time in his life. Seo-dong spoke up again. "Oh, totally forgot to mention. There are some folks who want to meet you, Lee Jun-Kyeong." Hearing this, Jun-Kyeong panicked a little. He whipped around and asked, "Meet me." In his head, he was freaking out. Who could it be? There's no way anyone knows that I came from the future. Seo-dong was caught off guard by Jun-Kyeong's jumpy reaction. Still, he shrugged it off and replied, "He's the leader of the League Guild, the ones who rescued you. Looks like he's pretty interested in you. You can totally blow him off if you're not vibing with this meeting." "The League Guild's leader?" Jun-Kyeong asked. "Yep, they're a pretty hyped guild making lots of noise lately. The League Guild." Jun-Kyeong muttered, thinking it over, before replying, "Sure, let's do it." So, Seo-dong brought Jun-Kyeong to meet the boss of the League Guild. The moment they met, Seo-dong introduced them. First, gesturing toward Jun-Kyeong, he said, "This is Lee Jun-Kyeong." Then, pointing to a bald guy, "And this is the leader of the League Guild, the crew that saved you." The bald dude spoke up, "Let me introduce myself. Damn, you're pretty tall and sharp-looking. I'm the leader of the League Guild, Yo Seong-gu." As for Jun-Kyeong, ever since he saw Seong-gu, he hadn't said a word, just staring intently at the man's bald head. In his mind, he was screaming, "It's really him, that bald head." Noticing where Jun-Kyeong was looking, Seong-gu asked, "Hey, what are you staring at?" Startled, Jun-Kyeong snapped out of it, awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. "Oh, my bad. If I offended you, I totally didn't mean to." He then sank back into his thoughts. "Damn, that gave me a mini heart attack. I almost messed up. I didn't expect to run into him this early. He's the one who genuinely cared about me and taught me all the basics of being a hunter. My savior. The one who rescued me in my past life, and a true hero who turned down countless opportunities just to save others. The forgotten hero everyone thought was dead. Saint Seong-gu, we meet again." Unaware of what Jun-Kyeong was thinking, Seong-gu chuckled. "No worries. Hey, have we met before? You look kind of familiar." Jun-Kyeong replied, "I lost all my memories after becoming a hunter, so I'm not really sure." Then he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Watching him, Seong-gu smiled, thinking, "What a polite kid." That night, Jun-Kyeong lay in bed thinking, "This is really happening, but what's up with my body? It feels like a totally different body, but my moles are in the exact same spots, so it's definitely mine." The player known as the Demon Lord was an absolute beast of a hunter. He was also a forgotten hero. Why do I have his powers, though? I got this ability because the fallen angel sponsored me with this power. In my past life, The fallen angel only sponsored one single person. So, what happened to the demon lord? Who knows? I don't think I'll figure it out right now. Still, I traveled back in time and scored some insanely overpowered abilities that everyone would die for. I've been handed the kind of power that can literally change the world. The next morning, in a room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Jun-Kyeong and a bunch of other trainees were waiting. Suddenly, a man with 3 scars on his cheek walked in and introduced himself. "Welcome, everyone. I'm Baek Sang-soo, one of your guardians." Hearing the name, a few guys immediately started whispering. "No way. B-class hunter Baek Sang-soo? Why is a core member of the association acting as a guardian for a rookie hunter? That must mean there's a recruit in this room who caught the association's eye." The rest of the crowd caught onto this and started getting hyped. "This is my shot. If I can get his attention, I might land a spot in a top guild. I am the only one cut out for this. No, it's going to be mine." Hearing the buzz around him, Jun-Kyeong, who had been dozing off on his desk, lifted his head to look. Up on the stage, Sang-soo spoke up. "Today, we're holding a hunter seminar. After that, you guys will pick your weapons and move to the combat testing area. But don't go sweating it just yet. Do any of you actually know how a hunter awakens?" A sharp-looking dude in a blue shirt quickly raised his hand and spoke up. "Aren't we supposed to get picked by a sponsor?" Sang-soo nodded. "Spot on. Plus, a hunter's raw power is already evaluated the moment they awaken. However, hunters can still grow on their own." A brunette girl stood up and added, "We can close gates or grab the attention of sponsors by pulling off some legendary achievements. That lets us score even more powerful items or skills through extra sponsorships." Hyped. Sang-soo clapped and smirked. "Nice. Looks like you guys are locked and loaded. Next, I'm gonna hit you with a tough one. What is the sponsor's actual goal?" The entire room instantly went dead silent. Sang-soo thought to himself, "Just as I thought, not a single soul can answer this." All the hunters were super curious about it, but nobody had a clue who the sponsors even were, or why they chose humans to become hunters in the first place. Suddenly, Sang-soo noticed, "Lee Jun-Kyeong, what's up with that guy? Everyone else is busting their asses to get my attention." Feeling curious, Sang-soo pointed right at Jian. "Hey, you over there, resting your chin on your hand. Care to answer my question?" Lee Jun-Kyeong was a bit surprised, then just kept quiet, lowering his head. God knows what he was thinking. Sang-soo chuckled and said, "Don't sweat it. There's no right or wrong answer here. I just want to hear what's on your mind." Lee Jun-Kyeong spoke up. "Isn't this whole thing just set up for entertainment?" Everyone in the room gasped. "What the hell did he just say?" Sang-soo asked, "What do you mean?" "For entertainment." Lee Jun-Kyeong replied, "You pick a character, force them to hunt, and get off on watching them level up and get stronger. It's basically a game." Sang-soo's jaw dropped. He thought, "Damn, what a crazy-ass theory." Meanwhile, Lee Jun-Kyeong thought to himself, the Demon King theorized that the sponsors only view this world as a game, and because of that theory, he still kicked the bucket even though he reached absolute peak power. This might be the sponsor's ultimate secret. A bit later, the testing area, Sang-soo looked at the brown-haired girl and smiled. "You chose a sword? Pretty badass choice. You ready?" The brown-haired girl locked in, gripping her sword tight. "Yeah, I'm ready. You'll be fighting a starving demon. It's fine if you can't beat it. I'll set the conditions for you to pass the test this time. Are you down with that?" The girl smiled and replied, "I'm down. Don't stress too much. It has been brainwashed, so it won't try to kill humans or inflict any fatal wounds." And with that, the test officially begins. Right after speaking, Sang-soo pressed the remote control button to open the starving demon's cage. A second later, the demon burst out, roaring and charging straight at the girl. The brown-haired girl didn't back down either. She lunged forward, swinging her sword, but the demon dodged and slashed her arm with its claws. Taking advantage of the opening, the demon leaped in, planning to use its claws to shred her again. Watching from the sidelines, Sang-soo thought, "That's way too dangerous." But then, he was shocked to see the brown-haired girl suddenly spin around, using her momentum to slice the demon right across its waist, cutting its body in two. Exhausted, the girl collapsed on the ground, gasping for air as if she was totally drained. Sang-soo walked over to praise her, freaking impressive. "You totally flipped the script and took that demon down. You passed the test. Good job." The brown-haired girl left the arena, and Sang-soo shouted, "Last person, step on up." A few seconds later, Lee Jun-Kyeong walked in, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A spear and a shield. What a weird combo, Sang-soo analyzed silently. As for Lee Jun-Kyeong, he thought to himself, "I can only unlock the graduation course once. I clear this test, and if I show off some sick skills here, I might get some extra perks. Right then, Sang-Shu spoke up. The test starts now. But first, all the goblins are already dead. So, you'll have to take the test with a different monster. Since the beast has changed, the rules are going to change too. You don't have to beat it. I'll decide the passing conditions on the fly. Just like the previous ones, it's brainwashed, so it can't land any fatal hits. Plus, I'm a rank B hunter and I'm right here, so nothing's going to go wrong. You ready? Yet? Another monster? It's got to be something like a goblin. A kobold, maybe. Thinking this, Lee Jun-Kyeong spoke up. I'm ready. Sang-Shu smiled. Pressing the control button, he said, Sweet. Your test starts right now. I was pretty impressed by your answer earlier, so hopefully you won't let me down. The monster that the final candidate, Lee Jun-Kyeong, has to face is an orc. It has twice the strength of an average man and insane vitality. It's known that even a combat class hunter would struggle against it in a gate. The other candidates in the waiting room couldn't help but panic when they found out Lee Jun-Kyeong's opponent was an orc. What? An orc? No way. Since when were orcs even allowed in a test like this? Outside, Sang-Shu looked at Lee Jun-Kyeong, whose whole body was wrapped in a blue glow, making him even more hyped. It's just like those hunters who scored rank B during their first awakening. They're enveloped in a blinding blue glow, just like a shooting star, and they're currently the strongest hunters in the world. Lee Jun-Kyeong managed to become a rank C hunter all on his own. He could easily block goblins in a rank D gate. How the hell can a newly awakened hunter pull off something that insane? There's no way I'm missing out on something this epic at the association. Show me what you've got. The fallen angel is watching you closely. At the exact same time as that system alert, the orc lost its patience and charged into attack. Lee Jun-Kyeong gripped his spear tightly and thrust it straight into the orc's shoulder. What a brainless monster. It just rushes straight ahead without thinking. This is way easier than I thought. But of course, reality is never that simple. The orc screamed in pain, then grabbed the spear, impaling its body with one hand. It's stuck. What the hell is this brute strength? While Lee Jun-Kyeong was trying to pull his spear out to no avail, the orc suddenly unleashed a barrage of punches at him with its other hand. Luckily, Lee Jun-Kyeong raised his shield just in time to block and deflect the orc's vicious strikes. Watching this go down, the other candidates in the waiting room started freaking out. Isn't this way too dangerous? Honestly, since it was an orc from the start, this isn't even surprising. The proctor should stop this match right now. Meanwhile, Sang-Shu didn't jump in just yet. He just stood there, watching and analyzing. That was a perfect strike. If his opponent were human, they'd be dead from that fatal thrust. But his opponent is a monster, and an underrated one at that. Seeing Lee Jun-Kyeong's shield starting to crack and worry the kid might be in real danger, Sang-Shu finally started channeling his power, getting ready to step in and help. But out of nowhere, he saw Lee Jun-Kyeong let go of the spear. Then, spin around to kick the orc right in the face. Finally, he leaped up to build momentum and smashed his buff shield directly into it, completely deleting the orc. Durability of the shield hits 0. You've leveled up. Your fire dominance has reached level 2. Yo, who the hell is that guy? Is he seriously a rookie hunter? Like what? He thrust that spear straight in to shatter that monster's balance. That is absolutely insane. He actually took down the orc that the examiner set up for us. Not just the trainees, even Sang-Shu, a B-rank hunter, is totally blown away by Lee Jun-Kyeong's performance. What the hell is that skill? How can a rookie like him even have a skill like that, especially without an activation code? No way, is this some high-tier skill? There hasn't been a single case like this since hunters first existed. I can't let this guy slip away. I've got to bring him into the association no matter what. This is absolutely unreal. Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong, you passed my test. Thanks, Lee Jun-Kyeong replies, but secretly thinks to himself, damn, looks like that weapon only lasts for a bit. Fire dominance is seriously a beast of a skill. This fire dominance is the core of the power used by the Demon King, and it's also a trait that comes with becoming a hunter. This isn't just some basic skill, it's a raw source of power. Unlike other skills that you can't level up, this one levels up thanks to a sponsor. The player can level up and their power becomes insanely high. But ordinary gear won't hold up for long against its raw, absolute force. I need gear forged from special metals to channel this skill. After the exam, Lee Jun-Kyeong heads back home and throws a tiny housewarming party. The only guests are Seong-gu and Sudong. While grabbing a bite, they have a little chat about tomorrow's exam guardian and what moves he should make next. Turns out, Seong-gu has already been appointed as Lee Jun-Kyeong's examiner. Your final evaluation from the guardian is tomorrow, right? I know you're cleared to enter the gate, but I've got to make sure you won't run into any issues. Sudong says. So, tell us about your next moves. Have you thought over our proposal yet? Honestly, I don't know why, but I feel like I shouldn't just let you slip away. But hey, I don't want to stress you out, Seonggu says with a dead serious look. Sudong glances at Seonggu, thinking, man, I'm worrying way too much. The most hyped guild alliance in Korea is trying to scout this guy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shot for Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong. Lee Jun-Kyeong stays quiet for a beat, then drops, I'm gonna have to pass on that. Can I ask what's behind that answer? I just don't get it. I thought this was a killer deal for someone who chose to become a combat hunter. You're not wrong, but since I regressed, I've already mapped out every single scenario for this timeline. Right now, it'd be super risky for me to get too close to Seonggu. That's what he's thinking, but Lee Jun-Kyeong just plays it cool, saying, sorry, but I don't want to be tied down to any guild right now. But if you ever need my help, just hit me up. I'm always down to help out, because I owe you one, Hunter Seonggu. Seonggu goes quiet for a second, then cracks a smile. I'll hold you to that. Sudong looks back and forth between Seonggu and Lee Jun-Kyeong, totally losing his mind. Like, what the hell is even happening here? A rookie hunter is offering backup to one of Korea's top A-rank hunters, and this A-rank boss is actually taking it seriously. I seriously can't read these hunter guys. The next morning rolls around, it's finally graduation exam day. Before we kick things off, I've got to brief you on how this graduation exam is going to go down. The graduation test is going to take place right inside the gate, but don't stress too much, because I'm tagging along with you guys. Right then, Sang-soo flexes his massive aura to show off his credentials, leaving the rookies totally jaw-dropped. As expected of a B-rank hunter, his power is on a whole different level compared to these guys, Lee Jun-Kyeong notes. Once everyone gets their gear and buffs, they finally head into the dungeon. Damn, it's pretty damp in here, Lee Jun-Kyeong thinks. Right on cue, Sang-soo speaks up to explain. Feels damp, right? That's because the mana density inside this gate is crazy high. All right, now that everyone's here, let's get moving. Stick to my lead. We're heading straight for the monsters. Sang-soo takes the lead, guiding the group deeper into the dungeon. It doesn't take long before they run into a pack of goblins. Heads up, they're here. Hunter number 1 and 3, get your weapons ready. Got it, they yell, charging straight at monsters. But guess what? Neither of those two could even take down a single damn goblin. Next up, number 8 and 16. They do a bit better, each taking down one goblin. Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong. The second his name is called, Lee Jun-Kyeong blurs past like a gust of wind. With just a few basic moves, he completely wipes out the whole pack, leaving everyone else jaw-dropped. Is that guy seriously a newly awakened hunter? I mean, he was literally just in the tutorial. Damn, are all the other rookies this cracked? I'm honestly blown away by how insanely skilled he is with weapons. He's practically on par with a B-rank hunter like me. I can't let a talent like him slip away. I've got to recruit him no matter what, Sang-soo thinks to himself. With that cleared, the group moves on. We're going to hit the boss room soon. And let me tell you, that boss is on a whole different level compared to these trash goblins. So stay sharp, brace yourselves, and double-check all your weapons and defensive gear. Hearing Sang-soo's warning, the others immediately scramble to follow orders. The only one not budging is Lee Jun-Kyeong, standing there dead silent. The Demon King wields the power of a player. Before he could unleash his full might, he was taken down by the 12 heroes. But that wouldn't have happened if he had just grown his power faster than them. That's why I'm going to use everything I know to get ridiculously strong, stronger than those 12 heroes and anyone else on this planet. After a bit, the party keeps moving, but they barely cover any ground before everyone is suddenly hit by a massive wave of oppressive mana. Fall back. Get to the gate right now. Sang-soo yells, giving the order. At that exact moment, from the shadows, a massive blast of fire magic comes hurtling straight at them. Sang-soo knows he should dodge, but if he does, those greenhorn hunters behind him are dead meat for sure. Damn it. Swearing under his breath, Sang-soo activates his Poison Fang skill to block the incoming blast, but it's only a fraction of the raw destructive power. The snake fangs can't fully neutralize the attack. What the hell happened to the rookies? Panicking, Sang-soo spins around to check on them. But when he finds them, perfectly safe, standing right behind Lee Jun-Kyeong, Sang-soo can't help but gasp in shock. No way. Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong. Lee Jun-Kyeong just plays it down coolly. Nah, B-rank Hunter Sang-soo. Shu did an awesome job holding that thing back, which is why we got out safe. Suddenly, a system screen popped up right in front of him. The fallen angel has a request. Please, escape the great goblin mage. At the exact same time, the others finally got a clear look at the monster that had just ambushed them. The rookie, hunters shrieked in terror. That's a great goblin mage. It can easily wreck a B-rank hunter. Is this seriously a gate for low-tier hunters? Did the ranking system glitch out, or what? Run for your lives. The only one who can handle this beast is Hunter-based Sang-Soo. But Sang-Soo was way more chill. He spoke up. This guy is no pushover. Can you guys escape the gate and contact the Hunters Association for me? Jun-Jin stepped up right next to Sang-Soo. Hunter-based Sang-Soo, I want in on this fight too. Hearing that, the rookie hunters stared at him in absolute shock. Sang-Soo looked at Jun-Jin with a serious face and warned him, don't get too cocky, kid. I know you can take down a bunch of goblins and even an orc, but a great goblin mage uses magic, not physical attacks. They've got spells that can easily crush B-rank hunters. Jun-Jin replied, a great goblin mage is recommended for B-rank players who should upgrade their core skills like Fire Arrow, Fireball, Firewall, and Fire Shield. I know this thing is a powerhouse, and I know exactly how to counter it. Aren't guardian monsters supposed to test the newbies anyway? Just give me one shot. Sang-Soo thought to himself, where is this blind confidence coming from? But then he said, fine. Instantly, a notification popped up in front of Jun-Jin. The quest has begun. And just like that, Jun-Jin charged at the great goblin mage all by himself. The mage immediately launched a barrage of fireballs right at him. Jun-Jin raised his shield and blocked every single one of them. The rookies gasped, no way. He blocked those fireballs completely. Sang-Soo was blown away, thinking he didn't just block them, he's absorbing them. How is that even possible? The battle raged on. After Jun-Jin used his shield to tank the fireballs, a blazing flame clung to its surface. A smug smirk spread across his face as he dashed straight at the great goblin mage. Seeing him approach, the mage cast another spell, triggering a chain of explosions across the ground. Within seconds, a sea of fire erupted like a massive wall between them. The rookies panicked. We're doomed. We can't even get close to that thing. It's just going to spam long-range magic and wipe us out. But Jun-Jin wasn't done yet. He pointed his spear at the raging inferno and muttered, part. Right then, before everyone's disbelief, the sea of flames actually parted, carving out a path. Fire control is seriously insane. Without a second thought, Jun-Jin leaped towards that great goblin mage. The spear in his hand was instantly coated in blazing fire. The mage roared, throwing up a magical defense barrier in front of itself, but it wasn't nearly enough. Jun-Jin roared, letting loose a barrage of thrusts. The barrier shattered in an instant, and then the great goblin mage was ripped to shreds by his relentless attack. He actually did it. A rookie seriously pulled off something that insane. A super rookie? Dude is a total super rookie. We're witnessing the birth of a monster. While the rookies were losing their minds, Jun-Jin just stood there, completely dazed. He was busy staring at a new system screen that had just popped up. Quest cleared. The fallen angel is amazed by your incredible feat. Since you crushed the quest, the fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You have been granted a summon ticket. Jun-Jin grinned to himself. Finally, it's mine. This is exactly how the Demon King became so ridiculously overpowered. Later that evening, at the Hunters Association headquarters, Sang-Soo went to the Plies president's office to report everything that had gone down. After hearing the story, the president chuckled and said, so this is why you wanted to see me? You're talking about that C-rank hunter, aren't you? Yes, sir, exactly. The president then asked, is he still clearing the lowest gates? No, Sang-Soo replied, he's already way past that level. The president then asked, if that's your call, then he's definitely something else. How far do you think his potential can actually reach? Sang-Soo paused for a moment before replying. Far enough to help you achieve your ultimate goal, Mr. President. The president turned to look out the window and said, got it. I want to meet this guy as soon as possible. Meanwhile, near the exit, Jun-Jin stepped outside only to find Song-gu and Su-dong waiting for him. Su-dong saw him walk out and grinned. Yo, there you are, the union leader, and I have been waiting for ages. I was freaking out when I heard that Gate got upgraded from E rank to C rank, but looks like it wasn't a big deal after all. Seong-gu grinned and asked, so, did you get the association's invite? Jun-Jin nodded, flashing back to that moment. Sang-Soo had asked him, Hunter Lee Jun-Jin, do you have any plans to join the association? The rookie hunters gasped. No way. Did he just get a direct invite from the association? Jun-Jin calmly replied, sorry, but I have no plans to join any guild or organization right now. Sang-Soo froze, thinking, I can't believe he's turning down an offer like this. But he quickly composed himself and said, I get it. Jun-Jin stayed quiet, but inside, he knew that joining the association would definitely help him level up way faster. However, if he did, he wouldn't be able to keep any of his secrets. Plus, that guy was in the association, and he wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. He was the one person he had to avoid at all costs. Just then, an image of a certain man flashed through his mind. It was none other than the president of the Hunters Association himself. Back to the present, Seung-gu asked him if he had any cravings. Hearing that, Jun paused. This was honestly a tougher choice than deciding whether to join the association. What did he actually like? After struggling with it, he muttered, "Cup, ramen." Seung-gu laughed. "Dude, do you like meat?" Jun didn't say a word, but his face gave it away. Seung-ju walked over, threw an arm around his shoulder, dragged him along, and said, "All right then, let's go grab some Korean barbecue." By nightfall, Jun was back at his new apartment. As he took a shower, his mind replayed every single detail of today's battle. After a moment, Jun muttered, "I've gotten stronger. I can feel it." Then he whispered, "Status window." Instantly, the system screen appeared. Status: Name: Lee Jun, Level: 11, Trait: Player, Class: Goblin Slayer. Skill: Fire Domination, Level 2. A skillless summon sponsored by a fallen angel. You have one summon available. Jian thought to himself, no way in hell can a regular hunter resurrect someone, not even those 12 legendary heroes. Only a tiny handful of hunters have this cheat code. He definitely pulled off those insane miracles thanks to this power. No wonder, the dude could easily wipe out hordes of monsters like bone dragons, a Balrog, or even a Zeus. If I could get my hands on the Demon King's old power, would my summon command be just as badass? Then, he triggered the summon. The system chimed in, "You have one summon chance granted by the fallen angel. Do you wish to proceed?" Without a single doubt, Jian locked it in. Next morning, Seo Dong barged into Jian's apartment. He immediately pointed his phone screen at him, grinning like an idiot. "Yo, Hunter Lee Jian, check this out. This is totally talking about you, right? Hunter Lee Jian." Jian curiously peered at the screen and saw a viral post about himself, the rise of a super rookie who awakened as a C-rank hunter, smashing a gate boss solo, a feat normally only achievable by B ranks and above. Seo Dong snickered, "Yo, I heard you absolutely wrecked some great goblin witch. Is that true? How did you even pull that off? Why? Did you hide it from me yesterday? Huh?" Jian thought to himself, "Damn, I'm literally on the front page, but at least my personal info didn't leak. Still, as the higher-ups in the association definitely know." Seeing Jian staying quiet, Seo Dong kept babbling. "Lately, hunters are way more famous than top celebs, but you don't seem to give a crap about any of that, do you, Lee Jian?" Jian spoke up, "Cut the chatter. There's something I need to ask. What's up? I want in on a dungeon raid." A while later, Jian was already in a dungeon, throwing hands with monsters. He mowed down one beast after another. When the boss finally spawned, Jian ended the thing in a single hit. The system flashed. "The fallen angel is highly pleased with your performance. Level up. Dungeon cleared." Jian stared at the skull bracelet he had summoned yesterday. He sighed, thinking, still dead silent, even after crushing the boss and clearing the whole dungeon. How the hell am I supposed to activate this thing? The soul skull. It's completely empty, which is why it's useless right now. Jian muttered to himself, a summoning skill. It's got to have some insane power or special perk, but this thing doesn't have a single soul in it. I thought it'd take monster souls, but did I get it wrong? Weighed down by his thoughts, Jian stepped out of the dungeon. Seo Dong was already waiting outside. The moment Jian emerged, the guy hyped him up. "Congrats, bro. That's your 4th dungeon raid done and dusted. If you got any loot you want to auction off, just hand it over." Jian waved his hand, and a massive pile of loot materialized, crashing onto the ground. Seo Dong's eyes went wide. "Damn, you hauled in a whole freaking warehouse of loot. That was hella fast. Once these go under the hammer, the cash will hit your account." Jian asked, "When's my next dungeon raid starting?" Seo Dong replied, My bad, bro, but there are 0 dungeons left to book." Jian was stunned. This chaotic world is crawling with unstoppable gates, and we can't even book a single one? He frowned and asked, "I don't get it. What's the catch?" "Well, lately, some up-and-coming guild is trying to make a name for themselves. Those guys alone have hijacked over 20 low-rank gates." Jian pressed, "Even if they're low rank, is the association really letting one single guild hoard more than 20 of them?" "You're totally right. Normally, the association wouldn't tolerate that kind of monopoly, but since they're completely wiping out those dungeons, there's no choice but to let it slide." Hearing that, a memory hit Jian. He grabbed Seo Dong by the shoulders, panicking. "Don't tell me. Is the leader of that guild Jun-Kyeong?" Seo Dong gasped, "Wait, how the hell? Did you know that?" "Yeah, you nailed it. It's the Northern Guild, run by Jun-Kyeong. He awakened before you and is also known as a super rookie. Hearing his suspicions confirmed, Jion's eyes went wide. He thought, he's going to build a massive rep as a hero soon, and then he'll pimp out his name as a lapdog for those 12 heroes. But worst of all, that bastard is going to brutally slaughter innocent people and turn into a freaking tyrant. War King Gunnar. Looks like we're finally crossing paths, you bastard. Seo Dong stood there, totally stunned. Yeah, like I said, it's the Northern Guild. It's run by Choi Young-seong, that guy who became a hunter before you and is hyped up as a super rookie. Jion's face darkened with worry as he thought, everyone knows him as a future hero, one of the top executioners under the 12 heroes. But to us, that bastard is nothing but a bloodthirsty tyrant. With that savage look, he's known as War King Gunnar. Still lost in thought, Jion muttered. In the end, it was bound to happen. Back then, on a day it was pouring buckets, a figure stood on a cliff, looking down at the village. A crowd carrying signs and wearing banners marched through the rain, chanting together to stop the construction and protect their right to live. A lackey standing behind Young-seong reported, "Boss, the protests are getting totally out of control. What the hell do we do?" Young-seong scowled, furious. They're just a bunch of pathetic peasants. If we trash their houses, they'll get the message, pack up and find somewhere else to rebuild. Why the hell should we care about what happens to those annoying bugs? Clutching his weapon, he growled, "These pathetic trash, letting them live, is already mercy." With that, he leaned over and pointed his weapon down. His sword flared with a terrifying massive energy. As the rain got heavier, houses, trees, and fields were completely wiped out. The downpour wouldn't quit, and the rising floodwaters swallowed everything, leaving only a few high-rises above water. Back to reality, Jion walked down the street alone, hands in his pockets, staring blankly ahead. He thought, after that nightmare, more than half the folks in my home village ended up tragically dead. What a freaking horror show. Suddenly, a loud racket snapped him out of it. A voice barked, "Stop!" Jion quickly spun around, subconsciously holding his phone sideways with the back facing out. A trembling old man was kneeling in front of two young punks, crying, "How can you do this to me? Just because you're hunters?" Without saying a damn word, the punk in the t-shirt kicked over the old man's cart. The old man desperately begged, "Please, stop." Utterly helpless, he buried his face in his hands and sobbed. Right then, Jion stepped up right behind him, his blood boiling. "Yo, what the hell do you think you punks are doing?" "Huh." The two punks jerked around, startled. The guy in the t-shirt scoffed, "Who the hell are you?" Facing their aggressive glare, he boldly called them out. "I heard some noise, so I came over. You punks think you can just bully this old man?" The t-shirt guy glared, growling, "Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you're talking to?" He stared right back, locking eyes with him. "You're the one who started this crap, aren't you?" Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from him, the punks began to sweat. "Hunter Jun." Jion turned to the old man. "What happened here?" But the t-shirt guy cut in, "Oh, you want to know? This old geezer scratched my precious skin with his piece of trash cart." He smirked. "So I was just asking for some compensation, you know?" The old man trembled as he struggled to stand, protesting, "What kind of lie is that? You guys were the ones who knocked over my cart and started picking on me first." Jun-Kyeong gritted his teeth. "Why the hell did you knock over his cart?" The t-shirt guy raised his hand, channeling his magical energy, and sneered, "Look, you're a hunter too, so you should know how things work. Anyone who crosses me is an enemy. So what if I trash his damn cart? You better mind your own business." Glaring with cold, murderous eyes, he gave a wicked laugh. "It feels like you're begging for a beatdown." Jun-Kyeong kept his cool and warned them. "Since you already messed up, shut your mouth and get lost." Holding back his temper, he added, "I'll let you off. Easy, because you haven't actually hurt this old man yet." Enraged, the t-shirt guy flexed his muscles and charged. "You piece of trash. Who do you think you're ordering around?" He threw a massive punch, but Jun-Kyeong dodged swiftly, his hand locking onto the guy's shoulder. With a tight grip on his wrist, he slammed him headfirst into the dirt. Jun-Kyeong's face was deadpan, like he didn't even break a sweat. While the t-shirt punk lay groaning on the floor, Jun-Kyeong's eyes suddenly widened. The other guy had just whipped out a short sword, ready to strike. Jun-Kyeong smirked. "Didn't expect to see a weapon in a dump like this. You seem pretty cocky about your chances." Furious, the punk tried to read him. "You haven't even joined a guild yet, have you?" Charging forward, he sneered, "We're on a completely different level than a piece of trash like you." Jun-Kyeong braced himself, channeling power into his fist. He landed a brutal gut punch, sending the guy flying into the air before crashing down onto the pavement next to his buddy. Looking down at the pathetic duo, he mocked them. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought that guild was your mommy or something. A while later, the streetlights flickered on. A guild enforcement officer arrived to haul them away. The t-shirt guy was still barking. Do you have any idea who we are, you piece of trash? He's the one who jumped us first. Once they were shoved into the car, Soo-young turned to him. Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong, thanks for handling this mess so smoothly. He replied, those jerks are a disgrace to hunters who actually try to protect ordinary people. Soo-young smiled warmly. I guess we both saw it firsthand. This is exactly what the association needs to clean up. Thanks for stepping up. But as he spoke, Lee Jun-Kyung's face grew serious. Watching the old man nervously explaining what happened to an officer, Soo-young put two and two together. Are you worried their guild will go after that old man for revenge? Don't sweat it. The association will keep him safe. We won't let them touch a hair on his head. But Lee Jun-Kyung was still on edge. One of those punks mentioned a guild earlier. Where are they based? Soo-young sighed. Talk about bad luck. That's the Northern Army, the group under the leader you asked about earlier. Lee Jun-Kyung clenched his fists. He knew that taking over all the low-level dungeons before anyone else would be impossible without the association's backing. He knew the current leader of the Northern Army was Yoon Song, a total psycho working hand-in-hand with the corrupt trash inside the Hunter Association. He had hoped they'd just let it slide, but there was no way in hell those scumbags would. Snapping out of his thoughts, he murmured, got it. The Northern Army. As night fell, warm lights flickered in the windows of nearby houses. 2 days later, just as I figured, the association summoned me on assault charges. A few days after that, the old man Lee Jun-Kyung's save completely flipped his story. Hanging his head in shame, he claimed the thug who kicked his cart was the actual victim. And the guy who saved him, Lee Jun-Kyung, was branded the bad guy. This was the same kid who risked his neck to protect the poor old geezer. Walking alongside Soo-young, Lee Jun-Kyung's mind was racing. He knew exactly why this corrupt crap was happening, but it still pissed him off. Soo-young patted his back. Chill out, kid. It's fine. The association isn't that rotten yet. Lee Jun-Kyung gave him a side-eye. He might be clueless, but as someone who literally came from the future, I know, for a fact this place has been rotten to the core since day one. Standing before the massive skyscraper, Soo-young gestured toward a security camera tucked away in the corner. Inside the interrogation room, Lee Jun-Kyung sat across from a stern investigator. Hunter Lee Jun-Kyung, you claim you don't remember a thing after being pulled from actor, the gate, is that right? Yeah, Lee Jun-Kyung replied. Kai pressed on. In the incident from a few days ago, were you the one who reported and detained the Northern Army members? He was blunt. Yeah, that was me. Kai glared, slamming a hand down. So you admit to threatening the old man, Lemusu, forcing him to lie about the Northern Army guys attacking first? That's complete BS. Lee Jun-Kyung shot back. Kai raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that's not what happened? Lee Jun-Kyung snapped. Yeah, exactly. Kai smirked. Fine, let's bring in the witness. A moment later, a shaky Munchu shuffled into the room and stood behind Kai. Kai turned to the old man. Regarding the incident from a few days ago, is it true that Lee Jun-Kyung, the guy sitting right there, threatened you to frame the Northern Army and Guild? The old man stared at the floor, sweating bullets, too terrified to speak. Seeing him like this, Lee Jun-Kyung knew the poor guy had been threatened. The corrupt scum, just like I expected. Trying to calm him, Lee Jun-Kyung said, Hey, old man, just speak freely. Shaking, Mun whispered, Yes, that young man threatened me. Having got what he wanted, Kai waved his hand, dismissing him with a cold smirk. Appreciate your cooperation. Mun took a heavy, dragging step toward the exit, his eyes filling with tears of pure helplessness as the door shut. Kai grinned. Got anything else to say, kid? Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyung slid his phone right under Kai's nose. Kai stared down, utterly shocked. The screen was playing a crystal-clear video of the two Hunter thugs, audio blasting. What do you think you're doing? In a total power move, Lee Jun-Kyung smirked. This is my statement. The main doors slowly slid open. Lee Jun-Kyung walked out, clenching his fists in anger. He knew the association must have known the old man was forced to lie, yet they only wanted to frame me. In a rigged game like this, there wasn't much else I could do. The more I thought, he was getting more and more frustrated. I'm just too weak. Out of nowhere, Seong-gu showed up. I heard what happened. He whipped his head around in shock, calling out, Mr. Seong-gu. Soo-young scratched his head and explained, I contacted him just to be safe. I don't have any connections in the association, and he's the most influential person among everyone I could reach. He smiled and said, You must have been crazy busy. Thank you guys so much. Seong-gu laughed. All I can say is, what a huge relief. Moon-soo stepped out and cleared his throat. Ahem. He glanced at the old man, who immediately fell to his knees in front of him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He trembled, crying out, "Those bastards. They told me if I didn't do it, they'd ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so, instead of speaking up for you, I framed you." Su-Yong's eyes widened in shock. "So you're saying the Northern Guild threatened you, and why are you only telling us this now?" Moon Su looked up slightly and said, "If I spoke up, my granddaughter would have been in danger. But now that things have ended up like this, I wanted to at least apologize. I'm really sorry." Seonggu snapped. "That's not going to happen. As the head of the Alliance Association, I'll take full responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards, just go home." Hearing this, he stood up and left with a sigh of relief. Why was there a phone recording the fight from earlier? He explained that filming video had just become a natural habit of his. Because he had been in so many ridiculous and unfair situations, the habit must have stuck with him. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he whipped his head around. Seonggu asked, "Is that him?" He replied, "Yeah." Yang Sung, radiating a massive aura of power, walked up arrogantly, flashing a fake smile. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet the big shot leader of the Alliance Association here. You seem pretty close to this rumored super rookie." "Huh?" Su-Yong's eyes widened. He wondered how this guy knew that. Did the association leak his info? The guy reached out his hand. "I am the leader of the Northern Guild, Choi Yong-sung." Looking down at that hand, he instantly felt something off. Still, Seonggu shook his hand, smiling, as he replied, "Nice to meet you," while locking eyes with him using his superpower. "But you'd better remember this warning of mine." He was putting him in his place. "If you don't want to make an enemy out of me and this super rookie, don't get too cocky." His eyes went wide as he listened. Grimacing, he snatched his hand back, thinking, "Damn it." Seonggu kept smiling, but his intense glare never wavered. "Actually, let me rephrase that. You aren't even worthy of being called an enemy. Watch your back if you don't want to die." Keep that in mind. Cut to a cozy, sunlit cafe. Inside, someone slammed their clenched fist hard onto the table and yelled, "This is ridiculous." Su-Yong was pissed. Why the hell did they only get a fine when that bastard threatened a civilian? Jun-Kyeong recalled that in the future, punishing hunters was practically unheard of. He calmly muttered, "The more important thing is, how is that old man doing?" Su-Yong continued, "Lying to hunters is a major crime, but since you stepped in and handled the whole situation, and the Northern Guild admitted to their dirty play, that old man got off with just a warning." Holding his cup, he fell deep into thought. It looked like Seonggu had pulled some strings. He replied, "I see. How have the Northern guys been lately?" Su-Yong's eyes filled with anxiety. "They've been dead silent." A chill suddenly ran down his spine. No way those bastards would just let this go. Remembering the brutal face of Yang Sung, that cold-blooded, sadistic killer who would later become the king of war. That guy strongly believed in karma, so he was definitely going to make a move against me. With a grim look, he asked, "Can you keep tracking the Northern Guild for me?" Su-Yong happily agreed. "Of course I can." He thought to himself with grit, "I won't let them off easy either." With a cold face, he muttered, "Karma is something I've always believed in too." Cut to a bright day with clear blue skies, lush trees, and fresh air. Jun-Kyeong was standing next to Seonggu, who turned to him and said, "I didn't expect you to reach out to me to raid a dungeon together." He looked up and replied, "This dungeon is meant for high rankers, so I really need your help. I'm counting on you." Seonggu grinned. "It's an honor to fight alongside you." Just then, two people walked up to them, and one asked, "Is that the famous super rookie everyone's talking about?" The short-haired guy added, "It's an honor to fight by your side." The guy next to him chimed in excitedly, "I never thought we'd actually fight together after saving your life back then." Seonggu introduced them from left to right. "This is Choi Cheon-jun and Lee Hyun, the guys who saved you before, and they're also members of my guild." He nodded. "Good to meet you all. I'm Lee Jun-Kyeong." Standing among these people, he had to admit he didn't remember a single face. It wasn't surprising, though, because the Demon King, Hind, and the Alliance were all wiped out in his past life. Probably. Once everyone had gathered, Seonggu raised his voice. "All right, this is a C-rank gate. Let's get this dungeon raid started." The gate creaked open, and everyone locked their eyes on it. Cut to another location, where a painting of a fierce tiger's face hung on the wall of a massive room with 3 people inside. The red-haired guy turned around, pissed off. "Are we really just going to let this slide? This was supposed to be where we start expanding our territory." He was Choi Jun-soo, the Vice Guild Master of Gans. The masked guy countered, "Isn't stabilizing our current territory more important than expanding right now?" He continued, "Besides, doesn't this incident make our guild members look like they've completely lost control?" He was In Chang, the other Vice Guild Master of Gans. Junsu glared and snapped. Bullshit, they did nothing wrong. Civilians are just parasites living off of hunters. How the hell can you expect us to bow our heads and apologize to bugs like them? The eyes behind the iron mask flared. Im Chang growled. What the hell did you just say? Junsu's hand gripped the arm of his chair, eyes burning with rage, as he challenged. Oh, you want to go around with me? The two sat opposite each other, glaring like sworn enemies. Watching this play out, Yang Sung bellowed, enough. He raised his hand, gesturing that Jun was right. Understanding the signal, Im Chang sat back down while Jun smirked smugly. Yang Sung explained, since they dare to mess with our guild, we have to make them pay for what they did. Besides, I'm actually getting quite interested in that kid. Im Chang stood up abruptly. Guildmaster. Yang Sung glanced over. That person told me the exact same thing. It seems they also have their eye on that arrogant bastard. Turning his face away, Im Chang thought to himself in shock. That person, there's no way. Yang Sung smirked. That person said they'll lay the groundwork soon for us and ordered us to wait for the signal, cause failure isn't an option in this northern guild. Outside, the trees are thick and green, and a gloved hand reaches down to touch a red stain on the ground. A girl from the Alliance reports the traps are all cleared, so you can keep moving without any hassle. A system prompt pops up. You saw something you shouldn't have. It's literally mocking them. Seonggu, leading the pack, turns around and tells everyone to keep moving. The whole squad, weapons in hand, heads straight into the dense jungle. Suddenly, arrows fly out of nowhere. Quick on his feet, Hyeonung uses his powers to turn the ground into a rock-solid shield. Another guild member steps up and unleashes a massive fireball, making the place erupt in flames. Jun-Kyeong watches closely, totally blown away, and thinks to himself, man, this is insane. I still have a lot to learn from these guys. I can't believe I'm watching actual hunters fight in real life. Right then, Seonggu draws his sword from behind, leaps high into the air, and unleashes a devastating strike right onto the monsters. The beasts are already burning alive, screaming in agony, making Seonggu look like a straight-up superhero. Standing behind him, the kid hypes him up, saying, wow, that was badass. Seonggu glances back with a smug grin and says, thanks. But the kid's eyes show he's not just a fan, he says. Well, I'm the one who asked for backup, so I should be the one thanking you. Seonggu tests him, saying, look, just be real with me. You wanted to see how strong the Alliance and I actually are, didn't you? The kid admits the Alliance is decent, but adds, you're the one who's actually on another level, sir. Even though you haven't even shown your full power yet, you're already pulling off crazy moves like this. Standing nearby, Cheon-Young chimes in, well, we're dying to see what this famous super rookie is made of too. Seonggu also looks eager to see it. Our boy doesn't back down, his body starts radiating pure energy. Gripping his weapon, he confidently steps up to flex his skills. He figures there's no point in hiding his true strength in front of Seonggu anyway. Suddenly, a pack of orcs charges at them, their sharp spears glowing with intense power. Channeling his flame mastery, he rushes straight ahead to clash with those brutal beasts. The bystanders are completely shocked, whispering, no way, he's using skills without even needing activation codes. Has he already mastered high-tier skills? This kid is a total monster. Jun-Kyeong easily pulls off a few smooth slashes, cutting the monsters clean in half. Watching this, Seonggu thinks to himself, that fire spear and fire shield aren't skills at all. That's an authority. Right on cue, system notifications start spamming. You have defeated all the goblin shamans in the dungeon. The fallen angel has sponsored you. Your stats will increase slightly. Back at the plaza, everyone is gossiping about it. Chaz speaks up hesitantly. Man, I guess he didn't get that super rookie title for nothing. Hyeonung agrees, seriously, even our own guild master isn't on that level. Suddenly, someone yells at their leader. What the hell are you thinking? Why aren't you scouting a beast like him? The leader just smirks, looking totally unbothered. He turns to Seonggu and says, my offer is still on the table. Like you just saw, our guild is incredibly strong, and we're only getting bigger. He adds, but from what I can tell, your road ahead is going to be extremely rough. Jun-Kyeong thinks to himself, he hit the nail on the head. Did this guy already figure out my goal and direction? I literally can't read him at all. Seonggu keeps pushing. Those bastards from the Northern Guild aren't just going to sit on their hands. If you roll with us, they won't dare touch you. He reaches out his hand, dropping a crazy sweet deal. Join the Alliance, and I'll make you the vice leader. Everyone's jaws literally hit the floor. No way. Vice leader. Jun-Kyeong is stunned too, thinking, out of nowhere, he wants to make me second in command? But he clenches his fist, bows his head, and says, I really appreciate the offer, but I'm gonna have to pass. The leader bursts into a hearty laugh. Hey, no need to look so guilty. I can see it in your eyes, you're chasing after something way bigger. Just then, the phone in his pocket buzzes. He pulls it out and checks the screen. There's an urgent text from the Hunter Association. We need your help to clear a Northern Army gate along with about 100 solo hunters. He stares at the text message, his mind racing. That bastard Choi Young-sung from the Northern Army definitely isn't the type to let anyone who stands in his way slide. Seong-gu strokes his chin, thinking over the mobilization order for the Northern Army and 100 solo hunters. Considering the massive scale of this raid, having only the Northern Army on it seems super sketchy. Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes widen as a thought hits him. Did Choi Young-sung literally play the association? I get it now. This is where it all begins. Cut to another location. Night has fallen and a building is fully lit up. Inside, a guy slams his hand hard on the desk. In-chang sits there, brooding. When did they change this much? Thinking back to the old days, his childhood friend Choi Jo-hoo, and his older brother, Choi Young-sung, he grits his teeth. Everything completely changed ever since they crossed paths with that guy. Their faces flash through his mind. Jo-hoo, who used to be hot-tempered but warm-hearted, now treats commoners like straight-up trash. He remembers how the guild master looks down on everyone, treating both ordinary citizens and hunters like dirt. It disgusts him. Now, they're actually trying to murder a fellow hunter. Because of that, he had called them out on all the messed up stuff the Northern Army was doing. This isn't how humans should act. The Northern Army is rotten to the core, beyond saving, but he just can't bring himself to abandon those two. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up with a few notifications. His mind is a total mess, torn between justice and friendship. Cut to another scene. Lee Jun-Kyeong is standing tall, introducing himself. Good to meet you. I'm Lee Jun-Kyeong. A guy in iron armor replies coldly. I don't do introductions. But in his head, he's thinking, kid's got guts. I don't feel anyone else's presence. Did this guy really come to meet me completely alone? Lee Jun-Kyeong reads him like an open book and says, Relax, it's just the two of us here. No traps or anything, so chill. In-chang cuts straight to the chase. I'm not here to small talk. You definitely got the association's mobilization order. Turn it down. The kid blinks, confused. Why? In-chang pushes on. Do you even realize our guild got mobilized too? The kid snaps back. Yeah, I know. In-chang says with dead seriousness, you probably don't get it since you're just a rookie, but the hunter world is way nastier than you can imagine. Especially our guild master. That guy is definitely not the saint everyone thinks he is. Just crossing paths with him on the street is dangerous enough, but if you go into a gate with him, the kid cuts in coldly. What? Are you saying he's going to pull something on me inside? He shoves his hands into his pockets. Crossing paths is dangerous, and entering a gate is risky too. His expression darkens, looking cold and menacing. So, the Northern Army is basically a lawless, chaotic guild. He then adds, and yet, there are still evil sponsors hiding among the good ones. They fund garbage quests like player hunting or straight-up massacres. The guilds founded by a bunch of sickos like that are called chaos guilds. In-chang gets pissed off, yelling, What the hell did you say? But Yoon-geum cuts him right off. Isn't that exactly what Vice Guild Master Jung and Kane just told me? He casually shoots back. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have bothered warning me anyway. His eyes flare up. I get it now. Even if you know about chaos guilds, you can't leak it. Because my relationship with the Northern Army was basically like that from the very start. In-chang snaps, instantly drawing his sword. Raging with fury, he charges forward, his voice echoing through the entire building. You little bastard, stop slandering our guild. But Yoon-geum doesn't back down either. A thick blue aura erupts from his body. No, actually, you should have known this by now. He clears his throat. The Northern Guild is completely rotten. Guildmaster Choi Yoon-sung and Vice Master Choi Jisoo, the guys you blindly serve, have changed. Ever since they met that guy, the demon that all of you serve. In-chang freezes upon hearing those words. He retracts his bloodlust and falls into deep thought. He's only been a hunter for less than a month. No matter how quick on his feet he is, it's unbelievable that he can stand on equal footing with an A-rank hunter like me. I thought we gathered all his intel. It makes no sense to him. He even knew I had no intention to attack. Am I the one being read like a book? And how the hell does he know that person's identity? Looking up at the kid standing there, a million thoughts race through his head. Yoon-geum, who the hell are you? In-chang is also known as the Dragon Slayer, but he's more commonly called the Undead Siegfried. He killed the Demon King's son, a notoriously brutal demon. After slaying the Bone Dragon, he received absolute power from his sponsor, granting him immortality. In future battles against the Demon King, under orders from his close friend Choi Yoon-sung, he was killed by the hero Choi Do-yoon. Yoon-jeom thinks to himself, I need to win him over. He stays quiet. He might be incredibly talented and strong, but I want him for his morals. In that bastardly northern army, he was the only one holding the balance together. The scene shifts to a wasteland littered with corpses. A system notification pops up. You have cleared the land of death. After Yoon-jeom completes the quest, his weapon gradually crumbles away. The system displays weapon durability is 0. The weapon has been destroyed. Watching it fade into dust, he thinks, controlling the flames. Once they erupt, standard weapons just can't take the heat. He clenches his fist. I guess I need to prep something else before the hunters assemble. I need a new weapon. The scene cuts to a row of houses packed tightly together. A voice echoes from inside a room. Come on in. Jun-Kyeong steps inside, thinking to himself, this forge feels like it's really ancient. Inside, a blacksmith is hammering away at a glowing red-hot weapon. Drenched in sweat, the guy says, hold on, I'm in the middle of something. Jun-Kyeong is thrilled. I can't believe I'm actually meeting him face to face. He's one of the hunters who turned into a dwarf right after awakening. Looking at the beefy guy in front of him, he knows this man is bound to become a legendary blacksmith hero Park Jae-hyun. After 4 grueling hours, Jae-hyun wipes his sweat and finally notices the guy standing next to him this whole time. He asks, who are you again? Yoon-jeom sighs inwardly. I waited 4 hours and he asks who I am. I'm here to commission a weapon. By the way, is his shop run entirely by yourself? Jae-hyun looks dumbfounded. Who are you? Why are you ordering a weapon from my shop? I'm just a nobody blacksmith. No matter how I look at it, this is weird. And now you're asking if I work alone? Yoon-jeom answers casually. I only asked because I saw a weird hammer over there. Right above the wall behind Jae-hyun, a hammer hangs vertically. Jae-hyun chuckles. Looks like you've got a sharp eye. He scoffs. That hammer belongs to someone else, so don't worry about it. He asks, totally confused, why did you come to me? I've never made a serious weapon before. Everything here is just junk. What exactly brought you to meet me? Yoon-jeom replies, my sponsor. My sponsor told me to find you. Jae-hyun looks shocked and gasps. Your sponsor did that directly? Unbelievable. Yoon-jeom thinks, you have no choice but to believe me, because you can feel the interference from your own sponsor. Park Jae-hyun is so heavily favored that his sponsor can directly interfere. That's what was written in the Demon King's autobiography. Yoon-jeom recalls the lines from his memory. Jae-hyun was one of the blacksmiths for the Demon King who was influenced by the 12 heroes, but they split up, and Jae-hyun only supplied weapons to the 12 heroes. The Demon King wrote, Park Jae-hyun, if only you had followed me to the end, we could have changed history. Jae-hyun rests his chin on his hand. Considering how weird sponsors are, I guess there's no reason to doubt you. He says bluntly, but I'm not taking this commission. Yoon-jeom worries. Is he annoyed? Please, give me a reason. Jae-hyun scratches his head. It's nothing big, but I hate fire. That's why this place is a ghost town. Yoon-jeom chuckles, realizing what's going on. So that's how it is. He extends his hand toward Jae-hyun, who looks confused. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out? I'm going to ignite the flame of desire inside you. His hand suddenly bursts into flames. Bursting with confidence, he asks, ever heard of flame control? Jae-hyun scoffs in disgust. You call that tiny spark flame control? Don't make me laugh. If that's all you've got, even a blacksmith like me can do that. But suddenly, his eyes widen and he freezes. Whoa, the flame on Yoon-jeom's hand instantly turns bright blue. He asks again, how about now? Clenching his fist to extinguish the fire. I can manipulate fire however I want, with total control. Jae-hyun grins, fully won over. A week passes, and Yoon-jeom is holding a spear in his hand, a weapon that radiates an incredibly eerie and monstrous aura. He stares at it, completely speechless. Is this? Jae-hyun sits nearby with his arms crossed. I couldn't make a shield like you wanted. That's just beyond what I can do alone, but this spear's fire resistance is the absolute best. The spear is flawlessly carved, radiating massive power from deep within. He explains, I hate to admit it, but with my current skills, this is the absolute best I can do. The system status screen pops up. Muspel's Spear, Level 1, Special Grade. It boosts fire control, increases fire resistance by 30%, and grows even stronger when exposed to flame. He thinks to himself. He said this was the best he could do, but in a regular dungeon, this would easily be a legendary drop. If he becomes a famous blacksmith, This would be a super rare item that you could only get through a direct sponsor. He smirks. Above all, a growth-type weapon is literally 1 in 1,000,000. There's literally only one of these. If I get my hands on this weapon, I'll never have to swap gear again. Jun cuts off his train of thought, warning him that it's not even finished yet. He starts opening up, saying that other guy isn't around. Compared to your flame, this thing is just a low-tier weapon. Make sure to come back, but you don't have to visit too often. If you head out and come straight back, I'll upgrade your weapon for you. I'll leave it here for you. He sincerely bows to Ji-hun. Ji-hun spots something and pauses. The skull bracelet on Lee Jun-Kyeong's wrist looks a bit off, so he immediately asks, "Hey, is that the bracelet your sponsor hooked you up with, right? Your sponsor is definitely no joke." He hesitates. "I'm not sure, but this thing is pretty sketchy. It's going to be kind of tough to use." The system shows info on the skull bracelet holding summoned souls. Since there are 0 souls inside, it can't be activated. He thinks to himself, right, yeah, just a guess. But if I'm right, Lee Jun-Kyeong puts on his gloves and thinks, a skull that holds souls. It's going to be a real pain to summon them if I join the mobilization gate. He tightly grips the weapon gradually appearing in his hand, but this is a way bigger find than expected. He's literally holding the spear of Muspello. He looks down, lost in thought. If I have Dong Im and Chang on my side, my chances of winning will shoot up. Right now, everything is a mess, but if what I read in that book is true, he's definitely going to help me. Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes start to glow. 2 weeks left until the gate's mobilization, and from afar, tons of dark silhouettes appear. They must be massive in number to kick up a thick dust cloud like that. He tells himself, but right now, I gotta get stronger. Behind those shadows are swarms of aggressive-looking monsters, weapons in hand, charging into attack. He leaps into the air with insane force, shattering the ground beneath him. Floating in midair, with one hand holding a shield and the other gripping a spear, the spearhead radiates a power that suppresses the monsters below. His eyes turning blood red, he wonders, while I can get stronger by hunting, 2 weeks is just way too short. Even sleeping is a total waste of time. 2 weeks later, at a spot packed with high-rise buildings, a system notification pops up. The ruler of the riverside is watching you. All preparations are complete inside a room. In the building, everyone is gathered. Yong Song clenches his fists, showing his determination, declaring that everything is ready. He roars, "From now on, we, the Northern Army, are going to rise to the top." The guild members listen with pure excitement. In Korea and across the globe, everyone will know our name, the Northern Army. As he speaks, his eyes shift colors while an insane amount of energy erupts from his body. Trang is completely shocked, thinking, this magical power is unimaginable. Has Hunter Choi Yong Song finally become an A-rank hunter? John. Sue smiles smugly, thinking, unbelievable. Everything is going exactly as that person planned. Now, the requirements to become a hero have been met. Yong Song roars, a wide grin on his face. Today, with his massive power bursting out, he raises his hand and declares that the world will be shaken by the name of the Northern Army. Everyone below seems hypnotized, cheering and shouting. He sneers to himself, and I will take it, that title of emperor. Outside, on a deserted road with a sharp bend, a bus is driving along. On a straight stretch, a sedan is also moving. There are 2 people sitting in the car. The driver asks, "Are you ready to go there?" Turns out it's Soo-young, and he adds, "You could die, you know. Didn't I tell you about those bastards in the Northern Army? They're way worse than you can imagine." He goes on and on, explaining how the Northern Army previously tried to raid a gate and got totally wiped out, even though there's absolutely no evidence to prove they did it. But Lee Jun-Kyeong, sitting right next to him, says nothing, staring out the window. He looks straight ahead and says, maybe it was them, which totally startles Soo-young and makes him slam on the brakes right at the turn. He buries his face in the steering wheel, completely helpless. Seeing him like this, Ji-yeon looks over and sighs. After a brief silence, Soo-young looks up, angrily yelling, "Are you seriously still going even though you know that? You're literally a VIP to the association. You won't get punished if you don't go. There's absolutely nothing more precious than your life." He tightly grips the steering wheel and pleads, "Please." Lowering his head, Soo-young whispers, "Don't go." Ji-yeon doesn't say a word, only smirking. He seriously asks, "Kim Soo-young, you're saying nothing is more valuable than life, right?" Soo-young blanks out and replies, "Yeah, that's right." Hearing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong continues, "I know that too. I'm not joining today's mobilization, just hoping for the best." He flashes a confident smile. Those bastards will find out soon enough. Life still has plenty of precious things. Elsewhere in the city near the riverbank, a rift appears, crackling with energy. Turns out, it's a new gate that's about to open. A crowd is already gathered, staring at it. Chan Young and Hai Nung are here too, looking hyped. The news reporter is all set to start filming. On this side, Lee Jun-Kyeong smiles and says, "To Sanggu, I heard you turned down this gate raid. Why are you even here?" Sanggu replies, "I declared the Northern Army as my enemy and that the super rookie is my friend, so of course I had to show up." Suddenly, he turns around and catches the gaze of Yang Song, who gives him a sinister smirk. Seong-gu's smile immediately fades. Facing Jian, he seriously asks, "You're planning to go in even if I don't ask you to, right?" Jian smiles and replies, "Exactly, but you aren't stopping me either. Aren't you worried I might be making a mistake?" "Worried," he says. "You probably know this already, but those bastards are way stronger than you think." Jian's official rank in the association is B rank. Looking in the same direction, Lee Jun-Kyeong speaks up. "Looks like he's reached A rank hunter status." Seong-gu replies, "You felt that too?" Glancing at Jian, Seong-gu smiles and says, "Honestly, I'm way more surprised by how crazy strong you are compared to him. But whatever, I'm sure you already have a plan in mind." He sits down and crosses his arms, continuing, "I've been watching your journey to get strong this whole time. I'll sit right here and wait until you walk out." Standing nearby, Lee Jun-Kyeong wondered why he's going that far. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts from Seong-gu's body. His tone turns dead serious. "Just in case you don't make it back, I won't let the Northern Army leave this place alive." Hearing that, Jian is taken aback, thinking, "Wait, is he saying he'll completely wipe out the Northern Army?" Talk about an insane turnout. As they stand there waiting, the system blares an announcement. "The raid is about to begin. Please finalize all your preparations and gather here." Choi Young-seong is set to become a hero, and the ruler of the river is going to slaughter a ton of hunters. Seong, Jo-soo, and In-chang show up, looking super confident. Then, one by one, the other hunters step into that space. But history is getting rewritten right here, right now. Our boy walks in, fueled by sheer determination. Junji reaches out his hand, feeling the massive surge of magical energy. They step through the portal of the ruler of the river. He's absolutely sure that in this place, he'll crush everyone and seize all the glory. Once everyone is inside the gate's domain, the portal slowly starts to close, and a creepy purple mist begins to bleed out. As the mist gets thicker and thicker, the gate shuts completely. Young-seong watches with anticipation, muttering, "It's starting." A system notification pops up. Magical power values will adjust based on the gate's traits. Reading this instantly sends a wave of panic through the crowd. Someone goes, "Wait, what the hell does that even mean? Damn it, I've never heard of anything like this before." Cheon-young looks at the walkie-talkie in his hand, completely shocked. He can't believe the rank just jumped from B rank to B+. Meanwhile, Joon-gi stays cool and just watches. The screen keeps updating. Gate traits activated. Exits are now blocked. Watching the portal shrink, everyone is completely dumbfounded. The gate slowly vanishes, releasing a massive surge of power. One guy panics, "What kind of crazy crap is this?" While another worries, "Are we seriously trapped in here?" More notifications pop up, showing that countless incarnations have gathered, and the sponsors are tuning in too. The magic power ratio is going to skyrocket even further. At the exact same time, the nerves and cells in their bodies begin to mutate. Hyun looks at his hands, confused. What the hell is going on? Cheon-young feels something weird too, muttering, "Man, my body is burning up." The system keeps spitting out new alerts. Incarnations have entered a special gate. As the sponsor's attention keeps climbing, the concentration of magical power surges. Holding his tracker, a hunter watches the numbers spike insanely and stares in utter disbelief. In the top corner of the screen, the gate's rank displays it as an A rank. Cheon-young flinches, dropping the device straight to the ground. He gasps, "A rank?" Hyun grabs Cheon-young by the collar, yelling, "Hey, what did you just say?" Cheon-young immediately shoves Hyun's hand away and screams, "Just let me get the hell out of here. There's no way we clear an A-rank gate without hero-class hunters." Some of them instantly sink into despair. Some hold their heads in sheer panic, while others collapse in anxiety. But Junji doesn't even blink. This is exactly what he expected. This place is basically a living grave for them. He glances over to see Young-seong, Jo-soo, and In-chang standing completely still in a corner, figuring they must have known all along. Young-seong and Jo-soo look deadpan as they watch, proving this whole setup was rigged from the start. A system alert warns that the first wave starts in just a few minutes. Suddenly, Young-seong shouts at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, calm down." He waves his hands to pacify them. "I know you guys are panicking. Honestly, I'm just as baffled as you are. I have no clue why this is happening either. Every gate comes with risks, so freak accidents can always happen. He continues his speech. But what matters most right now? Giving up in despair? Then his expression hardens with fake grit and he roars. No, we survive. Do you guys seriously just want to die here? I, Choi Yangshang of the Northern Army, will fight right alongside every single one of you. A notification pops up. The ruler of the river is attempting to persuade you. Hearing that hollow promise, their spirits instantly lift. Cheon Yang says hopefully, seriously, we can actually make it out alive. The hunter in front of him replies, let's scout the terrain first. Hyun-soo adds confidently, let's move. The system alerts, status window of the ruler of the river, instigation and leadership abilities are tripled when near the water, with a chance to force obedience. Right after, a red warning flashes. Under the influence of the fallen angel, you have successfully resisted the brainwashing and force commands. Jun-Ji watches from a distance, thinking, so it's some kind of mind control. Huh. All those hunters over there are totally under. Jo-soo chuckles and asks, hey boss, should we kick things off right now? Yang-seong replies, no. He adds, according to that guy, the waves of this gate are going to drag on. So, the Northern Army needs to conserve as much stamina as possible. Jo-soo frowns, totally confused. Wait, what? Watching the crowd disperse from high above, Yang-seong continues, we're sticking to the plan we agreed on. The Northern Army will lay low, save energy, and survive. Jo-soo asks again, are you seriously going to let everyone else die? He replies, not all of them. We need at least one survivor to spread the rumors. The Northern Army will focus on saving their strength until I give another command. Jo-soo speaks up, is that even possible? Hunters aren't idiots. They're under your spell right now. But they'll catch on quick if they notice the Northern Army staying in the back. Yang-seong explains, I said as much as possible. Throw some of our own pawns out to fight so the other hunters don't get suspicious. Jo-soo's face suddenly darkens. He thinks, is he really sacrificing our own teammates just for some plan? Looking down from above, Yang-seong spots Jun-Ji standing below. Our boy is glaring straight back at him. Yang-seong immediately thinks, those eyes, it's like he already knows my entire plan. I need to take him out as soon as possible. He suddenly calls out, Dong In-chang. In-chang quickly replies, yes, sir. This man stands before him wearing an iron mask, hiding his face. Yang-seong always considers In-chang as his loyal dog. Because he's got too much of a pure, honest heart, I can't let him in on too many details of the plan, but there's absolutely no doubting his skill and loyalty. Yang-seong orders, keep tracking that bastard for me. When you get the chance, kill him. Yang-seong is seriously one ruthless, cold-blooded bastard. In-chang completely freezes for a few seconds. Yang-seong laughs it off, saying, it's crucial for me, then quickly adds, I mean, for the Northern Hauser Army. In-chang nods in agreement. The system screen flashes. The wave is starting. Hyun-soo panics, yelling, they're here, as aggressive monsters start crawling up from the water. Hunters draw their weapons and begin channeling their energy. One guy says, whoo, and another replies, man, thank goodness there aren't too many monsters for an A-rank gate. They rush forward to attack. The other hunter warns, it'll be a pain if they pack together, so let's end this fast. Jun-Ji watches, thinking, seriously, attacking without a proper information, even if they're low-level mobs, that's incredibly reckless. He suddenly remembers they're standing right on the riverbank. Right then, a monster's cheeks puff up as it puckers its mouth. With a massive whoosh, they spray, torrents of high-pressure water blasting directly at the hunters, catching them completely off guard as screams fill the air. Jun-Ji shouts, pull all the wounded back to the rear. And, form up, they quickly spun around and scrambled to the top. Henson roared, get information. Our guy watched and thought, now's not the time to try and understand in this area any deeper. Way off in the distance, the Northern Army was just standing there, chilling and watching the show. Yan-song saw his chance. Pointing his sword forward, the bastard roared, wipe him out. The entire Northern Army charged forward, eyes dripping with bloodlust. Jun-Kyeong stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that old bastard was actually using his own team. They started hacking and slashing them down without mercy. A guild member raised his hand, cheering. We can do this. Let's get everyone out of here. They're just mercenaries. After all, they moved fast, going absolutely all out. When one of the Northern Army guys got badly clawed, his teammate instantly popped a skill to heal him. Jun-Kyeong's face darkened as he thought, now I get it. These actual warriors are fighting against mere mercenaries. The water monsters clawing at the Northern Army are just the lowest tier soldiers of the Northern Army. He calmly analyzed the situation. To make the other hunters let their guard down, they're putting on a show to cheer them up. They're sacrificing their own guild members. Jun-Kyeong reached out to summon his weapon. He conjured a spear and shield, taking a combat stance, eyes burning with killer intent. This is even better than I expected. His face hardened, eyes glaring with sheer determination. Time to make my move. Imin Chang stood there, watching as the kid charged into battle. He watched in silence. An image of Jun-Kyeong in the past flashed through his mind, eyes filled with pure rage. The Northern Army was just following orders. After you tailed that man, Leader Choi Yong-song and Vice Leader Choi Jo-soo met with him, one of the guys you were tracking. That's what I mean. Chang thought to himself. The kid isn't wrong. The Northern Army is rotten to the core. If things keep going like this, a ton of hunters and army members are going to end up dead. He recalled the past when Yon-song patted his shoulder, saying, I truly believe in your loyalty and goodness. Im Chang started getting confused. No, I'm sure the leader has a plan. Besides, that's the Yon-song I know. Everyone gasped in shock, yelling, what the hell is up with that guy? He's freaking incredible. Im Chang was snapped out of his thoughts by the cheers and the fiery explosions of Jun-Kyeong's attacks. Using his spear, he burned those monsters to ashes one by one. The crowd stood there in disbelief, whispering, who the hell is that hunter? Was he sent here to clear this entire gate? What's his name? I'm sure I went over the names of every hunter here. Im Chang stared, realizing, has he seriously grown this much? With the raw power of his spear, Jun-Kyeong sliced through the enemy's bodies with ease. Just 10 days ago, he was on my level. The memory of the kid's burning red eyes left Im Chang frozen. But now, has he already surpassed me? A system notification popped up. The wave has ended. You will have a brief rest period. Several sponsors wish to reward your incarnation. A barrage of notifications kept flooding in. The fallen angel is highly satisfied with your performance. Your stats have increased. You have earned the title, Merfolk, Hunter. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Jun-Kyeong returned to his normal state, face dripping with sweat. The notification highlighted, the Guardian of Spears has taken an interest in you. The symbol of circles has been drawn to you. The King of Moisture is showing hostility toward you. He gasped, damn, there are so many sponsors watching me. I might actually get a ton of sponsorship, just like those top-tier heroes. But just as Jun-Kyeong was thinking that, the system flashed. The fallen angel is expressing his displeasure. The sponsors who showed interest in you have left. He stood there, totally lost. What the actual hell? His teammates ran over, ecstatic. Thanks a ton. Cheon-Yang and Henson asked, totally curious, who the hell are you anyway? Where did you come from? Are you with the association? Jun-Kyeong replied coldly, this is far from over. There are still a ton of waves headed our way. You all need to move it and get properly prepared. Do you think this gate is some walk in the park? Don't you guys actually want to survive? They raised their hands with determined looks. Got it. We'll start recovering our strength right now. Everyone turned and walked away. Yang-song stood there silently, his face darkening, with absolute rage. Jun-Kyeong looked up with a smirk. I'm sure that bastard is planning to wait for a critical moment to backstab all of the hunters here. I'm going to completely ruin his little plan. Before long, they'll all be on my side. He called out in his head, status. Screen. Jun-Kyeong grinned. I'm already level 24. This brutal gate is going to be the stepping stone to get insanely strong. I've got to hit level 30 right here. He watched the other guys and thought, these hunters will follow my lead. A moment later, the monsters blasted high-pressure water right at his shield, but Jun-Kyeong just surged with power. Eyes glowing red as he charged, he sliced right through them, cutting them in half. The system notification popped up. The fourth wave has ended. You will have a brief rest period. Jun-Kyeong paused to wipe his sweat. He gasped as he saw his teammates starting to collapse from exhaustion. Damn it, 4 guys are already dead. Are we seriously going to make it out alive? Jun-Kyeong's face darkened under the pressure. This is impossible, but I'm getting out of here, and I'm not letting anyone else die again. Clenching his fists tight, Jun-Kyeong roared. Why? Why the hell is the Northern Army the only one not fighting? The Northern Army guys gasped, what the hell are you even talking about? With killer intent dripping from his eyes, Jun-Kyeong snapped, do you guys think we're a bunch of idiots? I know your damn plan is to hang back to save your own army members' skin. Cheon-Yang and Henson spoke up in agreement. Exactly. If he says so, it's got to be true. Not a single Northern Army member has died, and they aren't even scratched. Jun-Kyeong barked, at least fight like you actually mean it. You're just sitting there, watching hunters throw away their lives for you. Does that look right to you? Josu walked over and asked Yang-song, boss, you good? The bastard gritted his teeth, plotting, my plan is ruined. Yang Song frowned, thinking. After getting through the waves by using the useless guild members and the scapegoat hunters, I was going to ambush them. But now, it's a complete bust. Even the Northern Army members were panic-stricken. They realized they were being used as scapegoats, and the low-tier soldiers' loyalty was wavering. Yan Song's face was dripping with murderous intent. The plan that guy made for me ended up only helping that little bastard. Josu spoke up. Boss, he replied softly, but we will keep going like this for now. Let's just watch a bit longer. Yang Song looked calm on the outside, but his mind was plotting. With the kind of power he's shown so far, there's a massive gap between us today, so I can totally crush this dude. His face turned straight up sinister. Plus, the guy's wasting his stamina, fighting on the front lines. Yeah, keep running your mouth, clown. You're gonna end up dead soon. Right then, a notification pops up. The fifth wave has started, cutting to the beach where something's about to crawl out. The system alerts that a mid-tier boss has spawned. A massive sea monster looms over, and the crew loses their minds and starts screaming. A sea monster? What the hell is with its size? The beast charges up its energy and blasts a massive pillar of water. Jun-Kyeong screams a warning. It's coming. Everyone, watch out. They all scramble to dodge the devastating attack. The monster keeps spamming its skills, blasting another giant water column. Henson's jaw drops as he yells, "What the hell? That destructive power is insane." His teammate draws a bow, getting ready to shoot, sending arrows flying at the sea monster. They pierce its body, but it doesn't even flinch. They keep charging with their spears, while the monster winds up its fist, getting ready to smash them. As its giant hand slams down, they try to slash at it, yelling, "Take this." But the beast just casually swipes its arm, sending his teammates flying. Panic starts setting in. Our attacks aren't even scratching this thing. Crap, what are we supposed to do? Jun-Kyeong grips his spear and starts channeling his power, a glowing red aura wrapping around him. He takes off with insane speed. Gripping his spear, he leaps high into the air, diving down to smash it straight into the monster's face. The impact completely deforms the beast's face. The monster crashes hard to the ground while he lands smoothly. Cheon-young and Henson stare, completely jaw-dropped. Holy crap, who is that hunter? How is he pulling this off? Jun-Kyeong turns around and gives a serious order. The gates are overflowing with mana right now. Don't try to hold back the surge of power you're feeling. Let it all out. You guys need to infuse your weapons with mana. Hearing this, the archer girl is shocked and thinks, infusing your weapon with mana, isn't that something only high-rank hunters can pull off? Whatever. I might as well try what he says. She starts channeling her power into her bow. A thrilled look spreads across her face. Yo, it actually works. The buffed arrows fly straight at the sea monster, wounding it. The crew cheers. Our attacks are actually working. Jun-Kyeong glares intensely. The damage is piling up, but this still isn't enough to bring this beast down. His spear starts glowing with a mysterious energy. A system prompt appears. Muspel's spear is absorbing fire. Jian raises his spear, aiming it. To take this bastard down, I've got to shatter its mana core. Suddenly, he hesitates, locking in completely. Not yet, I need to wait a bit longer. The sea monster starts powering up for another attack. Everyone panics. Shoot. Is that monster going to use its breath attack again? Dodge, quick. Determined thoughts race through Jun-Kyeong's mind as his eyes flash with sparks of determination. No, this is the exact moment we can put this damn monster down. Now, while its core is exposed, he hurls the spear straight at the sea monster with insane speed. The attack pierces clean through its body. System alerts start spamming. You have defeated the mid-tier boss. Sponsors are now observing you all. Some sponsors are amazed by your performance. A sponsor is highly interested in one of you. Jun-Kyeong reaches out to recall his weapon, and Muspel's spear flies right back to his hand. He grips it tight, looking at it with absolute pride. The return feature of Muspel's spear after leveling up is seriously a lifesaver. The crowd just stands there, completely speechless. Then, one of them speaks, up, remembering. Oh, I get it now. There's a rumor about a weird hunter who uses his spear and a shield. He tells Joan, John, and Henson, which completely startles them. The super rookie. Yeah, that's him, the super rookie. Joan John barks back. Are you out of your mind? The guy is a straight-up hero. What if he reaches A rank after this? The crowd starts cheering wildly. We're gonna survive. Hell yeah, put all your faith in our super rookie. The system pops up with a notice. You have been promoted. You reached A rank for defeating the sea monster. You received the Jewel of Water. New achievement unlocked. Sea Monster Slayer. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. Several sponsors are watching you and find you highly entertaining. Jun-Kyeong is hyped when he sees this. Finally, I'm getting eyes on me from all these sponsors. But then a red system alert flashes. The fallen angel is displeased. The other sponsors are losing interest in you. He curses under his breath. Damn it, luckily the player's talent is still insane. Jun-Kyeong looks up, acting totally chill. Well, the Demon King didn't have many sponsors backing him, and yet he was a total beast. He didn't need a bunch of sponsors, but he was still incredibly overpowered. Honestly, the Demon King was way more insane than I am right now. Meanwhile, Jun-Kyeong is fuming but trying to hold it in. How the hell did that punk get this strong in such a short time? There's no way his power is just B rank. He starts sweating, but what I'm seeing proves he's already hit A rank. Jun-Kyeong grits his teeth, absolutely seething as he growls, Jun-Kyeong. In-Chang steps forward. Guild leader, we have to go, right now. He adds, was the earlier event part of your plan? You can't just stand around here watching anymore. Jun-Kyeong glares back with a dead serious expression. In-Chang presses on, if your plan fell through, you need to come up with a backup plan and focus on executing it. And one more thing, his eyes flashing, just give up. He grits his teeth in rage. Give up on Jun? You've got to be kidding me. Jun-Kyeong powers up and roars. That's insane. You think I'm some kind of loser? I built the Northern Army from the ground up and made it rise. I'm about to become one of the world's pillar hunters. Did you honestly think I'd just let all of that slip away? He summons his weapon into his hand and screams at the top of his lungs, Northern Army Guild. Jun-Kyeong points his sword toward the sky, commanding, we are going to use everything we have to clear this gate. The Northern Army fires up with hype, as his vicious side fully shows. A king's pride never backs down. Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong glances over and notices In-Chang's hat has been left behind, on the ground. Looking at the abandoned hat, he starts flashing back to a past conversation. What's this? I want you to stay as the vice guild leader. Mr. Seong happily explained, but honestly, with a nice guy face like yours, it's going to take a lot of work to beat those stubborn guild members, get into shape and get them in line. That's why I prepared this. He silently thought to himself. So, is this dog really turning around and biting its owner now? Jun-Kyeong stomped the hat under his foot and looked around. Glancing down at the army on the beach, he scoffed at how they were literally begging for death. The Northern Army started screaming, with absolute hype, show him what the Northern Army is made of. They began hacking away at the monsters, slicing through their bodies with ease. He let out a smug smirk. How's that? This is the power of the Northern Army. Suddenly, a familiar flame burst out, slicing off the limbs of the monsters. He froze, dumbfounded. What the actual hell is that? That guy is on a completely different level. The crowd watched in pure excitement. Man, what a crazy rookie. We've totally got this wave in the bag. Jun-Kyeong unleashed a barrage of spear attacks with insane speed. Sweating bullets, he suddenly paused as a notification popped up. You have leveled up. Jun-Kyeong smirked, thinking, it probably looks like I'm just running around wasting energy, but I'm actually recovering my stamina while getting stronger through leveling up. A monster suddenly snuck up behind him, and someone shouted a warning, but he casually swiped behind himself, setting the monster ablaze. A figure stepped closer to Jun-Kyeong. In-Chang struck up a conversation. Looks like you're still pretty blind to what's happening behind you. His face turned cold when he realized it was Jong. In-Chang, well, it's not like I've got eyes in the back of my head. With that, he dashed off, leaving her behind. In-Chang stood in silence, her head drooping, in sadness. Does he still hate me that much? In-Chang sighed, but because of that, I can only stand by and watch. Shaking off the thought, she dashed forward. In-Chang gripped her sword and charged, I've got to do whatever I can. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit to save these hunters. I need to show him. Power radiated from her blade. In-Chang sliced through the monsters like butter, her eyes burning with pure fury and her absolute resolve to leave the Northern Army Guild. Her face was filled with anger and a fierce determination to save lives. As time went on, monster corpses littered the ground. Jun-Kyeong's teammates desperately tried to shake a fallen hunter. Damn it, wake up, get up. But he stayed motionless. Ki-Wong, please, open your eyes, they wailed in despair. Does anyone have any potion left? Please, I swear I'll pay you back the second we get out of this dungeon. Someone, please, help him. Jun-Kyeong stood there in deep silence, alongside In-Chang. This was a total living hell. Out of the 111 people who entered, less than half made it out alive. She walked over to him and asked, Are you okay? He replied coldly, I'm fine. What about you? Just as In-Chang muttered, I'm okay, A harsh voice spat from behind. You. Traitor. Everyone started throwing insults, forcing In-chang to hang her head in shame. What a piece of trash. Let's see if she even makes it out alive. Jun-Kyeong frowned. Why? Did they treat her like dirt when she's literally their vice guild leader? I guess that guild really is a bunch of cold-blooded killers. They must hate her guts for trying to do what's right. He looked at In-chang and asked, don't you regret this? You're the vice guild leader, Jun-Kyeong pointed out, but fighting here with me is basically declaring war in your own guild. In-chang just smiled peacefully, but her response completely caught him off guard. It's because I realized I was just blindly depending on them and feeding into their system. But seeing you, she explained, I couldn't just play blind anymore. I couldn't keep going down this messed up path. Jun-Kyeong clenched his fist. Yoon-song is definitely going to pull some shady stuff soon. She smiled. Don't worry, I've already cut my ties. Right after they spoke, a system warning flashed. The final wave is starting. Warning, boss from the Lynchheim Gate has been spawned. A massive tremor shook the entire area, sending the hunters into a panic. As they crowded together on the beach, a giant shadow suddenly broke through the water. Their eyes went wide as they froze in shock. Choi Yoon-seon stammered, wait, what the hell? The water is rising. Emerging from the depths was a horrifying monster with a mouth like a giant Venus flytrap. Its entire body and glowing eyes radiated a sinister blue miasma. It reared up, towering over them, showing off its colossal size, a brutal reminder of the gap between a superior predator and puny humans. The hunters were so paralyzed with fear they couldn't even twitch for a split second. Some couldn't even handle the crushing pressure and collapsed onto the sand. Despair washed over them. This is fucking insane. How are we supposed to fight that? Junon was also standing there, watching the horror unfold. He couldn't help but curse. Are you kidding me? Jang In-chang, standing right beside him, finally spoke. Up. The Northern Army Guild wouldn't have sent Choi Yoon-seong here without a way to kill the river bug. She paused, narrowing her eyes. He must have given that monster something. I'm sure of it. Choi Yoon-seong definitely has a trick up his sleeve to take down that giant beast. She then shifted her gaze toward another direction. Even before Choi Yoon-seong could start hunting the river bug, members of the Northern Army Guild had already swarmed the area, completely surrounding them. Every single one of them looked ready to kill. Some of them are going to sabotage the raid. You'll have to deal with them first, standing against a massive squad armed to the teeth with high-tier gear. In-chang turned to Jun-Kyeong and gave him a brief warning. Get ready. Meanwhile, the other hunters still couldn't wrap their heads around what was happening. Wait, what's going on? Are we seriously about to butcher each other? She gripped her sword, her body shaking with pure rage. The Northern Army Guild has been using every single one of us. Didn't anyone find this whole setup sketchy from the very start? Why are we turning on each other just so they can monopolize this gate? Deep in her eyes was a lifetime of suppressed rage, finally boiling over. As the Vice Guild leader of the Northern Army, I am telling you right now they are going to slaughter us. If you don't believe me, then just watch. But if we die, you guys are next. He watched her, thinking to himself, she really knows how to move people's hearts. A true dragon slayer. Looking at her, you can clearly feel how a hunter's presence grows when you get close. The other hunters, despite being totally confused, were starting to buy into it. Screw it. If we're gonna die anyway, we might as well. Pick up our swords and go down swinging. Half of a man's face was revealed as he sneered. What a waste of breath. Choi Yoon-seong smirked and gave his command. Nothing is going to change at all. Northern Army Guild. Execute the plan now. The sword in his hand suddenly flashed with a blinding, halo-like light. He roared out, Beast. The monster immediately thrashed around, sending massive waves splashing everywhere. Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes went wide in shock. It's absorbing the water. Right after that, the Trung opened its massive maw and blasted a beam of lightning straight into the sky. The weather instantly went wild. It was totally clear a second ago, but now it was pouring rain. Looking up, he couldn't help but wonder. Are those bastards using the Trung to change the terrain just to get a cheap advantage? For themselves? His blood-red eyes darted to the side, highly alert. Jun-Seong stood there like some big shot about to claim his throne. If he clears this dungeon raid, he'll become an absolute legend in this era, the War King Gans. He let out a long, tense sigh, trying to regain his composure. I've been grinding and leveling up nonstop today, but do I actually stand a chance against him? The guy smirked, mockingly. Those flames of yours look pretty weird. It's almost like they could burn right through this rain. He didn't give a damn, focusing entirely on gathering his fire attribute energy. Honestly, he didn't have many options left. It was fight or die. In a flash, he vanished, leaving behind only a swirl of white smoke on the ground. Li Jun-Kyeong leaped high into the air, building momentum to bring his weapon crashing down. The spear clashed with the greatsword, making a deafening screech. Jun-Kyeong was the first to show signs of wearing out under the intense pressure. Hey! A smirk crept onto his face as the enemy's weakness was exposed. I knew it. Riding the momentum, he launched a relentless barrage. The guy could only raise his sword to block. Gathering all his strength once more, Li Jun-Kyeong prepared to plunge down. A crimson slash tore through the air. Jun-Kyeong's entire body was swept up in the devastating attack, and he was blown back several yards. His movements slowed down significantly. Sweating bullets, his face twisted in sheer terror. No, out it. What kind of crazy skill are you using? Where by the river my power should be boosted here. But contrary to his opponent's pathetic state, the flames surrounding Li Jun-Kyeong didn't fade at all despite the rain. Wanna know why? He smirked arrogantly. The moment I stepped into this portal, I was already way out of your league. His pride took a major hit. What? No way. How is that even possible? Your sponsors sent you a massive package during this raid. But the more he spoke, the more fired up he got. I've been conserving my stamina, moving cautiously like a rookie, and constantly leveling up while hunting monsters. Jun-Kyeong cried out in disbelief. What? But he didn't rush. Still don't get it? If talk won't get through to him, a little force should do the trick. No big deal. That's exactly why I'm telling you this. No matter how stubborn Jun-Kyeong was, he had to secretly admit he couldn't beat him like this. His only option was to rely on the monster's power. Ha! Trung, protect me now. Its glowing blue eyes instantly reacted to his call. Sharp claws shot out from its stubby limbs, firing a barrage of razor-sharp strikes. Forced to back off, he missed his chance. With the tables turned, the guy burst into a smug laugh. Ha ha ha, you grew pretty cocky after getting all those sponsorships, didn't you? Too bad for you. I've received power from him. That power is on a completely different level than yours. I'll show you what true, monstrous power looks like. Li Jun-Kyeong suddenly realized how serious the situation was. It was the Hatrung's protective instinct, just like when it shields its own offspring. The Hatrung let out an earth-shaking roar that echoed through the dungeon. It slithered onto the shore right behind him, protecting its master. The aura radiating from his body grew heavier as he stepped onto the monster's massive jaw. Gritting his teeth, he focused entirely, knowing he couldn't waste another second. He immediately sprinted toward the duo at a terrifying speed that caught the guy completely off guard. Two contrasting skills clashed in a high-tension collision. Since their powers were evenly matched, neither side could get the upper hand. The attack speed of Min Chang and the Northern Army Guild member was so insane it was practically invisible to the naked eye. Her eyes glowed a vibrant lotus pink, and her entire body radiated the same light. Gripping her sword, she raised it to head level and poured every ounce of her strength into a massive strike. Choi, Jun wouldn't back down either. He raised his sword high with both hands, ready to strike. The energy coming off him was insane. In an instant, the blade blurred, leaving only the afterimage of a powerful slash. He managed to slice her mana barrier clean in half before it could touch him, causing a cataclysmic explosion that sent thick clouds of dust billowing everywhere. She stood there, watching the chaotic scene from behind, waiting for the smoke to clear. But to her shock, her opponent wasn't taken down by the attack at all. Instead, he burst through the smoke, his morale through the roof. Junsu roared arrogantly, "Kneel and beg for mercy right now, and maybe I'll let you live. You honestly think that loser can win? Our Northern Army Guild is the true king of this dungeon." Min Chang immediately shot back, "What the hell is wrong with you? Did you completely forget our oath to protect humanity forever?" The two kept flashing, their lightning-fast slashes lighting up the air as armored hands skillfully spun their hilts to shift stances. Chang charged again, holding her sword in a reverse grip. Ju pulled his weapon back, guarding his head with his other hand. It turned out both of their pows moves were just build-ups to unleash their ultimate slashes. Meanwhile, the Hatrung had fully emerged from the water, revealing its massive length and a hideous, monstrous form. The surrounding air was sucked into a spiked, cave-like opening which was actually its mouth. The tension between Li Jun-Kyeong and Jun-Kyeong reached a boiling point, yet neither of them made the first move. Sweating bullets, he barked, "Are you freaking insane? Jumping right into the Hatrung's mouth like that?" He calmly replied, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm waiting for it to swallow you whole." When the Hatrung protects its offspring, it swallows them to keep them safe inside. His face darkened, making it impossible to tell what he was scheming next. And insects, no matter the species, have dry insides. He slammed his spear into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Raging flames wrapped around his weapon as the heat of battle intensified. His blood-red eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he kept explaining. The dried-up stomach of the worm. That power you ripped off your sponsor. The river ruler's gonna get nerfed by more than half, and my fire control is gonna totally dominate. The notifications keep spamming. Muspel's spear absorbed the flames. Fire resistance is temporarily buffed. Attack power will get a temporary boost. A massive wave of heat is building up right inside its mouth. Even the warriors struggling against those guild bastards are totally shocked as they realize. Flames are completely wrapping around the spot where Jun-Kyeong is standing. His eyes are popping out of his head like he can't believe what he's seeing. No freaking way. I'm the king here. I was born to rule. He just can't face the brutal truth. His hand grips the sword so hard that his veins bulge like they're about to pop from sheer rage, throwing caution to the wind as he charges in for a final showdown. You? He spits out the one question he can't wrap his head around. Who the hell are you? All he gets in return is a deadly one-shot blow from Lee Jun-Kyeong, turning him into a twisted, pathetic mess right in death's jaws. That reckless stunt just now actually got his heart pumping. The skull emblem on his gauntlet suddenly glows with a creepy light, and boom, a new update pops up. The soulbone pillar has absorbed a hero's soul. The hollow eye sockets of the skull look like a bottomless abyss, making you feel like it can stare right through your soul. He silently figures it out. I get it, this soulbone pillar. It doesn't feed on demon souls, it needs human souls. And most of all, it craves people with insane power, those who've broken their limits multiple times, like actual heroes. Then, brand new titles start unlocking. Fallen. Heaven. The river ruler has been taken down. All support from the river ruler has completely cut off. His face suddenly freezes in absolute shock, and he whips his head around to check. No freaking way. Is the sponsor dead, or did Fallen Heaven pull the trigger? Just then, another alert blares out. Fallen. Heaven smiles at you. A massive greatsword slams straight into the dirt, oozing a swirling storm of dark energy. Wait, does the sponsor die after you kill their avatar? But the Demon King's records literally say sponsors are immortal. Suddenly, that dark energy balloons up, looking more and more like a cosmic black hole, before finally shrinking down into the shape of a black crow. By now, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes have faded back to normal. As he stares down, the crow suddenly speaks up. Still haven't responded? What's your answer to my final question? In his head, Jun-Kyeong's desperate, suicidal final moments replay. He keeps hammering it into his brain. Killing a hunter is totally different from slaying a monster. He parts his lips, whispering, I am. His mind is a total mess, but one crucial fact remains burned into his brain. He's the tyrant's descendant, and on top of that, a guy who fights for peace. No, a guy who's going to become a demon king. But even that's not enough. With the world on the brink of ruin, he's got to shoulder everything. Disgrace, sins, whatever he will surpass the demon king. With that in mind, he drops his final answer without a shred of doubt, demon god. And just like that, Fallen, Heaven backs your decision. The crow flaps its wings, hovering in midair. Hey, interesting answer. I'll be seeing you soon. With that, its body vanishes into thin air, like it was never even there. Lee Jun-Kyeong mutters to himself, Go report every single thing you saw and heard to your little master. The battle has finally come to an act end. The boss of the Songjia dungeon, the river worm, is dead. Enveloped in flames, the river worm roars in pure agony before collapsing flat into the water. Then, a flood of system alerts spams the screen. You secured the highest contribution rating. You have obtained the essence of water. Achievement unlocked, River Worm Slayer. Achievement unlocked, Conqueror of the River. Level up, level up. The warriors stare in dead silence, completely breathless. Even the North Star Guild crowd is totally frozen, having no clue how to react. Black smoke billows up from the roasted carcass of the monster. And then, the hero who put it down slowly emerges through the pouring rain. The warriors can't even hide their hype. Whoa, the super rookie actually soloed the river worm. He actually did it. Lee Jun-Kyeong flashes a victorious grin as his comrades cheer him on. But hold on, it isn't over yet. In Chang suddenly screams his name, Lee Jun-Kyeong. He looks up just in time to see a dude with a sword charging straight at him. You absolute bastard. A slash loaded with Josu's pure hatred slams right down on Lee Jun-Kyeong. Luckily, he brings his shield up just in the nick of time. With bloodshot eyes, he roars like a psycho. What the hell did you do to my brother? Everything's ruined because of you. Lee Jun-Kyeong struggles a bit against this insane raw power. Ugh. Josu raises his sword high again, prepping for a second strike. Feet digging deep into the sand, Lee Jun-Kyeong puts all his weight into his arm, bashing his shield forward to blow the guy back. Josu skids a long way back, his body buckling under the shockwave. But with pure, stubborn willpower, he tries to keep his balance, refusing to hit the dirt. Once again, he growls like a rabid beast. Aha, you bastard. A metal weapon forged under extreme heat swings fast through the air. Lee Jun-Kyeong doesn't give this guy a single second to breathe, pointing his spear straight at his face. Josu breaks out in cold sweat, realizing he's completely cornered. Lee Jun-Kyeong gives him a cold, hard lecture. The reason you guys were given hunter powers in the first place is to protect people in danger. Great power comes with great responsibility, you know? Scum like you, who cause suffering and bully the weak, have zero right to call yourselves hunters. The guy obviously doesn't buy it, but he just hangs his head to avoid facing reality. Seeing that Josu can't even fight back anymore, Lee Jun-Kyeong puts his weapon away. I've spilled way too much blood today. He throws a glare back over his shoulder. I don't want to see any more of this. He walks off after leaving him with some advice. Go repent and try living a decent life. But he has no idea that turning his back on this punk is exactly what gives the guy a shot at revenge. Josu reaches out and summons his sword. Right at the moment Lee Jun-Kyeong lets his guard down, Josu takes his shot, ambushing him from behind. Die. By the time Lee Jun-Kyeong realizes, it's already too late. Fresh blood splatters everywhere, but wait, it's not Lee Jun-Kyeong's blood, because In-chang jumped in and blocked him with a reverse slash, saving his butt in the nick of time. Josu's whole body starts shaking, his eyes wide in absolute shock. He's like, how? How could I lose? And just like that, he collapses to the ground from massive blood loss. A system alert instantly pops up. The soul bone pillar has absorbed another hero's soul. That creepy skull on his gauntlet started glowing with a weird-ass light again. He checked up on his savior, asking if she was okay. In-chang answered with a blunt, yeah. Her face was totally dark, dripping with regret and guilt. I should have stopped those bastards sooner. If I did, this whole tragedy wouldn't have even happened. He tried to cool her down, saying, look, you don't gotta feel guilty about Jack. You're nothing like those trash, In-chang. But suddenly, she pointed the tip of her sword straight at the ground. I think this is what I deserve. The guy was totally lost. Like, wait, what? Without saying a single word, she slammed the sword deep into the dirt. Then, with a dead serious look on her face, she finally made her choice. I'm done. I'm never swinging a sword again. I'll spend the rest of my life paying for the sins of the Northern Army Guild. As soon as those words left her mouth, she turned and walked away from her weapon. His mind was a total mess. Like, did she seriously just quit? The chick who was literally destined to become the superhero XF. This situation was turning out to be way worse than he thought. No way. No freaking way. I can't just let her walk away like this. But right now, all he could do was stand there and watch her leave. Gradually, the stormy sky cleared up, and the rain finally stopped, and the ocean got its clean blue back. Lee Jun-Kyeong and the other beat-up warriors were standing on the beach. Right in front of them, a million camera flashes were going off from the reporters' cameras. Right then, a bunch of guys stepped up and shouted, "We're from the Hunter Association. We need everyone to stop taking pictures right now." The reporters instantly froze. Wait, what? Where's Cho Sung? Choi Jo-hoo isn't here either. One of the reporters started murmuring, totally confused. What the hell actually happened in there? Is the Northern Army Guild behind this? So, that hunter standing right in the middle must be the main guy behind this gate raid. An insane idea popped into his head. Nobody knows this dude's name or face. This is a massive scoop, no doubt about it. The other reporters had the exact same thought and started shoving their mics forward, yelling, "Who are you? What happened inside that gate? Dude, who are you? What's your name?" Right then, someone walked up behind them. It was Seong-gu, who casually threw his hand onto Lee Jun-Kyeong's shoulder from behind. This is the super rookie everyone's been hyping up. The one who awakened at Rank C, the absolute legend from the rumors. The crowd of reporters literally went wild. No way. Seriously, the super rookie? Is that Seong-gu from the Allied Guild? Looks like Seong-gu and this super rookie are tight. Seong-gu put his hand under his chin, cleared his throat, and raised his voice to chill out the frantic media crowd. Look, these hunters just crawled back from a literal living hell of a gate raid. Don't you guys think we should give them a damn break to rest? One look at the battered hunters, some couldn't even stand straight, and everyone got the message. Right now, for the heroes who made it back, and the ones who didn't. Let's give them a massive round of applause. The press was instantly shut up by his words. They all started clapping like crazy. It was the absolute bare minimum respect they could show to these fighters who went all out. But honestly, the survivors couldn't even crack a smile. They just stared at the ground in silence. A gate that swallowed 110 hunters turned into a special hell gate, and the number of survivors was a brutal slap in the face. Only 39 made it out. Lee Jun-Kyeong knew this harsh reality all too well. The golden sunlight danced on the calm sea, making it sparkle like shattered silver. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, traffic was zooming past those massive skyscrapers where a black crow was chilling outside a window like it was waiting for someone. The association president quickly spotted the bird as it landed right on his desk. Smirking, he said, "Hoojin, you're late." The office was dead silent, but after hearing what happened, the president couldn't help but laugh. "Well, look at that. Seems like he knows we can control the river bugs and even knows how to manufacture a hero. How damn interesting." The crow muttered some ancient, creepy language. The president scratched at his cheek, acting all puzzled, getting stronger by hunting a demon god. Huh, interesting. Without another thought, he tapped his desk phone's screen. Looks like he had made up his mind. Guess I'll go meet the survivors of that gate myself. The voice on the other end answered instantly. "I'll get it ready, sir." Suddenly, a wicked gleam flashed in the president's eyes. "And we don't gotta worry about the Northern Army Guild anymore. Got it?" Instantly, the guy on the line fell in line. "Got it. I'll wrap this up and leak it to the press." Back on the busy streets, traffic was weaving through giant skyscrapers that literally blocked out the sky. Yoon Chang silently walked into the main hall. Her eyes were filled with pure sadness as she looked around. Memories of her prime days with the Northern Army Guild flooded her mind, especially those meetings run by Cho Sung. But now, the whole place was dead, silent, not a single soul in sight. She stared at the floor, lost in her thoughts. She frowned, her voice cracking with pure, heavy guilt. "Guys, I seriously hate this." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind the vice leader. She spun around, totally shocked to see who it was. "You guys." A young guy stepped up to speak to Yoon Chang. "You didn't do anything wrong, vice leader." It was vice leader Cho Sung and guild leader Choi Jo-seon who screwed up. Even though she knew that, hearing it didn't make her feel any better. Suddenly, the former guild members all dropped to their knees, totally startling her. "Please, don't give up," the guy begged. "I want to live an honest life as a father of a kid. We'll take the fall for the Northern Army Guild's sins. You shouldn't be the one quitting like this." But she still stubbornly took all the blame. "This is on me. I'm the sole commander of this guild. None of you should be carrying this crap." Since things had gone this far, the guy decided to stop hiding the truth. "There's stuff you don't know, vice leader." Her face stayed gloomy, she couldn't care less. But his next confession changed absolutely everything. We're the actual murderers. This bombshell dropped on her like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves straight through her brain. Meanwhile, at some fancy apartment, a hand was gripping a soda can tightly. Seong-gu asked him again, making sure he had kept the media out of his private business. "So, is there anything I shouldn't do?" Looking at Lee Jun-Kyeong's face, you could tell the dude was totally satisfied. "Nah, actually, thanks to you, I'm basically famous now." Some crazy story was spun, and Lee Jun-Kyeong became an overnight superstar. Talk about a jackpot. Since he cleared a rank B gate that evolved into a rank A, his face was all over the front pages of every newspaper and TV channel. The news is blowing up like crazy with no signs of stopping. It's absolutely unreal. A C-rank hunter just became an A rank in the blink of an eye. A total hero who beat the odds. Is this underdog really going to smash all expectations and completely wipe out the A rank gate? Now, everyone is calling him the underdog. Seong-gu placed 2 fingers under his chin, looking deep in thought. "That underdog label is for weak losers, so I don't really think it fits you. You acted humble. For a hunter with 0 clout like me, it's not totally off the mark," he added. "Anyway, I was worried you'd think this was a pointless interference. Thanks for taking it so well." In his mind, Lee Jun-Kyeong calculated, "I guess I have to let him in on my next plan." Finally, he decided to test the waters. "By the way, how did you know?" Confused, he asked. "Know what? You seriously?" He continued, "That I used hero initiation to my own advantage, because the concept of hero initiation isn't something known in this era." He muttered, "Hero initiation." Seong-gu pressed further, trying to clarify. "You mean you can actually create a hero? People in this era believe a hero is born from the desires and destiny of a supporter combined with time." A bit shocked, you hesitated. "You know about that? Are you?" Your pupils dilated to the max the moment you realized. "A member of Asgard." Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a mysterious golden light, and a massive wave of energy surged from his entire body. The overwhelming pressure spread all the way to the park's swing, making it shake violently. The roadside, trees swayed chaotically. Inside an office, a member stood before the chairman's desk, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. He suddenly widened his eyes, as if sensing something unusual. Seeing this, his subordinate got curious. "What's wrong, Mr. Association Chairman?" A smirk spread across his face. Nothing. Just felt something pretty interesting going down. Your face darkened with anxiety. This is his real power. The power slowly retracted back into Seong-gu. He closed his eyes, trying to regain his composure, and finally uttered a single, calm question. How do you know? According to the book, he had been a member of Asgard since the moment they met. You slickly turned it back on him. Why did you do all those things earlier? It makes me think you're acting while already knowing my full plan. A smirk crept onto his lips. Guess I've got you all figured out, he answered bluntly. I had my doubts about you too, your insane growth rate, your gaze, and how you act like you already know things. Jun-Kyeong couldn't help but sigh. So, you set a trap, and I walked right into it. He thought to himself, even if I did it on purpose, then continued to challenge him. Why do you think I did that? Seong-gu fell silent for a long moment, patiently waiting. Your answer was the last thing he expected. Because I want to join Asgard. Everything was falling into place, which is why Jun-Kyeong was so confident. Asgard, the super-powerful secret organization of hunters. The real war starts now. Night began to fall over a deserted construction site where a series of interconnected stairs led to the upper floor. In-Chang slowly walked up, asking, Why did you ask to meet me? You quickly got straight to the point. This won't take long. Personally, I don't think you'd want to waste anyone's time. I feel like my worth ended at the hybrid gate. I've got nothing left to offer the Northern Army Guild. I'm completely useless now. She slightly lowered her head, hiding her expression. Besides, someone like me can't do anything right anyway. You quickly fired back, No, you're incredibly valuable. Her clenched fist trembled uncontrollably. You talk like you know everything. Jun-Kyeong. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yet, she screamed with all her might. Yeah, you're right. The Northern Army Guild is total trash, and I'm just a part of that pile. Outside the building, the night sky was unbelievably gloomy, without a single star shining down. Jun-Kyeong anxiously asked, Did something happen? She replied in an incredibly heavy tone. What I just found out is way worse. They've been killing people under the orders of the guild leader, specifically, weak, innocent civilians. Hearing this, you couldn't stay still. She helplessly slumped down on the stairs, hugging her knees. She was in a state of absolute despair. Do you still remember what we went through? Back when the hunters and normal citizens clashed, she reflexively raised her hand to cover her face, not wanting you to see her pathetic expression. They secretly assassinated innocent people. In that clash, guild leader Choi Jun-Seong treated the citizens like absolute garbage. Jun-Kyeong's mind was in total chaos. Damn it, a righteous person like her can't handle such devastating news. At this rate, her spirit is going to break forever, but I can't afford to lose the Dragon Slayer. He pressed her further. What are you going to do if something like this happens again? Then he calmly laid out his argument. Gates suddenly popped up, and awakened hunters were born. Normal people can't do crap against that kind of monstrous power. His next words really struck a chord within Chang. If a small guild like the Northern Army is doing this, it's definitely happening in other places too. Are you just going to ignore the rest of these monsters? He bluntly revealed his intentions. I want to stop this and fix the messes they've made. Finally, he loudly declared, addressing the disaster she had witnessed and felt, I want to put an end to it. She couldn't stay quiet anymore, and snapped back. Do you seriously think you can stop this? I know you have crazy power, but do you even have any idea what kind of strength that guy has? We're just like freaking mosquitoes to him. The harsh truth spilled from her lips. I don't have the guts to fight him. Are you claiming you know how to beat him and change the world? Staring into her unwavering eyes, Jun-Kyeong realized he had no way out. It was do or die. Widening his eyes, he gritted out every single word, his mind long since made up. I'm from the future. This shocking news made In-Chang completely freeze up. He seriously revealed, a disaster is coming soon. A massive cataclysm that'll kill countless people and destroy everything. When that happens, we're going to need your power. To give her some time to process, he proactively suggested they meet up later. So the association is calling us in. Huh. I'll catch you there. Until then, you better think long and hard about this. Fast forward to the next morning. Inside a fancy high-rise apartment, the news is blasting the latest updates to the public. Breaking news. We have received reports of thousands of massacres carried out by the Northern Army Guild. Hunters have been slaughtering innocent civilians. The Northern Army Guild is totally rotten to the core. Could their massive losses at the Jai River Gate have been a prophecy of the punishment they deserved? Jun-Kyeong clicks the TV off. This report is way more detailed than he expected. He figures they must have pre-written this whole script. Like, they definitely set this up. Well, no point stressing over it now. Whatever. Suddenly, the skull on his bracelet starts glowing like crazy, and system notifications start spamming his screen. The soul bone vessel has been activated and is transforming into a true incarnation. His eyes instantly go wide, like he has been waiting for this exact moment. Finally, it's actually happening. It's fully booted up, having devoured the souls of Jong-Seon and Ji-Soo. Plus the water beast Aqua Gem and the pure water essence of the Wim River, the incarnation is ready. Its name is Hyunmu. Call its name to summon. He thrusts his arm forward, wondering just how insanely overpowered this new summon is going to be. He mumbles the name under his breath. Hyun. Mu. The skull pops off his wrist, floating up and growing massive in mid-air. Then, out of nowhere, it speaks. Did you summon me, master? Our boy Lee Jun-Kyeong is straight up frozen in shock. Like, hold up, where's my bone dragon? Since when does a skull have its own brain? This is so sus. Later, on the wide-open rooftop of the building, he sits down shirtless, meditating to get a better grip on the energy flowing through his body. According to the ancient texts, mana is just like the air around us. Using what he knows, he starts breaking it down. He and a ton of other heroes always wondered, are they actually squeezing out the full potential of their magic? How do they unlock its true raw power? Even though he already knew about the flow of mana, he quickly realizes it's damn near impossible for him right now. Dripping with sweat, he struggles with the Demon King's guide on unlocking the ultimate limits of magic. Since the instructions are super vague, pulling it off is insanely hard. His brain is going into overdrive planning his next move, knowing a massive, unavoidable catastrophe is coming. When that disaster hits, the current A-rank hunters will basically be downgraded to C+ rank trash. He needs to get way stronger before that happens, but damn, it's looking pretty rough. Right on cue, a text from Kim Soo-young pops up. I'm waiting outside to drive you to the association. He grips his phone tightly as the screen goes black. He has already made up his mind. It's time to finally face this guy. Another day begins, with blinding sunlight bouncing off the glass of the city's towering skyscrapers. The streets below are packed with traffic. Sitting behind the wheel, Soo-young glances at the back seat and says, You know, I've never seen you look this nervous, boss. Lee Jun-Kyeong just chuckles. What, you think I'm not human? Soo-young shrugs. Honestly, yeah. I never pictured you as just a normal guy. Am I wrong? Even when you raided all those dungeons in that crazy Roy River gate, you didn't sweat it for a second. Lee Jun-Kyeong quietly reflects on his past moves. Huh, is that how I looked? He mutters, while Soo-young keeps rambling. But hey, if you're actually stressed about meeting the association president, I guess he's not exactly the kind of guy you hang out with every day. A mysterious smirk plays on Lee Jun-Kyeong's lips. But don't sweat it. It's not like you're getting summoned because you messed up or anything. I'm sure he just wants to talk about your insane achievements. Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyeong's face goes completely dark. Over 50 hunters died inside that Jai River gate, and that includes the big boss of the Northern Army Guild, one of the most elite guilds out there. Lee Jun-Kyeong knows for a fact, this is definitely not some casual meet and greet to hand out medals and file reports. This is straight up an interrogation. Hearing this, Soo-young's face drops. Ah, got it. My bad for being so naive, he apologizes. Lee Jun-Kyeong flashes back to his chat with Seong-gu a while ago. You want to join Asgard? Look, that's not up to me to decide. Actually, I had no idea you even knew about that. Inside the diary, it said that Hindo was utterly disappointed with the current state of Asgard. Their original gig was to protect humanity at all costs, but Asgard completely fell apart. He starts piecing the clues together. When Seong-gu met the Demon King, he was already rebelling against Asgard, but he hadn't figured out a real solution yet. Even the Demon King briefly joined Asgard, only to ditch them later with Himmel. Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes lock in with pure determination. He's going to join Asgard way before the Demon King does, and squeeze every single resource they have to level up fast, until they're completely sucked dry. Outside a massive, towering skyscraper, a voice calls out, You're good to go in. Lee Jun-Kyeong finds himself standing in front of a massive door. Stepping inside, he spots the association president casually browsing a bookshelf in his office. The guy quickly spins around. Ah, my bad. I invited you over but didn't even get things ready. Today got insanely hectic out of nowhere. He reaches out his hand. Good to meet you. I might still have a lot to learn, but I'm currently running the Korean Hunters Association, and just like that, the big boss's real name is dropped. I'm Jang Ho-jin. Lee Jun-Kyeong's brain is working overtime. This is the guy the Northern Army Guild basically worshipped like a god, and the exact same dude the Demon King ranted about hundreds of times in his diary. Piecing together the facts, Lee Jun-Kyeong comes to a heavy conclusion. This guy is on a whole different level, a massive power player he can't just brush off. He has to admit, the guy is a beast, If they fought right now, there's no way he'd win. The two shake hands, playing nice for now. Lee Jun-Kyeong introduces himself. I'm Lee Jun-Kyeong. Ho-jin's lips curl into a smirk. Suddenly, a suffocating, overwhelming aura flares up, wrapping around his entire body. Why don't we skip the boring small talk and get straight to the point? Who the hell are you, really? Covered in that insane pressure, Ho-jin adds, looks like you already know the deal. So why waste time playing mind games? I'm the one pulling the strings behind the Northern Army Guild. Lee Jun-Kyeong doesn't even flinch. In his head, he recalls the warning written in the diary. Don't trust a single word about Odin. Everything about him is a straight-up lie. He coolly replies, yeah, I know. Hearing that, the dark energy swirling around the president drops by half. Raising a tablet with a slightly disappointed look, he sighs, well, you're not exactly like I imagined. Did I miss something? Staring intently at the records, he clicks his tongue in awe. Man, you really are something else. He starts listing off Lee Jun-Kyeong's insane past achievements. According to the data, right after you awakened as a hunter, you soloed hundreds of monsters and even took down the boss inside the gate. The kid got saved by the Allied Guild and slapped with a C rank, but that was in just 2 months. Next up was that brutal beach battle from not long ago, where he already became an A-rank hunter and could solo the river insect all on his own. Finally, the president wrapped it up, calling his growth speed absolutely insane. I like that, but there's just one thing I gotta ask. The clipboard suddenly bursts into blue flames, and his attitude completely flips on a dime. Why did you kill him? Jun-Kyeong is the guy I'm training. Facing that insane pressure, he doesn't even flinch. So you've been spying on everything through that crow, huh? Look, I just killed a hunter who was trying to take me out. What's wrong with that? His voice is still super raspy and dead serious. Of course there is. You trashed a pawn. I was grooming without my permission. But our guy isn't about to back down and claps right back. Isn't he just a sacrificial pawn anyway? Just like you said, Mr. Chairman. I'm just gonna cut to the chase. I want in on Asgard. This bold statement completely throws Jang Ho-jin off for a second before he strokes his chin, looking super amused. Oh ho, you really have a knack for keeping people on their toes, don't you? You want to join, but do you even have a clue what kind of place Asgard is? Lee Jun-Kyeong doesn't beat around the bush and answers, it's a faction built by the very first hunters, with the sole purpose of saving humanity. Isn't that what Asgard is all about? He drops his voice, getting dead serious, and adds, and you're Odin, the king of Asgard. Let me say it one more time, I want in on Asgard. This is another huge shocker that leaves the chairman completely shook. The diary clearly says Odin is anything but a nice guy. All that kind, benevolent act of his is total BS. In reality, he's a snake, who's more twisted and cruel than anyone. But the guy still has one major weakness. Jang Ho-jin suddenly gets visibly hyped. Freaking awesome. How do you know all of this? From Hin's existence, to the fact that Ha Trung was brainwashed. And you even told me how you get stronger by hunting monsters like you're practically taunting me. And there's still a massive chunk of info left. Odin's curiosity and his hunger to know everything is a total black hole. The dude won't even hesitate to team up with his worst enemy if it feeds his curiosity. Our boy smiles to himself, knowing his life or death gamble just paid off big time. Just like the book said, Odin literally can't say no to this offer because of his obsessive curiosity. The old man keeps pressing harder. And most of all, my eyes don't do jack to you. You know about my eyes too? Our guy keeps flexing his knowledge. You mean the eye of truth, right? This works out perfectly because since his eye is useless against our guy, Odin is absolutely hooked. Plus, a clutch notification pops up stating that the Apocalypse Sky heavily rejects anyone trying to mess with a player's mind and drops a warning for the truth seeker. Jang Ho-jin covers his face, trying to hide his creepy grin. Hey, now that is freaking hilarious. But he snaps right back into his calm chairman persona. Fine, I'll let you join Asgard, but you'll have to pass a few entry trials first. Honestly, this was originally proposed by that idiot hero, Jun-Kyeong. But if you can crush this test, I'll officially welcome you into Asgard. Suddenly, crazy sparks of electricity surge around his body and right under his blindfold. But obviously, I've got to seal your mind so you don't go blabbing to anyone else, right? The blinding light flares so hard it spills outside, shining right through the glass windows of the skyscraper. Smash cut to the next scene, rows of canned drinks are lined up on the shelves inside a glass cooler. Lee Jun-Kyeong is sitting at a cafe table, plotting his next move. Turns out, he didn't just bypass the Eye of Truth, he completely nullified that mind seal too. Luckily, Odin didn't seem to notice a thing. He dives deeper into his thoughts. Could the Apocalypse Sky be blocking mind seals and completely shutting down psychological attacks too? If that's the case, this thing is insanely OP. Suddenly, someone walks up and snaps him out of it. Hey, Lee Jun-Kyeong. He shakes his head, coming back to reality. Oh, my bad. I was totally lost in thought. Have a seat, he asks her, trying to feel her out. You met with the association president today, right? Did the guy say anything weird? Im In Chang's face looks completely drained. No, he just said he was sorry about what happened to the Northern Army Guild. She looks down, hesitating. I couldn't even bring myself to ask why he did it. Seeing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong stops sugarcoating things. Im In Chang, let's be real. The president wants you dead too. I mean, you know exactly who he really is. So why do you think he hasn't made his move and just left you alone? Because you're innocent? Knowing Jang Hojin, I'm positive he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter innocent people too. He agrees instantly. Exactly. The only reason you're still breathing, he says it straight up, brutal and raw, is because you're completely worthless to him. Whether you live or die, he doesn't see you as any kind of threat. Even though the Northern Army Guild didn't pose any threat either, they were still wiped out just to send a message to other guilds that he's back. Im In Chang grits her teeth, fighting back tears that are on the verge of spilling over, her entire body shaking. I get it now. I'm just a nobody. While she's sinking into total despair, a hand reaches out to her. And that's exactly why you need to team up with me. He delivers his pitch, dead serious. I'm going to flip this entire world upside down. Call me cocky or crazy, but for someone who's hit rock bottom like you, what have you got to lose by rolling with me? Those words hit Im In Chang right in the feels, making her slowly look up. Her eyes are bloodshot and teary, like she's finally waking up from a long, dark nightmare. With a firm handshake, their alliance is officially locked in. Time flies, and as night falls, Jian and Im In Chang head back to the building where they first plotted after the Guild War wrapped up. She asks, so, what's our next move? He answers with a question of his own. Im In Chang, I'm pretty sure you got sponsored back in the Songjai Gate. Can you tell me exactly what they gave you? Some weird item got summoned right on my fingertips, but I have no clue how to use it. I did get a blood dragon stone from my sponsor, the Prince Charming. It completely matches his prediction, just like I thought. Let's talk about this treasure, the blood dragon. Stone is an insanely rare crystal, the only item mentioned 3 times in the Demon King's diary, and it's the ultimate catalyst to make the immortal exfit complete. Without hesitating, Im In Chang holds it out, basically offering it to him as a gift. Here, you can have this blood dragon stone. Hearing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes go wide with shock. He's totally baffled. Wait, do you even know how much this stone is worth? For the first time in forever, a bright smile lights up her face. Well, seeing your reaction, I'm pretty sure you know it's worth way more than I do. He takes the stone, his mind racing. Even though, damn, I want this so bad, but is she seriously just gonna hand it over that easily? This is your sponsored gear, you know. Are you sure you can just give it away like that? It's literally something that could help you out big time. But she doesn't budge. This is my gift to you. The only one who actually trusted and acknowledged me. From now on, I'll be under your supervision. He tightly grips it in his hand. Got it? Man, I have no idea how I ended up with a blood dragon stone. And right then, this is also the exact moment he realizes a mind-blowing truth. Wait, could it be? Maybe she saw his innocent pure boy face and figured he was just an easy target, like an insanely easy mark. Right then, a notification pings. The sky of the apocalypse is literally smirking down at you. Cut to right now, Lee Jun-Kyeong is checking out a weapon shop. It's been a while, huh? Jae-hyun asks. So, what brings you here? He looks up, scanning the room. Info about the swords hanging on the walls pops up on his screen one by one. He even thoroughly inspects the other weapons piled in the corner, and finally, mumbles just 2 words. Absolutely insane. Jae-hyun adds, they're not even finished yet. Thanks to you, we got the forge fire sorted out, but the material supply is still super unstable. Lee Jun-Kyeong breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that it was bound to happen. A blacksmith skill is crucial, but the materials are just as important. Since this is right before the Great Cataclysm, there's just no way to get enough materials to meet his needs. Suddenly, the blood dragon stone starts glowing right on his fingertips. The moment he holds it up in front of Jae-hyun, the smith completely freezes. He slams his hand on the table in pure excitement. The blacksmith can't even hide his shock. What on earth is that? I've never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly clears things up. It's not a fruit, you know. Jae-hyun yells right back. I obviously know that, but who in their right mind would be stupid enough to just give away something this insanely valuable and rare? Hearing that, Lee Jun-Kyeong has no idea how to react. Well, I think there is one. With that, he grabs a tool, Let me borrow that hammer for a sec. Without another word, he heads straight for the forge. Jae-hyun completely loses it. Whoa, whoa, what do you think you're doing? He hoists the hammer high, getting ready to smash the gem. The veins bulging on his forearm show he's packing some serious power. The head of the hammer starts to glow like electric currents are running through it. At this point, Jae-hyun can't just stand there. Hey, you crazy bastard. Don't. I said stop, but it's already too late. The devastating hammer blow is already unleashed. Metal slams against the table with a deafening screech, and the blood dragon stone is clean split in two. Jae-hyun clutches his pale face in absolute horror, as if he can't believe what just happened. No way. After hearing the whole explanation, the blacksmith finally calms down and holds up the two halves to inspect them. So, you're saying this thing is used. How? Well, the journal says the blood dragon stone can regenerate once it absorbs a certain amount of blood. In other words, it can duplicate itself. Lee Jun-Kyeong makes his request. Put half of the blood dragon stone into Muspel's spear. The blood dragon stone isn't exactly easy to handle or refine, you know, Jae-hyun warns, then gently turns his head, hesitating over the other half of the blood dragon stone. His eyes suddenly turn dead serious. This great sword is the most similar to X-Fit's magic sword. A massive weapon soaking in the water catches his attention, embedded into that great sword. The blacksmith politely replies, I'll do this one on the house. Thanks to you, not only do I get to work on a legendary crystal, but you also showed me its secret. Cut to another place, where looking down from above, the misty clouds almost completely cover the mountain range below. A massive orc is sliced clean in half by a flash of light, ripping through it. Another one takes a diagonal slash that couldn't look more perfect. Notifications keep popping up. The blood dragon stone has absorbed the orc monster's blood sample. The regeneration rate of the blood dragon stone is at 1.7%. Standing before a massive pile of orc corpses, Lee Jun-Kyeong and In-chang just quietly watch from a distance. She excitedly stares down at the brand new weapon in her hands. I seriously love this sword. I've never used a great sword before, but it feels so smooth, like it was always meant to be mine. He can't help but marvel, thinking Jae-hyun is really on another level. The guy's a legit master when it comes to crafting weapons. Then he asks, so, what's the blood dragon stone's regeneration rate at now? She estimates it's around 2%, and he adds on, the stronger the monsters you hunt, the faster it will regenerate. Her face is full of anticipation. Come to think of it, with this method, we turned 1 into 2, and those 2 will turn into 4. I was so smart to trust you with the stone. He flashes her an incredibly confident smirk in return. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes, followed by the appearance of a monstrously huge orc. It lets out a wild roar to buff its strength, then immediately unleashes a devastating attack. Lee Jun-Kyeong hurriedly leaps away from the blast just in the nick of time. Watch out! Fortunately, he lands safely on his feet, but his knees buckle slightly after that. Reckless move. The boss of this gate is an orc warrior. Its power is insane, but where is In-chang? Over on her side, things seem a bit rougher. She's forced to put her entire weight into blocking the orc's strike with her giant blade. Her teeth are clenched in determination because if she lets up even a fraction, she's getting completely flattened. Fortunately, she manages to break free of the lock and swings. Heavy slash, blowing it right back. Now, it's the orc's turn to struggle, its movements slowing down big time. The main reason is that X-Fit's greatsword had blocked countless attacks from the beasts. His lips curl into a proud smirk. Just as expected, even the monster is shocked that a mere human could match its raw power. In-chang keeps charging right under its feet, delivering a vicious upward slash while it's completely wide open and unable to react. She doesn't stop there, leaping high into the air to build momentum for a finishing blow. Her eyes are wide with intense focus as she unleashes the same skill, but in the exact opposite direction. The orc warrior's fate is officially sealed. As dusk begins to fall, In-chang collapses onto the ground, totally exhausted. Lee Jun-Kyeong says softly, In-chang, you have no idea how reassuring it is to have you by my side. Those words give her a massive boost. Her cheeks instantly flush with joy. He suddenly brings up something only they know about. Now, within the next 2 days, we have to head over to. She totally agreed. So, it's almost go time, huh? He didn't forget to drill the plan into her. For the next 2 days, keep grinding nonstop and coordinate really well. It's going to boost our survival chances even if it's just a tiny bit. She kept nodding like she totally got it, but you could tell she was low-key getting super excited beyond words. Jun-Kyeong stared off into the distance, totally lost in his thoughts. Finally, the day of Odin's test was here. As night began to fall, every single floor of the apartment complex lit up. Exhausted, Jun-Kyeong slumped onto the sofa for a minute, countless chaotic thoughts brewing in his mind. We did everything we could, right? It would have been so dope if XF got that title. Well, she's gonna get way better stuff later anyway, so asking for more right now is just greedy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, snapping him back to reality. Who could that be? Right now, he and Seonggu were sitting across from each other in front of the glass window looking out at the city streets. He clearly didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. Look, I'll get straight to the point. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you'll die. This time is completely different from the Sangre Gate. He couldn't hide how awkward he felt. Seonggu. He was definitely speaking the truth. The guy slowly started putting the pieces together. I've thought about this over and over. How did you even find out about Asgard? Why do you want to join them? And what's your real motive? A genuine smile suddenly appeared on his face, but I decided to stop overthinking all that. I trust you. Jun-Kyeong couldn't help but ask. Why? Why do you trust me so much? He closed his eyes, showing absolutely zero regret. Honestly, I don't even know. My gut is just telling me to. Then, he stood up from his chair after giving one last serious warning. Whatever happens, don't go tomorrow. Odin's got his eyes on you. Already. Even if you skip that test, you can still join Asgard just like you wanted. You still haven't received your title, right? He kept emphasizing, you need to watch your back. If you head out tomorrow, there's no way you're coming back alive. But it seemed like those words couldn't change in his mind at all. Thanks for caring, but seriously, don't sweat it. Yeah, a long-held determination like his wasn't going to be snuffed out that easily. He declared with total confidence, no matter what happens, I'm coming back alive. I still got way too much stuff to take care of. Time flew by, and inside a massive hall lined with iron bars along the walls, two figures quietly walked in side by side. It was Jun-Kyeong and In-Chang dressed in black from head to toe. Soo-jong warmly welcomed the VIP guests. Right this way, Hunter Lee Jun-Kyeong and In-Chang. He didn't hold back on praising the guy, congratulating him on his promotion, Kim Soo-jong. He politely placed his hand over his chest and said, seeing you do so well, as your manager, I also get to reap the benefits. But more importantly, having the chance to join an overseas raid is seriously awesome. Representing our country as a hunter is such an honor. He even bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in front of Jun-Kyeong. If you just wait a moment, the portal will open. I hope you can return safely. With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them on their own. In-Chang suddenly remarked, he's a good guy. He immediately agreed. Yeah, he hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, a dimensional gate ripped open in midair. A guy in a suit stepped up to announce, the portal to London is open. You two may proceed. Wishing you both a safe trip. The magic circle glowed with an endless, blinding light. Two British guys were already waiting for them. It's an honor to meet the famous Lee Jun-Kyeong in person. Welcome to London. To explain, the term underdog refers to parties to place a seize, someone who is expected to lose but pulls off a crazy, mind-blowing victory. Jun-Kyeong gave a polite reply. Nice to meet you. We were sent by the Korean Association. Lee Jun-Kyeong and Jang In-Chang. She was kind of shocked by how good his English was. Wait, you can speak English? That fluently. That's so reliable. A pretty crappy memory flashed through his mind. I only learned it because in Eden, if you couldn't speak English, you weren't even treated like a human. He humbly replied, it's not that big of a deal. I just happened to get a chance to learn it. The host politely introduced. Let us show you inside. Portal travel must have taken a lot out of you. Tonight, there's going to be a welcome party for all the hunters who've gathered here for the raid. We hope you two can make it. The moon hung high, shining clearly behind the drifting clouds. The night sky stretched out, not too dark, but illuminated by the soft glow from the massive building below. A few guests were standing around, chatting and enjoying drinks together. In-Chang suddenly spoke up. Kinda sucks that I don't speak English. What did those guys who just walked past say? Jun-Kyeong honestly told her. Some said they're glad to meet us, but others were literally throwing racist signs. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, catching everyone's attention. The group over there got startled as hell. The sudden appearance of Demetius made everyone back off and clear a path. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a specific spot. Who the hell are these two? I've dealt with some Korean losers before, but why this pair of lovebirds? Jun-Kyeong and In-Chang finally realized he was talking to them. His massive body, towering a whole head over Jeon, stood tall in front of them. It looked like this guy couldn't even take one of my punches. The Korean Association sent these two weaklings. Huh. What the hell are you guys? Where did they leave those other idiots to dare bring these two lovebirds here? She glared at him warily. What's that giant guy saying? Sounds like nothing good. He suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, this is completely different from what I imagined. Here's a quick rundown on the Battle of Great Warriors of Asgard, a secret organization backed by South Korea. They rule all over the globe, and their numbers are insane. Along with other secret organizations run by hunters worldwide as military forces, they constantly clash for control, influence, and the ownership of the gates. That is the Great War. In the diary, it said the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters has vanished without a trace. They've completely lost themselves in a power struggle just to see who's stronger. Domitius glared at him, barking a threat. Yo, are you ignoring me when I ask you a question? While, looking up, he was deep in thought. But why is this guy even here? He has absolutely nothing to do with this. His confusion was totally justified. Let's talk origins. This massive clash was supposed to be Jun-Kyeong's playground. First off, this punk Jun-Kyeong picked a fight with them right after snagging his title back at the Long River Gate. Then, our boy went and impaled a guy. The dude was supposed to join under the name Gons, but thanks to his interference, history got warped and Guns ended up dead. And finally, the meetup with Hyjin. Odin's master plan got totally wrecked, so he definitely sent me here to take Choi Jun-Kyeong's place. His face instantly darkened. Gans didn't stand a chance against this freak. So why? Is this the messed up butterfly effect from messing with the past? Suddenly, a voice echoed from right behind Demichius. Hey, back off and leave them alone. Shockingly, the brute actually stepped back, letting the newcomer take the lead. George reached out his hand, saying, It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. It's a real honor to face the famous Lee Jun-Kyeong. Hearing this, the brute couldn't help but look totally skeptical. Lee Jun-Kyeong, this bird brain is the Lee Jun-Kyeong? This delusional rookie? Instantly, George gave him a stern warning. Domitius, you're crossing the line. He offered a friendly vibe. On his behalf, I apologize. To both of you. Don't mind this meathead, he's all brawn and no brains. I'm George, title, Odizzer. Lee Jun-Kyeong was completely stunned by the guy's presence. So this is Odizzer, the tragic hero who, in the future, gets totally wiped out by his own teammate Herculet. Our boy didn't hesitate to take the handshake. Nice to meet you. I've heard a ton about you, Otis. George played it humble. Don't embarrass me. I can't even compete with a big shot like you, Lee Jun-Kyeong. He didn't forget to glare at the guy next to him. Domitius, get over here and apologize. Domitius flashed a shady smirk. Fine, an apology with a handshake, right? Interesting. Lee Jun-Kyeong, Unlike George's friendly attitude, it was obvious this bastard's intentions were pure trash. Domitius, holding the title of Herculet, smirked. It's pretty hilarious if you're claiming you've heard a lot about my Greek homeland. His crimson eyes flared with pure bloodlust. I'd be absolutely thrilled if you'd just hurry up and accept this apology. In the records, there were a few lines briefly describing Domitius Herculet. This guy was a straight-up beast, to the point that standing in front of him felt like facing pure terror. But Chang stepped right up and grabbed his arm. She held it dead still, not letting Domitius budge a single millimeter. On top of that, she threw down a threat. Get your hand off him right now. He's not accepting your half-assed apology. He glared down at her, wondering why the hell she was staring him, then smirked mockingly. What are you even talking about? Chang didn't bother answering. She just shoved his hand back even harder. George watched the whole thing in shock. His eyes went wide with utter disbelief. No way. Is she actually going toe-to-toe in a test of strength with Herculet? Suddenly, Domitius flexed his muscles to fight back. In an instant, she got blasted back by his overwhelming power. Stumbling backward, she struggled, not to collapse. She stared at her shaking arm in total shock. Chang looked ahead anxiously, thinking, damn it, I got pushed back. Seeing her lose the clash, Domitius burst out laughing. Bahaha. Well, looks like besides Lee Jun-Kyeong, there's another useful piece on the board. Impressive? Truly. He smirked with amusement. Catch you later. Then, George also bowed politely. My bad about this. I'll come give you a proper greeting next time. With heavy, thudding footsteps, the two of them took off. Chang was still pretty shaken up about what just went down, so Lee Jun-Kyeong walked over to check on her. You okay? She looked worried. Not really. Do we? Seriously, have to beat a monster like him? The Demon King's memoirs say he's an invincible freak of nature. He lowered his head, his face turning serious. Yeah, we stand zero chance in a straight fight, but there's always a loophole. Besides, he's got one fatal weakness that keeps him from ever reaching the absolute top. Lee Jun-Kyeong narrowed his eyes and said, So, if we play by the book, we're dead. Usually, there are daily parties for members of these secret orgs to mingle and scope out each other's Power. The city looks super peaceful right now, but Team Lee Jun-Kyeong didn't hit up a single one of those parties. Instead, a gate opened up, welcoming the two of them inside. The guy guiding them introduced, "All right, this is the spot." Then he hyped him up. "Man, you're unreal. Even in another country, you still managed to trigger a dungeon raid." Lee Jun-Kyung casually replied, Sightseeing can wait. I can do that whenever." Still, the guy didn't forget to warn him, "I'm still kinda worried, so make sure you watch your energy levels. When that big deal dungeon raid comes up, I'll be rooting for you no matter what." Suddenly, the system flared up with an alert. "You have entered the territory of the Oxer tribe. Your sponsor is keeping an eye on you." Boom, the two of them got warped away. Landing on the spot, he turned to Im and Chang and said, "We're staying here until we hit our target, and if this place doesn't work out, we'll just raid another dungeon just like it." She gave a quiet nod of agreement. He added, "Just do exactly what we did back in Korea." Im and Chang smiled and replied, "Defense training, right?" Lee Jun-Kyung smirked. "With my stats, I don't think I can survive. Even a single hit from Herculet. That's exactly why your role is so damn important." He turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder, "Hang tight for a sec." That left Im and Chang totally dumbfounded. "Wait, what? We're not going together?" Lee Jun-Kyung tilted his head and reassured her, "Not yet, just wait right here, and you'll get it. I'll be right back." Left standing there, Im and Chang watched him dash off. With a helpless sigh, she tilted her head back and got lost in thought. Unlike before, when I was constantly eating myself up with guilt over what I did, I actually feel so much lighter now. Right then, the system dinged. "The white knight is smiling at you." Im and Chang was vibing with her happy thoughts, especially about her sponsor. Before, they only sent angry or frowning emojis, but now they're actually sending messages showing they're pleased. I'm seriously so grateful. As time ticked by, Lee Jun-Kyung gripped his spear and landed with a massive crash. Before she could even react, he yelled, "Im and Chang, get ready." Before she could process, 4 monsters dropped down from above, ready to tear them apart. Im and Chang panicked. Why the hell are there suddenly a bunch of orcs and even the dungeon boss? Is the boss a two-headed oxer? Seeing her trying to run just like him, Lee Jun-Kyung yelled, "Im and Chang, don't try to dodge them." That made her go, "Huh? Why shouldn't I? They're all violently locking onto me. Wait, is this why you told me to equip that dreaded enemy of the Oxer title in the first place?" He immediately hyped her up. "You got this. You can absolutely do this." Im and Chang finally caught onto his crazy plan and yelled back, "And is this why you made me pack my inventory with top-tier elixirs?" "Bingo!" Lee Jun-Kyung shouted back firmly. Glancing back with a trace of worry, she hesitated for a split second before gritting her teeth and spinning right back around. "Fine. Let's do this," she roared, charging forward with her sword drawn. The orc saw Im and Chang and roared from behind to scare them off. He whispered, "Hyenmu." The spear flared with a blue aura, and 15 potions floated around him. Lee Jun-Kyung instructed, "Keep an eye on In Chang. If she gets in over her head, use the elixir to save her." It complied. "Understood, boss." With the job handed off, he plotted his next move. With that thing watching her back, she'd be safe. Now, it was high time to track down the ultimate piece to crush Hercules. Smoke and fire wrecked everything around them, the ground splitting open as absolute chaos took over. 2 oxers, engulfed in flames, screamed in agony as a massive oxer slowly stomped forward. Watching this, he realized the beast could put out the flames just by casually walking through and controlling them. "Finally, I found the mystery piece of the B-class Oxer tribe. It's this red-eyed giant." He locked his eyes on its massive form, feeling totally on edge. This beast was so damn strong, even hero-class fighters would crap their pants. It didn't actually use magic, but in the future, everyone called it that just because of its insane, monstrous power. Its giant frame towered over the ashes. Its real name was the Red-Eyed Oxer Shaman. Seong-gu threw open the door, screaming in pure rage, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Right then, someone stepped up to block him. "Sir, what's going on? You can't do this in here." Jang Hojin kept his cool and said, "It's fine, back off." With that, the room cleared out, leaving just the two of them. The old man couldn't take it anymore, glaring daggers at him. "Just what the hell do you think you're playing at?" Seong-gu took a breath, surprised. "Wait, you know everything?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." Jang Hojin's denial pissed him off. "What the hell is going on in your head?" The old guy just sighed, and a barrier of space manifested around them. Cutting to the chase, Jang Hojin glared at Seong-gu. "All right, now we can talk straight, since this isn't the Asgard meeting room. You're not planning to play nice, are you? Xianggu cut right to the point. Did you just make up a new rule? What about our ultimate goal of fighting for humanity? Why the hell are you making up these petty, useless rules anyway? Jang Hojin completely snapped, bellowing in rage. You dare talk down to me? Trying to de-escalate, Xianggu explained. Look, I only thought about giving you a piece of my mind because I wanted you to actually change. But it seems you don't care to listen to a word I say. Suddenly, a heavy pressure filled the air, and a sinister dark power cloaked the old man's body. He snarled, You insolent brat. Xianggu simply dropped a name, Hercules. Hearing that, the old guy froze, totally caught off guard. What? What do you mean by that? His rage simmered down, wanting answers. Seeing Jang Hojin chill out, Xianggu explained, I'm saying Hercules is literally playing in this round of the Clash of the Ultimate Warriors. The oppressive aura vanished. The old man frowned, thinking it over. We had an agreement that we'd win this match. Why the hell? Is Hercules there? Is Olympus reneging on their word? Xianggu was taken aback. He'd assumed the old man knew Hercules was there and sent him on purpose. Turns out, this mess was way worse than he thought. He said, stunned, so you really had no clue. Still, one major worry kept eating at him, so he voiced it. Are you seriously just going to let him die like that? I thought you had plans for him. That's why I've got to go. Jang Hojin waved it off. Don't sweat it too much. He assured, I have no intention of letting him kick the bucket. I just didn't expect things to escalate this fast. Jang Hojin's casual attitude shocked him. The old man smirked, but I put a mental shackle on him. If he's in deep trouble, the shackle I implanted will ping me. He chuckled, Olympus broke the pact, so this gives us the perfect excuse. Xianggu watched him, feeling a chill. This crafty geezer, did he seriously predict this? Looking at the mental shackle from Jun-Kyeong's perspective, I can't call it a smart move, but in this scenario, it actually works out. Can't do much about it, but at least some of the weight is off my shoulders. This piece won't last long, though. Neither Odin nor Heimdall know that Odin's mental shackle was already completely trashed by the apocalyptic sky. Back to Inchang and Lee Jun-Kyeong's fight, the Oxer stood still, staring at the burning house. It looked around, scanning for its target. He grabbed a rock, thinking, baiting this thing with fire is worth a shot, right? He felt pretty chill, having found the key to how it becomes the Oxer Shaman, the ultimate weapon to counter Hercules. Suddenly, the Oxer materialized right behind him, giving him a massive scare. Lee Jun-Kyeong spun around, completely stunned. Since when, the beast exhaled a massive blast of hot air, triggering a ground-shaking explosion. Lee Jun-Kyeong ran for his life, but suddenly, there it was, right behind him with a creepy grin. Panic set in as he cursed, Damn it, how is this big bastard so fast? He started sweating. This thing could go toe-to-toe with the current Hercules. Can I even beat it? The monster lunged, raising its foot to crush him. With a deafening crash, the ground shattered. Luckily, Lee Jun-Kyeong managed to dodge just in time and instantly summoned his weapon. With a cold glare, he made up his mind. I wanted to bypass this freak to save my energy for Hercules, but guess there's no running away now. I gotta put it down. Seeing Lee Jun-Kyeong standing still, the monster threw a punch. As the massive fist closed in, he raised his spear to take it head-on. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Raid successful. The beast froze solid and turned gray. He hovered mid-air, totally stunned by the sight, before letting out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, that was way too close. He calmed down a bit. Getting hurt so bad that even the elixir couldn't patch him up would be a nightmare, especially right before a major fight. Thank God, looks like Incheon took down the boss just in the nick of time. She's a real lifesaver. Under a quiet sunset, birds flew across the blood-red sky as two figures talked. Domitius looked surprised. After that first day, the guy just vanished. George spoke his mind. He's probably just training on his own. Domitius snapped, venting his frustration. Damn it, my hands are itching. Can't I just go raid a gate or something? George calmly turned and said, No way, I'm not dealing with your crap. You're the idiot who caused this mess by joining the Clash of the Ultimate Warriors. Despite Olympus's direct orders, Domitius heatedly fired back. How the hell is that my fault? We're way stronger than them. Why should we throw the match? Does that make any damn sense? I'm a warrior, and I won't stand for this garbage. George shot back, then go fight for actual injustice. Why did you? Just a light beatdown and they're already hospitalized? George blurted out, totally stressing. Ha! You're giving me a major headache, dude. This match should have kicked off way sooner. I managed to sneak away for a bit too, but since you had to show your face at the first day's party, I'm positive the Olympus squad is already heading here to bust you for breaking the rules, and me too for helping you. Demas bragged, practically bursting with confidence. Don't sweat it, I can take on anyone. I've got your back. Plus, that underdog guy, the one who looks like he can hold his own solo. I'm actually super stoked to see the girl traveling with him. George could only force a laugh, thinking to himself that not many opponents got this guy's attention. So seeing how hyped he was for the Lee Jun-Kyeong and his partner, George's anxiety only grew. Man, I feel like a massive blow-up is about to go down. This is totally the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, at an apartment building, Im In-chang looked at him, worried. Are you going out hunting again? Do you need me to tag along? Lee Jun-Kyeong quickly stopped her. No way. Chill. You look totally wrecked right now. Im In-chang sighed, completely helpless. And whose fault do you think that is, huh? He could only chuckle and reply, hey, but thanks to that, you got some killer experience that boosted your physical stats and stamina. Want to go for round 2? She flinched and quickly tried to change the subject. Well, about that. Seeing her reaction, he smirked softly. I'm just messing with you. Just get some proper rest. I'm going solo today. Im In-chang blushed as she looked at him. Fine, but if anything goes sideways, hit me up immediately, okay? Under a clear blue sky, with gentle sunlight hitting the skyscrapers, Lee Jun-Kyeong walked along, thinking, she's got to be around here somewhere, right where I can feel the strongest surge of magic. He headed straight ahead. Feels like she's super close. Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes flashed red as he sensed something. Found it. This is definitely the spot. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Excuse me. Ju-jin greeted him with a cheerful smile. Welcome to the phone box store. Seeing her, he was absolutely stoked. Spot on. I nailed the location. Jin sized him up, flashing a bright grin. Are you Korean? You don't see many Koreans around here. So, what brings you to my shop? Looking for some special elixir, or maybe some gear to wreck some demons? Lee Jun-Kyeong extended his hand and asked, You're Park Ju-jin, right? She gasped, a mix of shock and irritation hitting her face. Who the hell are you? I literally just opened this shop. How do you even know my name? He smirked, knowingly. Your hammer is still totally fine, right? As he spoke, he thought, Brock's little sister, an absolute beast of a blacksmith. She's got skills that could easily rival Brock himself. She's the ultimate jeweler, Hephaestus. Ju-jin was completely shocked. Did Ji-hoon send you here? Seeing her react like that, Lee Jun-Kyeong figured that was just a title. She'd inherit one day. 1 week later, she pulled out a spear. Just like you wanted, I melted down that red ore and coated the muspel spear with it. Seriously, who the hell are you? Ju-jin glared at him, eyes wide. I've never seen the gem on your spear or that red ore in my entire life. I left my brother, who can't even cook for himself, and did everything I could to get to England just to hunt for minerals like these. Even the elite in Olympus don't have access to stuff like this. Spill it, who are you and how did you score this stuff? Ignoring her questions, he said in a flat, firm voice, go back to Korea. Then, Lee Jun-Kyeong added as a heads up, if you're after rare minerals and materials like you claim, Korea is a way better bet than this place. Ju-jin looked totally confused. What are you even talking about? Feeling like his plan was coming together, he plotted in his head, if these twins team up, they can make me way more overpowered. Then he chuckled, because I'm in Korea. Seeing him look so smug made her visibly annoyed. What? Are you seriously claiming you can get your hands on minerals that even Olympus can't touch? Talk about cocky. But why did her expression suddenly change so interestingly? I dig it. Just outside the city, a blue flash of light popped up. Among the hunters, some sketchy-looking guys appeared. They looked incredibly shady and vicious. George walked over to the soldiers. The guy grabbed the mic and announced, the raid is about to kick off. Hunters from all over the world, please, get ready. Im In-chang, walking alongside Lee Jun-Kyeong, asked, so, do we have to fight every single one of them? He shook his head and replied, not everyone. Even though this is a battle among epic warriors, some don't really care about winning, and clearing the dungeon is also one of the conditions for victory. She looked relieved. Thank goodness, so that means hunters don't have to brainlessly slaughter each other. Lee Jun-Kyeong gave her a worried look, only if everyone thinks like you do. Then he muttered under his breath, I'm not so sure about that. Suddenly, a massive noise echoed as Demetrius swaggered over, sneering. Just some low-level trash match. Everyone freaked out when they saw him. Demetrius barked angrily. What the hell are you all staring at? He was about to make a move, but George held him back. Demetrius, we haven't even crossed the gate yet. He turned around with a pissed-off face, but those weaklings are staring right at me. Whatever. Then, he pointed straight at Jun-Kyeong. We've got him here, the Lee Jun-Kyeong. Lee Jun-Kyeong looked away, but seeing his face only hyped up the jerk even more. I love that look of his, it's getting me so pumped. Demetrius blurted out, hey, good luck. Hearing his fake-ass wish, Lee Jun-Kyeong wore a face of pure disgust. Right then, the guide called out, "Everyone, please, head into the gate." They immediately piled in one after another. He shot her a worried look. Seeing Lee Jun-Kyeong call her name, Im In-chang quickly replied, "Yes?" His face turned dead serious as he warned her, "The second we get inside, your first move is to run as fast as you can." Im In-chang looked totally stunned. "What? He wants me to run away?" A notification popped up. "You have entered the Catalan Mountain Gate." At Catalan Mountain, something flashed in the distance. Then, boom, an explosion ripped through, followed by blood-curdling screams. Ah! Im In-chang used her sword to shield herself. She frantically glanced around. What the hell is going on? He did warn me to run first. She dashed forward but suddenly froze in her tracks. She spotted a guy lying motionless on the ground. He wheezed out, "Help, help me." Lee Jun-Kyeong's warning flashed in her mind. "The second we get inside, your first move is to run as fast as you can." Even though she heard him loud and clear, she ignored it and moved closer, giving the man a potion. "Here's an elixir. What happened?" But right after drinking it, he suddenly passed out. She stood there, completely shell-shocked. What in the actual hell is going on? Suddenly glancing back, Im In-chang barely blocked an attack from Demetrius, their powers clashing with insane force. Emerging from the smoke, Demetrius smirked. "Oh, so you actually blocked that?" Im In-chang stared at him anxiously, clutching her sword as she thought to herself, "Demetrius, that hit was even stronger than an orc's strike." He wore a smug grin. "So you're the one hanging with the Lee Jun-Kyeong. Hey, I'm so freaking glad I decided to join this." A massive cloud of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest as a violent strike tore through the air, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Intense power surged around Demetrius. He clenched his fist, ready to unleash a devastating blow. In-chang barely dodges in the nick of time as the massive energy blast streaks right at her. She grips her sword tight, sliding to the side as the crimson mana explodes, obliterating the ground where she was just standing. Looking back, In-chang is completely shocked. What the hell is this insane power? Demetrius has absolutely zero intention of stopping. He immediately throws another strike, sneering, "What's wrong?" Scared speechless, she quickly raises her purple sword to block the blow defensively. Demetrius's wild, violent mana clashes with her blade, triggering a massive explosion. Staring at the chaos before him, he laughs, coldly, telling her to watch closely. As the dust settles, it reveals In-chang standing tall, desperately gripping her sword. Coughing up a mouthful of dark blood, she thinks, "Damn, that really is some destructive power. I can feel my spine shivering, but thanks to all my brutal training, I actually blocked his attack." Bracing her hands, she crouches low on the ground and raises her sword high, her power cracking the ground beneath her feet. She thinks, "Now it's my turn." Meanwhile, Demetrius continues gathering his mana, gearing up for another strike. He smirks, "I heard you're an untitled hunter. Pretty hard to believe. Let's see if you're lucky enough to survive this next one." His crimson mana spirals together, shaping into a massive tiger. It's the savage beast's skill. A blazing fireball manifests in the air, charging down at In-chang, but suddenly explodes in mid-air. She stands frozen, completely caught off guard. Realizing something, she whips her head around. Lee Jun-Kyeong is already standing there. He says coldly, "We need to bounce right now." The two quickly bolt in the opposite direction as a massive fireball erupts behind them. Out of the smoke, Demetrius appears, clicking his tongue as he uses the tree canopy to block the blinding sun. In-chang explains everything to Lee Jun-Kyeong, saying, "There was an explosion right as we entered the gate, and tons of hunters got trapped inside and died." She's totally baffled. What the hell is even going on? He explains it was an ambush. In-chang gasps in surprise. So, Demetrius actually. Lee Jun-Kyeong cuts her off. "No, it's the opposite. The second we entered the gate, they tried to ambush Demetrius. That's why he snapped and went wild, attacking everything in sight." She realizes, "So you saw this coming and told me to run." Suddenly, he glances to the side. Looks like 1/3 of them are dealt with. She looks dazed. "Wait, already?" In-chang anxiously analyzes his attack. "I don't think I can take him head-on. So what should we do now?" Summoning his sword and shield, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes glow with determination as he seriously warns his teammate, "Just focus on surviving in this Class A gate." Low growls echo around them as a pack of wild beasts wait to strike. They're Kate and Lion's Class A monsters. He adds in a low voice, "After all, Demetrius isn't our only enemy." Hyen Mu appears in the sky, flying around to scout the area. While In-chang is busy piling up some stones, it returns and reports, "I don't see that hunter anywhere around here. Lee Jun-Kyeong tells it to keep scouring the nearby areas. If there's any danger, get back here immediately. It replies, understood. He turns and calls out, let's move, Godong, in Trang. She replies, wait up a sec. She stands still, staring at the simple stone graves. Lee Jun-Kyeong watches her, thinking, Hyun Moo is keeping an eye on things, so I didn't stop her. But she's definitely the weirdest person in this world who buries their enemies' bodies. Finishing up, she turns to him. You said we have 2 days to win this battle, right? So are you planning to face the boss or just focus on fighting this big battle? He analyzes. The boss is probably insanely strong. With just the two of us, it's going to be a tough fight. She agrees, true. But isn't Demitius even stronger? Trang wonders. So what's the plan? You've got a strategy, right? He confirms, you bet, we're going to. A flash of a victorious smirk appears on his face as he continues, take down both of them. With 100 question marks floating over her head, she's too shocked to speak. Suddenly, Hyun Moo swoops down, catching their attention. It reports that there are 3 skull-tattooed hunters nearby. Hearing this, he ponders, so, they're the ones who made this entire mess. Trang is confused. What do you mean, he explains. They're the ones who ambushed Demitius the moment we entered the gate. Get ready. Still unsure, she asks. Wait, we're fighting those hunters? Wouldn't it be better to just avoid them? Lee Jun-Kyeong replies, normally, yeah, but they're different. I've got a plan. Thick gray smoke billows into the sky as a wildfire erupts in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men are tied tightly to a tree trunk, with 2 distinct shadows stretching across the ground. Demitius and George stand against the sun. He's annoyed. I track down the underdog's fire trail, but who the hell are these lowlifes? George studies the group and says, they're with Ben, a name that leaves Demitius completely puzzled. Ben, a bald guy with a skull tattoo on his head, listens in terror, as George explains, an underground organization roaming across North Africa. They're notorious savages, heavily involved in drug trafficking and kidnapping kids. And those guys. He shifts his gaze back to Demitius, are the ones who ambushed you right after we entered the gate. Demitius's face darkens as he glares coldly at the 3 tied-up thugs. That terrifying stare makes them scream in panic. Please don't kill us. We messed up. The hunter breathes a sigh of relief when he sees Demitius flash a gentle smile. I don't hate people who do whatever it takes to win. In fact, I actually kind of like folks like that. The smile instantly warps as his eyes glow, radiating intense bloodlust. As long as they follow the rules, that's all that matters. According to the Demon King's Chronicle, ambushing others right after entering a gate is strictly forbidden during this grand battle. Demitius raises his mana-infused fist, growling, make sure you follow the rules in your next life. A earth-shattering explosion rips through the forest, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. The system alerts that the Beast Crusher approves of your actions. Amidst the swirling dust, George crosses his arms, watching Demitius admire his work. Closing his eyes, he sighs. Rules? Right. Didn't you literally ignore Olympus's orders and even drop the Ascension ladder? So yeah, I don't think you should be the one talking about rules. Hearing this, he scoffs, so what? Either way, that Lee Jun-Kyeong guy is definitely an interesting piece of work. Suddenly, George opens his eyes on high alert. Should I take this? As a gift? 2 strange hunters appear, the one on the left sporting that familiar skull logo. Behind them, a bunch of weapon-wielding thugs step out, dripping with hostility as they glare in their direction. Demitius steps forward with a grin, a powerful surge of mana swirling around him. Are these guys the allies of those other 2? Guess I'm not the only one with a burning passion around here. Power erupts violently from his body as his face splits into a maniacal grin. I'm seriously loving this gift. The hunter's body catches, lying lifeless on the dirt. George stared at the pile of dead bodies scattered in front of him, totally grossed out, and muttered, man, your hobbies are freaking twisted. Looking over at his partner, he complained, dude, can't you just use a normal weapon? This is exhausting. Honestly, George hated Demitius for one simple reason: the guy was just way too ridiculously strong. His bloodlust was still swirling around, and the white bandages on his hands had turned a deep dark red. Demitius just sneered at him, claiming you gotta use your bare hands to fully feel the thrill of the hunt. A total wuss like, you would never get it. See, Demitius wasn't just some brainless psycho. He was a legit warrior with a massive burning thirst to fight and snatch victory by any means. Once he steps onto the battlefield, he turns into a straight-up bloodthirsty maniac. Wiping the blood off his face and body? Nah, Demitius did not care. He just grinned like a freak and said, all right, let's go find that guy. That is exactly why George was sweating bullets thinking about Demitius crossing paths with Lee Jun-Kyeong. As the sun dipped, the trees turned a deeper shade of bloody red. Lee Jun-Kyeong and Im Chang were walking together through the woods. Suddenly, she stopped and said, "This magic energy is crazy thick. We are probably stepping right into a boss monster's zone." She blinked in surprise as he raised his hand to cut her off. He was focusing, sensing other hunters nearby. They did not feel like hostiles, no scent of fresh blood mixed into this mana. Right then, a bunch of strangers blocked their path. Two of them, dressed in traditional tribal gear, stepped up. "So, you are Lee Jun-Kyeong? Dude, you are late. We have been waiting forever for you." Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyebrows shot up. "Waiting for me?" he thought, before asking out loud. "What do you guys mean by that?" His cold attitude made the guy hesitate. "Wait, didn't Asgard send you?" "Yeah, they did," he replied dead seriously. The two turned around to whisper with their crew. After a second, the guy walked back over to explain, "I'm an ep from Nin. We are here to back you up. But looks like you are totally in the dark, huh? This whole great war is already rigged to end with a win for Asgard." Lee Jun-Kyeong kept quiet, his gears turning. "Nin? From Egypt? Is that some massive global guild like Asgard or Olympus?" Inip continued, "I don't know what went down with Olympus, but even though getting here was a total pain, we stuck around to make sure you grabbed the win." Lee Jun-Kyeong put two and two together. "Ah, so this is how Choi Yong-seong won that war." The guy introduced them to his squad and said, "We are going to help you guys out, so let's go slay that boss right now. If it's just the two of you, things are going to get real ugly." Lee Jun-Kyeong shut him down instantly. "No thanks. I am going to kick Demicius's ass myself." Hearing that, everyone's jaws literally dropped. "Wait, what?" Even Inep and Nume could not believe their ears. Im Chang glanced at her partner, seeing he was dead serious. "If I win just by taking down some boss, I'd basically be Odin's little lapdog, just doing whatever he wants," he thought. Her eyes widened in confusion. Why was everyone making such a big deal out of this? He turned to explain it to her. "Looks like this whole war is rigged for Asgard to win anyway. That's why they wanted to help us clear the boss in the first place." She caught on quickly. "Ah, so avoiding a fight with Demicius and just killing the boss is the absolute safest bet to win this whole thing." He nodded. "Yep, but they are losing their minds because I actually want to trash Demicius." Lee Jun-Kyeong's face fell as he thought, "Is Im Chang going to try to stop me too?" But she just smiled and said, "All right, let's do this. You have got a plan, right? Just tell me what to do and I am in." Her reaction brought a smile to his face. "Damn, you are pretty reliable," he said. Suddenly, some other guy spoke up. "Yeah, count me out." The two of them looked over to see another guy raise his hand. "I'm out too." The other squads agree we are sitting this one out. There is no way I am getting myself killed trying to fight Demicius. Everyone around them started arguing. Why the hell did Asgard even send a clown like this? Seriously, let's just get out of this gate. Inep chimed in. "The boss is some kind of lion, similar to a catalion, but it is massive and way stronger. Look, I am not fighting Demicius, but I can at least give you some intel." Num backed out too. "Yeah, I am passing on this." Another hunter next to him nodded. "Same, we are just going to watch from a safe distance." Left on their own, Im Chang sighed. "Well, we are back to square one." He smiled, trying to chill her out. "No big deal, let's move." As night fell, turning the forest pitch black, Num nervously whispered to Inep, "What do you think is going to happen?" Inep went quiet for a second. "It is going to be a rough fight, but honestly, looking at his track record, that guy's strength is completely abnormal. A new rising star who suddenly popped up in Korea, and he is already considered one of their top-tier hunters. Lee Jun-Kyeong literally soloed that giant centipede. He completely wiped out the Rai River Gate, which was a ridiculously special gate. Plus, he took on a whole army by himself," Inep recalled. "And get this rookie single-handedly destroyed the Northern Army, a guild known for being incredibly strong. He has also got super tight connections with him Du, a big shot in Asgard." A flashback of Jang Hojin smiling creepily showed up. Inep kept analyzing, and with just one look, Odin was totally obsessed with him. If we are talking pure potential, he might even be on par with the Dark Organization. Num's eyes went wide. "What? No way." Inep smiled mysteriously. "That is exactly why we are taking a step back. We can see what he is truly made of from here. Let's see how Lee Jun-Kyeong handles the absolute monster Demicius. That is what we, and everyone else sitting on the sidelines, are dying to watch." Night fell, and sparks of fire lit up the dark, revealing a giant horned lion glaring with pure hatred. Standing in front of this beast were two tiny humans. A status window popped up. "You are facing a catalion." The beast suddenly roared, discharging energy like crazy lightning. A system alert popped up. "Your stats have slightly dropped due to Catalion's pressure." Lee Jun-Kyeong gritted his teeth, tanking the monster's aura. Notifications flooded his screen. "You have successfully resisted. Your stats have returned to normal. You have unlocked the achievement, Pressure Conqueror. The ground beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself straight at the beast. He yelled out instructions, I'll take the left. Im Chang, flank the right. Pace yourself, don't burn out. She focused her power and charged, shouting back, got it. Mu, back them up. I've got the belly. The three of them rushed in with their weapons from three different directions. The boss bared its razor-sharp fangs, ready to tear these three pests to shreds. As the Catalian lunged with insane speed, Im Chang swung her sword down right at its body. But damn it, the beast saw it coming, and instantly swiped back. Before she could even react, Im Chang got slammed by the Catalian's paw. Even though she put her sword up to block it, she was totally terrified. Its raw power was overwhelming, blasting in all directions. Jun-Kyeong saw his chance, gripping his weapon to back her up, but in a split second, she was already slammed straight onto the ground, kicking up a massive storm of dust. He quickly backed off to dodge. Mu immediately unleashed his energy to back them up, and ended up hitting Catalan's other eye dead on. Thanks to that, those two managed to land safely. Jun-Kyeong turned to Im Chang and warned him, don't go pushing yourself too hard, got it? We still got our second target, Demicius, to worry about. Meanwhile, in another area, a clash was breaking out like a total world-shaking earthquake. Everyone caught in the blast got instantly knocked out cold. Mana completely cloaked this guy's body, and his arm was covered in blood, looking like he just brutally tortured someone. Demic's eyes went dark as he grabbed his opponent, fuming, I'm gonna keep crushing bastards like you while I hunt down that other guy's flame. He then tossed the dude aside like trash and muttered to George, thanks. George urged him back, save some strength. Man, you still gotta face that fight you've been itching for, remember? Hearing that, his rage flared up as he glared and roared, shut up. Seeing this, George broke into a cold sweat and wondered, is this guy totally losing himself to his own bloodlust? To gain such crazy power, the more Demicius lost himself. In his bloodlust, the more people he slaughtered. Standing in the quiet forest, George was still lost in his own thoughts. Could it be that rookie saw his madness and left these guys here for him? No, there's no way in hell. This info is highly classified even in Olympus. It's a secret that even Odin of Asgard has no clue about. Tensing up, he called out, Demicius. The guy's eyes were blood red, locked in a state of pure rage, but they slowly faded as he glanced back. Finally, his eyes calmed down and he snapped. What? George looked at him skeptically. Are you sure? You're actually sane right now? He snapped back. I told you to stop worrying. I've got my bloodlust totally under control. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from the other side. Demicius smirked at the sight. All right, time for the main course. George was still totally lost in his thoughts, thinking, this guy is one of Olympus's ultimate weapons and one of the very few S-rank hunters in the entire world. He then gave a confident smirk. I'm counting on you, Demicius. Let's go. Meanwhile, Catalan was slowly stepping forward. Watching this, Im Chang felt uneasy. It's completely still. Does that mean we actually got it yet? Jun-Kyeong replied, maybe. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shooting a pillar of energy straight into the sky. Catalan stepped out, oozing an endless wave of raw power toward the two of them. Suddenly, the whole pack of Catalans charged forward at breakneck speed. Watching from above, Mu couldn't help but gasp, this is seriously unreal. They're taking on the boss with just the two of them. Inept chimed in, and it looks like they're reacting to Catalan's demonic energy. Those Caton lions are starting to swarm around the alpha. He leaned forward, analyzing the situation. But normally, you gotta hit the alpha as hard as possible while it's stunned during its phase transition. So why the hell did that rookie stop his attack? Back in the fight, Im Chang voiced his concerns and asked, I can feel that freaky demonic power down in my bones. Is this really gonna be okay? We're doing fine, right? Jun-Kyeong agreed. Yeah. And just like that, the main star made his entrance. Right then, Demicius dove straight down, slamming into the earth and leaving a massive crater. He stood up with a smug-ass smirk, looking pretty hyped. Now's when you should keep fighting. George followed close behind, shouting, I told you to wait up, damn it. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, and they all bolted as Catalan chased them down. Witnessing this scene, the group panicked. What? No way. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Could it be? It let out a roar, red lightning crackling all over its body as it lunged forward. The brutal crash shattered the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The shockwave was so violent it blew everyone back. Catalan stood dead still, as if thinking, and then opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar. That cry successfully summoned the lion pack, and they all lunged to attack. Everyone quickly drew their weapons, not forgetting to mutter, "Those two are freaking terrifying." The boss has been completely consumed by its own magic power and gone totally berserk. Catalan opened its vicious jaws, lunging forward with a brutal swipe. Demicius clenched his fists to clash, totally hyped. Ha ha ha, yes, this is what I'm talking about. Lee Jun-Kyeong and his crew stood on a high ledge watching the chaos below. He noted, "Thanks to Demicius, we got out of there, but it won't last long." Suddenly, in his hand, a bottle of mysterious pink liquid appeared. Im Chang noticed and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He kept his eyes on the prize and muttered, "My secret weapon." After pouring the liquid over his weapon, the spear instantly flared with a red glow. A system notification popped up. The Spear of Muspel is temporarily enhanced. The gem on the spear's hilt absorbed the power of the pink liquid. The system chimed in again. The Blood Dragon Stone is enveloping the red magic stone. This notice caught Jun-Kyeong off guard. Monster blood covering the red magic stone? What the actual hell is going on? At that moment, Lee Jun-Kyeong had no idea of the consequences of the Blood Dragon Stone covering the red magic stone. He stood up, wielding a spear now shrouded in a dark pinkish-purple aura. The sight of it made him in Chang sweat. That looks extremely dangerous. As the swirling energy grew more intense, he raised his weapon into a throwing stance and replied, "But this is our only shot." Catalan gathered its energy into a massive sphere in front of its chest and fired it, unleashing a blinding purple blast. At the same time, Demich threw his Wrath of Dis strike, summoning a massive pillar of fire that blasted straight forward. The red and purple forces clashed, triggering a massive explosion. The raging wave of fire from Demicius ripped through Catalan's attack and hit it dead in the face. Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes flashed, thinking, "Right here." Holding his aggressive stance, he smugly bragged, "How's that? That's my signature move right there," Predator's roar. Hearing a noise, he warily glanced back, only to see a spear flying toward him at terrifying speed. What the hell? This is... George suddenly leaped in front of him. With a swift swing of his arm, he deflected the spear, sending it flying far away. Watching it go, he sighed. "This is why I told you to bring a weapon, man." Demicius scratched his face, looking totally clueless. "Fine, whatever." That reaction made George chuckle. "This punk." He looked at his teammate and warned, "Looks like that Lee Jun-Kyeong's spear is on a whole different level. I've got a bad feeling about this. It might even rival the effects of my Predator's roar." But the guy didn't care about any of that, scoffing, an attack like that. Not a chance. That bastard's getting super annoying, acting like a total fly. Power surged around Demicius as he said with crazy excitement, "Guess I'll just have to crush that damn fly first. Then I'll go hunt down the real prey." With that, the psycho dashed off, leaving him all alone. His face darkened. Damn. Power erupted around his body. He spun around to look at me. "Looks like I'm the one acting reckless here." In Chang stood there silently, gripping her sword. She coldly asked back, "What's that supposed to mean?" Without waiting for a reply, she immediately leaped into the air. In Chang's eyes flashed with pure killer instinct as she gripped her weapon tight and charged straight at her target. Right before her blade could crash down, he jumped out of the way. George swung his sword to retaliate, but she swiftly dodged the strike. Without missing a beat, he unleashed another heavy slash. Sharp green magic poured out, making In Chang's face turn grim as she firmly blocked his consecutive slashes. Her eyes gleamed with dangerous intent. Raising her hand high, spiritual energy began gathering around her, forming a swirling vortex of power around her blade. George's eyes widened in utter shock. Is she really gathering energy at this close range? What a rookie move. Raising his sword high, he thought contemptuously, "Let's end this right now." Suddenly, Hyeon Mu appeared, blasting a torrent of violent magic from its mouth. The magical blast slammed right into George's back, making him stumble forward. Arg! Right at that moment, In Chang swung her arm and roared as a surge of purple magic exploded violently, engulfing everything in a chaotic storm of dust and debris. A massive explosion, power erupted. George looked around. Did she run away? He was baffled. Shouldn't she have seized his opening to land a fatal blow? Why the hell did she flee? And what is this sticky, sweet-smelling gunk that the skull spat out? Don't tell me. George suddenly snapped his eyes forward and channeled magic into his fists. A horde of monsters was swarming toward him. Pheromone monsters, George deduced. They must have used some kind of special potion made specifically for hunts like this. You bastards won't get away from me. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging. Blow after blow rained down. Jun-Kyeong was shocked. How on earth could Demicius attack that monster so casually? He couldn't believe his eyes. This guy could actually wield a catalent that consumes demonic energy. This is insane. Is he really so freaking strong that he can make the impossible possible? Suddenly, In Chang appeared behind him. Jun-Kyeong spun around. It looked like she had pinned Odizer's arms. She praised the skull. Hell yeah. Hyunmoo came in super clutch. What's the plan? We need to wrap this up before Otis gets back. In Chang replied, got it. Demikius's ecstatic laughter echoed. Wahaha. He laughed like a complete maniac. This is awesome. So damn awesome. Demonic energy was slowly consuming his eyes. Jung-Gyeon thought, it's starting. It seemed like he was slowly gaining control of it, but I need to make sure he loses control soon, he muttered to himself. Berserkaholic. Jun-Gyeon reviewed the mission. Just stick to the plan. You're in charge of holding back Cat, and I'll deal with Demikius. Jun-Gyeon focused his energy. I don't even need to take him down. I just need to slow him down with a single blow. Let's do this. Demikius was still locked in close combat with the monster. Swiping his arm, he blew it away and sneered. Is that all you've got? Trash? Boom. His demonic energy shattered the ground beneath him. He lunged forward, but a small spark suddenly flashed in his path. Demikius's attention was caught as the flame rapidly expanded to an unbelievable scale. He roared in anger as the rookie summoned his weapon, ready to fight. Jung-Gyeon challenged him. Why don't you play with me instead, Demikius? Rubbed his neck. Man, I'm starting to get hyped here. Heh. Glad to hear it. Demikius's power erupted. Let's play. Jung-Gyeon took his stance. That's it. Everything is going exactly as planned. Demikius scoffed. How freaking stupid. You seriously think you can stop me with that trash mana you collected in your shield? I'll show you just how idiotic that is. The boy channeled power into his shield. MPO, watching from the sidelines, gasped. Does he seriously not know how terrifying Demikius's power is? Even if he stored up an insane amount of energy in his shield, it's going to be nearly impossible to interrupt his skills. Rhino Charge was the signature skill that made his name. Demikius blasted forward, smashing through every obstacle. He punched straight into the shield, but immediately realized something was off, freezing in his tracks. He wasn't there. Demikius quickly looked up. Jun-Gyeon was already hovering right above him, spear in hand. He unleashed a full-force strike. Bam! The spear pierced straight into his left shoulder. Demikius didn't hesitate for a second, throwing a magic-infused punch that slammed directly into Jun-Gyeon. The kid was sent flying. Rubbing his punctured shoulder, Demikius smirked. Did you really think you could fool me with that garbage energy in your shield? He gloated. Ha! Ha! You're nothing but a rookie. Get back up and entertain me some more. Jun-Gyeon grimaced. I took way too much damage. Still, he mocked him. Hey, Demikius, you doing okay over there? Demikius scoffed. Are you seriously acting cocky over a few tiny scratches? My body will heal this in no time. But the moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly staggered. Arg! The wound on his shoulder began to warp. It was poison. There was a saying, the red ore birthed the goblin mage. Jun-Gyeon countered. No, the full quote is, the ore is known for two functions, release and. Demikius shrieked in agony, ah. The final words of his sentence, madness. A sparkling, deep red crystal. The Crimson Mana Stone can grant a normal mob power that completely eclipses a boss. Humanity's endless greed had sparked endless research on these Crimson Mana Stones. Two doctors were discussing the stone how animals would mutate into monsters. A white rabbit, upon receiving the stone's power, mutated into a gigantic beast. The monster even possessed power on par with a boss. And that's how the Crimson Mana Stone got its first name, Windspike. Not long after, experiments began on hunters. A doctor was preparing to inject something into the hunter right in front of him. The Crimson Mana Stones skyrocketed their potential in an instant. The hunter's eyes glowed crimson as his entire body underwent a massive mutation. But since humans could literally die from going insane, it was quickly banned. The hunter glared back with pure fury. And just like that, the Crimson Mana Stone got another name, Madness. A skull seemed to burn to ashes in the flames. The sky turned to dusk, dust and smoke filled the air, and the forest began to tremble. Jun-Gyeon's entire body felt wrapped in some mysterious energy. He thought, this magical power is insane. It feels like the entire Catalan mountain is shaking. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, Lee Jun-Kyeong. What the hell did you do? Hearing someone call his name, he slowly turned his head. George was standing there, holding an incredibly long sword, staring right at him. Spotting him, Jun-Gyeon immediately went on guard. Hey, if you step in there, you're dead. George heard it and roared in pure fury, but before anyone knew it, he had already vanished from where he stood. He was like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the burning Demikius. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-Kyeong quickly darted away from his spot. Leaping high into the air, he bolted in one direction, cursing to himself, damn it, it's happening all over again. In his mind's eye, he could already picture Demetrius slaughtering George. After all, this exact tragedy had already played out in the future. Demetrius had completely lost himself to madness, and George Odozer, the guy who leaped in to stop him, ended up dead by his hands. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky. The blazing blast slammed right toward George, forcing him to dodge in a panic. He quickly swung his sword to cut through the flames Jian had conjured. George shouted frantically, "Get out of my way! He hasn't been insane for that long yet, so I can still snap him out of it." But Jun-Kyeong screamed back to stop him. "No way. Even if it's you, that's just not going to happen. I'm not letting you die like this." Jian raised his long spear, blocking George's downward sword strike. He urgently tried to reason with him. "I have a plan." Hearing that, George froze for a second. "What?" The two temporarily halted their clash, getting straight to the point. "I don't really trust you, but I'll hear you out. What's this plan of yours?" Jun-Kyeong replied with absolute certainty. "I only need 5 minutes. We just have to hold Demetrius back until then." Hearing this, George's eyes widened in utter shock. 5 minutes? You seriously think you can stop a rampaging Demetrius in just 5 minutes? Meanwhile, the guy was still charging forward like a raging fireball. Jun-Kyeong hurriedly yelled, "Dong Im In Chang!" Demetrius's entire body erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy as he rushed toward a giant claw. The massive collision triggered a terrifying explosion. Seeing this, Jian felt a bit more at ease. "Nice, Dong Im In Chang is doing a great job luring him." Jun-Kyeong then called out to the man opposite him. "She is also on our side, and we only need to hold out for 5 minutes." Hearing Jian's words, George let out a soft sigh. "I have no idea what you're planning." He gripped his sword even tighter. The energy swirling around him flared up intensely, but it seemed he had no other choice. Meanwhile, Jun-Kyeong silently calculated. The limit of an unstable red magic stone is only 5 minutes. If we can just hold out for those 5 minutes, Demetrius will snap back to normal. His eyes filled with grim determination. "I will be the one standing victorious in this war." Elsewhere, a group of people stood staring at the pile of corpses before them. A panicked voice cried out, What the hell is that? What's with this overwhelming demonic energy?" Someone else chimed in, "Isn't this the second phase of the catalyst?" Suddenly, his expression twisted in horror. "It's HQlet." The monster slammed a devastating punch into the ground. George quickly rushed in, sword in hand. The sheer clash of their power shook the very earth, sending massive rocks flying into the air. A massive wave of fire surged forward to join the fray. George quickly spun around to dodge the blast. Demetrius raised his fist to block it, while Im In Chang struck from another angle, slashing her sword at him. Demetrius used his other hand to intercept her strike. He was single-handedly holding off all the incoming attacks. The battle was insanely brutal. Watching from afar, one of the onlookers shouted, "Is Odozer seriously fighting Hewlett? This is insane. He's completely turned into a monster." Another group of people whispered among themselves, "I'm out of here. Watch all you want, but I'm leaving. I don't want to die, and I sure as hell don't want to end up as unrecognizable meat paste." Numek turned to the person in front of him. "Damn it, how did this battle turn into such a massive clusterfuck? What do we do now?" Im quietly replied, "The red magic stone." She gasped, startled. "What the hell?" Im's expression turned dead serious. "It looks like the red magic stone has been activated. We have to step in." Meanwhile, the chaotic brawl dragged on. Demetrius was completely surrounded by swirling energies, struggling to fending them off. With a sudden thrust, he kicked Im In Chang hard, sending her flying backward, but she quickly managed to regain her footing. Just then, George charged forward with his sword. "Demetrius, take this." On the ground, the monster braced himself to face the incoming attack. The tip of George's blade collided head-on with his fist, but the impact was so insanely powerful that George's blade began to crack. The shockwave forced a painful groan from his throat. Suddenly, the energy reached its breaking point and exploded, blasting George back. Behind Demetrius, the head of a giant tiger appeared. The savage beast was activated. In an instant, he leaped from his position as a streak of fire grazed his shoulder. Jian flew in, dragging George out of the chaotic clash. The two landed quickly. Gasping for air on the ground, George wheezed. How much longer until the 5 minutes are up? Jun-Kyeong remained silent. Past experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the absolute limit for an incomplete red magic stone. But then, he noticed something weird. Why the hell isn't that monster exhausted yet? Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. Demetrius was charging right at them. A commanding voice roared, "Water! Torrent!" A powerful jet of water slammed directly into him. Numek and Inep rushed in, weapons drawn. "We're here to help," A moment later, Lee Jun-Kyeong turned to In Trang and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She gasped out, "Yeah, I'm fine." Despite her words, Lee Jun-Kyeong couldn't help but worry. It looked like Dong Im Chang was reaching her absolute limit too. He gripped his weapon tighter, thinking, if only I had just a little more power. Suddenly, the system flared to life. The blood flow within the dragon bloodstone has reversed. Regeneration, 0.3%. Lee Jun-Kyeong froze in shock. He quickly covered his mouth as he coughed up a pool of blood. Seeing him stumble, Im Chang panicked. "Lee Jun-Kyeong, are you all right?" The system beeped again. The blood flow within the dragon bloodstone has reversed. Regeneration, 1%. His grip on his weapon tightened further, a menacing glint flashing in his eyes. Lee Jun-Kyeong roared as his power exploded outwards. Im Chang watched in confusion. "Lee Jun-Kyeong?" A glowing sphere materialized as thick dust and debris swirled around. Im suddenly realized something. No way. Could it be? Numek finished his teammate's sentence. He's in the exact same state as Demikius. The system popped up yet again. The blood flow within the dragon bloodstone has reversed. Regeneration, 2%. Lee Jun-Kyeong stood there in dead silence. He began to analyze the situation. 5 minutes have already passed, so why hasn't that guy snapped out of his berserk state yet? While Demetrius was still charging in one direction, Lee Jun-Kyeong suddenly noticed something. Is that a mana flow? Lee Jun-Kyeong dropped into a low stance, ready to dash. So that's what it looks like. He funneled all his power straight into his legs. It acted like a springboard, launching him forward at insane speed. Seeing this, Im Chang screamed in terror. Lee Jun-Kyeong, weapon in hand, he lunged straight toward the beast's jaws. Massive, insane energy swirls all around Lee Jun-Kyeong. He raises his weapon high, channeling that wild power, and swings it down with a savage slash. The impact triggers a massive shockwave. Instantly, the system floods him with notifications. You have slain Kaiten. You have secured the forest pure water. Achievement unlocked, Nemesis of the Beast, Slayer of the Mountain King. Your stats have increased slightly. You leveled up. Out of the smoke and flames, Lee Jun-Kyeong steps forward. But then, a system warning pops up. The supporter's message can't get through. He's completely thrown off, and suddenly, a glowing red magic circle erupts beneath his feet. Weird-looking sigils start crawling up Lee Jun-Kyeong's arms as alerts spam his screen. Warning: weakened by demonic energy. Your vitality is draining rapidly. Purge the demonic energy immediately. The burning agony makes Lee Jun-Kyeong scream his lungs out. Insane, terrifying flames of both fire and water burst from Lunyan's body, enveloping him. The two clashing energies fuse together, spreading wild and fast, looking like they're going to swallow the entire Catalan mountain range whole. Flames consume everything in sight, forcing George and Lei Henson to drop to their knees in agony. George panics. Is this fire draining my mana? Before looking around in shock, what the hell is going on? In the distance, Demetrius is trying to shield himself from the heat. With a creepy, sinister grin, he watches a shadow charge out of the flames. At him, Lee Jun-Kyeong swings his spear with insane force, and when their powers collide, it triggers a massive explosion. Right after, they go at it, trading crazy blows, non-stop. Demetrius winds up a heavy fist. Seeing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong shifts into a counter stance. Boom! Another huge blast leaves the place covered in thick smoke. When the dust clears, Lee Jun-Kyeong has already driven his spear straight through Demetrius' chest. The dude is just standing there, trembling in utter shock. Lee Jun-Kyeong boots him in the chest, ripping his spear out instantly. Demetrius coughs up a mouthful of nasty black blood, the whole battlefield still buried under dust. He's actually missing an arm now, dark blood dripping slowly from the stump. George watches this, totally horrified. Demetrius. He stammers, "Dude, your arm." But before he can even finish, that severed arm literally sprouts back. Suddenly, a blue flame shoots down from the sky. Athena appears, stepping right in front of Demetrius and glaring coldly at Lee Jun-Kyeong. Seeing this insane turn of events, George is like, no way. He's using a massive wave of chaotic mana to instantly regenerate his body. If Demetrius is this broken, how the hell is Lee Jun-Kyeong going to stand a chance? Im Chang screams out in panic. Lee Jun-Kyeong. His wounds have fully healed up. George is sweating bullets, thinking, those were some lethal hits. How is he healing so fast? Is it because of that blue fire covering the entire gate? Demetrius cracks his knuckles, and a giant flaming skull face manifests behind him. Lee Jun-Kyeong launches himself into the air, blazing forward like a hurricane with his spear. Demetrius' fiery fist swells up to a ridiculous size. George watches, with eyes wide in terror. His arm isn't even fully healed yet, but he's seriously gonna pull off Predator's roar. This is bad. Domitius unleashes that wild Predator move, like a massive roaring vortex. But suddenly, blood starts spraying uncontrollably from his regenerating arm. Seizing the opening, Lee Jun-Kyeong strikes down with a devastating blow. A massive explosion erupts from the clash, ripping the whole landscape to shreds. George's sword slips from his grip, clattering to the ground. He's totally speechless. No freaking way. Inept, standing next to him, can't believe his eyes either. Did Lee Jun-Kyeong actually win? Domitius collapses to his knees. Lee Jun-Kyeong sticks the landing, his body still cloaked in raging red fire. He hoists his spear, ready to put Domitius down for good. George rushes forward to stop him. No, wait. Lee Jun-Kyeong's completely lost his mind. His eyes are bloodshot and completely hollow. Right now, he's running pure survival instinct and his savage urge to slaughter. The blood dragon stone got messed up by the red magic. The blood of all the monsters he's hunted, combined with Catalan's magic-soaked blood, created a corrupted hybrid crystal. Lee Jun-Kyeong is going to snap and lose total control, just like what happened to those test subject hunters experimented on with the red magic stone. His spear is inches away from Domitius's face, when suddenly, a blast of bright pink energy stops the spear cold. Athena barks out, "Kneel." Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes snap back to focus, and he immediately drops to his knees. Im In-chang is dumbfounded, and honestly, everyone else is just as shocked. George stands up, bowing deeply. "It is an absolute honor to meet you, Lady Athena." She scowls in irritation. What a freaking mess. "Thanks to you guys, I'm now indebted to Zeus." But before that, Athena glances down, curious. "Who's this guy?" George quickly adds, "This is Lee Jun-Kyeong." Before he can even finish, Lee Jun-Kyeong opens his eyes wide and cuts him off. "I am Lee Jun-Kyeong." Athena studies the guy in front of her, thinking, is this whole mess with the gate really this guy's doing? More importantly, my shield doesn't seem strong enough to hold him off. Athena looks around. The entire Caton forest has been engulfed in a dangerous fire that drains the mana of other living beings. Assessing Lee Jun-Kyeong, she thinks, I thought he was just some lucky rookie sent by Asgard. Who knew he actually managed to surpass Hercules? Sensing the threat, she realizes she's in deep. She summons her spear. He has to be eliminated right here, right now. As purple lightning crackles along the shaft of her spear, she thrusts it forward. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "Stop." Athena spins around, and a rainbow light bursts across the sky. A man steps out from the light. She's completely shocked. "Heimdall, what are you doing here?" Seong-gu replies, "That's exactly what I was going to ask." Irritated, Athena snaps, "Did you follow the lightning?" Ignoring her, he steps right in front of Lee Jun-Kyeong to shield him. She fumes. "Get out of my way. That guy needs to die right now." Seong-gu glares back. "If you touch him, we'll take it as a declaration of war against Asgard." Athena's face darkens instantly. She sneers, "A declaration of war? Is this trash really that important to you?" Hilarious. "I thought nothing mattered to you at all." He stays silent. Inept speaks. "Up. Could you spare me a moment?" "Estimable Athena, I am Inept of the Nile." Athena glares at him. "A warrior of Egypt? I see." He places a hand over his chest. "I'm honored you recognize me." Inept continues. "We received orders from the Nile to protect Lee Jun-Kyeong." Athena is stunned. He summons a mysterious eye. "You must know what this is, the Eye of Osiris." Inept holds the glowing eye high in front of him. "Since I'm representing the Nile right now, I ask that you accept the Nile's plea." Athena. The system warns that the gate will collapse soon. It starts activating, rewarding a new skill and a magnificent castle. Through the glass window, a room inside is visible. Im Chang is slumped in a chair, but she suddenly looks up and rushes to the bed. "Brother Lee Jun-Kyeong." Tears well up in her eyes. "Thank goodness." Lee Jun-Kyeong groans, trying to speak, but inside, he realizes something is terribly wrong with his vocal cords. Isn't working. She explained, "I guess your body still hasn't recovered yet, so hang tight for a sec while I go grab someone." With that, she headed out. He looked around at the round shield with two swords. Turns out, this was definitely the round table. Lee Jun-Kyeong figured that not all powerful hunters build secret organizations to control the world. Plenty of secret groups are actually built for noble causes. He kept thinking, and the round table was one of them. Lee Jun-Kyeong guessed, but in the end, was on the verge of collapsing. They kept staying in the shadows. Like, they've got insane power, but they don't even try to change anything. He sighed anyway. His body was currently a total wreck. He was completely drained, and this creaky body of his couldn't even talk, let alone move his legs. He couldn't budge. The system suddenly chimed, Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo was rebooting. He thought to himself, if he was right, there was no need for Hyunwoo anymore anyway. His status window, stats, abilities, and level popped up in front of him. Lee Jun-Kyeong noticed his level was still over 50, but his skills seemed to have tanked because of the hybrid crystal's effect, and he couldn't even speak. New skills appeared on the status board. He was shocked to see he had unlocked skills that could easily rival unique skills. Lee Jun-Kyeong thought proudly, I'll keep you even more entertained. Apocalypse Sky. Later, Seong-gu came by to visit. How's your body holding up? Seeing him, he sat up and muttered under his breath. Seong-gu smiled. I heard the mana invasion is taking place. This is a rare case, so there's currently no treatment or specific solution. But seeing how you are right now, I don't think we need to worry too much. Lee Jun-Kyeong calculated. Thanks to the blessing of the Apocalypse Sky and the mana flow, filtering out the invasive mana shouldn't be too hard. Seong-gu encouraged him. Make sure you recover fully. I've got some things to ask you then. Right now, he was standing before the council. Athena ordered, the power Lee Jun-Kyeong showed is too dangerous and destructive. I demand you. Investigate Lee Jun-Kyeong's power. Seong-gu countered, Asgard doesn't pry into our hunter's powers. She cut him off, but shouldn't. You guys be the ones to clear this up? He didn't back down, but you guys were the ones who broke the treaty between Olympus and Asgard in the first place. Asgard was promised victory in this great war, which is why we sent our hunters. Seong-gu recalled the image of Lee Jun-Kyeong losing control. If we had known Hercules would join and break the treaty, we wouldn't have sent Lee Jun-Kyeong either. In this situation, our hunter was just doing his duty, he asserted. So, demanding us to clear this up is ridiculous. I think you guys are the ones who owe us an explanation. Athena from Olympus remained calm. The power Lee Jun-Kyeong possesses is already a threat. She pointed out that the entire gate was covered in blue flames, even stealing mana from other hunters. This is completely unprecedented, Athena demanded. So, we require you to hand over that new Lee Jun-Kyeong member. If you don't comply, Olympus is ready to go to war with Asgard. Seong-gu went cold hearing this. He explained, we are fully aware that a flame, capable of absorbing another hunter's mana, is dangerous and unprecedented. However, don't you think the very existence of a hunter is already a danger in itself? Everyone was stunned. Loud whispers broke out instantly. He continued, all of us are entities that never existed before, and the skills hunters possess are terrifying and dangerous to everyone. Seong-gu stood firm. Therefore, since you have Olympus mentioned going to war, you must take responsibility for your words as they show utter contempt for hunters. Athena gritted her teeth. This is all because of you. Her face darkened. Why the hell did you have to show up here? Facing you just pisses me off and messes with my head. He looked at her, about to speak. Athena turned away. After this, I hope we never cross paths again. Seong-gu was a bit annoyed. The system notified that the mana flow had been activated. Lee Jun-Kyeong was meditating. Feel the mana flow and utilize it. He studied it. By observing the mana flow of Demis, he could see that the guy had amplified his power by utilizing the mana present throughout his entire body. Lee Jun-Kyeong felt the mana. The name said it all. When applied to attacks, the destructive power goes up, and when applied to defensive armor, the defense strength increases too. That's the real power of the mana flow. First, I need to use this mana flow to heal. The system began activating the skill. Glowing light gradually radiated from Lee Jun-Kyeong. Suddenly, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. Lee Jun-Kyeong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was baffled. Could these be the impurities that invaded his body from the blood dragon stone? Thank God, with the mana flow, now I just need to heal the parts clogged with impurities. Lee Jun-Kyeong slowly scanned his body. Suddenly, he gasped. Was the mana flow blocked? He noticed mana swirling around a black sphere. Lee Jun-Kyeong's heart sank. A black bead in his neck was completely blocking the mana flow. No way, I've got to try rerouting the mana flow somewhere else. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, two forces clashed. The purple energy was losing ground. George unleashed a barrage of sword strikes. In-Chang raised her blade to block. George lunged. You're way too slow. She was startled. Slow. Instantly, In-Chang slashed multiple times, but George dodged them all easily. The sheer force scorched the ground black upon impact. She leaped up and brought her blade down. He cheered. That's it. Keep it up. The way you attack humans is totally different from fighting monsters. You gotta realize that. In-Chang panicked. I don't really get that deep stuff. She decisively swung her blade horizontally. George Lin ducked to dodge. His blue sword aura shot forward, grazing her cheek. She quickly backed away. He suggested, we should probably call it a day. In-Chang was discouraged. She had been completely useless at the Catalan Gate. She recalled that the reason she wasn't summoned must have been because her supporter couldn't understand her. In Chang thought of Lee Jun-Kyeong back then. She couldn't even protect him. Even that message from the prince on a white horse, looking at her with pity. She recalled it, and that's why she had received that message from him. In Chang felt totally down. Although she initially thought she and Lee Jun-Kyeong shared the same starting line, now he had gone so far ahead while she hadn't improved one bit. She wasn't even worthy of being called his partner. She clenched her fists. That was also why Lee Jun-Kyeong almost lost his life. It was all because she was still so lacking. George was wiping his sweat, then turned around. In Chang approached him. Please, let's do one more time. George turned around, looking exactly like his old self, by the regret of not being able to protect the one he wanted. Seo Ina has to be like that too, right? She's definitely gonna get way stronger. He tossed the towel aside. All right, let's go again. She braced herself, determined. She had to get stronger, no matter what it took. When training wrapped up, George walked into a room where blood bags and IV drips were hanging on stands. He muttered to himself, back in the cattle gate. I definitely felt her insane potential, but this is seriously no joke. George stared at his trembling hand. She's freaking amazing every single time. Our swords clashing. I could literally feel her getting stronger. He clenched his fist, just like his old self used to. George glanced over at the guy, lying on the bed. Demishes. He started talking. Hey, I think you're gonna love this. Looks like the Lee Jun-Kyeong is finally awake. George sighed, leaving him with a word. Get your ass up already. Seeing Demishes still dead silent, George looked depressed. Outside a grand building, Seo Ji-woo walked slow and heavy. He raised his head. Jian was training. What brings you here, bro? Ji-woo smirked. Damn, can't believe you're already walking. You always find a way to blow my mind, kid. Standing face to face. Jian shrugged. Is that so? Ji-woo put his hands on his hips. Yo, you know anything about lightning? Jian replied casually. It's a holy relic of Olympus run by Zeus. Ji-woo quickly added, exactly. Barely anything in this world can touch Zeus's lightning. Powers like that are always getting targeted and hunted down. Jian cut him off, just like the Bifrost you've got. Ji-woo flinched, totally shocked. How the hell do you? Jian's face turned dead serious and full of worry. Bro, I've got something to tell you. Ji-woo warily scanned the area. All right, but this isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Under a bright blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and a sparkling rainbow, they stepped out of a portal and into a massive garden. The grand building looked gorgeous under that rainbow, with fountains, spraying water everywhere. Jian looked at Ji-woo and muttered, Damn, this is gorgeous. Ji-woo replied, This is my private domain, Bifrost. Then he gave him a curious look. So, are you a prophet or a regressor? Jian didn't hesitate. Something like that. But honestly, I just read a book about you and your friend. His expression turned dark. It was a book about the guy they call the Demon King. Ji-woo's eyes went wide with pure shock. The scenery didn't change, but the tension between them in the garden was insane. Ji-woo raised his hand. You seriously expect me to buy that? That I killed you? Jian quickly clarified. No, you didn't kill me. I just thought you already knew everything that was about to go down. He thought to himself, this isn't a lie. Ji-woo's face fell. So you even know about me and Athena dating? Man, I really don't have a choice but to believe you. Jian was still flooded with doubts. Is everything Bifrost says really the truth? But that book was incomplete. Ji-woo gasped. Wait, what? Jian explained. What's in the book is only the prologue. The rest of the future is stuff I stumbled upon. Most of the details about you were missing too. What I know is just a tiny piece of the puzzle. Jian kept his cool. Still not a lie. Ji-woo's expression hardened. All right, I get it. So what's your endgame here? Jian reached out his hand. I want to change the god-awful future I had to live through. From now on, a lot of things are going to change. The theory about Bifrost was that it didn't actually tell apart lies from truth. It only judged whether someone was trying to harm Heimdall or not. Jian bit his lip thinking, sorry I can't tell you everything, bro. Changing the future isn't even my real plan. Meanwhile, a majestic building stood tall under the midnight sky. Inet was perched on a tree branch outside Jian's window, looking relieved. So he really is awake. Jian was caught off guard. No way, you sneaked into the round table. What's the deal? Inet quickly responded, I deeply apologize for my insolence, but I had to risk everything to beg you. For a favor, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Jian stayed silent, thinking, I heard he begged me for protection back in the gate, but it's not like we have any connection. Go ahead, spit it out, Jian said. Inet dropped to one knee and bowed his head. Please, go to Nin. That is all I ask. Jian was shocked. The commander of Nin is on his knees begging me for this. We only crossed paths and helped each other out in that last battle. So why? This is weird. He stared at Inept standing outside the window. Seriously, why? Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, intruder. Inept grit his teeth in a panic. Damn it, they found me. He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He shouted, please, go to Nin, before vanishing into the night. Jian stood frozen, staring out the window. If it's the bloodstone, and he must be talking about that madness in Egypt, is that happening here too? Hunters shouldn't even know about bloodstones yet. Come to think of it. They jumped in the second they saw Hercules start mutating. Heavy footsteps echoed from down the hall, and Co Aina burst into the room. Are you okay? Jian replied, yeah, I'm fine. For now, at least. She let out a breath, shocked. Jian had a really bad feeling about this. Just when I thought I cleared one hurdle, it feels like I'm about to face a massive mountain. The roundtable conference was finally over. The assembly hall looked insanely grand. Starting this war was entirely Athena's fault. Ina walked with Jian through the garden. Obviously, since Olympus broke the treaty, they've got to take the fall for that and for starting this whole mess. Jian smiled. Man, finally going home. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hold up. The second she heard it, she knew. She whipped around. George! She quickly gripped her sword to shield him. Get back, Jian. Her eyes flared purple. What the hell is this? George materialized out of a dark, swirling aura. His expression was pitch black. George stood on the steps, staring down at Ina and Jian. Jian calmed her down. It's fine, Co Ina. She looked completely lost. Wait, what? Jian explained. Even though he's oozing hostility, it looks like he actually wants to talk to me. Ina looked up awkwardly, letting out a sigh. Fine, I get it. The two men stood face to face. George broke the silence. You're back on your feet, but he isn't. Looks like Domitius took a total loss this time, he said flatly. But thanks to you, I learned a lot. Still, I'm not losing next time, Jian repeated. Next time? Huh. All right, but just so you know, I'm not the type to let a grudge slide easily either, George muttered. You arrogant jerk. Then he added, look, I can't talk to her, so do me a favor and pass this on. Jian raised an eyebrow. You mean Co Aina? George turned to leave. You've got potential, girl. You're definitely going to get way stronger. He added, looks like she's dying for some recognition. Clout and respect are cool. But remember, knowing who your sponsor is matters just as much. Try to think long and hard about who's actually backing you. Aina. Inshan was totally bewildered. What the hell was he talking about? Lee Jun-Kyeong answered that he wanted to be her Prince Charming, leaving her completely speechless. As George walked away, he didn't forget to wave her goodbye. That's that. He watched his back. George. The guy turned around. Yeah, what's up? Lee Jun-Kyeong smirked. In the future, Hercules is going to become a monster even more powerful than before. He's definitely waking up. George was stunned. Lee Jun-Kyeong continued. I told you, I'm not the type to just let the past slide. So next time, Lee Jun-Kyeong suggested, it'd be awesome if we were on the same team. He silently watched the two of them walk away, George clenching his fists and then letting them go. His face darkened. If only it goes down the way you said, that'd be awesome. But right now, he was in critical condition and was being transferred to Olympus. On the clear blue lake, a stone was thrown in, creating tiny ripples. Lee Jun-Kyeong, standing on the shore, dropped another stone. He was about to throw the next one when a voice suddenly called out, You really like making a mess, don't you? He gasped as a flash of blue light burst through the air. A blonde girl materialized. I don't know who ordered you to find me, but this is honestly going a bit too far. Lee Jun-Kyeong said casually, You're Merlin, right? She was slightly taken aback. Oh, so you know who I am? You're definitely no ordinary. Nobody. He stated flatly, the real commander of the Round Table. Merlin got curious. And who the hell are you? Lee Jun-Kyeong calmly replied, No way you don't know who I am. She grit her teeth, the Lee Jun-Kyeong who defeated Hercules. Just an arrogant hunter. Merlin's eyes turned blue. You seem to know a lot about me. What's your goal in provoking me? Blue mana wrapped around her body, and suddenly Merlin transformed into a young man. Furious, he spat. You should know that in the Round Table, no one dares to go against my will. Spill your real identity. Lee Jun-Kyeong's expression darkened. I am. Suddenly, his tone went ice cold. The one who knows the location of Excalibur? The other guy was stunned, speechless. At the airport, Lee Jun-Kyeong was walking over to In Chang. She was puzzled. Where the hell have you been? He played coy. There's someone I absolutely had to meet here. In-Chang seemed to notice something as she stared at his necklace. She stood up. And what's up with that necklace? Don't tell me you went and met another girl. Lee Jun-Kyeong got flustered. Well, that's... She snapped. I knew it. I knew you'd be like this. Looks like you're hiding quite a few women, aren't you? In-Chang looked gloomy. I can't believe this. You're a total player. He tried to defend himself. Well, I did meet a girl. How disappointing. Seon, Doug Yu cut them off. Are you two ready to go? Lee Jun-Kyeong smiled brightly. Hyung, are you all set too? He replied casually, yeah, meeting me must have made you pretty happy. Now, let's head home. As they were walking, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me. He turned around. A stranger delivered a message. Merlin told me to tell you. Just you wait. He smirked. You'll have to pay back something of equal value for that necklace. At the airport, Seon-gu glanced at him and asked, how do you know Merlin anyway? Jun-Kyeong replied, we reached an agreement. He looked at his neck and asked, is that Merlin's necklace? He answered, yeah, because of this, I almost lost my life. Josh was furious, his green eyes flashing as he roared. Hurry! Enveloped in a surge of power, he leapt down from above, returning to the airport. Lee Jun-Kyeong scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. Right now, facing them is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace, so I risked my life a bit. He smiled faintly and let out a sigh. The plane was already up in the air, flying past the city. In the cabin, In-Chang and he sat next to each other. Still troubled, she turned to Lee Jun-Kyeong and asked, there are some things I still don't get. He glanced at her and said, like what? She replied, it's about George. Even though we're rivals, he still helped me train and even gave me advice. If Hercule ended up like that because of what you did with him lying motionless in bed, then I feel like I should have faced his hatred as well. She looked up, deep in thought, and questioned herself. But the way he helped me, and the way he interacts with you, it seems I really don't understand the mindset of high-level hunters at all. He smirked and said, it's probably just intuition. She asked skeptically, intuition? Lee Jun-Kyeong calmly replied, seems like he realized I had no intention of provoking Hercule. An announcement echoed through the cabin. We are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. Flashbulbs went off continuously. A crowd of reporters lined up with photographers shouting out, whoa, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Lee Jun-Kyeong, Lee Jun-Kyeong. He read the banner sheepishly. Welcome, Lee Jun-Kyeong, who defeated Hercule. He quickly explained, they only know about him challenging you to a duel and getting beaten. Seon-gu turned to tease him. Why don't you wave? To them? Lee Jun-Kyeong asked quietly. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? He smirked. It's a surprise for you. Isn't this what you wanted? To become famous? Lee Jun-Kyeong smiled happily. He slowly walked forward, waving and smiling. The photographers went wild, snapping pictures nonstop and shouting. The camera flashes were blinding. In some chat room, comments rolled in. Did he really defeat Hercule? Didn't you say he was a monster? Just mentioning his name is enough to make all of Europe tremble. Wait, hasn't he been a hunter for less than a year? They say it's not even been 6 months. No fucking way you guys are saying. He beat Hercule. No way. Amid the rising tide of the era of heroes, the most sought-after hunter was, of course, Lee Jun-Kyeong. In the evening, in an abandoned industrial zone, he stood with In-Chang. She turned to look at him and asked, what are you planning to do now? Lee Jun-Kyeong replied, I still have a lot of things to do. He started listing them. I have to repair my weapons, the blood-soaked items and that hybrid crystal created from the blood dragon stone and the side effects of the red tower stone. Additionally, Hyomu is still fast asleep. In front of him was a pool of blood, along with the image of Inup kneeling and begging. Most importantly, I still have business in Nin. He muttered. But the very first thing I need to do, Lee Jun-Kyeong suddenly turned around, is move to a new place. Ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to have a house of my own, he said, happily. She thought helplessly. The most urgent thing is moving, she quickly told him. Well, that's fine too. Seems like you don't need my help for now. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Puzzled, he asked. What is it? In-Chang replied. From now on, I'm going to act on my own. He was a bit surprised. She expressed, rating with you, Jun-Kyeong, was really fun and a precious experience. But after hearing what George said, I realized there's something I need to accomplish on my own. Under the quiet night scenery, everything became peaceful. Lee Jun-Kyeong pondered for a long time as In-Chang slowly walked away. He smiled and thought to himself, looks like she's realized it. In-Chang will soon become much stronger. His phone rang, and he picked up. Hello? A voice on the other end spoke. Lee Jun-Kyeong, it's me, Kim Seo-jun. The association president is calling for you. He just shut up and kept listening. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. His face went totally dark. Then, it hit him. He'd totally forgotten the most important thing. He remembered Odin the clock tower right at the very top. George was booking it, rambling as he ran. No way. There's absolutely no way. He bolted even faster as a crazy, powerful glow covered the entire yard. That single punch was what unleashed all that raw power. Domitius was training like a beast, throwing one brutal punch after another. He was panting hard, sweat dripping off him in buckets, unable to believe his own eyes as he called out to Domitius. The guy turned and called Josh over. Reaching out, he asked, "Yo, what's up? When did you even wake up?" He answered, totally caught off guard. "Why are you acting so weird? Is this literally the first time you've seen a hunter get trashed?" He stood his ground and said, "Dude, you've literally never lost a fight before." Check, I guess that's true. He smirked. Josh thought to himself, something's definitely off with him. Whenever he gets anxious, he usually flips out. He stared at Domitius, who now looked unbelievably calm, like he didn't have a single care in the world. He saw Lat and asked, "What's going on?" He replied, "Looks like from the start, he never had any intention of becoming my enemy." He flinched, staring at the guy's eyes. His eyes flared a savage red as he replied, "I've got total control over my rage now. I can even channel just its raw power alone." See? Looking at his own hand, he smirked triumphantly. Seems like he gave me a little gift. Chang's son was sure that in the future, Hercules would become an even crazier beast than before, and that he'd definitely wake up. He said cheerfully, "It'd be awesome if we were on the same team." George let out a smirk. The sunset draped over the ruined wasteland. Right in the middle of the battlefield, a silhouette collapsed, a sharp steel blade driven deep into the ground. Suddenly, two beams of light collided violently in midair. Yu Yun was knocked back a few steps, her agile legs skidding to a halt. She landed firmly and raised her sword, a dark, eerie purple energy swirling around her. Standing right in front of her was Du, looking absolutely ferocious. She guessed it had already been 3 days. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Yi Yun thought, where the hell did this giant monster of a guy even come from? I keep getting the feeling like I'm fighting Heracles himself. Its sharp fangs hissed out hot steam as its power surged. Just then, a system notification popped up. "The prince on a white horse has helped you recover your strength," she muttered. "I can barely keep the buffs from my sponsors active, but this guy's gotta be exhausted by now too." Yet he didn't back down, bracing his arms to slam down. The impact shook the ground, but Ye Yun quickly leaped forward to dodge the blow. She gripped her sword tight and raised it high, slashing straight at Du's shoulder armor. The strike left a deep gash on his shoulder, making his massive body stagger. She raised her sword again, full of grit. "I don't really get what saving the sleeping beauty is supposed to mean." Channeling her energy, she leaped down from the air, but whatever threatens the princess. Ye Yun screamed, "I will kill them all." The downward slash unleashed a massive pillar of purple energy. She lunged onto the red monster, driving her sword straight into him. Wounded, blood spewed from his mouth in pure agony, but he instantly retaliated, swinging a fist coated in energy right into her left flank. The shockwave exploded outwards, and Ye Yun's body was sent flying, dragging a long trench through the dirt. The beast lay exhausted on the ground, the sword still stuck in his chest. Covered in scratches, she forced herself up through the smoke, squinting to check the situation. She only saw the red monster lying unconscious amidst the wreckage. Her hands trembled as she struggled to support her weight before finally letting go and collapsing onto the dirt to catch her breath. Yi Yun thought, "I'm totally out of potions. Even if I had one, I don't even have the strength to pull it out. Am I seriously going to die here with this guy?" Out of nowhere, Hyun-Mu walked up. Holding a potion bottle floating in midair, he asked if she needed some medicine. She gasped in surprise. A dark soldier, a system notification cut in. "The prince on a white horse praises your achievement. The prince on a white horse is granting you a pseudonym. The prince on a white horse will reveal his real name. Congratulations, you have obtained the pseudonym, Sif." The sky slowly turned pink as clouds drifted lazily. Then Chang's son walked up, stood right in front of her, and asked, "Oh, you're awake?" She sat up straight, her eyes wide with confusion. "Where the hell are we?" He chuckled. "Where do you think? We're right at the gate." She was still totally lost about what just went down. "My body feels weirdly great. Did you seriously feed me some kind of godly elixir or something?" He told her no. "But anyway, congrats." He reached his arm out, and a swirling surge of energy got sucked into his bracelet. Yi Yun was still super confused. "Congrats? For what?" Yun looked around, searching. "Oh wait, where did my sword go?" Changson spoke up. "Honestly, I thought you were going to get slaughtered." He looked over at the beast, but now, I don't really think it's a monster. The red beast was still lying there, looking completely wrecked. She walked over, grabbed her sword, and muttered, "Thanks. I got this pseudonym partly because of you." She gripped the hilt tight and yanked it out. The system popped up with another alert. "You have saved the princess. Elf Prince Sif has sponsored the elf mage for the princess. Elf Prince Sif will punish the elf mage." A brilliant blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky right in front of them. Yi Yun stared blankly. Wait, Elf Prince Sif. Is the sponsor actually a girl? The bulky red monster suddenly shrank down into a tiny pint-sized creature. She panicked as it scrambled over and climbed onto her shoulder. "Huh," he explained. "He belongs to you now." He sat proudly on her shoulder while she stood there completely dazed. "Belongs to me?" he assured her. "Yep, just like the Dark Soldier." "Congrats again. Now that you have a pseudonym, you're officially a legit hero." The little red monster squealed in excitement. Ye Yun looked at it, wondering, why do I feel so attached to this thing already? It is kind of cute though. Chang Sun offered a reminder. "Make sure to protect the princess and the prince on a white horse. Have you decided on a name yet?" She faced him and replied, "Not yet." The tiny monster let out a soft squeak, making weird noises. She still had no clue what it was saying. The tiny monster growled softly again. She finally got it. "Wait, is Gung your name? Are you trying to say princess?" It responded in its own monster language. The system notification translated its thoughts. The prince on a white horse is smiling in satisfaction. The sky of the apocalypse is laughing at this bizarre situation. Chang Sun smirked to himself. She actually want to fight against an elf mage. The way Yi Yun and the Dark Soldier grow is pretty much the same. She kept digging. "By the way, how did you even get to this place?" He replied with a sigh. "You really have to ask?" He broke it down for her. "Clearing a gate usually only takes like 1 or 2 days, but it's already the 3rd day and you still hadn't come out." She realized he was right. Chang Sun added, "Oh, and there's something important I need to tell you. Make sure to watch out for this freak. This savage 2-headed beast is coming right at us, dual-wielding massive blades." He hypes her up since she's the one running this gate, telling her to hang tough. There's only one of these bastards left. Imin Chang is practically dripping with bloodlust. "All right, let's do this." Sensing her own energy wrapping around her, she realizes her power skyrocketed after snagging that new title. "I can literally feel this insane power pulsing through my veins." The boss of the goblin village, a 2-headed goblin. She smirks, picking this beast as the perfect punching bag to test out her new hero powers. Imin Chang bolts forward, launching herself straight at the monster. Airborne, she hoists her massive greatsword, aiming to cleave it right down the middle. Out of nowhere, Gong Du leaps down, sizing back up to its original massive form, leaving her totally stunned. The 2-headed boss shrieks, letting loose a wave of raw energy. It charges and rips 2 nasty slashes across the monster's face with a ferocious roar. Right then, the system alerts. You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the 2-headed goblin. Jun-Kyeong is just speechless at how fast it stole the kill. "Yeah, I don't think we really need that prince guy after all." She's completely lost for words, just letting out a dry chuckle. Haha. The system notifies. The gate has been cleared. Prince Charming is watching your every move with a smile. The fallen angel shook his head. She turned around to ask, "Well, this is a surprise. What wind blew you here?" He just drops a bomb. "Look, I gotta head to China right now. Come with me." Hearing that, she flinches hard. Odin's trial was a total success. He pops up with pure joy in his eyes. "Man, I was actually worried the taboo would trigger, but we managed to bypass it using Merlin's necklace. So I parted ways with Jun-Kyeong." The scene shifts to a majestic white castle with 2 figures standing on a lower rooftop, looking up in sheer excitement. "Welcome to ASA. You're about to step into the shadow organization that runs the whole damn world. The Dark Soldier will keep evolving until it secures a complete body." He thinks back to a line of undead. Sure, they aren't on the same level as the undead army of the Tyrant King, but he can still summon 7 more skeleton soldiers for his army, with 1 more already manifesting right in his hands. Resting on his palm is a bracelet adorned with 2 tiny skulls, showing the status, inactive skeleton. He then paid a visit to the blacksmith Brock and got his spear fixed up thanks to Perun. There's also this 6-sword engulfed in raging flames, but it's got a nasty catch. It can totally backfire and end up killing its own master. Flashbacks of thousands of skeletons marching in perfect order fill his mind. Now, it's time to head to the deadliest place on Earth, China. China couldn't hold back the gates, and the whole place has turned into a straight-up monster kingdom. But it's also the only place where the one person who can fix the Dark Soldier vessel resides. A middle-aged guy strokes his beard, watching the battlefield from a distance. And this brutal war is going to go down in China. Right at the hot zone on the northern front, hordes of orcs armed to the teeth are charging forward, absolutely bloodthirsty and raring for a fight. On the other side, our guys brace themselves to clash. Shin realizes it's a massive pack of snow orcs, while someone else groans. Damn it, it's already been 3 hours. Suddenly, tiny sparks ignite out of nowhere and erupt into a massive wall of raging fire between the two sides, leaving everyone absolutely shocked. The flames are straight up incinerating the orcs. As the beasts writhe and scream in agony, two of our guys look back to find the source. Just a few meters away, two figures are standing on the hill. Jun-Kyeong's right hand is still smoking with leftover energy, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He, along with Im In-chang and Seong-go, walks right up to the group. Sejin says gratefully, "Man, thanks for the save. But are you seriously going in there?" Without a single shred of doubt, he replies, "Don't sweat it. We should be thanking you for doing your part to protect this country. Besides, I've got some business to settle with those guys." The captain hesitates. "I know you took down Hercules and all, but I'm still freaking worried. This barrier is something extremely tough that literally nobody can bypass, which is why we couldn't push any further." While Seong-gu stands behind them lost in thought, Jun-Kyeong reassures him, "Hey, don't stress. I know exactly what I'm doing." The scene shifts, and they're standing right in front of a blurry, shimmering wall of water. Seong-gu pipes up, "Let's see here. Even if we tried to melt this thing, it wouldn't budge an inch. This stuff is seriously bizarre." Im In-chang, with her jacket on and Gu chilling on her shoulder, asks, "What is this anyway?" Jun-Kyeong breaks it down. It's a gate. In fact, the entire country of China has basically been swallowed by a massive gate. She echoes, "A gate?" He replies with a mysterious smirk. "You'll see what I mean soon enough." The hand of Seong-gu touches the water barrier, making it ripple. His eyes glow a warning gold as he tells the two, "Listen up. From this point on, no matter what crazy stuff goes down, I won't be able to back you guys up." The water barrier begins to split open, spreading out from his touch. "So, I'm going to head back and check this spot in 1 month." He adds, "If you two don't make it out by then, I'll come back the month after. I'll be checking here every single month." Jun-Kyeong agrees to the deal. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be out right on schedule. Seong-gu sighs, "I sure hope so." He watches them slowly step inside, his eyes locked onto their retreating backs, knowing deep down that Jun-Kyeong always busts his ass to keep his word and save as many lives as he can. His own steps start moving with a newfound grit, feeling the heavy weight of his own duty. "So, I'll carry a piece of that heavy burden you're dragging around." Deep inside China, the weather is absolutely brutal, completely buried in snow. The two of them trudge through the biting cold. Im In-chang mutters, "Is anyone actually living in this frozen wasteland?" Gong-du, snuggling deep inside her collar, squeaks in agreement. Jun-Kyeong's breath puffs into the freezing air. "Damn, it's way colder than I expected." He gets a bit uneasy. If the temperature is dropping faster than I predicted, it means things are moving way faster than they did in the past. Suddenly, a savage roar cuts through the blizzard, putting him on high alert. It's a snow orc. She steps up, tightly gripping her sword, her voice echoing over the wind. "I seriously need to warm up, so this ugly bastard is mine." She swings her blade, slicing clean through the snow orc, its massive frame shattering from the sheer, terrifying force. But they aren't alone. A whole pack of orcs starts swarming them like hungry wolves. Snarling with rage, they charge at her all at once. She's ready to wipe them all out, mocking them. "Sweet, bring it on." She expects a fight, but instead, the orcs suddenly turn tail and bolt right past her, running as if something absolutely terrifying is chasing them. Jun-Kyeong senses the shift, something's wrong. Huge, monstrous shapes begin lumbering out of the dense fog, sporting tusks as long as horns. The system screen pops up to display its info. Ice Troll, immune to cold. Boasts insane health regeneration like all trolls. Its power level is on par with a B-rank hunter. Jun-Kyeong whips out his weapon and warns her. "Watch out, it's an ice troll." Jun-Kyeong swings his spear, slicing an ice troll clean in half from above, while Im In-chang goes all out, cleaving another one wide open. Gross green blood from the ice troll splatters everywhere, and the snowy wasteland slowly falls dead silent again. Standing amidst the pile of shredded corpses under their feet, she looks around, totally stunned. What the hell was that? Turning to him, she asked, totally puzzled. "This is so weird. Why are there so many monsters around here? Not only are they insanely strong, but he cut her off with his own question. And they're super hard to control and suppress their magic power, right?" Looking uneasy, she agreed. "Yeah, exactly. The way these freaks fight and move, it's literally just like humans." He was absolutely sure. of his theory, the gates were opening way faster than he had calculated. Deciding they couldn't waste any time, he said, "All right, let's move." Meanwhile, the snow was falling thicker and thicker, blanketing the trees in pure white. The duo didn't give a damn about the brutal weather and kept pushing forward. The freezing wind slapped Chang right in the face, making her super annoyed. Losing her patience, she groaned, "Ugh, how much longer do we have to walk?" Jun-Kyeong shrugged and replied, "Well, if we're on foot, probably about a month." Hearing this, Chang suddenly shrieked in absolute disbelief. "What? A whole month?" He clarified, "I said if we walk. But obviously, we don't have that kind of time to waste. We need to find some wheels or, well, some ride, and our first destination." Squinting up at the massive, freezing mountain range, he pointed his finger directly at the peak of Mount Baekdu. A sword was stabbed into the ground. The two huddled around a small, crackling campfire to warm up. During their break, Jun-Kyeong stood up to look around. "I'll go scout around a bit." She and Gongju nodded, agreeing to wait there. After a long while, he finally returned with 2 snow reindeer. Mounting up, the two rode them, dashing lightning fast through the blizzard, heading straight toward the distant Mount Baekdu. Once they arrived, they stopped in a desolate area with a clear, worn-out trail. Chang felt like they were going the wrong way. "Are you sure we're actually climbing Mount Baekdu? It's supposed to get colder as we go up, but it feels warmer." Unzipping her thick, padded jacket, she pressed him further. "Plus, I haven't seen a single monster on our way up here either." He answered calmly, acting like he already knew exactly what was going on. "That's because the master of the mountain is guarding it." A barrage of questions immediately followed. "The master of the mountain? Is it a human?" His expression remained dead serious as he shook his head in denial. "Nope." She threw out more guesses. "So, a monster then? Or some kind of wild animal?" He stuck to his original answer. "Not quite. Honestly, I don't even know what to call that thing." With a calm look, he added, "But we'll find out soon enough. Let's leave the reindeer here. For now, we walk." Suddenly, energy flared up in his glowing red eyes as he focused. "First, we gotta break through this barrier." What lay before him was a massive, high-energy barrier, completely sealing off this place from the other side. In stark contrast to the freezing cold, the sky over there was deep blue and infinitely high. A tiny figure standing tall on the roof of a skyscraper. Jang Hyojin questioned himself. Ever since those gates appeared, the world went to absolute hell. Because I wield an awakened power stronger than anyone else, I founded Asgard and lived by the motto, for the sake of humanity. From high up, he looked down at a bustling city filled with people and traffic. But when I use my power to save humans, I realize a few things. It's totally normal for those without magic power to be weeded out. Rather, the hunters who have survived through all kinds of hell, those are the ones we actually need to protect. His face darkened with regret. Lunyan already went to China. But I'm deeply disappointed in China because it didn't meet a single one of my expectations. Aside from the climate change and the rampant monsters, absolutely nothing satisfied me. But then, a thought struck him. But the guy who defeated Hercules without even having any hero power, maybe he's the rare gem I've been searching for. Staring at his palm, a sinister grin spread across his face. Hey, how fascinating. Smirking, he licked his lips as if savoring a hunting game. Realizing his thoughts were getting a bit out of hand, he covered his mouth with his hand. Oops, he chided himself. I shouldn't be in such a rush. As dark energy surged around him, he chuckled wickedly. I need to savor this slowly, to truly enjoy it. After all, this is the final dish to satisfy my hunger. The scene shifted. Standing in the middle of a brand new territory, Chang gasped in awe. Whoa. Excited, she asked. Are we finally here? He immediately replied, yeah, this is, but abruptly stopped, his gaze locking onto something in the distance. With his weapon glowing in his hand, a surge of power erupted. He stood his ground, enveloped in a tense red aura, scanning the mountain peak. A group of mysterious, heavily armed, and fierce-looking people glared at them hostilely. Chang drew her sword, getting ready to throw down. Hey, Hunter, are these guys half-human, half-monster freaks? You know anything about them? He clarified. They're survivors of the former North Korea. The enemies looked completely shocked by how easily he knew their identity. How the hell? Do you know who we are? Not wanting any unnecessary beef, he made his demand. I want to meet the master of this mountain. Two of the strange tribesmen whispered suspiciously. How do they know about Sengen? These guys are bad news. Their leader raised his fist and shouted, they're intruders. Everyone, attack. Jun-Kyeong, wanting to avoid trouble, warned them. I really don't want to waste time fighting, but it looks like you're not giving me a choice. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere, interrupting the imminent clash. Mister. He turned around to see who it was. A little girl was standing on the distant grass, waving and smiling warmly. Sang-gun says to let him in. The northern part of the peninsula had collapsed long ago. Due to failed nuclear tests, North Korea had become a wasteland even before the gates appeared, forcing many North Koreans to migrate south or to China just to survive. Bo-il, one hand on his sword, kept a wary eye on them. I'll ask you one more time. How the hell do you know who we are? Jun-Kyeong remained silent, thinking to himself, well, that's a tough one to explain. Yeo immediately ran over and scolded them. Oh my god, why are you guys being so rude to Sang-gun's guests? If they know about Sang-gun, then obviously, they'd know about us too. He stammered nervously, but what if they're bad guys? Besides, Sang-gun right now. They kept whispering among themselves. Yeo turned her gaze toward Jun-Kyeong. Then she explained with a smile, don't mind him, he's just a worrywart. A really long time ago, some bad people came here and tried to hurt Sang-gun. Fortunately, everyone here fought like hell to protect him. Looking down at Yeo, he called out her name. She immediately answered, yes. His expression suddenly darkened as he stared intensely at her. She flinched, feeling a bit anxious. In a bustling city nearby, people were walking around and shopping. A boy and a girl standing nearby wondered, travelers, it's been ages since anyone new came here, right? The boy added, looking at their clothes, for real. And check out their gear. So weird. Didn't the outside world completely go to trash? And Chang looked at him and said, there are about 200 people here, and almost all of them are hunters. He kept walking and replied, yeah, there. All survivors who went through absolute hell. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A cold, indifferent voice halted them. You guys cannot enter here. Jun. Jian stared at the dude pointing a spear right at his face and calmly asked, is this how you treat your guests around here? Then he added, didn't Sang-gun, the lord of this mountain, tell you to escort us to him? Kun glared back, on high alert, and snapped. Even so, there's no way in hell you're seeing Sang-gun. Yoon-hae rushed over, crying out, oh my god. Kun looked down coldly at the little girl. No way. Out of everyone, you know his condition the best. Jian stared at the guy as sparks of red light started flickering around him. What's wrong with Sang-gun's condition? Did something happen to him? You don't get a say in this. Kun shut him down. Yoon-hae immediately snapped, but Kun got into a fighting stance as blue light wrapped around his spear. You brat, are you trying to provoke me? Kun yelled in anger. Stop it. Jian looked over at the girl, who fell quiet. Kun froze too, glancing at her. Yoon-hae ordered in a pissed-off voice, as the mayor of Cheonji, I'm ordering you to step aside. Kun immediately bowed his head and stepped back. My bad. I'll follow your orders. Once she cooled her head, Yoon-hae looked back at the two of them. Let's go. Let's head to Sang-gun. The three of them walked down a dark tunnel lit by torches. On the way, Jian asked In Chang, hey do, you know the myth of Dangan? She tilted her head, repeating. The myth of Dangan? He calmly broke it down. It's a forgotten national legend about Dangan. Hwanung descended from the heavens to find Korea our nation. In Chang threw a question back. Why the hell are you bringing that up? All of a sudden, Yoon-hae happily led the way as Jian kept talking. That little girl is likely a descendant or someone closely tied to that very myth. The girl cheered, running excitedly inside to Sang-gun's chamber. A thick blue energy was drifting through the air, coming from deep within a tunnel. A massive white tiger lay there, and that crazy energy was radiating right off of him. Jian strolled up, stood before the giant beast, and asked, are you Sang-gun? The tiger locked eyes with him. You've got some nerve defying my forces, and you seem to know a thing or two about me. Quite an interesting guest. He slowly stood up. Yes, I am the Lord of Mount Bidu. Why have you come here? In Chang 777 shuddered at Sang-gun's overwhelming pressure, thinking, this power is terrifying. But Jian just casually dissed it, saying, what a chaotic mess. That shut Sang-gun up. Jian kept going, the power protecting Mount Baekdu is going to vanish any second now, right? Jian stared up at the giant tiger, calculating his next move. The beast was slowly dying because his own magic was eating him alive, and even Mount Bidu was falling apart. Sang-gun looked down at the boy. Who the hell are you? Jian replied, someone who can save your skin, and honestly, you aren't even the one I'm here to see. He slowly laid out his real goal. I want to see the real master of this mountain. Sang-gun roared in sheer rage at his insolence. Jian's face darkened as he lost his patience. Sure, you managed to lock that person up, but there's no way a dying loser like you is the true lord of this mountain. Just tell me where you're keeping them. Do that, and I'll save you and this whole Cheonji area too. Sang-gun glared fiercely at Jian. Cut to the outside, where the sky was wide open and crystal blue. Jian and In Chang were standing together on a small path under the trees. In Chang finally spoke up about what was bugging her. Seriously, tell me, who exactly is Sangun? You said he's not a monster? He smirked and replied, just think of him like those deer we rode to get here. Except, he's a way higher tier existence. He flashed back to riding those deer with her. To put it simply, after soaking up the magical energy leaking from the gate into the ground, their minds and looks completely evolved. She countered, but talking to humans and wielding that much insane power should be impossible, not to mention his attitude. He looked down, nodding. You're not wrong, but that's because even before he absorbed any magic, he wasn't like ordinary animals. Ever heard of the alpha species? They're creatures born with massive, powerful bodies and brains that are way smarter than anything else. Over time, these alphas become the legends we hear about, and Sangun is living proof of that. He went on to explain, it's because he has a sponsor. In Chang was totally blown away. He clarified, yeah, he's basically like a hunter. And right now, he's injured because of an intruder who took over Mount Bidu. Looking up at the sky, Jian revealed, he's not our only target, we're going after the intruder who hurt him too. Yunhai held out her hands in front of her, and waves of energy kept pouring out. Suddenly, the little girl screamed, open, world. A flash of light sliced through the clear blue sky, beaming straight down to the ground and whipping up wild winds across the silent hills. Jian and In Chang stood on the cliff's edge, quietly watching the beacon. Then, they leaped off. In Chang followed right behind Jian, diving straight into the light. A massive shockwave rippled out, and the girl pulled her hands back. Close, world. The light slowly faded. Yunhai let out a deep breath and whispered, please come back safe. Right after, a system notification popped up. You have entered the sealed domain express gate. The two of them materialized in another tunnel, even darker this time. In Chang was still totally lost. What the hell is an express gate? Jian explained calmly while conjuring a small flame in his palm. It's a gate inside another gate. Since both Korea and China got hit by the gates, pretty much every portal here counts as an express gate. In Chang started complaining again. Ugh, it's boiling in here. It was literally freezing a second ago. He smirked and replied, just think of it as training. Don't you see this is making us stronger? A skill notification popped up. The prince on a white horse has sponsored heat resistance. He thought to himself, as expected of the hero inheriting Prince Siegfried's legacy, the sponsorship is insanely generous. In Chang kept whining, man, I wish it gave cold resistance too. Meanwhile, In Chang was busy slicing through mobs blocking their path. Her sword clean-cut one in half. After taking it down, she sighed at him, phew, finally done. 2 back-to-back system alerts chimed, fire control mastery has increased, and you have leveled up. Jian grinned to himself, just as I thought. The Cheonji Gate's intense fire energy is perfect for farming levels. In Chang looked up and hesitantly asked, but hey, that clan head. Kid, who is she really? Did she actually create these sealed domains? He chuckled and replied, yeah, but to be exact, she didn't really build them. So this sealed domain is actually meant to lock up the intruder. We're at the very heart of Mount Bixdu, where all the mountain's energy gathers. The source of Sangun's power comes from here too. Jun-Kyeong went on, Neil, that little girl can actually wield the power of this mountain. She's the one who gave Sangun his power. Those words instantly blew her mind. She asked another question. Wait, so Sangun isn't the strongest one around? The tribe chief is, right? If that's true, then maybe, but he quickly cut her off. The intruder trapped in this sealed domain is way stronger. Honestly, he's probably tougher than any boss we've ever fought. Im Chang's eyes widened as it sunk in. Wait, but is her name really? That's a pretty wild name. Jun-Kyeong shook his head. Nah, I don't know her actual name. Ungle is just her alias. That kid is a straight-up hero. Im Chang looked totally defeated. Haha, man, this world is insanely huge. I busted my ass just to become a hero, yet they're everywhere I go. A book titled Heavenly Pond Village is the ultimate level-up zone popped up. Jun-Kyeong gripped his spear and charged forward, thinking, just like the Demon King's diary said, finding a farming spot like this is incredibly rare. I've got to level up as fast as possible to deal with whatever crazy stuff happens in the future. A massive explosion of roaring flames erupted as he drove his spear straight through a monster. Burning debris and monster carcasses rained down into the dust. A notification popped up. Fire control mastery has increased. You have leveled up. Im Chang put her hands on her hips, totally blown away. Dude, your sponsor is seriously goated. Just how much are they backing you for you to power up this fast? Lee Jun-Kyeong looked back at her with a smirk. Honestly, the prince on a white horse is way better. But secretly, he thought, well, I'm only getting this strong because of my player traits. Suddenly, two dark red notification screens flashed. The apocalyptic sky snorts. The apocalyptic sky flexes its authority and sponsors some stat points. A soft golden glow radiated from his body as notifications kept rolling in. The prince on a white horse chuckles. The apocalyptic sky glares at someone. The prince on a white horse instantly stopped laughing and looked away. Lee Jun-Kyeong slapped his forehead and let out a tired sigh. Man, behind him, Im-Chang stared in absolute awe. Wow, that is so cool. Meanwhile, back with Sang-gun and Ungle, the little girl stood in front of him asking worriedly, Sang-gun, how are you holding up? Sang-gun just muttered casually, same as always. Sang-won was actually slowly dying because he was burning his own life force to protect both Mount Bichdu and Heavenly Pond Village, all while keeping the intruder sealed. His vitality was draining away day by day. The girl spoke up again, I should have been the one keeping the mountain's power stable, and now you're hurt on top of that. Sang-gun, what if I take my power back? Sang-gun flinched and looked at her. No, you can't do that. He paused before adding, those guys are definitely strong, but the intruder is on a whole different level. Ungle looked at him, confused. Then why did you send them to the Heavenly Pond, Sang-gun? The beast looked down, deep in thought. Well, Sang-gun continued, I can't measure his power. What I see is what lies behind him. I see the exact same entity lurking behind both him and the intruder. Outside, the ground shook violently as a barrier materialized in the air. Wisps of purple aura started swirling inside the tunnel where Lee Jun-Kyeong and Im-Chang stood. Startled, she gasped. Wait, is that the intruder? A young boy stood before them in dead silence, a dark purple aura constantly radiating from him. He glared at them, narrowing his eyes. Im-Chang turned to him, totally shocked. Jian, is that little kid really the intruder? His face went dark as he shook his head. No way. He glared at the boy, totally on guard. That thing isn't human. Don't let his looks fool you. Im-Chang quickly tensed up too, thinking, don't let his looks fool me. The thick purple fog kept spreading, slowly taking the shape of a massive white wolf. Stunned and completely unsure, Im-Chang stammered, can we even beat that thing? The boy's eyes snapped open, baring his razor-sharp fangs. With a wild growl, he lunged straight at them. Im-Chang was too shocked to react, but Gongdu leaped in front to shield her. Standing right before the enemy, it roared a warning, but the kid immediately swiped his claws and grabbed it. This power was absolutely insane, like it was about to crush Gongdu's tiny body. Watching this, Im-Chang screamed in sheer panic. Princess, her sword suddenly flared with light. Im-Chang charged at the kid with her weapon, but he didn't even flinch and fired right back. Luckily, she blocked it just in time, thinking, how the heck is this kid so insanely strong? Seeing the fight go south, Lee Jun-Kyeong stepped in. His eyes burned crimson as crazy energy flared around him. He drove his spear straight toward the kid, but the kid leaped into the air, dodging it easily. From above, he summoned giant claws to shred his opponent. Sensing the threat, Lee Jun-Kyeong braced himself and raised his weapon. Waiting for the perfect split second, he roared and clashed head-on. Ha! The two massive forces collided, generating huge bursts of fireballs. The brutal battle completely lit up the dark cave. Just then, a system alert popped up. The apocalyptic sky is watching everyone intensely with its hollow eyes. Back at Cheonji Village, Ungle anxiously ordered her subordinates, hurry, evacuate the kids and those who can't fight to safety. Now. The subordinate bowed and replied seriously, right away. Once that was settled, she went to find Kun, who was busy training. Seeing her approach, he stopped and walked over. Chief, is everything going to be okay? The girl stayed silent, not knowing what to say. After a beat, Neil finally spoke. Don't worry, if anything goes sideways, Sang-gun and I will handle it. Just focus on helping with the evacuation. He bowed and replied, understood. Looking off into the distance, she thought, if they fail, neither I nor Sang-gun will be able to stop him. The entire fate of Cheonji Village rests in your hands. Before she knew it, she whispered her inner thoughts out loud. So please, come back in one piece. By a lake in the forest where the battle went down, Gongdu lay unconscious on the ground. Im-Chang, with her clothes completely shredded, was half kneeling, watching the fight in pure panic. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-Kyeong was pinned down, struggling under the kid's massive claws. Im-Chang screamed his name, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Hearing her, the kid squeezed even harder. But Lee Jun-Kyeong wasn't about to let this punk win. He grabbed those razor claws and pushed back with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes suddenly froze as if he spotted something. The system flashed a status window. Name, Jun-Kyeong, level 54, trait, player, title, Goblin Slayer, strength, 158, agility, 171, stamina, 167, mana, 199, skill, fire control level 9, divinity beast, black tortoise, soul-stealing bone growth, inactive. Reading this notification, he thought, damn, my mana level up is capped. It grew pretty fast thanks to the mana flow, but still. Just a second later, he continued thinking, even now, his mana flow is still stuck at level 1, and his fire control hasn't leveled up either. It ain't gonna grow anymore under heaven's will. Jun-Kyeong is seriously scratching his head, trying to figure out how to solve this damn problem. But right in the middle of his brainstorming session, the system hits him with another alert. His mana flow just leveled up. Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong snaps back, completely reclaiming his strength. A crazy surge of energy starts pouring out of his body. The little brat gets totally blindsided by this sudden change. His jaw literally drops to the floor when he sees Jun-Kyeong break free from his claws and transform into an absolute beast. Once he breaks free, Jun-Kyeong clutches his chest and lets out a massive sigh of relief. That was way too close. Damn. He realizes his mana flow only triggered because he was thrown into a life-or-death battle. As he raises his hand to cast some magic, he hesitates for a second. Honestly, none of the mobs he ran into lately could even lay a scratch on him. Jun-Kyeong grabs his weapon, keeping up the mental math. But against this guy, I think it's actually possible, even if it takes a sweet minute. He feels the mana wrapping around every single cell of his body, like he's literally being reborn. Even the power of his spear seems totally buffed up. Now, Jun-Kyeong is completely hyped and ready to jump back into the fight. Seeing this, the kid drops to all fours, getting into a pouncing stance. Humph. Jun-Kyeong hurls his spear straight at him, throwing in a little friendly warning. Yo, this one's gonna hurt like hell. He screams Heavenly Flame as he chucks it. Right away, the system pops up with a crazy achievement. You have acquired the Heavenly Flame skill completely on your own. You will receive massive points based on this achievement. Watching his buddy get absurdly OP, In-Chang is totally stunned. What the heck? Is that condensed mana? The space around Lee Jun-Kyeong is literally warping. Meanwhile, Jun-Kyeong charges in to strike, and the kid retaliates with a counterattack of his own. The crazy energy clashing from both sides is like fire and water colliding. The moment they hit, they blow up like a freaking bomb. The shockwave is so massive it literally shakes the entire area. The kid gets sent flying by the explosion. The system spams him with alerts. Fire control has reached level 10. You have unlocked the achievement, Ruler of Fire. Fire control has evolved into Monarch of Fire. The collision triggers a massive blaze, looking like a straight-up volcanic eruption. Standing in the middle of the flames engulfing Vanargand, In-Chang is totally shocked. Vanargand is completely unscathed, looking like he's literally merging with the fire. Jun-Kyeong walks over to check things out. Inside the flames, Van is growling, looking pretty hostile. Right then, new words appear in the Demon King's memoir. I walk through the flames to reach it. Jun-Kyeong figures, given its roots, this beast has no choice but to obey him anyway. The book shows more info. It is a wounded beast. Its eyes, once filled with rage and grief, have now turned into a deep, hollow sadness. Suddenly, the beast's eyes soften as it stares at him. The memoir updates. Soon, it will find its master. Seeing Van standing there in the middle of the flames makes him look kind of pitiful. Jun-Kyeong takes a moment to process this, staring up at him. The system warns. The sky of the apocalypse is watching you closely. The two of them stand in the middle of the ring of fire, just silently sizing each other up. A notification pops up. The sky of the apocalypse is sponsoring a connection. Jun-Kyeong steps closer and reaches out to touch Vanargan's forehead. The beast closes its eyes, totally giving in. The system alerts again. The sky of the apocalypse looks down upon the lost child. Watching this scary-ass monster acts so damn tame under his touch, he starts analyzing. Sure, he's a good boy now, but back then, he was one of the major demons that wrecked the world alongside the Demon King. He was the Demon King's closest ally and devotee, treated basically like a son. The memoir reveals the White Snow King, monarch of beasts, the god's fang, just a few names people used to call him. Reading this, he mumbles a name out loud. Fenrir. The system then drops a proposal. The connection has evolved into subjugation. Subjugation is now available. Do you want to activate subjugation? Meanwhile, back at Cheongyil village, Woon-Yo presses her hand against the ground. She thinks with a serious look. The tremors stopped. Is it over? Spotting two figures in the distance, she lights up. You guys made it back safe. Their clothes are totally shredded, and Jun-Kyeong is carrying an unconscious kid in his arms. The second she spots the kid, she flinches. The intruder. She screams in a rage, "Sangun!" The sudden shout startles both of them. Sangun, hearing his name, appears right behind her. Won-Yo frowns, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Jun-Kyeong calmly replies, "Hey, I kept my promise. Okay?" Sangun roars in fury. "So you played us? Didn't you say you'd eliminate the intruder?" Jun-Kyeong claps back. "Who said anything about killing? I said I'd save you in the village." His face darkens as he explains, "This kid isn't a threat anymore." Hearing this, Fenrir opens his eyes and stares intently at his master. Then, he suddenly leaps out of his arms and lands on the ground. The kid glares at the opponents, his icy stare making Sangun and Won-Yo back off on guard. Seeing this, Fenrir looks up at Jun-Kyeong. As if catching a silent signal, the kid bows deeply, leaving the girl absolutely speechless. Jun-Kyeong grins and pats the kid's head. "See, told ya." Just like that, peace returns to the village. Fenrir mumbles out his name, Geo. Hearing the bad pronunciation, Jun-Kyeong corrects him. "Not Geo, it's Jun-Kyeong." The kid tries to copy him but fails again. "Geo." Jun-Kyeong face palms, thinking, "Great, so he can't even speak properly yet." In-Chang and Gongju walk over, calling out Lee Jun-Kyeong. Seeing them approach, the kid instantly bares his teeth, growling aggressively. "Grr!" She quickly waves her hands. "Hey Fenrir, we're not enemies." Suddenly, the kid spots something nearby. He grabs Gongju, shouting, "Woof!" In-Chang yells out in panic, "Whoa, stop." Jun-Kyeong smiles, trying to cool things down. "Relax, they're just playing around." She retorts anxiously, "That does not look like playing to me." Suddenly, the system chimes in. The prince on a white horse is bursting into tears. The sky of the apocalypse bursts into a triumphant laugh. One day, by the lake behind the mountain, Won-Yo and Jun-Kyeong are standing near the water. Curious, she asks, "Hey mister, why'd you call me out here anyway?" He explains, "I promised Sangun I'd deal with the intruder and help him recover." What he says next completely throws her off. "And if I pull that off, I might just take you with me." Wong. Nyo just stares at him, totally silent. Jun-Kyeong doesn't rush her. "But not yet. I'll come back for you after handling some business in China, so get ready." With that, he summons his sword and tosses it straight into the lake without hesitating. Watching it sink, he says, "By the way, keep that thing safe until I get back. And if you can perform one of your rituals on it, that'd be dope." Won-Yo looks confused. "Excuse me, what?" As the sword sinks deeper, he continues, "We'll talk about the important stuff later. I still gotta gift it to someone anyway." The girl scowls after hearing that, keeping her mouth shut. Back in the village, a massive crowd has gathered. The four of them stand at the village gates, saying their goodbyes. Balmy steps up on behalf of everyone. "We truly apologize for what happened before. Everyone who came from the outside before only wanted to rob us blind." "Me." Lee Jun-Kyeong replied with a smirk. "Yeah, I get it," In-Jong chimed in. "No big deal." Eun-Hyuk stepped up and asked, "Wait, mister, you're bouncing already?" He replied, "Yeah, running out of time here. I'll be back for you soon, kiddo." She looked totally lost and asked, "Wait, what's that supposed to mean?" Lee Jun-Kyung thought, "Man, looks like she doesn't remember a single thing we talked about yesterday. Are the side effects getting worse?" Realizing that, he didn't bother explaining and just told her to go ask Sunday. In-Jong walked over to keep things moving. "Let's bounce. Time to go." Lee Jun-Kyung gave a parting smile. "Take care of yourself, Sangun." Somewhere in the tunnel, a flickering fire cast a dim light. Out of nowhere, a pair of glowing blue eyes cut through the dark, and from the shadows, a voice muttered, "Hurry the hell up." The vibe got creepier and colder by the second. The forest was completely buried in snow, but the crew kept pushing forward. Suddenly, In-Jong froze. Lee Jun-Kyung looked over confused. She hung her head looking totally bummed out. Leaving them like that feels awful. "My chest is literally heavy." Hearing this, he tried to chill her out. "Look, we're gonna head back eventually." In-Jong gasped, like she couldn't believe it. Lee Jun-Kyung sighed to himself. "Man, she's seriously too soft-hearted for her own good." He kept going. "Once our business in China is sorted and we're heading back, we'll swing by Chogi village to check on them, all right?" In-Jong asked, "But wait, aren't you personally going to deal with that whole assimilation gate mess? If that's the case, wouldn't it be way easier to just take a warp gate or fly back, Mr. Lee Jun-Kyung?" He pointed at himself, totally clueless. "Wait, me?" She kept going. "Come on, haven't you pulled off a bunch of insane, mind-blowing feats already?" She paused, flashing a smirk. "I mean, you literally took down Hercules and deified Fenrir. Going to China, is obviously to stop that assimilation gate from going crazy, right? He shrugged, lacking confidence. Nah, I can't pull that off. In Jong's jaw literally dropped. Yeah, Lee Jun-Kyeong broke it down. Look, single-handedly. There's no way I can freeze an assimilation gate. Seriously, nobody on this planet can stop the crazy assimilation that's eating China alive right now. In Jong finally got it. Ah, makes sense, she said. But then she asked, wait, are we seriously hiking all the way there? In her head, she was screaming. Yeah, Mount Baekdu is gorgeous and all, but I am freezing my butt off. He grinned and explained, didn't I tell you we came up this mountain to catch us a sweet ride? In Jong tilted her head. But dude, even the deer and all the wild animals cleared out of here. He didn't answer her. Instead, he just called out. Fenrir, hearing his name, replied, Yo. Lee Jun-Kyeong gave the command, give us a lift. The kid just stared back, totally clueless. Once Fenrir transformed back, he told her, hop on. The crew practically flew forward as it tore through the forest at breakneck speed. The two riders, on its back, had to hold on for dear life so they wouldn't get blasted off. Finally, the blurred scenery slowed down. Fenrir stopped on a high peak, staring down at where some weird noise was coming from. Down below, a bunch of orcs and trolls were beating the crap out of each other. A total free-for-all war zone was going down at the base. He turned to Injong. Look, those orcs and trolls are at each other's throats. Lee Jun-Kyeong finally realized why they had stopped. He immediately called out to Fenrir, who instantly shifted into his Venin form. Lee Jun-Kyeong gave a cold, low-voiced order, go eat him up. Before the words even fully left his mouth, the beast lunged down the cliff and crashed into the enemies. The absolute bloodbath below escalated instantly. Injong let out a weak laugh at the crazy scene. Seriously insane. Lee Jun-Kyeong shrugged. Well, he's probably been starving for ages. Hey, Injong, while we wait, there's something I want to teach you. Injong quickly nodded. Yeah, sure. She immediately locked in, wondering, wait, is it that? Remembering how Lee Jun-Kyeong fought monsters, she tried to connect the dots regarding his crazy power and absurd growth speed. I've always wondered how he pulled it off. But still, an image of Lee Jun-Kyeong radiating raw power flashed through her mind. She thought, I didn't pry because I figured he'd tell me when he was ready. Lee Jun-Kyeong clenched his fist, his gaze locked and loaded. I'm going to teach you how to feel the mana flow. Master this, and you can become a self-awakened hunter. And Jeong froze, her mind racing. Wait, a self-awakened hunter without needing a sponsor? Is that even a thing? Is this the cheat code secret behind Lee Jun-Kyeong's insane power? She clenched her fist, thinking, if so, then I can get way stronger too. He kept explaining, look, Im-Jong, you've actually already absorbed a bit of the mana flow. He cast a spell, forming a tiny orb of glowing energy. You seeing this? She locked her eyes on it, digging through her memories, and said, it looks like condensed mana. Hearing this, he smirked, feeling pretty hyped. She actually had some serious talent. In-Jong continued, if I really focus, I can spot the mana. Is this why you always spend so much time meditating? Lee Jun-Kyeong? He broke it down for her. To be exact, what we're seeing and feeling is the circulation of mana. It's like you're stuffing it inside your own body. She looked totally overwhelmed. Man, that sounds way too complicated. Lee Jun-Kyeong chuckled. You don't need to overthink it. This isn't something you learn with your brain. Then, he offered a shortcut. I'm going to forcefully imprint the mana flow straight into your body. Just a heads up, though it's going to hurt like absolute hell. In-Jong braced herself. I don't care, I need to get stronger. Biting her lip, she thought, I can't keep being a dead weight to him forever. Night began to fall, and the snow was coming down heavy. Lee Jun-Kyeong sat by the campfire, keeping watch while In-Jong and Gongju slept. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. In-Jong was curled up inside her sleeping bag, shivering like crazy. Lee Jun-Kyeong looked back to when he forced the energy into her and couldn't help but admire her. She was seriously tough as nails. She took that entire, brutal, agonizing process without letting out a single whimper. Meanwhile, the kid stood silently at the edge of the cliff, his eyes locked onto something below. Lee Jun-Kyeong walked up to him, curious. What are you staring at, Fenrir? Fenrir licked his lips, his eyes completely glued to that single target. Seeing the kid's reaction, Lee Jun-Kyeong smirked. Want to go hunt that thing? The boy turned around and replied, hell yeah, I do. Just then, his notebook updated, Drakes are Fenrir's absolute favorite food. Reading this, he thought. So his performance back at Mount Baekdu wasn't even his full power. On top of that, since Fenrir is currently in a submissive state, he's actually weaker than he was back then. Can he even pull off a hunt like this? Then, his expression hardened as he shook off the doubt. No, this is a must. Gotta find out what his current power level really is. Mind made up, he looks at Fenrir and says, "All right, let's go hunt some wyverns." Fenrir digs in and launches straight at the target. The little guy takes one powerful leap to build momentum and blasts forward, with a crazy surge of power exploding around him. Fenrir shifts back into his true form. The wyvern opens its jaws, charging up its magic to fight back. A stream of blue energy shoots straight out of its mouth. Fenrir quickly throws his head back to gather power, then unleashes a massive bolt of lightning, striking down on his opponent. The unlucky wyvern shrieks in the blinding light. Even from a distance, you can still see the sparks left behind by that insane attack. Jun-Kyeong watches Fenrir walk back to the now motionless wyvern. He's thinking to himself, is this guy really supposed to be weakened? A whole wyvern, taken down just like that. Then, his eyes lock onto something in the distance. So, all my prep work is finally done. The entire mountain range is buried under deep snow. The sight of those poor people frozen solid in that brutal cold is just depressing. Standing at the ferry dock, looking down at the ruins, In-Chang hesitates. Turning to Lee Jun-Kyeong, her eyes well up with tears. Is this the disaster you were talking about? Is the whole world going to end up like this? Jun-Kyeong replies with a dead serious look. Yeah, it's kind of messed up to compare, but this is actually the lesser of two evils. We'll be able to save way more people. He looks away as he speaks. Out there are tons of other hunters, heroes, and factions just like the Asgardians. To survive, those guys will do whatever it takes. But I'm going to give it everything I've got, so don't sweat it. In-Chang wipes away a tear and smiles. That's a relief to hear. I'll do my best too. Jun-Kyeong continues. The river's frozen solid, so we can just cross right over. Once we get to the other side, we'll reach our destination. She asks curiously. And where exactly is that? He replies, the Guangdong region. There are some people I need to track down there. In-Chang looks worried. But with this kind of crazy weather, is anyone even left alive? Jun-Kyeong says firmly, they're still there, I'm sure of it. Frowning, he thinks to himself, I'm still sealing the black stone with my mana flow, but I can feel its power growing stronger day by day. Clenching his fist, Jun-Kyeong wonders, is this really my limit trying to seal it like this? Shaking off the thought, Jun-Kyeong urges, let's hurry and cross the river. In his mind, he's screaming, I've got to find them as fast as possible. After scaling a few mountains, they finally arrive. The two jump off Fenrir's back. He explains, we can't ride Fenrir anymore from here on out, he'll just draw unwanted attention. In-Chang smiles and replies, well, the weather is warming up a bit, and there are no monsters around here. Jun-Kyeong brightens up a little too. That means we're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Fenrir points forward, catching their attention. Looking in the direction the kid is pointing, they spot a faint silhouette. In-Chang gasps, whoa, there's actually someone here. But Jun-Kyeong's face darkens as he barks out, draw your weapon. She's confused. Wait, what? Jun-Kyeong's eyes flash with high alert. At this distance, the naked eye shouldn't be able to spot anyone. Right as he pulls out his weapon, the true form of the figure in front of them is exposed, revealing a crimson giant staining the snowy ground. The fight wraps up, and In-Chang stands there holding her sword next to the giant's hand, which is covered in thick red fluid. She voices her confusion. It's so weird. It looks like a human, but her face grows dark as she notes, it acted like some wild, starving beast. Jun-Kyeong guesses it's probably an exile. He goes on, whether they're sick or just too weak, outcasts are left to die all by themselves. This giant was probably the same. Compared to the others, he was just way too weak. Looking down at the two giant corpses on the snow, In-Chang sighs, man, that is a dark way to think. Suddenly, a loud noise in the distance makes her jump. Ahead, a massive cloud of snow kicks up. Jun-Kyeong is also tracking it. We've got company, and it's not just one of them. In-Chang groans, can I get a single second to breathe here? Several axe-wielding giants riding massive beasts appear right in front of them. In-Chang is stunned. He's literally riding a frost wyvern. Isn't his presence here just completely ridiculous? The giant glares down at the group with a dark expression. Who are you? Why are you hunting Nas? Suddenly, something about one of these tiny humans makes him freeze in terror. You, a horrifying thought, crosses his mind. Are you the special one? Meanwhile, Jun-Kyeong is completely speechless. Fenrir is drooling. Is this kid seriously thinking about eating that wyvern? In a situation like this? Suddenly, a huge net drops out of nowhere. In-Chang gasps, a net. She drops down, summoning her weapon, ready to slice right through it. But right then, someone grabs her shoulder from behind. It's Jun-Kyeong. I don't feel any killing intent. The giant holding the net scoops them both up in one clean sweep. He looks at them trapped inside and says with a serious tone, "You are coming with me." The band of giants riding wyverns speeds through the snow-covered forest. The riders in the lead glance back to keep an eye on the cage behind them. Sachi walks over and asks, "Are you guys from around here? Give me some answers." "Nope, we're from somewhere else," Jun-Kyeong replies. Sachi nods and explains, "I see. Well, don't worry, you were only captured because you're with the special one." Jun-Kyeong leans his back against the iron bars, thinking, they're totally different from the giants in legends. They aren't the mindless monsters people make them out to be. They're actually pretty smart. He then speaks up. "Are we heading to Utgard?" Sachi smiles. "Impressive that you know our city," he confirms. "You're spot on. That's exactly where we're going. But don't worry. I don't plan on hurting you guys." He then introduces himself. "My name is Sachi, which means bursting strength. I'm the captain of the Great Frost Giant Army." Jun-Kyeong plays along and introduces himself. "I'm Lee Jun-Kyeong." Along the way, they run into a few more Nas and take them out. One by one, they get finished off with a single blow, falling before Sachi's deadly axe. Jun-Kyeong just silently watches it all play out. Sachi steals a quick glance back, then turns around with a broad grin, catching Jun-Kyeong totally off guard. Sachi walks over to the iron cage. "Look, we just have a few questions for you," he says reassuringly. "Once we're done, you can leave whenever you want." Jun-Kyeong's face darkens as he thinks he's definitely hiding something. Still, it looks like there are survivors in the city of giants, just like I thought. Meanwhile, Sachi places a hand over his forehead and declares, "I swear on my honor as Sachi, you will be safe, and you'll be free to do as you please." Hearing this, Jun-Kyeong clenches his fist and lets out a soft chuckle. It seems getting to where they need to go is going to be way easier than he expected. Plus, he is going to be there too. In-Chang, who's been watching the outside, suddenly gasps, "Whoa!" Sachi announces with pure pride, "Behold, this is our city." In the distance, a massive fortress stands tall right in the middle of the snowy Utgard forest. It didn't take long for the whole squad to get close to the ancient castle. The massive gates swing wide open, welcoming the crew back. Some guy in the fortress spots them and shouts, "Yo, it's Sachi." The dude next to him looks hyped too. Man, it's been forever since he was last back, right? Meanwhile, Lee Jun-Kyeong and his companion quietly scan the area. There's a kid bundled up like some wizard, some jacked up hunters, and a lady in a long dress. Watching all this, In-Chang breaks into a cold sweat. No kidding, feels like we just got dragged back to the freaking Middle Ages. Don't tell me we just time traveled or some crazy stuff like that. Suddenly, she snaps her eyes. To the right, catching on to something. A giant is muttering, "Aren't those guys just humans? Why the hell are they locked up in a cage?" Another giant also wonders, did they mess up or what? Fenrir starts reacting violently to this place, completely spooking the locals. "Ah, that's the special one. No way Sachi actually bagged the special one? That's freaking Vandergand." Sachi quickly shuts that down. "Nah, it's not like that. We're just here to see the chief, so step aside." Lee Jun-Kyeong pats Fenrir's head to comfort him. "It's fine, buddy, just chill." The kid suddenly whips his head in one direction. Lee Jun-Kyeong, enemy. He looks over and mutters to himself, "An enemy?" At a dark castle swirling with ominous magic, Sachi calls out to the two giant guards, telling them that Sachi is here. The huge gates creak open, and he carries the iron cage into the palace. Sitting on the throne is the giant chief, Loki. He immediately demands, "You dare crawl back here with these intruders?" Lee Jun-Kyeong watches closely, thinking, is that the enemy Fenrir warned me about? If so, he's definitely the one who injured him before he reached Mount Bixtu. Sachi drops to one knee to report, "My lord, I have brought you Van and his companions." He glances sideways, hesitating before adding, "It seems this Vandergan wants to stay by its master's side." That statement catches the chief off guard, making his face darken. He demands suspiciously, "Are you saying Vandergan was actually tamed by these punks?" Sachi replies, "Yes, my lord." Dark magic flares up around Loki. "Warrior, leave. The intruders hear and back off." Sachi hears this and immediately pleads, "Chief, I gave them my word on my honor as a warrior. I beg you not to hurt them, and please help them get back to where they belong." The chief's eyes gleam with dangerous intent. Sachi bows his head low. "My lord, please, respect a warrior's honor." Darkness completely blankets Utgard. The lights flicker on one by one. Someone's hand rattles the iron bars before turning around. To say, it's locked tight. Though, if I wanted to, I could totally bust it open. Lee Jun-Kyeong immediately stops her. "You'd have to fight the entire giant race, you know. No matter what, we're still sitting right in the middle of their territory. In-Chang isn't buying it." "Oh, so we're not in deep trouble right now?" No matter how you spin it, that king looks like he's ready to tear us apart. She shifts her gaze to a corner, adding, especially the way he glared at Fenrir. The kid is huddling by the fire to keep warm. I can tell that king is super anxious. So, what's the game plan, anyway? Jun-Kyeong, totally unbothered, just lounges on the bed. Don't sweat it. If we wanted to, we could ditch this place in a heartbeat. Isn't this like the perfect time to chill? Just take a nap, as if he already saw what was coming, he adds. Looks like we're going to be stuck here for a hot minute. Suddenly, the entire city is engulfed in a sea of flames, towering buildings smashed to pieces with fire everywhere. Mindless giants scour through the ruins. Jun-Kyeong stands by the window, recalling those grim scenes. In the Demon King's diary, the War of the Giants was described as absolute hell, which is why I can't wrap my head around it. He is lost in thought. I'm positive. That king is insanely strong, but the combat power of individual giants is trash compared to humans. How on earth did they manage to push humanity into a corner? Suddenly, a small noise at the locked door makes him turn around in surprise. Sigyn steps inside, saying, I'm here to serve you some tea. She pours out the emerald green tea and nervously asks, Is this enough? Sitting at the table, Jun-Kyeong asks, Do you always treat guests who come here like this? The little girl freezes up. Pushing further, he asks, Then why are you treating us this nicely? But she just stammers, completely hesitant. Seeing her like that, Jun-Kyeong reassures her. It's all right, nobody is watching us. That catches her off guard. Wait, what? Far away sits an hourglass. That looks totally ordinary. Something nobody would ever look twice at. He smirks, knowing it's a magic item used to spy on the room. Normally, I wouldn't have noticed it, but thanks to the great mage Merlin's necklace, I spotted it easily. Jun-Kyeong drops to one knee to face her. Your name is Sigyn, right? You can speak freely here. But you gotta keep this a secret once you walk out that door. Then he asks, How long have you been here? Sigyn replies, About 1 year. Most people say they've been here for around 1 year and a half. Jun-Kyeong connects the dots himself. That means it's been about 1 year and a half since Utgard was discovered. He asks further, I get it, but why are we getting this special treatment? The little girl pumps her fist. Because you guys are strong. The giants love strong people, and the kid over there is super special. Last time Utgard got raided, Luna's attacked, but that kid turned into a beast and slaughtered a ton of giants. The kid they're talking about is curling up on the sofa. Hearing his name, Fenrir glances over. After that, the king fought the beast. He fought alongside the other giant warriors and won, but the monster managed to escape. Jun-Kyeong crosses his arms, figuring it out. So for some reason, he clashed with the giants. That's why Fenrir fled to Mount Bixdu. Then, he makes a deal with Sigyn. Hey, can you do me a solid? I'll hook you up with tons of snacks. But the little girl replies, I don't need those. Sigyn shyly sets her condition. But if you have any scrap iron, please give it to me. If I sell it, I can buy medicine for my mom. Jun-Kyeong agrees instantly. Deal. In exchange, can you track down someone for me? I heard his name is W. Sigyn is shocked to hear this. Wait, you mean Tyr? He brightens up and replies, Yep, that's the one. Snow continues to drift lightly over the palace. A few days after arriving at Utgard, the whole time, Jun-Hee's group has done absolutely nothing. Jun-Kyeong and his companion are taking a stroll in the garden. When it's chow time, food is delivered. Occasionally, they're allowed to walk around the castle, and that's literally it. In-Chang grumbles from behind. What kind of joke is this? If they don't even need us, why the hell did they? Why won't they just let us leave? Jun-Kyeong turned back with an optimistic look. But hey, thanks to that, at least we've got some time for some real training, right? In-Chang was still totally pissed off, honestly. But if we keep staying locked up like this, I'm literally gonna die. Jun-Kyeong replied with a sly smirk, Don't sweat it, I guarantee you won't get bored. That made In-Chang look at him weirdly. And how's that? Jun-Kyeong summoned his weapon. I think it's about time we show off our real power, which got her totally hyped as she pulled out her broadsword. Are we finally gonna trash this place? Jun-Kyeong froze up a bit seeing that. For someone so self-righteous like In-Chang, she sure got super excited about a chance to wreck everything. Curious, he asked right away. Looks like you really hate this place. Huh. In-Chang grumbled back. Well, obviously. We haven't run into a single human except for these damn giants, and I definitely don't like that guy who calls himself king. There's something sketchy about him, something is definitely off here. Mana began to surge wildly around Jun-Kyeong. Exactly. To find out what it is, shouldn't we show off what we've got? Jun-Kyeong said with a deadpan serious face. Let's throw down, which caught In-Chang totally off guard. Instead of explaining, He just asked her back. You've never sparred with me before, right? She hesitated. Well, yeah, but Lee Jun-Kyeong let out a dramatic sigh to bait her. Wow, what a letdown. Don't tell me you have zero confidence. Im In-chang bit her lip, annoyed, as her own mana flared up around her. You're gonna regret this. Even if I can't win, don't think you can take me down easily. With that, she lunged at him, leaving behind nothing but after images of mana. But Lee Jun-Kyeong easily dodged her blade and confidently laid down a condition. If I win, you have to do one favor for me. His counterattack slashed through the air, but he missed. Im In-chang had already leaped high and was bringing her blade down from above. Her fighting spirit was burning hot. I was thinking the exact same thing. From the outside, the greenhouse still looked totally calm and peaceful, but literally a second later, a massive explosion of mana blasted out, sending glass flying everywhere. Somewhere deep in the snowy forest, Sachi laughed with pure glee. The castle is totally wrecked. The flower greenhouse was left in absolute ruins. Sachi laughed heartily, while the two culprits just stood there silently watching. When he heard that the humans he brought had trashed half of the castle's garden, Sachi was absolutely thrilled. It was such a shame he couldn't see the leader's reaction. I'm so glad I brought them along. He thought back to when he and Loki had their falling out. Once the leader united with the other tribe, he completely changed. Loki was now totally consumed by darkness. He even demanded his title be changed from chief to king, and as soon as he mined iron, he forced the warriors to conscript. His eyes weren't clear anymore, but nobody had any clue that the chief was already planning to kick off another war. Pride and honor Sachi, who always fought for those noble causes, realized it was hard to grasp his real motive. Looking at the castle from a distance, he thought, I hope you choose your enemies wisely, chief. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to report, Captain Sachi, it's the Lunas. He instantly switched back into battle mode. Let's move. The scene shifted to another building in the castle. Im In-chang was sitting face to face with a giant. He let out a heavy sigh and Saren spoke up. Damaging the castle's garden is a major crime, but we are also to blame for not asking about your customs first. Im In-chang bowed her head sincerely. I'm deeply sorry about that. Then she lied. I'm not sure how much you know about our people, but we have a tradition of running wild in the woods to train. Saren looked quite sympathetic. Hearing that, I see. He listened as Im In-chang continued, Still, I really regret messing up the castle's garden. My apologies are sincere, so I want to make it up to you. Please let me know what you want as compensation. Saren stroked his chin, thinking it over. Compensation, huh? In that case, tell me about your kind. He explained further. This isn't just about the accident. There are way too many things we still don't know about you guys, so I need more information. Im In-chang agreed instantly. Of course. Flashback to her previous fight with Lee Jun-Kyeong. He was going all out against her. Im In-chang was pushed back by his heavy attacks. She struggled to keep up, thinking, I can't read his timing at all. I've got to be faster and way sharper. She dropped low to swing her sword, and their mana collided, triggering a smoky explosion. Lee Jun-Kyeong thought to himself seriously. As expected of Dong Im In-chang, she's no pushover. Right then, he spotted an opening, dropping low to charge up his mana for a dash. Across from him, Im In-chang also saw her opening. There it is. She leaped from her spot and dashed forward, slicing her blade right through Lee Jun-Kyeong's roaring flames. But to her shock, she only hit thin air as he leaped high, appearing right behind her back and pointing his spear at her neck. Im In-chang threw in the towel. All right, I lost. Lee Jun-Kyeong recalled his mana and spear. Man, that was a killer sparring session. Then he sure she'd keep her word. You're still keeping your promise, right? Im In-chang replied bluntly. Fine. What do you want? Hearing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong laid out his request. Gather his information while pretending to cooperate with the giants. Im In-chang listened intently. Just moments later, the guards rushed to the scene. What the hell is this? They gasped at the sight of the trashed castle garden. Wait, what? Lee Jun-Kyeong had fought so hard that he was covered in wounds. A giant yelled out, Get a doctor. Quick. Right now, the doctor was standing by his bed, looking thoughtful. It seemed Hua too wasn't too pleased. Your wounds aren't even that serious. What a waste of a trip. Lee Jun-Kyeong thought, even though a giant might drop dead from wounds like this, I guess this is absolutely nothing to him. He then told him, Please heal me. The doctor put his hand near the wounds and cast his healing magic. As his mana flared, the cuts slowly closed up, and the blood vanished. Lee Jun-Kyeong sat up to check his body. He hadn't just stopped the bleeding. He'd made the wounds heal completely naturally. Thanks a lot, Lee Jun-Kyeong said. Hua Tu stroked his beard. Don't mention it. Lee Jun-Kyeong formally greeted him. It's a real honor to meet you. Hearing this, the doctor was pretty surprised. He pushed up his glasses and asked in a dangerous tone, "You know me?" But Lee Jun-Kyeong denied it right away. "Nope, I don't." So Hua-Tu figured it was something else. "Then I guess you've heard of me from Sigun." Lee Jun-Kyeong denied that too. "Nope, not that either." "But wouldn't it be awesome if we got to know each other right now?" That left Hua-Tu totally speechless, thinking, what a ridiculous kid. Annoyed, he turned to walk away. "Let's go." However, Jian stops him again, like, "Hold up, old man, my treatment isn't even finished yet." He says it with total confidence. "Are you really going to leave an untreated patient all on their own?" Tuo turns around and snaps. "Look at you, kid, you don't even have a single scratch on you." Lee Jun-Kyeong holds out his hand to explain, "It's not an external injury, old man. You still haven't checked my pulse yet, so how can you make that call?" That shuts Tuo up for a second before he sighs. "My bad." Then, he reaches out to check Gyeon's pulse, putting on a super serious face while checking him. He lets go and says, "Even after checking again, I don't see any issues. I gotta bounce right now." The door slams shut, completely shutting him out. Lee Jun-Kyeong is left there thinking, I can totally feel mana coming from that guy. That means he's a hunter. Has he not awakened his abilities yet? His face darkens in total disbelief. Did he really not notice a single thing after checking my pulse? No freaking way. I'm positive he's Tuo. But is the legendary Tuo really at such a pathetic level right now? Lee Jun-Kyeong recalls what was written in the memoirs of Tuo, one of the last surviving hunters in China, the dude who treated countless heroes, and even the Demon King himself. He thinks back to the records from this exact period. The Demon King had created a mana flow in the land of the giants. From the very beginning, the book stated that he had to face a reverse flow of magic. It was pretty much identical to the side effects of the Blood Dragon Stone. Lee Jun-Kyeong recalls with a heavy heart, but the Demon King managed to overcome it with Tuo's help. In the journal, it said he had enough talent to be called a god. He starts to wonder, did I get here way too early? Has he just not leveled up enough because of a lack of time? Suddenly, Im Chang pops into Lee Jun-Kyeong's room. Seeing her, he lets out a sigh of relief. He honestly thought she'd be in deep trouble because they had wrecked the garden. But it looks like nothing serious actually happened. He speaks up, asking, "So, how did it go?" Im Chang smirks and says, all hyped up, "Well, after meeting me, they straight up want me to become a warrior." Snow is still falling on the massive tower. Im Chang explains that recently, those ice giants called the Nas have been building a city and are looking for a chance to strike. Right now, they're super low on manpower. To protect Utgard from them and other monsters, they seriously need our help. Hearing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong gets to thinking, there are way fewer giants here than I expected. So, the giants' numbers drop because of those Nas, but that still shouldn't really pose a threat to humans. Im Chang keeps talking. Besides that, he asks a ton of questions about the outside world, our population, culture, traits, and military strength. Hearing this, he praises her. "Not bad. Good job." She doesn't even bother playing modest and replies, "Thanks." "So, did you find the guy you were looking for?" Lee Jun-Kyeong looks pretty deep in thought. "Nah, but that's actually why this works out. Looks like I gotta look around a bit more." He confesses, "My original plan was to just grab my guy and head back, but now that they've asked us to become warriors, is this why you wanted to stick around longer?" She lays out her thoughts. "The giants aren't holding everyone hostage here, but if they leave Utgard, they won't get very far before dropping dead. That's gotta be why they can't leave. And that's exactly why. I want to find a way to help them." Her words catch him off guard. Lee Jun-Kyeong starts reflecting. "After finding Tuo, I only planned to drag a few people along with me when I escaped Utgard." He looks at her and says, "You've got a way bigger heart than me. Thanks." He thinks to himself, sacrificing the few for the many sounds good on paper, and feels pretty relieved. Damn, I almost did the exact thing I despise the most. The scene cuts to the city streets. After signing the deal to become mercenaries, we're allowed to bunk with the others. A few locals spot them and whisper, "Yo, is that the guy who owns that massive wolf? Looks like it. What's he doing here anyway?" The townspeople keep a close eye on him, whispering, "That guy looks straight up dangerous." Lee Jun-Kyeong definitely notices they're highly on guard around outsiders. Im Chang chimes in, testing the waters. "Well, looks like we aren't exactly popular here." Suddenly, Sigun runs over from a distance. "Hey, big bro," the little girl says excitedly. "Thanks to that iron you gave me, my mom is feeling way better now." He replies, relieved. "Man, that's a huge relief." Suddenly, he notices someone approaching. It's Dr. Tuo. "How are you holding up, kid?" Lee Jun-Kyeong extends his hand to greet him. "Thanks to you, Doc, I'm doing much better." With those words, they shake hands. Hua Tuo strokes his beard, offering some advice. If you ever feel under the weather, just come find me. I'll check you over again. Then he heads off with little Sigun. Lee Jun-Kyeong's hand suddenly clenches into a tight fist before relaxing again. His expression darkens as he thinks, I literally reversed my mana flow on purpose this time, and he still didn't catch it. Watching Hua Tuo walk away, he's totally baffled. With skills like that, he definitely should have noticed something. Is there something I'm seriously getting wrong about this guy, Hua Tuo? Seeing this, Im In Chang asks him with concern, Hey, you okay? Lee Jun-Kyeong lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Not really. She quickly tries to comfort him. Don't stress. You'll definitely find who you're looking for. Im In Chang's words make Lee Jun-Kyeong crack a small smile. Snapping out of his funk, he decides it's time to gather some intel. The two of them start asking around the city, saying, So, you want to know how many giants are living here, huh? He nods. Yeah. The man hesitates, scratching his head. Man, that's tough to say. Maybe around 1,000? A young guy standing nearby immediately snaps back. What are you smoking? It's easily over 10,000. The older man blinks, questioning, For real? Lee Jun-Kyeong keeps probing. So, who exactly are these guys called the Nas? The young guy explains, Utgard used to be crawling with giants like 3 or 4 times more than what we have now. But then they started fighting among themselves, and one of the chiefs took a whole crew and split. Those guys are the Nas. Jian hears this and follows up. So, what happened to the rest of them? The guy next to him answers, They all died killing each other. Plus, I think there was some kind of sickness from the get-go. The young guy nods along. Exactly. They couldn't adapt to this land and ended up dropping like flies after catching a bunch of diseases. Hearing that makes Gion's face cloud over. An infectious disease. Okay, this is new info. He keeps pushing, asking, Are there any other tribes around here besides us? The man pauses to think before answering. Well, there used to be. That answer makes Lee Jun-Kyeong's expression get even more tense. There used to be? Right at this exact moment, a certain name flashes in his mind, the Demon King. The book definitely said he came to China and visited this city of giants. Since I've literally traveled back in the past, maybe I can dig up some clues about his existence. The two locals continue their story, saying that there used to be a few, but they already bailed. We never actually met him ourselves, just heard the giants talking about it. Apparently, they found some intruders just like us, but they simply walked away like nothing even happened. Hearing that made up Taeho's mind. Guess I should go ask the giants about this and keep swapping info. I'll fill you in on what's going down outside. After wrapping that up, Taeho headed back alone. This actually seems pretty damn useful. He walked and thought to himself, the one who stopped that plague spreading among the giants and who keeps getting summoned to the castle. The Utgard castle I'm searching for must be them. His face looked pretty grim. All right, time to squeeze some info out of the giants. And so, back at the castle, Skathik suddenly noticed someone creeping up behind him. The guy was totally hyped. Ha ha ha. Well, if it isn't the punk who torched the castle garden, seriously, thanks for the hand. Even though we're not of the same race, those dwarves and Veneer really despise the giants. We need to head out today. Hearing this, Taeho was puzzled. Out? Skathik explained the situation and joked. Lately, those damn Nas have been attacking constantly. I was wondering if I could borrow some of that badass power from the guy who torched the garden. Taeho smirked and nodded in agreement. With that, the giant army marched out together through the freezing snow. Skathik and Taeho set off to block the Nas attack. However, the Utgard vanguard ended up clashing with another dragon-riding troop, leading to a face-off that was totally unexpected. Leading the opposite side was the Nas commander, Sim, a giant with a cold, expressionless face. He dismounted his beast and stepped forward. Skathak also stepped up to meet him. The two came face to face, standing dangerously close. The Nas commander muttered, Skathak. He replied in kind. Taeho watched from a distance with a grim expression. This is looking pretty sketchy. The Nas giants were being led by Sim. He could feel a massive wave of magic radiating from Sim's body. This guy is a beast. Taeho watched closely. He's stronger than Skathak, probably on par with the giant king I met at the castle. Can I even learn their language? I don't understand a single word they're saying. Just then, a notification from the comm, Apocalypse Sky popped up to help him with the Jotun language, making him jump. Well, that's a nice surprise. Skathak and Sim glared at each other. Sim was pissed. Why did you change your mind? Skathak said flatly, I have zero reasons to listen to a traitor anymore. Enraged, the giant stepped forward. Do you really want to keep listening to that brainless king? Seeing your tribe rot like this is pathetic. You're an embarrassment to warriors. I'm no traitor. We simply don't belong to G, that's all. Suddenly, he roared, enough, as a massive surge of power swirled around Skathek. He also unleashed his own power. Yeah, that's how we settle things. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and saw Taeho and Fenrir watching them. An unusual beast. And is it that human's pet? Or is it the other way around? Sim smirked mockingly. Amusing. Catch you later. Skathek swung his axe aggressively. The hell are you talking about? He casually dodged to the side as the axe slammed down, shattering the ground. Out of nowhere, the giant lunged at him like a bullet. Skathek's eyes widened as he froze, Sim's fist already hurtling toward his face. The shockwave from the punch tore through the ground, yet he just laughed calmly. See ya, round. Skathek? He glanced back toward them again, that weird beast and that unusual human. Someone rushed over. Captain, aren't we going after him? Skathek exhaled deeply and turned around. Sim is backing them up. If we charge now, we'll lose too many soldiers. It's annoying as hell. But as commanders, we have to avoid fighting Sim. Shrouded in the blizzard, the dragon-riding troop retreated into the forest, their faces dark and eyes filled with sheer defeat. Taeho silently watched them. They looked like they'd been utterly crushed. But Skathek was right. Even though these giants are hot-headed and love a good brawl, there's a massive gap in power here. The image of Skathek and Sim facing off flashed in his mind. The Naz commander and Skathek definitely have history. Maybe they were friends or even family. Taeho's thoughts were cut short. Wait, is someone there? Watching the figure lost in thought, the giants must have seen him, yet they didn't react at all. What's he doing out here anyway? Intrigued, Taeho asked. Skathek, who's that? He glanced down casually. Just a mercenary like you. He's helping Utgard. Skathek looked over with concern. Yo, looking for herbs again? Taeho was shocked. Herbs? Hwada looked up and replied, yeah. Skathek, being a good guy, offered. The Naz are close by, it's dangerous. You should come with us. He didn't panic. Well, I was planning on heading back anyway. Who's the kid next to you? Skathek grinned and introduced them. This is Taeho, Utgard's newest mercenary. And this is Hwada, a mercenary and a doctor. Taeho suddenly smirked. Found him. In the distance, an ancient, sturdy fortress stood firm against the relentless blizzard. Jun-Kyeong happily stepped out. You're back, Taeho asked. You seem pretty happy, huh? She replied, yeah, I got an achievement today. I went hunting and got ambushed by the Naz, but they ran like cowards when they saw me. Taeho didn't look thrilled. Well, I'm the exact opposite. No fights at all, but I ran into the enemy commander, and that guy is crazy strong. She immediately looked worried. Must have been rough. Oh, by the way, there was a human among the Naz who ambushed me. Taeho was shocked. A human? Jun-Kyeong explained seriously. Yeah, he looked Chinese and blocked my blade, effortlessly. He uses a spear just like you, but there's something weird about his face. Taeho immediately grew tense. A Chinese hunter strong enough to stop Jun-Kyeong's sword strike? No way a guy like that exists. He shook it off and said, anyway, I found the person I was looking for too. She clapped excitedly. That's awesome. But is there a catch? You don't look too happy. He gradually calmed down. I'm just worried some bad crap is about to go down. I'm gonna go talk to him. Wanna come? Jun-Kyeong shrugged. Nah, not like me being there will change anything. Taeho held out a necklace. In that case, could you do me a solid? He explained. This is Merlin's necklace. It lets you understand different languages. I figured you'd know how to use it. Under a snow-covered roof where lanterns hung quietly, a long line of people queued outside. Hwada frantically yelled out, Hwada, please save them. Hwada was dripping with sweat. Just hold on a little longer. Taeho watched from the side. It's gonna be fine. Back in China, they say the miracle doctor is named Hwada. Now I get why. Suddenly, he stepped up behind him. But why are there so many sick people? He strained to look back. Huh? Taeho held out a bowl of blood packs. He smiled warmly and said, I'm pretty busy, so I figured this stuff could help. Gunhwa was totally stunned. Whoa, that's a lot. Thanks, bro. Meanwhile, a long-ass line of patients was stretched across the clinic beds, the stash of medicine Lee Jun-Kyeong brought over. Gunhwa was finally able to treat the patients, and later on, he sat down to have a chat with W. Today, the glass-windowed, curved-roof house caught a bit of gentle sunlight. Finally, dropping the formalities, W asked, If you don't mind, could I check your pulse? Lee Jun-Kyeong was totally confused. Why? W got all serious. Earlier, I was thinking about it, I felt a weird-ass vibe when we shook hands. Looks like Lee Jun-Kyeong had finally tracked him down. Wu Hua grabbed his wrist, locking himself in deep thought for a second. W warned him, this might hurt a bit, Let me double-check a few things. Lee Jun-Kyeong was totally chill about it. Go ahead. Suddenly, W's eyes lit up as he channeled his own energy straight into the kid's hand. He suddenly remembered when In Chang and him shared mana. Even with permission, having someone else's mana inside your body is a major drag. It was the mana-induced trauma that In Chang had left behind. But our boy was completely shocked. The guy was checking his condition just by feeling his pulse, and it didn't hurt one bit. It literally felt like it was his own damn mana. Wait, don't tell me. Suddenly, he slapped Wu Hua's hand away. The healer was totally stunned and confused. What's wrong? Lee Jun-Kyeong looked dead serious. Now I get it. You, too. Wu Hua was bewildered. Are you talking about internal chi? At the exact same time, our boy blurted out, mana flow. Both of them froze instantly at these two foreign terms. Under the freezing roof, right in the middle of nowhere, Lee Jun-Kyeong sat right across from W. Where did you learn to manipulate the mana flow? W was baffled. Mana flow? We call that internal chi. Our boy fell into deep thought. So other people know about this internal chi too? Wu Hua calmly explained. Yeah, the people in Nas. It reminded our boy of their previous convo about the secrets surrounding the people Jian In Chang had crossed paths with. Lee Jun-Kyeong pondered. Right now, he had to deal with the Blackstone core first. He probed, did you find anything weird with my pulse? Wu Hua looked deeply concerned. Your pathways aren't clear, and your energy is totally unstable. I only did a quick check, so I could be wrong, but are you having any major health issues? Our boy figured since this guy used to treat the Demon King, he could actually be trusted. Lee Jun-Kyeong spoke honestly. I ran into some trouble while training my energy. He flashed back to the moment he violently unleashed his power. The demonic energy from a monster got released and flooded straight into my body. As he explained, a glossy black stone flashed in his mind. That demonic energy inside my body fused with other energies and formed a stone core. That damn thing radiates such intense power that it actually hurts. Lee Jun-Kyeong did his best to explain. I don't even know what the hell that stone core is, and nothing can change my current state. W spoke up slowly and seriously. In that case, can I check your pulse? One more time. For real, this time it might actually get dangerous. Our boy stayed cool as a cucumber. Whatever, go for it. Lee Jun-Kyeong lay straight on the bed, waiting, while Wu Hua wiped the sweat off his forehead. It literally feels like your internal organs are being ripped to shreds, yet you're holding up like an absolute beast. Our boy looked up. Is that so? W was cautious. Lee Jun-Kyeong, your black stone core is freaking wild. Normally, these things eat away at people's lives like some contagious disease, but yours is a whole different story. It's actually boosting your internal energy. Lee Jun-Kyeong sat right up. What's that supposed to mean? W chose his words carefully. It's not doing any major damage. The reason you feel pain is because it's forcing your internal energy to activate. W looked even more worried. But still, this is highly dangerous. As you grow stronger, the Blackstone core gets stronger too. Our boy was taken aback. Stronger? Wu Hua's face grew darker. Yeah, if it ever overpowers you, your body will completely overload. Remembering his fight against the giant, W continued, which leads to chi deviation. But somehow, Lee Jun-Kyeong, you managed to suppress it. Lee Jun-Kyeong wondered. So all those people who suffered from chi deviation, did Nas just abandon them on the icy land? Wu Hua hesitated, then slowly nodded. Recalling the images of those victims who suffered chi deviation, their internal energy leaking into the other side of Nas, our boy realized there was a ton of new info he had yet to sort out, but he definitely scored big time. A black sphere materialized as he muttered, the Blackstone core is still stable and constantly boosting my energy. Lee Jun-Kyeong pondered, if you want to get stronger, you gotta face the risks. This is actually a win. Grabbing his shirt back, he wondered, did the Demon King research mana flow based on internal chi? Wu Hua realized that thanks to internal chi, he could actually level up his own mana flow. Putting his shirt on, our boy said, Wada, can we talk for a sec? Wu Hua didn't back down. Sure, I've got some questions for you too. The door was shut tight. Lee Jun-Kyeong couldn't help but ask, even though you don't fight, why are there so many patients here? W answered calmly, because the energy here is endless. W lifted his teacup. Hunters with sponsors are more than happy to see reach a place like this, but normal folks can't handle such massive amounts of energy, it literally kills them. As he spoke, a vision of the cold, ruined city outside flashed in Lee Jun-Kyeong's mind. Is that why there are so many patients? With gates popping up all over the world, this place had turned into a wasteland where ordinary humans couldn't even survive. W set his teacup down again. Before China turned into a giant dimensional gate, I was studying medicine in Europe. When I returned and heard the news, I wanted to do whatever I could to help. Massive monsters stomping around appeared in their minds as our boy noted. The outside world calls this place the territory of hell, the monster kingdom. W's eyes widened in surprise. Then why the hell did you come here? Is there a rescue team on the way? Lee Jun-Kyeong replied indifferently. There's never been a rescue team before dropping the bomb, and there never will be. W's face went pale. I see. Our boy clarified, because they're already here. Wu Hua gasped. Huh? A slight smirk crept onto our boy's face. Wu Hua's expression hardened. Stop joking around. With just 2 people, but Lee Jun-Kyeong cut him off. Aside from Fenya, there are 2 others who make the giants tremble in fear, and one of them isn't even human. Calling him a skeleton wouldn't be far off. Wu Hua looked up. Will having your squad around change anything? Can we take everyone with us? Lee Jun-Kyeong's answer was a flat no. Wu Hua was baffled. But our boy cut him off again. I can't pull that off on my own. The healer was even more stunned. Then, our boy confidently made his demand. Give me the details on the people following Fen, Naz. I need their help. Wu Hua lost his temper. That's insane. You don't know anything about them. Lee Jun-Kyeong took a sip of tea, then spill it. There are barely any hunters who can survive in Utgard, which means most of them have joined Fennis. But why? The healer suddenly looked flustered. I don't know. I only went out to gather some herbs. By the time I got back, all the hunters had already left Utgard. Our boy grew serious, thinking, giving orders to hunters. I can't think of any other explanation. Wu Shua's eyes looked exactly like someone who desperately wanted to save lives, but couldn't do a damn thing. Seeing Wu Hua's silent, heavy gaze, our boy quickly spoke up to explain, Look, I want to help. To get everyone out of here, we need those hunters on our side, and we gotta get stronger ourselves. Suddenly, he leaned forward. I've got a favor to ask. Teach me internal chi. Gunhua. Stunned for a moment, his eyes lock in with pure determination. If I can tap into this massive well of power, if I can learn to harness my internal energy, I'll be one step closer to the strength of the Demon King. The freezing snowstorm howls through the icy castle. Lee Jun-Kyeong and his 2 companions are busy working together in the snow. Suddenly, a barrier rises up. All done, Wu says with a smug grin. I've set up a protective barrier around this place to make sure none of the internal energy leaks out. As long as you train here, no one will suspect a thing. Lee Jun-Kyeong looks slightly skeptical. Do I really need something like this just to train? Wu nods firmly. Of course you do. Harnessing internal energy requires you to absorb the raw power around you. During that process, the energy shifts are going to be massive. The giants will definitely notice. Wu gives him a worried look. Gathering energy is tough enough to begin with, so we need this barrier to block the natural energy flow. Is something wrong? Lee Jun-Kyeong stays calm. No, it's just, I've always been able to sense and absorb natural energy. Wu asks, in disbelief. Hold on. Don't tell me you've been gathering energy without any formal training? Who the hell is your master? What style of internal energy did you learn? That's impossible. Jian looks puzzled. What even is that? It sounds way too complex. Wu hesitates. It seems your potential for internal energy is on par with a high-level mage. I had a feeling you were extraordinary, but this is way beyond anything I imagined. Suddenly, he grins. Well, that actually works out perfectly. Lee Jun-Kyeong is confused. What do you mean perfectly? Wu clenches his fist confidently. Even though your technique is raw, after hearing that, I think I finally understand why. I believe we can solve the issue of your poison internal energy now. The snow-capped mountains loom in the distance. Outside the tents, Wu's group of 3 are deep in discussion. Robbie asks, are there seriously no skilled hunters? Kangbi sighs, in frustration. Yeah, that's the painful truth. He grows impatient. Wait, did they finally send backup? Wu shakes his head. I highly doubt it. If reinforcements were coming, there's no way the Nas wouldn't have noticed. It's likely just a small squad of around 10 people. Robbie mutters, what the hell is even going on? He feels a wave of frustration. I let that happen, but now even I don't get how things turned out like this. Robbie questions, how long does a hunter need to get stronger? Wu chuckles. Progress is actually looking great. Now that we've cleared our heads, we've got a decent amount of capital. He then glances at them curiously. So, what about you two? Both reply in unison. We're in the same boat. Robbie gets fired up. You guys need to get way stronger. Suddenly, he raises his sword for their shared cause. He is completely determined for their goal, and Kang Bai is also giving it his all for their common objective. The weapons of the 3 clash powerfully. Snow-covered branches tremble slightly as Wu exerts all his strength to transfer his power to Lee Jun-Kyeong. Jian focuses and closes his eyes, surprised by how warm the mana flow feels. When a mana current is formed, it usually feels like a violent storm tearing your body apart. Wu pushes his limits, yelling, "Focus on matching my speed. We're almost there, but it's gonna hurt like hell." A jade-green stone flashes with a brilliant light. Jian grits his teeth in pain, struggling to endure it. Drenched in sweat, he tries to stay absolutely silent. Suddenly, Wu's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking. Ah, I never expected it to feel this incredible. The black stone radiates dark energy. This toxic power is way stronger than anticipated, not only absorbing the mana inside his body, but also consuming his entire body from the inside out. Veins bulge all over Lee Jun-Kyung's body, his eyes dead serious. I can't stop now. Wu grits his teeth. Since we've started this, I have to take responsibility and finish it. The surrounding barrier glows intensely. Fenrir watches warily as a massive burst of power erupts from the barrier. She looks up in utter shock. What is this? I can feel a massive concentration of energy coming from the ice land of Jian. He mutters anxiously, "No, there's no way those two could be this strong." The only one capable of releasing such a massive amount of energy is Stream. Recalling the moment Stream threw a devastating punch right in front of him, Sachi grits his teeth in rage. Spinning around, he commands loudly, "All warriors of Utgard, prepare for battle." Everyone looks at Sachi in disbelief. A young warrior hesitates. "Commander, the king, no. The chief won't agree to this." His lips tremble. "How much longer do we have to stay cooped up here like this?" Sachi becomes even more resolute. "How much longer must we hide? Constantly fearing an enemy attack just because of the chief's orders. Where did the pride and honor of the giants go?" He beats his chest. "I'll take full responsibility for everything. Today, we reclaim the honor of the frost giants." The crowd bows their heads slightly. Understood. Up on the high wall, a sentry quickly blows a warning horn. Soldiers march forward with grim faces. On the other side of the mountain, Stream gazes into the distance. "What's that? Is it Sachi?" He ponders. "No, even Sachi shouldn't be capable of this." Suddenly, the menacing face of Loki flashes through his mind. Is he really the commander of Utgard? Stream keeps thinking. But he's supposed to be tied down by other matters. What the hell is going on? This might very well be a trap. Suddenly, a sinister grin spreads across his face. But is there a better chance than this? I've got to take it. Stream raises his hand to order. Assemble the entire army. Today, we take Utgard. The green beam of energy continues to shoot straight into the sky, connecting the barrier to the heavens amidst the heavily falling snow. Fenrir suddenly senses something unusual. Outside, the two armies stand face to face. Sachi's soldiers stand firm in their battle formations, while Stream's army matches them with equally fierce morale. Sachi demands, "So this was your doing? Stream, what the hell is going on?" At the same time, Stream asks, "So it was you. After all, is the king inside?" Sachi is taken aback. "The king?" Stream hears this and freezes as the realization hits him. Outside the mysterious protective barrier, Fenrir unleashes a terrifying aura. The fierce beast glares at the crowd with a low, warning growl. Incheon deduces that Fenrir is protecting the barrier, meaning Lunjian must be inside. Stream slowly steps forward. "I have no idea what you're talking about." He begins to gather energy in his hands. "I can't trust you anymore, and I'm not going to try to play peacemaker with you either." Inside, he thinks, what a shame the king isn't here. But out loud, he taunts, "Today, I'm taking this all the way." Sachi snaps back, "If that's how it's going to be, then I have no choice." Raising his voice, he commands, "Giants, crush them." Stream also bellows, "Nas, charge." Two war cries ring out simultaneously. "Attack!" Instantly, the giants charge forward with their massive axes, while the Nas warriors on the other side surge into the fray. Sachi and Stream clash head-on. Inside the protective barrier, Lee Jun-Kyeong has his eyes closed, circulating his energy. Finally, he opens his eyes, staring straight ahead before turning around as if searching for something. He gasps as he looks at the person behind him. "Woo!" The man replies weakly but happily, "Haha, you're awake." At this moment, his face is no longer that of a young man, he looks 80 years old. This isn't over yet. This technique, this rage, and this energy flow. Before he can finish his sentence, his remaining strength drains completely, and he collapses. Lee Jun-Kyeong panics. Panicking, he immediately checked his neck to make sure he was still breathing, then let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God, he's still alive. He engraved it in his mind that Wada had sacrificed his youth to save him. With a determined look, his hand summoned a glowing apple. "I won't let you die like this." Jung-Yoon explained that the Demon King used his elixir to save Wada before, But since he didn't have any left, the only way to save Wada now was using this Iden apple, also known as the Asgard apple. I asked Odin for it, just in case I'd need it. He recalled the advice from the past that he had to fully absorb the energy from this technique. I'm gonna do this. He placed the apple on Woohua's chest. So, you've got to eat this Iden apple too. Standing up, Jung-Yoon whispered, "Mana flow." He spread his arms wide, welcoming the energy currents swirling around his body. They violently converged into a single point. Outside, a brutal battle was raging between both sides. Axes and hammers swung, making blood spray like waterfalls. Yoon-jung clutched her sword, moving like lightning to take down several enemies, decapitating them in the blink of an eye. She silently noted that despite his massive size, his strength was nothing to write home about. Then, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye and glanced to her right. Blocking the incoming strike just in time, her body was pushed back by the sheer force of the impact. The spear spun in midair a few times before returning to its owner's hand. It was Jang Bi. He grinned excitedly. "We meet again. You're still as badass as ever." Yoon-jung thought to herself, he's definitely way stronger than the giants. She yelled out for backup. Gongju, the beast, caught up in a wild brawl, heard her and immediately rushed back to Yoon-jung's side. Staring at its massive size, Jang Bi was taken aback, muttering, "What a monster." She turned to Gongju and ordered, "I've got to handle this guy. Keep the other giants at bay." Exuding pure confidence, the beast roared as if to say, "I've got this," before taking off to carry out her command. Yoon-jung smirked. "All right, let's do this then." Purple aura flared around her as she declared war. He laughed heartily. "Haha, interesting. I like your attitude." Thrym hoisted his massive axe, preparing to bring it crashing down, while Sachi's eyes grew sharp as a blade as he faced the strike head-on. The screech of their weapons clashing was deafening, throwing off a shower of sparks. "You've grown stronger," Thrym praised. Sachi replied cockily, "And you're still the same old slowpoke, aren't you?" This next collision was even more intense. The sparks caught each other, triggering a massive explosion. Deep cuts broke out all over Sachi's body as he panted heavily, struggling for breath. "I've definitely gotten stronger since our last fight, but the gap between us is still freaking massive. He really is the strongest giant warrior." Sachi grew irritated and demanded, "But why would a respected warrior like you betray your own flesh and blood?" Sachi charged forward with all his might, shattering the ground beneath his feet. With each step heavier and faster than the last, he screamed from the bottom of his lungs, "Why did you betray us?" Thrym didn't care, launching a brutal countercleave. Deafening clangs echoed repeatedly. Clang. Irritated, Thrym muttered, "I can't stand watching him play king anymore." Thrym let out all his pent-up frustration. "Maybe you don't know, but he ruined everything we ever had." Hearing this, Sachi froze for a split second, but instantly snapped out of it to lung directly at Thrym's face. Thrym couldn't believe that, while he was caught off guard, he had just taken a punch to the face. Dropping his axe, he retaliated with a devastating punch of his own, sending Sachi flying 10 meters back. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a horrifying truth, "The one who killed my friend and your father." It was Odin. Struggling to stand, Sachi was completely frozen. "What?" Thrym growled. "That bastard. Loki killed Odin." The news hit Sachi like a bolt of lightning, leaving him breathless. Cut to the protective barrier, which was still absorbing massive amounts of energy. The surge was so violent that the barrier suddenly exploded. This got Thrym's attention, causing everyone to temporarily stop fighting. Where the barrier once stood, a dazzling vortex appeared. Beneath the thick mist, a figure stood tall and imposing. It was none other than Jung-Yoon. He looked down at the person on the ground, whispering, "Wada." Wada's face had regained some color, looking far less aged than before. He thought, his condition has improved, but did the apple not work as well as it was supposed to have? The Idun apple is a treasure far superior to any elixir, but it seems it was only enough to keep him alive. I don't feel any increase in my mana either. He stared at his palm, doubting himself. Wait, was it because of me? It looks like I absorbed the effects of the Idun apple when I consumed the mana earlier. He clenched his fist. That must be why the mana flow has become this incredibly powerful. Jung-Yoon's gaze turned fierce and combative. Right now, I feel like I could even take down Hercules. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. What is this power source? Dozens. No, hundreds, thousands of them. He stood dazed, unable to find an answer. What the hell is going on? Just then, Yoon-jung landed right next to him. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Thank goodness." Suddenly, a system window popped up. "The collapse of heaven expresses its contempt towards you." He gasped. "Contempt? Why?" Notification after notification started flashing. An unbelievable, legendary achievement. The mana flow has leveled up. Sea fire, purification, and demonic energy resistance have all leveled up. Hyunmu has leveled up. One more seal on Fenrir has been unlocked. Spotting him, the enemy soldiers shouted, "What? He's just a human? This is our chance. Attack." They charged forward, initiating another chaotic brawl. Calmly, Jung-Yoon summoned, "Hyunmu." The black tortoise manifested instantly. "I shall execute your command," it acknowledged. "Leave everything to me. Shall I slaughter those giants for you?" Jung-Yoon chuckled. "Hyunmu, you've changed a bit, haven't you? First, take Wada to safety." Seemingly displeased, the beast muttered, "I've also grown much stronger." Feeling a bit sullen, Hyunmu complied, "Understood, master. I shall execute your command." Jung-Yoon turned his focus to the battlefield. "All right, Wada will be safe now." With a powerful leap, he shot into the sky, at a terrifying speed, leaving nothing but an afterimage as he flew straight towards Sachi and Thrim's clash. He delivered a brutal punch to Thrim, completely ignoring their massive size difference, then flickered in and out of sight, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire punches. Watching his opponent get utterly pulverized, Sachi could only mutter in awe. "No way." Sachi was completely stunned by his strength. "Jung-Yoon, who the hell is this guy? He's 10 times stronger than when we first met." Under the heavy snowfall, a chaotic battle was raging and on furiously. Flashing a surge of power, Jung-Yoon commanded, "Fenrir, go wild." The boy instantly bared his razor-sharp fangs, transforming back into Vannergan and standing close behind him. Then, he leaped, causing the snowy ground to violently tremble. Jung-Yoon glanced to his side. "So, shall we have a chat?" Facing Roby's trio, who were also constantly releasing a massive amount of mana, Roby asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" Jung-Yoon's crimson, blood-red eyes locked onto them, knowing they were not to be underestimated. All of them were legendary heroes, and the two standing behind Roby possessed skills easily on par with Yoon-Jung. Stealing his voice, Jung-Yoon replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask you guys. Of you. You. Who the hell are you guys?" Roby snaps, clearly annoyed. "I'm Joby." Lee Jun-Kyeong pauses, trying to recall. "Joby. I've never heard of that name. Someone who's this skilled should definitely be on the radar." He tightens his grip on his spear. "I'm only going to ask you one thing." His eyes flare with pure bloodlust. "Why the hell did you betray humanity? Just because they aren't hunters?" But Roby grits his teeth and barks back. "I didn't betray them." He kicks off the ground, charging in at full speed with his dual swords, screaming at the top of his lungs. This is the path they have to take. It's all for the greater good. Lee Jun-Kyeong ruthlessly slashes at him, his voice heavy. "Bullshit." Roby is easily forced back, skidding across the snow. Lee Jun-Kyeong yells in anger, "What kind of greater good is worth betraying humanity?" Roby, sweating bullets, frantically explains, "I promised Thrim that if the king of Utgard is defeated, we'll help rebuild China." Lee Jun-Kyeong charges straight at him with his spear. "And you think you could have promised that to the king of Utgard too?" Suddenly, Guan Yu, standing behind Lee Jun-Kyeong, roars. Hearing this, Lee Jun-Kyeong instantly leaps high into the air. At the exact same time, a devastating blow crashes down from above. But when he takes the chance to slash, the guy ducks and blocks his weapon. Lee Jun-Kyeong grits his teeth in frustration. Turns out Zhang Fei had taken the chance to point his spear at him, shouting, "Gotcha." But just as the spearhead closes in on Lee Jun-Kyeong, he catches it effortlessly. Using the momentum, he flings it upward, spins in midair, and delivers a kick that sends the guy flying, sliding all the way down the snowy slope. Roby grimaces, answering his earlier question. "That's impossible with the king of Utgard." His blade gleams with his rising anger. He slaughtered countless people in the dark just because of some infectious disease. Partnering with a monster like him is completely pointless. Lee Jun-Kyeong's eyes widen in shock. This must be connected to the incident only hunters knew about, something that happened while Guan Yu was away. So that explains why the survival rate in Utgard is so low, and why the hunters betrayed them. His eyes flicker with flame, and sparks of electricity crackle more violently than ever. "You claim it's had Iden. Iden had Iden them." Lee Jun-Kyeong snapped. Roby's jaw dropped as he shot back. "I didn't abandon them." Now, both Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are backing him up. Lee Jun-Kyeong makes his decision. There's still too much we don't know. "First, I'll overpower them. Then I'll hear their story." He challenged, "Bring it on." Across the snow-covered horizon, Thrim stood watching. "Your father, Alvaldi, realized the chief was plotting something," Thrim said. Sachi questioned, repeating, "A plot?" He calmly explained, "Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheim." Sachi tensed up, realizing what that meant. "What kind of plot is that?" Thrym spoke with chilling gravity. Purge this world and make it a land of giants. He wants to wipe out every single non-giant species, and Alvaldi died trying to stop him. Sachi grit his teeth. Why? Why are you only telling me this now? This revelation made him explode with rage, channeling his chosen power. Thrym raised both hands to guard his chest, channeling the same skill. Without a second thought, he threw a direct punch. The impact was so massive that the raging blizzard was blown away. Tears welled up in Sachi's eyes. Why didn't you say anything all this time? But Thrym only calmly replied, I couldn't afford to lose to you either. You're a loyal warrior of the giants. Would you really have turned on the chief, even if you knew he killed your father? With a swipe of his hand, he blasted him back. See, even knowing the truth, the thought of betrayal never crossed your mind. Thrym raised his fist, glowing with chosen power, and declared, and there's still this. A punch packed with massive energy slammed into Sachi, making him cough up blood and collapse into his arms. Thrym gently whispered, rest now, until this is all over. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hold on. Thrym looked back. Joby's group was beat up, lying on the freezing snow. But Jun-Kyeong stood there, smiling at him with supreme confidence. Thrym's face darkened, but he smirked. Interesting. Through the heavy mist, Thrym studied Jun-Kyeong. He was definitely built different. With that kind of confidence, is he as dangerous as Sachi? Thrym's face tensed up. No, he's as dangerous as Loki. He suddenly let out a low growl. Humph. As chosen power began to swirl around his body. Thrym's face was filled with pure battle lust. I was saving this for the king, but I'll have to unleash at least this much to handle you. Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong raised his hands. He put both arms up in the air. I surrender. The sudden move caught him completely off guard. Across the field, In-Chang whipped his head around in panic. The other giants stared in absolute disbelief. Roby gasped as a blood pouch was tossed his way. Jun-Kyeong gave a friendly smile. Go on, drink this. Roby looked at him, completely lost, but Jun-Kyeong just shifted his gaze elsewhere. I have no reason to fight anymore, he said. He glanced at the unconscious Sachi. The commander of Utgard was out cold. Then he looked at Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who were clenching their fists. And now I know why you humans chose to stand with the Aesir. Jun-Kyeong smiled. This average mercenary won't be taking part in this war. His words instantly shut down Thrym, who was mid-power-up. Thrym suppressed his energy. Fine. Go on. Speak your mind. I accept your surrender. As soon as he said that, the Aesir army raised their hands, cheering wildly. On the other hand, the Utgard forces looked totally demoralized. Thrym turned and ordered, don't kill him. The blood of the frost giants is more than enough for this civil war. Jun-Kyeong shifted his gaze again. I'll be watching your ideals play out. Show me what you've got. Joby was too stunned to speak. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu stepped forward to introduce themselves. I'm Guan Yu, I'm Zhang Fei. Suddenly, Thrym solemnly declared, we march on Utgard. We will slay King Loki. The Aesir soldiers roared in unison. Suddenly, a system alert chimed. The fall of heaven is staring at everyone with extreme displeasure. The fall of heaven is sneering. Jun-Kyeong pondered the notification. I'm not sure why, but the fall of heaven seems pretty pissed off. Is it because they heard the name Loki, the king of Utgard? Thrym asked Jun-Kyeong, I'm curious. Why did you pull out all of a sudden? He casually replied, because we're just mercenaries, flashing a bright smile. If you pay well enough, I'm down to help. Intrigued, he smirked. Hey, sounds like a plan. Jun-Kyeong's group watched his broad back fade into the distance. In-Chang spoke up, deeply worried. Hey Jun-Kyeong, are you really going to be okay? But his face was nothing but cheerful. Is there an issue? She asked, still anxious. He threw his coat on, cutting her off. Didn't I say this from the very beginning? From the start, we've always been neutral. Hyunmoo, carrying Wu, listened as he continued. We already achieved the goals we set when we came to China, Jun-Kyeong stated. And hunters like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei will help the survivors of Utgard. Isn't this the best possible outcome? In-Chang gave a soft, understanding smile. Yeah, I guess so. Meanwhile, Castle Utgard was already going up in smoke and fire are everywhere. The march to the Nas went smooth as butter since most of them already got wrecked in the fight against those first giant warriors. The locals inside have already fallen to their knees before the enemy. The warriors easily slipped in thanks to the Nas people. An anxious voice rings out, W. Hosi, you good, right? Jun-Kyeong sighs in relief as his eyes flutter fully open. You're finally awake, he panics, whipping his head to the side. Right across from him is thick, heavy smoke. What are the Nas? Warriors whispering about. Wu Hua grits his teeth. He screams right in Jun-Kyeong's face in absolute rage. Were you a damn traitor from the start? I didn't even. No. He fires back, totally confused. What the hell are you talking about? With a gentle face, he reminds him, I told you already. Even if it's a bit late, the rescue team is here. Woohoo is stunned. Wait, what? Then he spots the trio of Wu and Jang Bi walking up. Lee Jun-Kyeong steps up to hand out orders. Roby, round up the townspeople. If there's a chance, I don't mind letting you guys ditch this fortress. He looks back. Oh, and Hua, go help them out, please. If you're the guy I trust, you can round everyone up without any issues. He calms down, lost in thought. Realizing the guy genuinely wants to save people, he speaks up. I have no clue what's going on here, but I got you. Lee Jun-Kyeong smirks, satisfied. Then I'm off to do my job as a mercenary. Hunhwa speaks up with a doubt. Before you head out, can I ask you one thing? How are you feeling? He instantly flexes, unleashing his power as wild flames erupt all over his body, looking absolutely pumped. The system chimes in. A quest has been created. Eliminate the imposter. Time limit, 15 minutes. In the freezing, snow-covered wasteland, a spark of fire bursts inside the castle, dying at a bloody red. Cloaked crowds evacuate just like the rescue team said. Wu looks toward the blazing fire, thinking, Lee Jun-Kyeong, watch your back. The king is a monster. Over here, a crew radiating a deep crimson aura faces off against the Dark King sitting on his throne. Loki growls in absolute rage. How dare a filthy traitor set foot in my castle? Freem glares right back at him. Olgat Loki, you're next. The king doesn't look even slightly shook. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Lee Jun-Kyeong silently sizes him up. He's still completely chill, even with hundreds of giants in front of him. This king's aura is no joke. Does he have some kind of trump card? Why is he so damn calm? Freem smirks. You regret not putting me down like you did to Onvan. A smug smirk creeps onto Loki's face, deliberately pushing his buttons. I knew you started this little rebellion all because of Onvan. Instantly, Freem goes absolutely ballistic, gnashing his teeth. You bastard. He powers up, activating his level-matching skill, ready to send this jerk straight to hell. Loki just casually praises him. Impressive. Then, his hand suddenly snaps up a thumb to cast a spell. A massive coffin nearby starts shaking like crazy. Boom! The lid shatters. A glowing red hand claws its way out. This jacked monster shreds its confinement and lunges forward. Another one crashes through the window. They slam into the ground one by one with a heavy thud. Just like that, a massive army of monsters gathers, right in front of their king. Lee Jun-Kyeong frowns, staring at the bright red beasts. Are those the mindless giants I saw when I first got here? Loki bares his teeth, letting out a savage, twisted laugh. Freem grits his teeth, completely losing it. You absolute bastard. What the hell did you do? No way. Lee Jun-Kyeong shut? As he connects the dots. I heard most of the giants wiped out from some plague. Was that a total lie? These guys are way too strong. They're completely brainless, and completely different from when they just went wild with bloodlust before. Now, they're straight up obeying the king's orders. Looking at these freaks panting heavily, he can't help but speak his thoughts aloud. The puzzle pieces are finally coming together. This king sacrificed his own damn people just to build a personal army. Loki bursts out laughing, basically confirming the theory. I needed an army that only answers to me, and they became exactly that. Talk about glorious. Suddenly, someone blurs forward, crackling with tiny sparks of lightning. Freem raises his fists and charges straight through the monster horde at him. Spotting this, Loki quickly turns on his level-matching skill too. A crushing pressure instantly erupts all around, and he blasts a beam of dark purple energy straight ahead. Boom! A direct hit right on Freem midair. The energy blast is so insane that it doesn't even stop there, but rips right through the roof. Pulling his hand back, Loki oozes arrogance as he calls out, "My loyal warriors." With pure madness in his eyes, he screams, "Tear that traitor to shreds." The beasts roar in unison, charging forward one by one on his command. The two Naz warriors are still frozen in shock. Just one hit, and Freem is. What the hell do we do? But against all expectations, a hand suddenly claws its way up. Out comes Freem, a bit scraped up, but still burning with pure rage and raw power. He barks out orders. Naz warriors, take down their leader. He's lost his damn mind. Charge. Hearing in their leader's command, they surge forward like a tidal wave. Freem is back. Let's go. Jun-Kyeong is still struggling to process everything. Lee Jun-Kyeong, what the hell is going on here? He explains. The king wanted a private army, and it looks like he experimented on the giants to get it. Hearing every word, she gets hit with a massive wave of shock. Are you saying he butchered his own people to run experiments on them? He glances over, repeating, he's a psycho king who treats his people like tools. The guy is a monster. Meanwhile, the battle rages on. And as warrior manages to land 2 clean slashes on a beast, but the thing doesn't even flinch, its eyes rolling back in pure madness. Suddenly, it snaps its head down and chomps right into the Nas guy's shoulder, making him scream in agony. "Get the hell off me, you freak." But the monster just rips a chunk of flesh right off as the guy screams in pain. The other beasts wildly pounce on their next targets. He watches the chaos unfold in front of him. These modified giants have zero consciousness, so they're just charging like absolute maniacs. At this rate, the Nas are going to get wiped. The only way is, his thoughts cut off, but a sharp gleam flashes in his eyes. Loki stands high above, looking down casually. "Do you punks even realize what you've walked into? I'm going to wipe every single one of you out." Suddenly, the system chimes. Muspel's spear is fully charged with mana. Grabbing his weapon tight, he makes the call to put the king down. He kicks off the ground and launches himself skyward, leaping clean over the clash between the Nas and the monsters below. Pulling his spear back to build up insane momentum, he swings it straight down at Loki, but the king doesn't even give him a second glance. Jun-Kyeong's heavy strike is effortlessly blocked by Loki, who just sneers in total contempt. Shrouded in a dark aura, the king growls, "Himph, I've been keeping an eye on you." Raising his fist, he gets into a stance. "You, the one with the strongest mana." And here, he unleashes a brutal punch straight ahead, roaring, "Die." Swirling with dark energy, the strike is so incredibly fast and heavy that Jun-Kyeong gets cornered like a rat. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. "Crap, I can't dodge this." Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong's eyes darted to the side, catching sight of something. Whose attack was that? It was a monster blow, just like the old geezers, slamming straight in with insane force. The two attacks clashed violently, blowing the whole place to absolute pieces. Loki suddenly froze in his tracks, thinking, "No way, did this punk just nullify my ultimate blast?" Glaring through the dust, he growled, "Who the hell are you?" Sachi slowly emerged from the hazy smoke, dripping in sweat and panting like crazy, totally drained of energy. Sachi stumbled, and the moment Jun-Kyeong saw him, he yelled out. His whole body was shaking like a leaf as Sachi gasped, "I'm leaving the giants to you." Then, his knees buckled and he collapsed hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Sim lost his mind and screamed, "Sachi!" Loki's face twisted into a wicked grin as he mocked them. "Look at this weak loser, begging a mere human for help. Fine. Once this fight is over, you'll be the first one I turn into a thrall." Jun-Kyeong was pissed. He roared out Fenrir's name, and the beast instantly lunged at Loki, catching the bastard off guard. Fenrir zipped through the air, circling him so fast, he was basically invisible. This triggered Loki big time. "You've gotten way weaker, you mangy mutt." He unleashed a blast like a literal nuke, blowing up the ground and kicking up a massive storm of dust and debris. Fenrir was blasted way back. Right then, a blue system window popped up. "Alert! You only have 5 minutes left to complete your quest." Then a red alert flashed. "The apocalyptic sky is demanding you to trash this pathetic piece of garbage." In Chang, sweating bullets, panicked. "This guy is a straight-up monster. What the hell do we do?" Jun-Kyeong replied, "Just buy me 1 minute." The girl's jaw dropped, utterly terrified. Buy 1 minute? Against the monster who literally one-shot Fenrir? Right at that moment, Sim, fueled by pure rage, charged straight at Loki. "Loki, you bastard." The two clashed in a brutal, chaotic brawl. Jun-Kyeong wasn't about to just sit on his hands. Sim can't handle him alone. "I need you, Dong and Chang." Who knows if she actually got the memo, but all that bounced around her head was "I need you." That got her super pumped. "Fine, whatever. I'll hold him off for an hour." With a loud stomp, she lunged forward. Jun-Kyeong gripped his spear tightly. Suddenly, the system blared, "Warning! The spear of Muspel is hitting its mana absorption limit." His entire body was oozing power, his eyes locked in with pure determination. "Still not enough. I need more, damn it." Meanwhile, Loki was beating Sim to a bloody pulp. The system screamed that the limit was being breached. Out of nowhere, a sharp slash ripped through his steel-armored hand. Loki barely parried the incoming attack, deflecting the deadly blow right back at the incoming in change. A massive explosion went off, throwing the whole battlefield into absolute chaos. Then, the system chimed, "The spear of Muspel has leveled up due to the extreme heat." Jun-Kyeong held the spear, which was now radiating insane magic power. No, this still isn't enough. Fire sparked in his eyes, dead set on winning. Just a bit more. A little more. "I gotta end this guy in one shot." The screen turned gray as the system alerted. The spear of Muspel has reached its maximum heat capacity. The spear began to crack, covered in glowing fissures. Now or never. With raw, boiling determination, Lee Jun-Kyeong charged with the spear and chucked it with everything he had straight at Loki. The spear shot out like a railgun, piercing clean through a building, tearing the smoke apart and revealing a faint blue sky. Suddenly, the system dinged. Quest complete. Loki just stood there, completely paralyzed. A red notification flashed. The apocalyptic sky has been satisfied. Loki's body was riddled with holes, his eyes wide in absolute, horrified disbelief. The system popped up, praising his badass performance. As faint rays of sunlight broke through, Roby and W, along with the crowd below, stared up in disbelief. No freaking way is that sunlight. We're in the Ice Age, how is there sun? The system chimed again. You have unlocked the achievement, the one who lifted the sun. The sky turned a crazy shade of blue as blinding sunlight poured down. Notifications kept spamming. Your fire compatibility has gone through the roof. Quest rewards have been delivered. The spam didn't stop. His stats shot up. His health was regenerating, and a wave of peace washed over the city. Under that surreal sunlight, the ultimate boss, Loki, was officially dead. The king and his castle had burned to ashes. Loki's body erupted in flames, leaving behind nothing but charred, unrecognizable bones before vanishing into thin air. Finally, it was time for the cleanup. The giants who had been mutated by the king were put down by the Nas tribe. Honestly, it was more like putting them out of their misery than flat-out killing them. The four leaders gathered at the ruins of the castle. Sachi, Sim, Zobi, and Lee Jun-Kyeong. But the drama wasn't over yet. Sim walked up to Zobi and said, "Zobi, I'm keeping my promise." Zobi smiled, satisfied. Sim then glanced over and with a heavy breath muttered, "Just kill me." With that, Sim dropped to his knees, right in front of him to face his sins. No matter the excuse, a traitor like me has already spilled way too much of our people's blood. My revenge is done. He looked up, his voice cracking. I just ask that you spare the Nas people who followed me. Sachi kept a straight face, saying nothing. Instead, he summoned a massive axe into his hands. Letting his magic flare up, Sachi simply said, "Fine." The faint sun kept shining as heavy snow started blanketing the mountains. Sachi and Lee Jun-Kyeong stood on the ruined castle, quietly taking in the view. Suddenly, Lee Jun-Kyeong broke the silence. "You don't think I'm just some weakling?" Sachi glanced at him and chuckled. "No way, man. Honestly, I'm grateful to you. Thanks to you, I made the right call. You're basically one of our own warriors now." Lee Jun-Kyung's anxiety completely melted away, feeling a wave of relief. The snow kept piling up around the fortress. Meanwhile, Zobi was casually hauling a massive log, earning looks of pure awe from the crowd. One Yu was shouting orders, running the show. Lee Jun-Kyung and Zobi watched from above, and Lee Jun-Kyung noted, "The rebuild is going pretty smooth." Zobi smiled, "It's all thanks to you, bro." Lee Jun-Kyung turned to him. "Is there anything else you need a hand with?" Zobi's expression suddenly turned serious. "We've done what we can, but realistically, nobody can survive long-term in a wasteland like this with literally zero resources. And so, he made a big request. We're thinking of venturing outside the walls. Can you help us make that happen?" Lee Jun-Kyeong was down. "Of course I can, but honestly, that's a terrible idea. Things are about to get crazy real soon." Zobi was stunned. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Lee Jun-Kyeong warned him, "Trust me, going outside the walls is a bad move. You guys need to hunkering down and settle right here, because the entire world is about to turn into a freaking gate." Zobi sighed, looking stressed. "Man, I get it. But what about food? And this freezing cold?" Lee Jun-Kyeong pulled out a weird turnip-looking thing. "Check this out. It's a monster called Purimora. You can use it as grub. It tastes like garbage, but the good thing is, this bad boy can grow literally anywhere, any environment." Jung-Gwon pointed to a pile of Purimoras lying around. "Yo, you can raise them on monster bones. That way, you won't have to stress about starving to death." Roby was totally stunned and confused. "Wait, how the hell do you know all that, bro?" Jung-Gwon smirked. "Honestly, I think I can handle the cold problem, too." Roby was absolutely thrilled. "Thanks, man. We're definitely paying you back next time. No cap." Tents were pitched securely as snow covered the entire place. Suddenly, Slim stepped out of nowhere with a wicked smirk. Well, aren't you an interesting human? There you are." "So, is the new chief of the giant army doing all right?" Little Jung-Gwon, standing next to Slim, replied, "If you're so curious, you should go check it out yourself, bro." Slim felt a bit uneasy, wondering if the chief would even be happy to see an enemy looking for him. Jung-Gwon laughed, offhandedly, and asked, "Maybe you're an enemy, but aren't you also kind of not an enemy right now? What's the deal?" Slim recalled his chat with Sachi and explained, "Someone who shed the blood of his own kind can never be chief. That's why I rejected Sa's offer to take the throne, and instead, I chose to lead the Nas. For aggressive, battle-hungry frost giants, they can only evolve when they have a proper rival to fight, Slim continued. Since monsters are nothing but prey to us, the only ones who can actually stand is our true enemies. Slim darkened his expression, staring straight at Jun-Kyeong. Are you humans? Hearing this, Jun-Kyeong flinched, but he quickly replied, is that why you're tolerating us? Because a war between us would be a lose-lose situation? Slim shot back. Exactly. This is how we show respect to the human race for saving our asses. Jun-Kyeong nodded and said, got it. Honestly, the real reason I'm here is to learn some stuff from you. Slim let out a soft chuckle. If that's what Lord Loki wants, I'll grant it. After all, you did save our entire giant race. Jun-Kyeong was completely lost. Lord Loki? Who the hell is that? Slim explained, in the ancient tongue of the giants. It literally means the one who slayed Loki. The red system notification popped up, and the revelation sky pouted. Jun-Kyeong thought to himself, man, there's always some weird-ass reaction whenever Loki's name comes up. Then, he spoke out, I want to learn the extreme release technique. Slim stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can teach you, but I'm not sure if you can even pull it off. He recalled his own experience with extreme release and broke it down. Extreme release is a technique that pushes your latent potential and dormant mana to their absolute limits, but it requires a crazy amount of mana. Without a giant's physical build to hold a massive pool of mana relative to our size, it's virtually impossible for anyone else to learn it. Suddenly, a roaring wall of crimson mana flared up, completely stunning Slim. Sakshi was also shocked and confused, turning around while thinking, what is this terrifyingly insane mana? Is this really coming from Lee Jun-Kyeong? In-Chang felt it too, smiling as she thought, seriously, this guy makes me wonder if he's even human. Jun-Kyeong was now radiating an aura so intense it completely dominated the area. His eyes flared with determination. I can confidently say I've got way more mana than you do, bro. Slim smirked. Dope. Jun-Kyeong stood alone on a cliff, looking back at the magnificent castle under the falling snow. His face grew a bit tense. Utgard Loki. He thought of the giants and that bastard Loki grinning wickedly. That dumbass king used his own people as test subjects just to build himself an army. That evil piece of trash turned the giants who mastered extreme release into mindless, killing machines using the internal chi of Chinese hunters. Jun-Kyeong's eyes filled with suspicion. But how the hell did he get those giants to blindly follow his orders and control them like puppets? Based on what Sachi said, the king was a powerhouse warrior, but he's not the type to pull off something like this. Jun-Kyeong narrowed his eyes. If so, that means someone was backing him up. He recalled what the villagers said and pondered. Those intruders who broke into the giant's fortress. Everyone said, they just left without doing anything. I figured if any outsider showed up around this time, it had to be the Demon King. But if it's not him, then... He looked up at the sky, picturing a mysterious, pitch-black figure shrouded in eerie black smoke. Jun-Kyeong frowned, highly suspicious. Could it be that hooded bastard in black? That guy really puzzled him. Who the hell is he, and what's he plotting? The entire mountainous region was blanketed in pure white, with snow gently drifting from the sky when a voice suddenly shattered the silence. Hey, Lee Jun-Kyeong. He noticed and glanced over to see In-Chang walking up in a super hyped mood. She invited him, yo, there's a festival going on. Let's go check it out. He hesitated, looking like he wasn't really in the mood. A festival? But before Jun-Kyeong could even drag his feet, she grabbed his wrist and yanked him along. He was still totally dazed and couldn't even react. She urged him. Hurry up, everyone's waiting for us. Over there, the atmosphere was incredibly lively as people gathered around, chatting away. Watching this peaceful yet vibrant scene, someone exclaimed, hell yeah, now this is what I call living. Sure, things have been rough, but hey, that's life. A guy chewing on some meat loudly added, just be grateful we're still breathing, bro. In-Chang looked around and praised, wow, this view is absolutely gorgeous. A festival right in the middle of an assimilated gate area. Jun-Kyeong agreed, yeah, it actually gives me a ton of hope. Then a pretty sweet idea popped into his head. Hey, should we put on a show for the grand finale of this festival? In-Chang looked confused. Jun-Kyeong slowly stepped forward. Standing high up on a watchtower, he looked incredibly striking, immediately drawing everyone's attention. People started whispering. Hey, is that Lord Loki? The guy who beat the Giant King? Lord Loki? What kind of name is that? No idea, but apparently that's what the giants call him. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Lord Loki is going to show us something epic. Let's go. Lord Loki. A searing hot energy began swirling through the air. The flow of mana intensified, growing stronger and wrapping around Jun-Kyeong's body. The massive wave of mana expanded, and with him, at the center, the energy erupted as his eyes flashed with a crimson glow. Chang and Roby gasped in absolute shock at the sight, and Chang just smiled, quietly waiting. Warm sunlight gradually broke through the clouds, shining down on the houses. Slim couldn't help but praise him. Lord Loki, you are seriously a total badass. Others stood there slack-jawed, unable to believe their eyes. No way, this is impossible. A sun has literally appeared. The sky cleared up completely without a single cloud, bathed in soft sunlight. Jun-Kyeong calmly raised his hand to control the mana. The system notified that the mana was successfully forming a core, performing exceptionally well. Under the influence of the dragon vein stone, a tiny dragon heart was starting to form. A little later, the crazy hype of the festival died down, and the fortress went back to how it originally was. Two figures stood on the castle wall, chatting away. Roby spoke up first. So, you're leaving now? Jun-Kyeong confirmed. Yeah, that's right. He smirked a bit and talked about what he had just done. I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. From here, you can see that metal block in the distance steaming hot. I used the mana injection method that I learned by watching Park Jun, and with Merlin's necklace, I used barrier magic to keep the heat from escaping. As long as those structures stay intact, the heat will always be there. Roby's face turned serious. Do you really have to go? I wanted to pay you back for this. Jun-Kyeong promised. We'll meet again, anyway. He jumped down and landed smoothly. 4 people were waiting below. In-Chang said in a teasing voice, Look who it is. The guy who raised the sun. There you are. He felt awkward. Are you kidding me? She recalled the scene from earlier. No, for real, you literally raised the sun when we went out there. Jun-Kyeong felt embarrassed and scratched his head, never expecting his image to be like that in other people's eyes. In-Chang changed the subject. But are we seriously leaving? He knew what she was worried about, so he reassured her. No need to worry about them. I made sure the heat will always stay here. He secretly admired her personality, thinking she was such a kind soul. He turned to call the kid, Fenrir. A flash of blue mana sparked, and the boy transformed into a massive wolf, his sleek fur glowing and sparkling. Jun-Kyeong glanced back to say goodbye. I'm off. I hope there's some progress next time I see you. Roby started looking forward to their next reunion. I hope we cross paths again. A desolate mountain landscape where snow and wind buried everything, and nature faded behind a thick fog. Time slowly passed, and night fell, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Jun-Kyeong's group took a break after their exhausting journey, leaving only him and In-Chang sitting opposite each other by the warm campfire. The others had already crashed. She shared her thoughts. This trip was pretty chaotic, but not too bad. In contrast to her, he let out a tired sigh. If traveling around means getting this exhausted, I never want to do this again. She chuckled and shifted her attention to the side. It's been a while since I heard you joke. You really enjoyed it too, right, Goo? It raised its 2 fists in enthusiastic agreement. Goo. Jun-Kyeong's face turned serious. Dong In-Chang, how's your training going? He thought to himself. Like I said before, internal energy is super hard to master. Chang reported her progress. I think I've gotten the hang of it a bit, getting a feel for internal energy and the mana flow. He urged impatiently. You gotta hurry up. His expression was grim as he warned. We don't have much time left. Jun-Kyeong silently felt his chest glowing, where the dragon heart close to his own was also charging up even as they spoke. With mana constantly rising and evolving, not just me, but everyone is getting stronger. This meant some massive changes were about to go down. He felt uneasy and anxious about current events in the future. Even the monsters were getting stronger. The whole world is changing. The mana saturation in China was just the beginning. As a distracted In-Chang looked up in a certain direction, she suddenly gasped and called out, Jun-Kyeong. Her voice snapped him out of his deep thoughts. Huh. She pointed straight ahead, stammering, Look, over there. Both of them stood up at the same time. His pupils dilated in shock. The highest mountain in the distance was glowing brightly in the dead of night, thick smoke rising from it. They stood there watching. In-Chang muttered, Mount Paektu is on fire. The village was burning fiercely, pitch-black smoke blinding their view as the rising heat melted the ice. Outside, countless monsters were swarming the area. The orc army didn't care about the scorching heat and savagely charged in. A piercing screech heralded the start of the battle. Eek! Everyone panicked and ran for their lives. Ah! Over here! Bull shouted, guiding them. This way, everyone. 2 people stood waiting, protecting the villagers and helping them escape safely. An orc wielding a sword savagely chased them. She impaled it, yelling in disgust, Get lost! The guy next to her also joined in, slicing another orc in half. Die. Blood splattered everywhere as they backed away and took their stances. Bull asked anxiously, "Is everyone evacuated?" She guessed. Uncertainly, "I think so." He felt a brief moment of relief. "All right, now if we can just get down the mountain." Before he could finish, a massive foot slammed down, shaking the earth with a resounding boom. Startled, they both looked toward the noise. The silhouette of a muscular giant appeared, his body covered in bulging veins, his eyes ferocious, and mana swirling around him. Gripping their weapons defensively, she cursed in fear. "Damn it, what's that giant doing here?" Bull was also trembling slightly. I can feel an insane amount of mana from him. His face turned pale as he prepared to sacrifice himself. "We might have to risk our lives for this." Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana shot forward. Sensing danger, the giant turned to guard himself. Fenrir dove straight down from the sky, blitzing toward him at the speed of light. Before he could even react, his head was sliced clean off. She stood, stunned, witnessing this. That wolf. Could it be? Jun-Kyeong and In-Chang's group walked over and asked if he was okay. Still in a daze, he gasped, "Thank you." Bull breathed a sigh of relief. He scanned the area and wondered, where are Sangan and Ungel? I can't feel their presence. Kun's expression turned grim, his voice hesitant. Master went down to Heaven Lake to seal Sangan. Jun-Kyeong's pupils dilated as he realized things were going south. He quickly turned and instructed Dong-In, Chang, "Handle things here with Brother Hua." She immediately agreed, "Leave it to me." Then, he took off at full speed, the scenery blurring past him. In an open clearing, Sangan and Ungel stood facing each other. Their mana swirled around them, and the tension between them was palpable. His eyes glowed red, baring sharp fangs as he roared savagely. The young girl gripped her sword tight, hesitating to step forward, and called out sadly, "Sangan." It seemed he had completely lost his mind, swinging his claws to grab her. She managed to raise a shield just in time, but he didn't back down. Instead, he got even wilder than before. Ungel tried to snap him out of it. "Sangan, stop." Tears welled up in her eyes, fighting an internal battle. "I can't do this anymore." A blinding light flashed, and her figure vanished. Stealing her resolve, Ungel rushed forward. She raised her sword high and slashed down hard at Sangan's head. He immediately channeled his mana to counter. Staring at his familiar face, she suddenly hesitated. In that split second of distraction, Ungel was blown away by his strike. Her body crashed, slammed into the ground, and slid a long way, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Sparks of mana flickered as rocks and debris flew everywhere. Ungel slammed hard into a massive boulder behind her. Before finally coming to a stop, she struggled to stand, coughing up blood in pure agony. Looks like she took some serious, heavy damage. Still, she forced herself upright, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Sangun, you've been like a father to me. Since you raised an orphan like me, how? How could I ever bring myself to kill you?" But right now, he could no longer recognize his own family, completely driven by wild beast instincts. The young girl stretched her arms out, ready to accept her fate. "Just kill me instead." Tears streamed down her face, her voice shaking but filled with absolute resolve. "Just kill me. Sangan, let's end this here. I'm so tired." With that, Sangan raised his sharp claws, ready to end her pain. The surrounding mana surged wildly. He stomped his massive foot, making the entire ground shake. Ungel squeezed her eyes shut, completely devastated. But after a moment, realizing she was still in one piece, she slowly peeked open her eyes. Out of nowhere, Jun-Kyeong was standing right there, blocking the attack. He looked totally chill despite the danger, asking, "Hey kid, you good?" Ungel was completely shook, but Sangan wasn't about to give them time for a reunion as he lunged again with his deadly claws. Jun-Kyeong grabbed her instantly, leaping away from the blast zone of Sangan's explosive attack. Wild flames roared across the sky, packed with insane power, but he landed perfectly on his feet. He took one look at Ungel's totally battered, beat-up state. "So, what the hell happened here?" She quickly explained about a mysterious man dressed in black. She gave him a quick rundown of how he approached Sangun, and how things went south. Jun-Kyeong's eyes widened in shock as a dark, menacing figure popped into his head. A guy in black. Could it be him? He quickly pressed for info. "Where is he now?" Ungel gave her best guess. "It's been a few days since he vanished. I'm pretty sure Sangun went crazy because of him. He went dead silent, thinking. A man in black. Right. Let's put that aside, for now. He had way bigger fish to fry right now. First things first, we gotta suppress Sangun." But she clenched her fists, warning him, "It's no use." He stopped in his tracks. Ungel looked totally hopeless. "We've tried literally everything. We tried seals, and we even used PMA energy to permanently purge his demonic power. But Sangun's energy is just too massive, it's impossible. Jun-Kyeong frowned. So, we actually have to put him down? Even though it broke her heart, she nodded. Yes. Suddenly, a staff began to materialize in his hand, morphing into a long, lethal spear. He channeled his mana, telling her, just rest up, Unjul. I might have a way. Boom. He launched himself forward so fast he left nothing but a flash of light. He blitzed Sangun from all directions at absolute lightning speed. With a cold, decisive sweep of his spear, a sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air. Their clash triggered a massive, earth-shaking explosion. The ground right in front of Sangun was completely obliterated. Debris rained down as thick smoke blinded everyone. Seeing this insane power, Unjul was completely mind-blown. No freaking way. How did he get this strong in such a short time? It's like he's a totally different person, as if years have passed, even though it's only been a few days. The battle kept raging at a brutal pace. Jun-Kyeong charged forward like a bullet, with wild ribbons of mana wrapping around his entire spear. Blood splattered everywhere as Sangun's eyes went lifeless. Before he could even react, the sharp tip of the spear had already pierced right through his stomach. He couldn't even take a single step. Unjul cried out in tears. Sangun. Jun-Kyeong calmly reassured her, chill. I'm not trying to kill him. A surge of massive mana concentrated on the spear. The dragon heart made from the dragon blood stone is operating at absolute peak capacity right now. With this, I can feel both Sangun's power and the energy of Mount Baekdu flowing through the stone. Gripping it tightly, crimson threads of mana began to seep into him. I'm going to siphon all the corruption that drove Sangun mad straight into my own body. But of course, things never go exactly as planned. Jun-Kyeong gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Damn it, this is bad. Muspel's spear is turning into a demonic spear, and it's draining Sangun's life force. His eyes locked on the weapon as he forced himself to focus. Get it together. I can do this. I've got to give him back his life force and energy. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Purification has been activated. He grinned in relief. Hell yeah. I can't mess this up. Under the effect of Jun-Kyeong's skill, Sangun's eyes began to glow. Gradually, they returned to normal, and his consciousness came flooding back. He blinked, dazed, like he was waking up from a long, bad dream. What is this? Jun-Kyeong let out a breath, stunned. No way. I actually did it. Now that the danger had passed, he pulled his spear out. Sangun collapsed to the ground, completely drained, as the ground cracked under them. Ungo rushed over to him immediately. She raised her hands as mana began to gather, shouting in a panic, I'm going to heal you right now. Just hold on, okay? A brilliant golden light enveloped Sangun's body, but his eyes remained shut, showing no signs of recovery. Unjul sobbed in pure despair, begging him, please, just open your eyes, Sangun, please. Finally, she broke down, letting her mana fade as she hung her head, completely consumed by guilt and regret. Sangun, I'm so sorry. Just then, a noise caught her attention. She turned around to see Wu and Fenrir approaching in the distance. Wu let out a massive sigh of relief, feeling incredibly lucky. Thank God we made it in time. After a while, Sangun managed to regain a bit of his strength. Still resting on the ground, he stared at Jun-Kyeong. Jun-Kyeong asked, Hey, are your senses back to normal yet? He hesitated for a second before nodding. Yes. Jun-Kyeong realized something grim. Even though I purged the corruption, he's still dying. He decided to ask while he still could. Sangun, that guy in black who did this to you. Who was he, and why did you meet him? I don't get it. How does a mythical beast like you end up crossing paths with a sketchy guy like that? And more importantly, why did you accept that power? Sangun closed his eyes, thinking back. I'll tell you everything. But then, his thoughts shifted. Is she okay? Jun-Kyeong gave it to him straight. She's fine. She's just totally wiped out from worrying about you. Just a few minutes earlier, though, Jun-Woo had broken the bad news to her. I managed to patch up his external wounds, but the rest isn't looking good. His internal damage is just too severe. Further healing won't do anything. Hearing those words, her heart sank. Tears welled up in her eyes as her entire world completely crumbled around her. Back to the present, Sangun weakly spoke his final words. I see. You probably already know, but my time is running out. Do you still remember your promise? Promise me you'll look after Eun-Yel? Lee Jun-Kyeong gave a firm nod, making the great beast feel at ease. All right, I'm putting Eun-Yel in your hands. His eyes flashed, gleaming as he remembered. That dude in black, totally sketchy, but his power felt way too familiar. As flashbacks hit, Sangun set the record straight. He didn't come to see me. I was the one who went to him. He was in Chirwon. The kid was puzzled. In Jeonju, that mysterious guy whose face was a total blur just stood there, staring right at Lee Jun-Kyeong. I slowly approached him from behind. Lee Jun-Kyeong stroked his chin, waiting for the rest. And then, Sang-gun stayed silent for a long moment before replying, I can't remember. The kid flinched, not expecting this at all. What? The beast closed his eyes, searching his memories. I definitely met him in Jeonju, but I still can't recall the details. The kid fell deep into thought. He couldn't remember the key part. Then there's no way to know how Sang-gun changed, who that dude was, or where he even went. A bit later, at the completely ruined village, scars of a brutal battle were everywhere. In-chang stood on a bridge, looking down. Those down there are the survivors, right? Is that everyone? I'm gonna give you guys two choices. She was totally chill, basically telling them to pick whichever they wanted. She started explaining that it'd be tough, but the first choice would let them stay here. Everyone listened to her with dead seriousness. The second choice is coming to Korea with us. We'll need the government's okay, but you'll all be hooked up with housing. In-chang gave them a heads up about the timeline. We're moving out in 3 days, so make up your minds before then, all right? Meanwhile, as Lee Jun-Kyeong was sitting alone, Eun-yel walked up to him. Mister, her face was full of anxiety. I'm so worried about Grandpa Sang-gun. He always trusted you. Can you come with me to check on him? He agreed right away. Sure, let's go. They set off, heading down into an underground passage. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty space. Grandpa Sang-gun. The giant beast lay motionless, completely lifeless. Eun-yel sat by his side, whispering to him. Grandpa Sang-gun, what's wrong? Please wake up, Grandpa. She tried desperately to shake him awake. She tried pouring her mana into his body, but it just flickered out, and Sang-gun still didn't react at all. Tears welled up in Eun-yel's eyes as she stroked his fur, pouring her heart out. You were such an important part of my family, Grandpa. You were my best friend. She couldn't hold back her crushing grief at losing another loved one, first her dad and now him. Sang-gun's body began to glow. She whispered, Thank you for everything, Grandpa. I will never forget you. Lee Jun-Kyeong stood quietly nearby, giving them their final private moment. The beast's massive form slowly began to fade. Eun-yel fell to her knees, bowing her head in deep respect. Thank you so much, Grandpa Sang-gun. He dissolved completely into a stream of mana, drifting out through the passage. Outside, all the villagers knelt down together to send Sang-gun off on his final journey. The stream of mana gradually merged with the sky and earth. A while later, they stood together, staring at the ruins of their village. Someone worriedly muttered, Is it really okay to just leave all this mess behind? And, leave? It feels wrong. In-chang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll be back. She stood in front of a neatly lined up herd of reindeer, shouting out instructions. You there, go help the kids and lead the way. Waving her hand, she yelled, Once we leave the mountain, it's gonna get freezing. Bundle up before you get on the reindeer. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Lee Jun-Kyeong was carrying Eun-yel as he touched down gently. He carefully set her down. In her arms, she was holding a tiny white tiger cub, and she looked way happier now. In-chang stared, dumbfounded. Wait, a tiger cub? The little girl happily held him up high. Grandpa Sang-gun, he calmly explained, Oh, it's just like what happened to Gongju. He looks totally tiny and harmless right now. A guardian named Baek-mei placed the deceased Sang-gun into Eun-yel's family. But he got reborn with almost all his memories intact, though his powers are completely gone. Lee Jun-Kyeong said, Looking forward to it. We'll be back in Korea soon. In-chang agreed. Yeah, just thinking about it gets me hyped. Curious, she asked, What are you going to do when we get back? He paused, thinking, Man, I've got a ton of stuff to do. A sword materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light and an insane aura. In-chang gazed at it with curiosity. What kind of weapon is that? A magic artifact? That mana is unreal. Lee Jun-Kyeong raised it, silently praising Eun-yel. She did a killer job. Out loud, he answered her. It was a gift. It felt like a heavy rock had just dropped right on her head, completely stunning her. She gritted her teeth, spitting out the words, a gift? Her face darkened, her mood taking a nosedive. Oh, I get it now. What are you going to do the second we hit Korea? In-chang muttered, her voice dripping with jealousy. You're going to give that to your secret woman, aren't you? He blinked in confusion. Once he snapped out of it, Lee Jun-Kyeong awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoiding her gaze. Oh, yeah, I am going to give it to her. In-chang huffed. Fine. He felt totally lost as she turned and walked away in silence. What's up with that reaction? The group marched through the freezing snow. When they finally stopped at their destination, she was stunned. Wait, is this the barrier? Footsteps crunched as Lee Jun-Kyeong stepped in front of it. He thought back to the past. Didn't I say I'd open this wall once a month? It's been over 1 month already. He placed his hand on the surface, and a wave of mana rippled out. Just waiting around is a huge waste of time. I've gotten way more than I expected. His eyes shifted. I can open this thing without any help. Channeling his power, he warned them in a low voice. Get back. Right. After he spoke, Lee Jun-Kyeong focused all his might. The barrier vibrated, two forces twisting together, and the entire wall lit up. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. This mana flow isn't enough. If I use the Dragon Heart, it'll drain Sangun's energy. The Dragon Heart seemed to crack slightly, and the mana started going wild. At the northern front, the area was swallowed by a freezing blizzard, like a thick fog masking the sky, with faint silhouettes of guards on watch. Si-jin gravely remarked, lately, it's been quiet. Quite rare. The guy next to him was confused. Rare. How? He explained. The monsters. Ever since that guy arrived at the front line, they've been MIA. The guy realized, oh, you mean that Lee Jun-Kyeong dude? Gotta be a coincidence. Si-jin fell silent, knitting his brows. The cold, ruthless image of Lee Jun-Kyeong flashed in his mind. He smiled, trying to look relaxed. Who knows? Maybe he actually made it out of that monster swarm in North Korea. No freaking way, the guy shot back without hesitation. I don't care who he is, that's flat out impossible. Look at all the top heroes who failed before. He was stunned. Huh? Suddenly, Sejin flinched and yelled, Yo, look over there. The guy asked, What the? Both of their eyes went wide in pure shock. The barrier line was shifting, a crimson wave of mana burning down the wall. It spread rapidly, the wall slowly dissolving right in front of their eyes. Inside the military camp, the buildings were solidly built with modern architecture. Steam rose from a fragrant cup of coffee as a voice muttered, Man, this coffee hits the spot. In Chang picked it up, taking a sip and praising it. Oh my god, why is coffee always this damn good? Lee Jun-Kyeong agreed, right? Suddenly, someone approached them. Si-jin, he looks pretty curious. The crew you brought is chillin' in the auditorium. Mind if I ask who they actually are? Our boy casually introduces them. Oh, they're survivors from North Korea, and they're totally reliable. The guy's mind is blown. North Korea? Wait, does that mean? It's like our MC already knows exactly what he's thinking, so he just cuts in. Yeah, they're all hunters. Shin is completely shook. Wait, every single one of them is a hunter. Meanwhile, back in the auditorium, all the villagers are gathered, throwing their eyes towards Unjeol and Keon standing up on the stage. The little girl starts her speech. Hey guys, just hang in there. Things are going to be super chill from now on. The crowd happily cheers back. Heck yeah. Jun-Kyeong watches from the sidelines, thinking, man, her curse must be totally gone now. That curse gave her power but locked her in that kid body, but that's history now. Here she is, casually standing in front of everyone, giving her presentation. Our boy walks up and asks, Yo, Unjeol, you free for a sec? Snapped out of her thoughts, the little girl turns around, her cheeks instantly turning bright red from embarrassment. Jun-Kyeong grabs her arm to pull her away while politely telling the crowd, Hey, I'm gonna borrow your leader for a bit. All right? The villagers are totally down, shouting, Do whatever you want with her. You don't even have to bring her back. Only Keon watches them go with a super worried, uneasy look. The two head over to a quiet spot, and once they're away from the noise, he asks about her new look. Unjeol explains, the lightning source is completely gone. Jun-Kyeong rubs his chin, goes, and grabs her wrist. Hold up, he says, gently kimoning her. This might sting a little. She blinks, totally confused. Wait, what? His eyes glow as he focuses, needing to channel his mana flow to check on her body's condition. The air around them starts vibrating, and their mana connects. Feeling cornered, she suddenly slaps Jun-Kyeong's hand away and demands, What the hell are you doing? Our boy gives it to her straight. Kid, you've gotten way weaker. She's shocked, like, no way. She decides to check for herself, channeling her mana all around her. A moment later, Unjeol stares at her hands, totally freaked out. I really did get weaker, but how? Jun-Kyeong breaks it down. Makes sense. You're only strong when you're close to the village, because you're manipulating the energy there. That's also why you looked like a little kid back there. Her face drops, looking totally bummed out. Seeing her like this, he flashes a reassuring grin. Chill, I'm a hunter. Let me help you out. Unjeol is actually touched by his words, dropping her defensive stance. Fine, so what do you actually want to talk about? Jun-Kyeong gives her a heads up so they can prepare themselves. The government and the association guys are going to track you down soon. They're going to nose into everything about you and the villagers. An image of Keon wiping out those orcs pops into his head. Their skills are way beyond what anyone expected. If the whole crew joins the association at once, along with how insanely brutal they are when splitting enemies in half, his voice remains totally flat. Everyone is going to lose their minds with excitement. But there's a catch. Eun already knows what's bugging Jun-Kyeong, asking, "You're wondering if we can trust them, right?" He nods. "Yeah. You guys could get kicked out of Korea, or worse, get forced into signing some shady-ass contracts with the government and the association." He thinks of that creep radiating dark energy association, President Jang Hui-won. That guy is definitely going to drool over the power you all have. Jun-Kyeong makes a proposal, still keeping their best interests in mind. "Look, I can give you guys some gear that'll actually help. But of course, whether you accept or tell me to beat it is totally up to the villagers." Eun asks, "Like what?" Meanwhile, outside, warm sunlight is hitting the buildings. A slick car pulls up and parks right next to the entrance. Out steps this absolutely jacked dude wearing a fancy suit and dark sunglasses, looking ultra-professional. Sang-soo spots someone and spreads his arms wide, saying, "Long time no see. Welcome back from China, Hunter Jun-Kyeong." Our boy keeps it polite, replying, "Yeah, it's been a hot minute since the orientation, hasn't it?" The guy chuckles, kissing up to him. "Well, you left a pretty crazy impression. You survived an insanely dangerous mission and made it back, even dragging along survivors from North Korea. And to top it off, they're all hunters." Jun-Kyeong starts figuring out what their game plan is. The association is definitely trying to make the first move. Just as expected, Sang-soo's face suddenly goes dead serious. But here's the catch. Can we actually trust these guys or not? That's why the president has a proposal. Our boy puts his guard up, realizing the association is making its play. Sang-soo looks over and spells out the president's deal. Word on the street is that all those North Korean survivors are actually hunters. Because of that, the association president wants to lock them down with a contract. Jun-Kyeong raises an eyebrow. "You mean a mana contract?" The guy hesitates. Yeah. A mana contract basically lets them treat people like straight-up slaves by using built-in punishments if they act up. Recalling how those nasty contracts work, our boy just smirks politely. "Too bad, because they already signed a contract with me." Sang-soo, jaw literally drops. "Wait, what?" Jun-Kyeong casually shrugs and explains, "Hey, I keep them close to minimize any risks. That's exactly why I had them sign a mana contract with me first. And as you know, you can only sign one of those contracts in a lifetime." Hearing this, the guy rubs his chin, thinking hard before saying, "I'm gonna have to report this to the president. Give me a minute." Our boy's loving this, wondering how the big boss is gonna react. Guess he'll find out soon enough. Back in the auditorium, the villagers have all gathered together, rocking some comfy tracksuits. One of them is like, "Whoa, these clothes are insanely comfortable," and another agrees, "Yeah, way easier to move around in." Table after table is stacked with crazy amounts of delicious food that looks absolutely mouth-watering. The villagers stuff their faces, tearfully talking about how back at the village, they survived on nothing but potatoes. Is this freaking heaven or what? Inchange can't help but rave. "Man, this food is next level good." Jun-Kyeong agrees, thinking to himself, "Honestly, when we were together, we barely had anything decent to eat." She's in a super chill mood, saying, "Chillin' like this is great and all, but my hands get super itchy every time I move." Our boy chuckles, knowing she's dying to go hunting already. He respects In-Chang's skills, thinking she's a legit beast of a hunter. After finishing his meal, Jun-Kyeong picks up his tray and stands up, saying, "Well, things are going to get crazy busy, just like when we were prepping for the Herculet raid." She instantly looks baffled, so he's just like, "Never mind." A bit later, our boy is standing on a boulder not far from the building, keeping watch. He stares into the future, knowing that soon, not just this place, but the entire world is going to burn to ashes. It's totally inevitable. So Jun-Kyeong just shrugs it off, deciding he might as well enjoy the ride. Suddenly, his body freezes. His face goes dead pale and cold sweat pours down his cheek as he senses a terrifying, unprecedented danger. Standing right in front of him is Eun, who somehow sneaked up on him without him noticing. She calmly says, "Choi Yo-ul." Jun-Kyeong blinks. "Huh?" She explains, "That's my real name." His face gets dead serious, and he can't help but feel completely baffled. "Choi Yo-ul. I see. But how did you completely hide your presence?" Even now, he's totally shook. "I didn't sense a single thing until she was right in front of me." Even though he can feel basically all mana around him with his mana flow, a chill runs down his spine. "If she wanted me dead, I'd be a goner." Eun just looks at him and says, "That's my special skill." Jun-Kyeong was totally lost. "A skill? Whatever. Why did you even come looking for me anyway?" She laid out her deal, saying, I'm still trying to figure out what your next move is. Like, what's your plan? We have no clue what you want from us with this mana contract. Tons of people are freaking out about it. Jun-Kyeong just shrugged and said coolly, we're hitting Seoul first. No cap. He couldn't help but picture Jang Ho-jin's scheming face when drawing up plans. Odin's got to know by now that the Cheonji village folks signed that mana contract with me. As long as I'm tight with Asgard, those villagers are backed by Asgard too, so there's no way they can stop me. But that still wasn't the real tea she was looking for. Yoon-jeol pressed on, no. I want to know what happens after that. Jun-Kyeong didn't even try to hide it. I need the people of Cheonji to pull their weight. Hearing this, she flinched, instantly getting defensive. Pull their weight? He knew exactly what was eating her up, so he put her at ease. Chill. I'm not going to force anyone into anything. But hey, power comes with responsibility. I just need them to step up. Yoon-jeol finally let out a breath and decided to trust him for now. Fine. Once she got her answers, she took off. Right then, a system alert popped up. Dragonheart has stabilized. Jun-Kyeong exhaled a breath of smoke. The power he just absorbed was finally settling in. He clenched his fist, kinda hyped to see how freaking strong he'd gotten. His mind drifted back to Demis, that insane, beastly energy of his. I'm not entirely sure, but I bet I could take down Hercules even when he goes berserk. Jun-Kyeong smirked, totally oozing confidence. He was definitely on a whole new level now. Right then, Sejin ran up, yelling, "Boss! Someone from the association is here to see you." Finally, the moment he'd been waiting for. Back at the NZ auditorium, there was this guy with a squeaky clean bald head, literally reflecting the light. Jun-Kyeong walked up to his old bud. Hey, how's it going? Seong-gu shot back casually. Better than you, dude. You haven't even hit his sore spot yet, joked the bald Yi Seong-gu. Seong-gu gasped. No way. Jun-Kyeong rubbed his neck, teasing him. Hey, I've always wanted to say that. I just bust my ass to get things over with. The guy acted pissed, but let it slide. Fine, just this once, bro. All right, enough with the catch-up. Let's get to the real reason you're so late. What's the association's deal? Seong-gu took a deep drag of air and sighed, looking totally drained. It's a total mess, man. Most of the Asgard crew has already headed back to Korea. That news caught Jun-Kyeong completely off guard. Wait, what? Seong-gu slowly broke down the situation for him. And what I heard next was even crazier. The special gates are basically signs of some violent, chaotic shift. Holograms of savage monsters flashed before them. These special gates spit out beasts that make the ones from normal gates look like total babies. So when one of these bad boys gets triggered, the fallout is insane. And these gates aren't just popping up in Korea, they're opening all over the world. Up in the deep blue sky, private jets were flying everywhere as hunters from all over scrambled back to their home countries after the raid. Nobody knows what these special gates are actually about. But even Odin thinks it's a huge deal and is calling in all the big-shot heroes. Seong-gu gave him a heads up that there's a big-time meeting happening in a few days, and yeah, obviously, they're going to be talking about you too. He looked down at the crowd, wishing Jun-Kyeong would just come back. Seong-gu stared at the Cheonji village folks gathering together and sighed, Man, I didn't expect you to bring back a literal gold mine with you. Jun-Kyeong looked over too. Those Cheonji village hunters were basically a walking jackpot. Having that many hunters under his wing gave him insane leverage. Seong-gu's face went dead serious. But here's the catch. Man, you're the one holding the leash. His expression grew incredibly heavy. That mana contract is built for one thing only. Absolute loyalty and obedience to the master. You dragged these hunters out of the middle of nowhere, and now they're basically your personal army. He clenched his fist, warning him. That's going to put a massive target on your back, dude. Every other guild is going to see you as a threat or a straight-up enemy. At the end of the day, a mana contract and a regular guild are two totally different things. Jun-Kyeong just listened quietly, then cracked a chill smile. No big deal. I'm still an Asgard member, aren't I? Seong-gu let out a defeated laugh and nodded. Yeah, I guess you are. Anyway, the two of them threw their arms around each other. Seong-gu clapped him on the back, welcoming him, and celebrating his safe return. The sky was crystal clear, clouds lazily drifting by under the warm, cozy sun. Outside, a bunch of buses were parked, side by side, with some guys keeping watch. Inside, Jun-Kyeong and Seong-gu stood up on the stage. Jun-Kyeong announced out loud that this was going to be their very last trip. The Cheonji village folks started whining. Man, what a drag. I could do 100 more trips like this. All we did was eat, sleep, and detox. Yeah, but I'm actually starting to feel a bit tired too. Jun-Kyeong gave them a friendly heads up. Y'all are going to be super busy soon, so get some sleep while you can. Suddenly, Seong-gu spotted something. The villagers were all hyping him up, shouting, We got your back, man. He pointed down, looking suspicious. Yo, Jun-Kyeong, who's the chick? He was talking about you in jail. Those hunters are calling her a saint or whatever. You didn't bring her along for some shady reasons, did you? Jun-Kyeong just chuckled, totally relaxed. Well, I mean, they're not wrong. Hearing that, Seong-gu froze up like a statue. Seeing his buddy lose his mind, Jun-Kyeong quickly cleared it up. Whoa, just joking, man. In-jeong suddenly hopped in to back him up. For real, he's joking. Jun-Kyeong didn't go all the way there for Yoon-jeol. That got everyone's attention. She crossed her arms, looking super annoyed. Like, there are plenty of girls here. If Yoon-jeol is really the chick he's hiding. She trailed off, some crazy thought hitting her, and her vibe instantly went south. Wait, does he have side chicks overseas too? Just how many romantic rivals am I dealing with here? Jun-Kyeong suddenly shiver, feeling a random chill crawl up his spine. Seong-gu's sweat dropped, looking extremely awkward. Man, it feels like I can literally hear her inner thoughts. Outside, the scenery was all peaceful, with lush green fields and trees blending together. A light breeze spun a windmill in the distance. The buses rolled down the highway in a neat line, gradually heading into the city center, surrounded by sleek, modern skyscrapers. The deeper they got, the more packed the streets became, buzzing with crazy energy. The Cheonji villagers looked completely lost, staring at this completely alien world. Soft sunlight bounced off the massive glass skyscrapers as crowds of people and endless traffic filled the streets, horns honking left and right. Everyone was just frozen, having never seen anything like this in their entire lives. It was completely mind-blowing for them. Jun-Kyeong stood nearby, thinking, yep, they're completely speechless. Feeling a bit worried, he turned to tell Yoon-jeol to look after them, but he jumped. Because she was reacting even more dramatically than the rest, her eyes were literally glittering, mouth wide open in pure awe. He sighed, totally getting where they were coming from. Wait, she's losing her mind too? Right? She's been living on a mountain her whole life, so this modern civilization stuff must be tripping her out. Jun-Kyeong had to pass the job to someone else. Hey, Dong-in-jeong, can you guide the Cheonji folks? Just follow the association guys and you're good. She nodded right away. Got it. Then, he remembered the biggest headache he had to deal with. Fenrir, you gotta do what Yoon Chang says, all right? Got it? The kid looked up, grit his teeth, and let out a frustrated growl. Lee Jun-Kyeong gently patted his head to calm him down. You can feel it too, right? A crazy dangerous aura was oozing from the top of the building. Zooming in, Jang Ho-jin was standing there with his hands behind his back, silently watching them. Lee Jun-Kyeong looked up and locked eyes with him. The old man just smirked with pure amusement, wearing a super shady look on his face. Lee Jun-Kyeong had no idea what Jang Ho-jin was plotting, so he stayed on high, alert. He knelt down on one knee in front of the kid. Fenrir, there's one thing you gotta get straight right now. He gave some serious instructions on how to unleash his fangs whenever he needed to. The kid hung on every single word Lee Jun-Kyeong said, and you also need to keep it hidden, all right? Fenrir nodded and agreed without a second thought, showing total trust. Got it, Lee Jun-Kyeong. This high-tech city was a whole different world compared to the tiny village where the Yeonji people used to live. Jang Ho-jin had been waiting for them for ages. The second Lee Jun-Kyeong showed up, the guy put on a friendly face and welcomed him. He couldn't help but marvel. Man, you brought back some seriously interesting toys. Lee Jun-Kyeong raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Excuse me, the man casually listed them off. Hundreds of hunters, 2 hero-class rankers, and 3 weird anomalies. Lee Jun-Kyeong's mind started racing, but his face stayed completely blank. He's definitely talking about Uniel and Manhwa being the hero-class hunters. So the anomalies are Fenrir and Seong-gu, but what's the third one? As if reading his mind, Jang Ho-jin walked over and slapped a hand on his shoulder, grinning. You're the third one, kid. The old guy was dying of curiosity about his little trip. I really want to chat about what went down in China, but we've got some business to handle first. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of mystical golden mana exploded outward with them at the center. In the blink of an eye, they were instantly teleported to a completely different dimension. Jang Ho-jin led the way while Lee Jun-Kyeong and Seong-gu trailed slowly behind. Seong-gu was actually pretty hyped about what was going to go down next. Today is the day we officially introduce you to Asgard and hold a little conference. Everyone's dying to know who you are. All the top-tier Asgard heroes are gathered, right here. This actually got Lee Jun-Kyeong a bit hyped too. Got it. Meanwhile, inside a flashy, gold-gilded luxury building, all the guild members were gathering up. One of them scoffed mockingly, Yo, I heard we're introducing some total scrub today. The guy next to him grumbled, What the hell is Odin thinking? Beats me. Letting some random loser into Asgard? Really? They huddled up in small groups, whispering and gossiping, Word is he leveled up like crazy fast and even pulled off some stuff in China. Still, what a delusional idiot. Suddenly, one of them gasped, "Wait, over there? I can feel some crazy energy approaching." Instantly, everyone snapped their heads toward the entrance, their eyes dripping with arrogance and judgment. But then, one guy flinched, utterly speechless. "Wait, what the hell is this?" In an instant, they all sensed something was dead wrong. They instantly went into a panic. That's Odin, Heimdall, and... Wait, that other energy is absolutely insane. No way, I thought this guy was just a rookie. His face went completely pale, as a cold shiver ran down his spine, breaking out into a cold sweat. Are rookies seriously supposed to be this damn strong? Just as they were losing their minds, the giant doors swung open, heavy footsteps echoing, carrying a crushing wave of mana. "Nice to meet you all, folks." Jun-Kyeong stepped into the room. His glowing red eyes radiated cold ruthlessness, and his entire body was wrapped in an overflowing, lethal aura of mana. He gave a mockingly polite introduction. The name's Jun-Kyeong Lunyan. Meanwhile, in the middle of the city, a massive pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, impossible to miss. A lone hunter stood on guard in front of the dimensional gate. This should be the moment they make their exit. Right on cue, the first one to step out was Kun. Right behind him were the villagers of Yeonji. A thick concentration of mana began to wrap around the portal. It shrank smaller and smaller until it completely vanished, right before everyone's eyes. Su-Yong walked up and praised them. "Awesome job, guys." Kun gave a polite nod and replied, "Thanks for waiting out here for us." A member of the association smiled and explained, "Since you guys locked down the gate so perfectly, the citizens are going to sleep easy tonight." In his head, he was completely blown away. Man, this White Tiger squad is on a whole different level compared to the other groups. They've got great attitudes and their skills are absolutely insane. Uniel crossed her arms, holding Sun tight, and chimed in. "We've still got plenty of other gates to clear, right? Let's head to the next spot already." Su-Yong stared in shock. "Do they even know how the grind works?" he asked. Guys, don't you want to take a breather first? You don't have to bust your humps all day long, you know." She just flashed a bright smile and waved it off. "No way, we're totally fine. Just lead the way to the next spot, please." Her smile instantly caught him off guard, making him blush and stammer, Okay." Over at the special gate, the gloomy sky was stained a creepy, blood-red color, with jagged rocks pointing up like teeth. Yun-Chang was already charging straight ahead to clash with the monsters. She swung a massive greatsword that was literally bigger than she was, hacking them into bloody pieces. Suddenly, the system chimed in. "The Crown Prince's mana supports your stats." Just then, a monster sneaked up behind her while she was distracted, lunging its razor-sharp claws right at her back. But in the nick of time, a massive hand grabbed, its head in a vice grip. Seong-gu clenched his fist, channeling raw power, and blew its head to pieces with a single punch. At the same time, Hyunmu summoned a sphere of mana, blasting it dead on at another beast. Razor-thin, flexible threads of mana wrapped tight around the monster, and with a swift flick of Jianhua's hand, it was shredded to pieces. The system popped up again. The Great Scholar of the East supports ability evolution. Right after, someone leaped high into the air. Jun-Kyeong gripped his sword tight and plunged straight into the heart of the monster horde, unleashing a devastating downward strike from above. The resulting shockwave of mana blasted outward, completely obliterating every single monster in the vicinity. The system notification chimed once more. Omen of the apocalyptic sky. Jun-Kyeong could only roll his eyes. Seriously, why? Am I the only one getting these weird ones? The thought was cut short by another ding. "You have leveled up." Jun-Kyeong let out a sigh, but honestly, he couldn't even stay mad at it. A few moments later, the entire horde of monsters was utterly wiped out, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The five of them grouped back up, and Yun-Chang spoke up. "We might be clearing a high-rank gate here, but those sponsors are definitely keeping a very close eye on us." Jun-Kyeong was also incredibly confident in his squad's firepower. "This is an S-rank gate we're talking about, but with our squad's lineup, it's a total walk in the park." He added, "I'm pretty sure you guys feel the same way, right?" Yun-Chang and Wan-Hua both nodded in agreement. However, Jun-Kyeong didn't want them getting cocky over these small wins, so he dropped a quick warning. "Listen, the stronger we get, the more of these special gates are going to pop up. The world is basically overflowing with magic right now." His face turned dead serious. "It won't be long before the great cataclysm begins." The guys flinched at his words, and Yun-Chang's face also went stiff. Jun-Kyeong turned and gave them a quick pat on the back, but didn't forget to lay down some truth. "You're both strong, but you've got to grind even harder." Suddenly, Yun-Chang jogged up to stop him. "Wait up, Jun-Kyeong." She was super curious. "Where are you headed? It looks like you're about to take off." He calmly laid out his plans. I'm thinking of taking a quick trip around the world. A quick trip around the world? Yoon-Chang blinked in surprise, her voice hesitant. She stared intently at Lee Jun-Kyung's face, trying to see if he was just messing with her or… No way. This dude literally warned us about the Great Flood with a straight face, and now he wants to just go backpacking around the world? I mean, sure, he's totally earned a break. After making sure there was nothing weird going on, Yoon-Jung finally accepted this answer. Yeah, makes sense. Resting up is definitely the move, she smiled back at him. All right then. Seeing her react like that, Jian let out a soft chuckle. If he went into too much detail, she'd definitely get the wrong idea and assume he was going to hook up with other girls. Thanks to her, his mood had lightened. A whole lot. He ordered, from now on, everyone can team up with the White Tiger Guild. I'm leaving Fenrir with them too. The kid looked confused. Yeah, Jian is putting a heavy-ass burden on your shoulders, Fenrir. Take care of the White Tiger crew. All right? They're going to be our most crucial backup soon. The little guy nodded in agreement. He clenched his fists, secretly making up his mind. I told everyone it's just a trip, but this is actually my duty and responsibility. He gazed into the distance, muttering to himself. As someone who knows the future, I'm the one who's got to shoulder this. The sky was dyed in the romantic crimson shades of twilight. Jian's voice drifted in the wind. I need to go. Meet Odin. A few days later, he borrowed the Bifrost from El Kongu for a while. El Kongu thoughtfully warned him, stay sharp. I honestly didn't expect Odin to agree to this. Jian explained why. Well, I made a deal with him. El Kongu was stunned. A deal? Jian confirmed. Yup, I gave him the one thing he wanted most. Segyu stared at him thoughtfully. The imposing, stern image of Odin flashed through his mind. Odin wasn't the type to just let anyone borrow the scrap Bifrost, but since they had a contract, Jian was given the green light. And that deal was all about the man in black, a mysterious dude shrouded in dark mana, making his face impossible to see. After returning from China, Jian had fed Odin some intel that was completely different from what the other survivors reported. Flashback to a while ago, Jian reported what he had gathered from his trip. There's this guy known as the Man in Black making moves. He completely wiped out China and decimated Qi Village. That intel was more than enough to trigger Odin's obsession with power. His eyes lit up with wild excitement. Find out who this Man in Black is. Asgard will back you up fully, no questions asked. Which meant all of Asgard would cooperate with the Lee Jun-Kyeong Guild as much as possible. In the peaceful blue sky, a 7-colored light sparkled like a star. A brilliant rainbow bridge arched across the sky, and Jian calmly touched down. Right then, someone walked up to him and spoke. I've been waiting for you. Though slightly taken aback, Jian kept his cool on the outside. Pleasure coming to meet you. First Knight Lancelot. On the inside, he was utterly shocked. This is crazy. I thought they'd just send some mid-level manager from the council. Lancelot politely greeted him back. Likewise, Lee Jun-Kyeong. It's an honor, Jian thought to himself. Lancelot, one of the top knights of the Round Table, to think I'd actually meet him. An emblem of a shield with 2 crossed swords appeared. It symbolized the Round Table, a secret British organization with a worldview totally different from other groups. Unlike those factions who tried to manipulate humanity, under the guise of saving them, like the Asgard Association, led by Odin, the Round Table was a complete bystander. They had insane power, but chose to stay quiet on the sidelines, being neither good nor bad. The reason they were so ridiculously strong was all thanks to Merlin, the heart and soul of the group, a girl with golden hair and emerald eyes. On the flip side, there was Arthur, who looked like a kid, but even without her, the Round Table was still a force to be reckoned with. This was because they possessed a special lineage of knights. The select few who made up this knightly order were way stronger than average heroes. This squad, led by Owain, their strongest fighter, always played a crucial role whenever a crisis hit Britain. Back to the present, the city was dead silent under the warm sunlight. Lancelot flashed a friendly smile and shared his thoughts. Since Merlin's got her eye on you, everyone's pretty curious about you, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Honestly, same here. I'm dying to know what you're about. But his vibe couldn't fool Jian. This guy's eyes were practically dripping with hostility. This is definitely because of Merlin. Lancelot was famous for being mad in love with the Round Table's leader, Merlin. But Merlin never returned his feelings, which completely wrecked their dynamic. It drove him crazy, to the point where he seemed to have lost his mind. It wasn't that Lancelot was a traitor or anything. His obsession with her had just spun way out of control. Jian recalled the rumors he'd heard. People say almost every issue the Round Table faces is caused by Lancelot. He felt a wave of bad luck wash over him. Great. Looks like I just stepped in dog shit. Jian tried to smooth things over to save some face. Look, I just wanted to keep my promise to Merlin. But before he could even finish his sentence, the guy rudely cut him off. A promise? Did you just say a promise? Jian let out a helpless sigh. He couldn't believe this was enough, and to trigger Lancelot. What's your deal? His face turned serious as he warned him. I'm here to meet Merlin on official business. I know you're here to guide me, but you're being incredibly disrespectful. Lancelot just stood there looking completely unbothered, shamelessly firing back without admitting he was wrong. When was I ever rude? Jian thought mockingly. If a knight doesn't even realize he's being rude, is he even fit to be called a knight? Angered, Lancelot slammed his hand onto the table, sending the cup flying from the impact. His face darkened, giving Jian a murderous, threatening glare. Are you seriously disrespecting me? Jian casually crossed his arms and said confidently, Merlin, you're definitely watching all of this, right? After all, the only place in the round table you can't spy on is your own private room. Lancelot gritted his teeth, barely holding back his fury as he spat. Jun-Kyeong, I don't care how big of a deal you think you are, but as a knight, I won't just stand here and let you insult me. Suddenly, a loud, commanding voice boomed. Cut it out, Lancelot. Startled, he turned around. Jian wasn't surprised at all. This was exactly what he expected. She's finally here. Floating, glowing particles materialized in mid-air, and Merlin slowly appeared right before them. She sat properly behind her desk. Lancelot respectfully bowed. Lady Merlin, Jian also, stood up and looked at her. She coldly reminded him, Lancelot, you're showing zero respect to my guest. He froze, totally shocked. Even Merlin, taking Jian's side, pushed his jealousy over the edge, letting his emotions completely blind him. He yelled out a provocative challenge. Jun-Kyeong, I challenge you to a duel. Frowning, Merlin stood up to stop him. Lancelot, what the hell do you think you're doing? But Jian calmly accepted. Sure, why not? She looked stunned, a mix of super confusing. But not wanting them to back out, our boy quickly made up his mind. All right then, let's hit the arena. They all headed over, and the crowd immediately started whispering. Is that Lancelot again? What kind of trouble did that dude stir up this time? Some guys actually got hyped. Man, it's been forever since we had a fight actually worth watching. But the guy next to him wasn't buying the hype. Lancelot is just going to sweep anyway. Who's even fighting him? He dropped the facts. The underdog. Hearing that, everyone's jaws dropped. The Jun-Kyeong of Asgard? Oh damn, this is going to be a massive showdown. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from a distance, and Gawain showed up. Every single knight froze. Sir Gawain and Sir Galahad had arrived. The big bosses of the Knights of the Round Table had officially shown up. Everyone snapped to attention and threw up a military salute. Greetings, Sir Gawain. He gave a friendly smile, patted Lancelot's shoulder, and praised him. You did great. Watching this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Man, that's so badass, right? Well, duh. He's a Knight of the Round Table, after all. Meanwhile, the showdown between our MC and Lancelot was primed to start. Both stood face to face, weapons drawn, and the tension was off the charts. Lancelot was totally flexing his confidence, thinking his skills were unmatched. He's using a spear too, but there's no way he's on my level. Gawain was locked in, watching closely. A spear clash between the east and the west. Now, this is going to be one hell of a duel. Lancelot, being the show-off he is, placed his hand over his chest and bowed dramatically. Thanks to everyone who showed up to witness my duel. The crowd played along, giving him some hype with loud cheers, which made him smirk. Talk about an ego boost. With his vanity fully fed, our MC didn't hesitate to throw some major shade. Yo, Sir Lancelot, I honestly don't know if I should call you a knight or just a straight-up entertainer anymore. With the way you're acting, you look way more like a circus clown, so I'm not even sure if Sir fits you anymore. Lancelot scowled, completely irritated. His entire vibe flipped instantly as his mana flared up. I heard that in these duels, taking your opponent's life is totally fair game, right? His pupils shrunk, looking absolutely wild. Getting into his stance, he smugly declared that this indeed was a death match where lives were on the line. I was actually going to go easy and spare your life, but looks like I don't have to worry about that anymore. But our MC didn't lose his cool at all. He stayed totally calm and shot back. Man, listen to you, yapping. You really are just a selfish, arrogant noble. Still totally relaxed enough to mock him, our MC smirked. You fake-ass knight, Lancelot. Pissed off, Lancelot charged like a bat out of hell, screaming, you bastard. Our boy just stood there, chill, eyes sharp, analyzing him. Lancelot was legendary for his single-strike style, a guy who could pierce through absolutely anything in one shot. And no lie, his attack was freaking insane. Trash personality aside, the guy was a legit powerhouse. But as that mana-infused spear thrust forward, our MC moved with perfect precision, parrying it dead-on with his own spear tip. Lancelot's charge ground to a screeching halt, and he couldn't budge an inch. The crowd went wild with shock, unable to believe their eyes. Wait, what? Did he seriously stop that legendary one-hit strike just by tapping his spear tip? Lancelot's weapon was frozen solid. The dude himself was utterly shook, finally realizing how deep of a hole he was in. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he desperately pushed, but nothing changed. No freaking way. How can I not even budge this? Meanwhile, our MC stood firm, looking like he was barely putting in any effort. Seeing things get out of hand, someone stepped in to put a stop to it. That's enough. Startled, Lancelot whipped his head toward the voice. The man solemnly introduced himself. I am a knight of the Round Table, Gawain. While keeping Lancelot in check, our MC shifted his focus to the newcomer. Gawain, that polite, gentlemanly vibe, he's the Green Knight. The Green Knight? After awakening as a hunter, he went absolutely ballistic, slaughtering monsters like a madman. Their shredded corpses would be scattered all over the ground, while he just stood there looking overwhelmingly powerful, drenched from head to toe in monster blood. That's exactly why everyone started calling him the Green Knight. The two weapons parted, and our MC casually stepped back. No reason for me to pick a fight with this guy. Lancelot's knees buckled, slamming hard onto the ground. Face dark, he knelt there looking utterly pathetic. Gawain walked right up to him to snap him back to reality. Lancelot, you need to learn to size up yourself and your opponent. Lancelot whined in protest, but he insulted me. Completely ignoring his whining, Gawain turned to give orders. Galahad, help Lancelot pack up and clear out of here. Galahad saluted seriously. Understood. Lancelot dragged himself up, and though it killed his pride, he bowed his head and muttered, I lost. Our MC raised his guard. Gawain is definitely not a guy I can sleep on. He mapped out my entire power level from the very start. As Gawain turned to leave, his eyes lingered on our MC, sizing him up. To shut down Lancelot's mana-charged attack in a single, clean move. This kid is the real deal. Looks like we've got another rising star for Asgard. I guess those rumors about him beating Hercules weren't just talk. A bit later, after the dust had settled in another area, our boys stood face to face with Merlin. Just this once, the MC promised flatly. I only jumped into this fight because I wanted to. Don't expect a second time. Secretly, he thought about how Merlin basically ran the entire Round Table, including the chief of the knights, meaning they all had to jump at her command. So, if she really wanted to, she could have easily kept Lancelot out of my hair. His mind drifted back to the duel. But since Merlin wanted us to clash, I went along with it. Plus, I had some business of my own here too. Pointing at her, our boy explained, consider us even now. Merlin frowned, intrigued. Well, aren't you a straight shooter? But didn't you agree to the fight because you actually wanted to? Our MC awkwardly scratched his cheek. I only agreed because I'm just a guy who hates losing. But deep down, he recalled the exact moment their spears clashed. He really wanted to test how much stronger he'd gotten since his time in China and finally clear his debt to Merlin. He smirked, brushing the thoughts aside. Well, you got what you wanted anyway, so we're square now. And this should be enough to teach Lancelot a solid lesson, right? The MC had a pretty good theory. Merlin definitely saw how much his power had jumped, so even though she knew Lancelot was going to get wrecked, she still let them throw down, which meant she wanted Lancelot to lose. Merlin didn't even try to hide it, admitting, You're sharper than I thought. Yeah, I wanted you. To humble Lancelot. She was sick and tired of his cocky attitude, so she set the whole thing up. Lancelot's got crazy potential, but with his arrogance and obsession with me, he desperately needs a wake-up call to grow up. I had to use you as a stepping stone. Merlin's eyes flared as our MC reluctantly agreed. So, based on what you said, I'll count this as you paying back part of your debt to me. Her figure vanished, but in the next second, the focus shifted to Arthur. Seriously reminded him, the debt is still on, ever since you promised me. Jun-Kyeong called out to Arthur, wanting to confirm if he was actually going to keep his word. He raised his hand to summon the sword, its golden blade gleaming under the light. First of all, suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. Arthur went ballistic and wild mana erupted. Is that Excalibur? Are you freaking kidding me? Jun-Kyeong tossed the sword over, telling him to take it and go nuts. He caught it, gripping the hilt tightly. Arthur examined it, then snapped in frustration. How could this gaudy ornament filled with magic be called Excalibur? Are you mocking me? He roared, feeling completely insulted. You really think you can fool me with such a pathetic trick? Out of nowhere, Merlin spoke up, hesitating. Arthur? Hearing her voice, he froze, his eyes darting back. Arthur was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Merlin? He blankly stared at the sword in his hand. Was this really Excalibur? He was still skeptical, but the curse had indeed been broken. Merlin was also still dazed by this reality, saying, "We're split up." Lee Jun-Kyeong smiled and assured them, "Hey, I keep my word." He recalled an image from the Demon King's memoirs. "I've seen the real Excalibur before. That sword belonged to him." Arthur examined the blade again. "So this is seriously the real deal?" Lee Jun-Kyeong sighed with mock regret. "Unfortunately, it's just a counterfeit." Both of them whipped their heads toward Lee Jun-Kyeong in shock. He broke down its real purpose. "It's a fake designed to fool your patron, the Lady of the Lake. They only see what they want to see, so as long as you two play along, you'll be fine." Merlin looked like she just had an epiphany. "I get it." Arthur, though, was still clueless. "What the hell are you even talking about?" She simplified it as much as possible. "The Lady of the Lake wants us to get Excalibur back. But we have no idea what Excalibur actually looks like. We only know it's a sword, while its true form is a complete mystery." She looked at Lee Jun-Kyeong and continued, "But he knows what it looks like. So, he made a perfect replica to fool our patron." He silently confirmed she was spot on. He visualized the weapon, the Sword of the Lake, Excalibur, a blade that had rested in a magic-filled lake for centuries, absorbing an insane amount of its magic. Knowing that, I was able to replicate a fraction of its power. Arthur was still skeptical, though, but it's still a fake. "How did we even split up then?" Merlin replied, "It's only temporary." She already knew how this would play out. The Lady of the Lake will soon realize it's a fake, and the curse will snap right back. Hearing this, Arthur lost his temper, and before even thinking, his body moved on instinct to attack Lee Jun-Kyeong. "Is that how it is?" Fortunately, Merlin stopped him in time. "Hold on." She was way smarter than him, guessing that even if it was fake, it would still buy them some time, right? Lee Jun-Kyeong calmly explained, "It's not about time. I made this to fool them. Even if they catch on, they'll still have to verify it to some extent. As long as you two don't leave this area, actually, don't leave the round table, the curse will stay temporarily lifted." Lee Jun-Kyeong analyzed the main reason their patron cursed them in the first place, but they also genuinely want you guys to find the real Excalibur. After wrapping up, he reminded them, "So, my job here is done, all right?" Arthur buried his face in his hands, falling silent. Suddenly, he dropped his hands and asserted, "No, we're not done yet." His expression turned dead serious as he silently analyzed the situation. Arthur had borne the brunt of the curse way more than Merlin, trapping him in a kid's body, while Merlin still had her normal body, which totally explained why he was acting so testy. Ultimately, Lee Jun-Kyeong made his choice. Smiling, he clenched his fist and teased, "In that case, let me tell you guys one more thing, the actual location of the real Excalibur." In a forest shrouded in thick mist, a sudden, blinding flash of light burst out, standing out instantly. Right after, a massive pillar of fire carrying enough heat to vaporize everything ripped through space. Demis clenched his fists, intense flames erupting as his features twisted into a savage scowl. He launched a brutal attack on Ross. Ross simply tilted his body slightly, dodging the punch. Its sheer power brushed past him and smashed into the boulder behind, blowing it to pieces. Debris flew everywhere, but Demis didn't slow down, charging forward again with bloodshot eyes. He seemed to have gone completely berserk. The entire area in front of him was obliterated, with thick dust blocking their view. Ross calmly swung his sword, completely unfazed, and muttered, "Too slow." He slashed horizontally at Demis. Demis reacted quickly, jumping high to dodge the blade that swept right beneath his feet. He then threw his weight downward, aiming to counterattack. But suddenly, he noticed something off. Ross's mana had somehow slipped behind him. A sharp blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Before he could even move, he was stabbed hard right in the middle of his back. His body stiffened, and veins popped out on Demis's face. His face contorted as he screamed in agony. His blood-red eyes suddenly showed a tiny speck of white. Then, it quickly expanded, swallowing the red. Demis snapped out of his berserk state, his face darkening as his knees buckled. Ross stood there calmly holding his sword, watching him. He hadn't broken a sweat, taking him down. Having regained his senses, Demis sat ungracefully on the dirty ground, pointing a finger in confusion. "What the hell is that sword anyway?" Ross sheathed his weapon and replied, "I picked it up not too long ago." Demis's eyes widened, in absolute shock, stammering in disbelief. "You just picked up something like that?" He recalled his brutal defeat from moments ago, the second that sword touched him. His magic had gone completely out of control. Ross didn't bother explaining, switching the subject instead. "Well, you're strong enough for me to overlook the fact that you broke our agreement and acted on your own." Taking the chance, he quickly asked, "So, I won't get disciplined, right?" But Ross totally crushed his hopes. Wrong. I'm the only one forgiving you. Athena, on the other hand, seems pretty eager to discipline you. Hearing this, Demas gasped, turning around only to see her standing there silently with her arms crossed like a ghost. He panicked. Since when has she been here? I couldn't even sense her. Athena stared blankly at them, seemingly unbothered by whatever they were discussing. Ross asked, puzzled, "What's up?" Athena finally spoke up. "I have something to report." She brought up the topic they had discussed in the past, about what you mentioned a few days ago, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Demas was taken aback. That name? Super familiar. Lee Jun-Kyeong? His face went blank as he got lost in his own thoughts. Athena kept spilling the details after getting back from China. Right now, the kid's in the UK. Doesn't make any freaking sense. The UK, she confirmed with a serious look. Yep, we still don't know what he's up to over there. Then she added some more intel. He went straight to the round table. He frowned, pondering the situation. After sizing things up, he made his call. Fine, keep tailing him. And, Hercules, don't you dare slack off on your training. Athena put her hand over her chest, bowing respectfully. Understood. Domitius agreed with a serious nod. Got it. They answered in unison. Zeus stared off into the distance, mapping out the future. The sky was clear, with dreamy white clouds drifting lazily. At the exact same time, over at the round table's territory, a voice echoed. Arthur stood with his hands on his hips, facing Jun-Kyeong. You're saying Zeus has Excalibur? He confirmed, boldly. Yep, he couldn't hide his skepticism. But he already has the thunderbolt of Olympus. Why on earth does he need that sword? Jun-Kyeong gave a stiff laugh and thought, Thunderbolt, huh? Why does everyone have that same impression of Zeus? He answered honestly, beats me. Arthur clicked his tongue and squinted at him, clearly annoyed. Hey, why are you talking to me so casually without any respect? Jun-Kyeong shrugged indifferently. You're doing the same, dude. Looking totally innocent, he asked, is there an issue with that? Arthur went quiet, trying to think of a comeback, but finally gave up and let out a helpless sigh. Arthur shifted the focus back to the main topic. So, what are we going to do about Excalibur? Jun-Kyeong gave him an innocent look. Why are you asking me? I already told you where it is. The rest is up to you guys to just go and get it. Arthur flinched, totally caught off guard. What? But our promise. Jun-Kyeong calmly pointed out, you asked me to find Excalibur to break your curse. Pretty sure my job is done. Plus, you guys still owe me big time. Twice, actually. Arthur looked down, lost in thought. This is going to be tough. I don't think Zeus is just going to negotiate and hand over Excalibur. Jun-Kyeong kept his chill and tried to reassure him. Well, I'm sure Merlin will figure something out. She's smart. Hearing that, Arthur let out a chuckle. He stopped obsessing over Excalibur and asked for Jun-Kyeong's take. So, how do you want us to pay you back? Jun-Kyeong did some quick math in his head. Merlin mentioned she was busy with a meeting to restore Excalibur, which is going to take a sweet while. If I tell Arthur, you don't know jack about power, and act all mysterious, I'll tell you when Merlin gets back. Right as the words left his mouth, footsteps echoed. Merlin slowly approached. Arthur noticed and looked over. She knew they were waiting for her. All right, go ahead. Jun-Kyeong grinned. He stopped beating around the bush. Awesome. What I want. With a deadly serious face, he dropped a bombshell. You two have to stay alive. Arthur's eyes went wide. In total shock, he was completely lost. Huh, Merlin had the exact same look. Jun-Kyeong held out his hands and added, I also need you two to trust me completely and do exactly what I tell you. If you guys agree to this, I'll consider wiping the debt. Arthur frowned. Why are you asking for 2 whole favors for just 1 debt? Jun-Kyeong didn't even answer, just fired right back. What are you planning on dying or something? I'm literally trying to make sure you stay alive. Arthur swallowed hard, getting a bad feeling. Merlin spoke up, agreeing. Fine, we get it, but we're going to need a much better explanation from you. He gently broke it to her. It's coming soon. Something big is about to go down. Arthur pressed. What kind of big? Jun-Kyeong laid out the facts, a special gate and a weird, magic source. I know you felt it too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have summoned the Knights of the Round Table, right? Merlin frowned, coming clean. So my gut feeling wasn't off. The magic density across the UK is spiking at a crazy rate. I summoned them because of that special gate. He nodded seriously. Exactly. And there are going to be way more of these special gates popping up in the future. She focused on another detail. Is that the big event you mentioned? And what's with you wanting us to survive? Jun-Kyeong shut it down instantly. Nope. His face went totally dark. It's about when all those special gates vanish. That's the moment we gotta brace ourselves for. Both of them went quiet at his words. Out on the glassy lake, two figures, one tall, one short, stood, facing each other. Sharp sword strikes clashed into an X shape. Gripping his sword, Arthur said, "This is where I train solo, since not everyone at the round table even knows I'm around." He offered, "How about a quick spar? Looks like you've gotten stronger since we last met." Then, he flared up at his mana. Jun-Kyeong was totally down. Fine by me. He summoned his spear and smirked confidently. I'm a whole different beast compared to last time. There was something he wanted to clear up first. But before we start, have you ever thrown hands with that lightning guy? Arthur gasped, totally stunned. Huh? Arthur warned him. You're gonna get yourself killed, talking like that. Jun-Kyeong didn't give a damn and stubbornly insisted, just tell me. Arthur could only chuckle and humor him. Of course I have. Finally, satisfied. All right then. Jun-Kyeong's eyes turned dead serious, his pupils glowing blood red. He went for a preemptive strike, launching himself forward so hard that the water splashed high into the air as he thrust his spear straight ahead, aiming right in front of Arthur. Arthur deflected while throwing shade. Are you even trying? You're way too slow. The water got wild from their clash, messing up the flow. Jian backed off a long way, keeping his guard up while trying to figure out a move. Dueling Arthur didn't just test his combat skills, he had to throw everything he had into the mix. A fierce fire covered his entire spear. The system kept spamming notifications that the multiple spear's fire magic had been converted into stats. Under the Fire King's influence, fire would buff him up. A bright red ribbon of mana swirled right around Jian. Arthur actually started getting hyped. Oh, impressive. The two of them went at it hard, tearing up the place, fire and water crashing together, neither giving an inch. After a while, they broke apart, with Jian getting blown away. Arthur raised his hand, condensed his mana, and blasted it straight into the kid's stomach. Jian still had the guts to fight back, splashing the lake water everywhere. Arthur's eyes glowed, looking down on him with pure contempt. Is that all you got? Blood trickled down the corner of the kid's mouth. He had to admit, this guy was a beast, but there was no way in hell he was losing like this. Jian gritted his teeth, determined to land at least one solid hit on him, just once. Sharp slashes sliced through the air, the burning mana surging like crazy, wrapping the whole spear in wild flames. Arthur was totally stunned when he saw this. What the? Is this kid absorbing magic? The system pinged, notifying that the dragon heart was releasing magic. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, shaking the whole area. Thick smoke blinded everything. Heavy water droplets poured down like crazy. Arthur's figure slowly came into view. His expression was terrifying. With a bleeding scratch on his cheek, he muttered, "What the hell was that just now?" Jian stayed quiet. After a long silence, he spit out a name, Solar Flare. Arthur smiled, giving him props. Solar Flare, huh, that's 1/6 skill. But right as he said that, ribbons of mana sneaked up and wrapped tightly around Jian. He blacked out and collapsed. Arthur felt a bit bad. Sorry about that. It's been a while since I've been this hyped, so I kinda lost control of my power. Arthur pulled back his mana and kept talking to himself. You asked about the white lightning earlier, right? You can't pull that off right now. But Jian was already too far gone to hear the answer he wanted. But who knows? Maybe you'll actually beat them. Time passed and a flock of birds soared through the city sky. Inside the room, Jian sat in silence. Hyama's voice came out of the bracelet, sounding worried. Yo, you all right? He raised his hands, checking himself over. Lucky for him, Merlin's skill had patched him up, so he replied, Yeah, I'm good. He closed his eyes, thinking back. I lost, but at least I managed to scratch him. Jian bragged with a grin. My spear actually grazed the leader of a massive organization. I'm definitely leveling up. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Gowan still had that same old cold expression. Are you in there, Lee Jun-Kyeong? Outside, a flock of pigeons spread their wings, soaring across the city sky. Jian and Gowan stood face to face. The older man broke the ice. I heard from Merlin that you warned us about the crisis that's about to hit Britain. He politely bowed. I sincerely apologize once again for the rudeness of our night, and I appreciate your mature and straightforward attitude toward him. Jian was chill. No big deal. Then he voiced his suspicion. But I'm guessing you didn't just come here to say thanks, right? Gowan stayed silent for a bit, then whispered, Ah. Jian looked at him, surprised. The man stated his goal. I know you had a friendly match with Arthur yesterday. I've always wanted to try sparring with him, but I haven't had the chance. Gowan gripped the hilt of his sword and flared his mana. Even though it was a request, his stance said he was already locked and loaded. So, you down for a duel with me? The kid sighed in defeat, of course, called it. With no other choice, he had to agree. Fine. I'm actually pretty curious about your skills too. His eyes glowed red, and mana enveloped his entire body. Outside, clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky. Jian thought to himself, this must be a thing with these British knights. He recalled the images of Galahad, Gawain, and surprisingly, even Lancelot wanting to duel him. Then, Lancelot's serious face popped into his mind. It was like the guy had realized something, apologized to Jun-Kyeong, and asked for an unofficial duel. Jian felt so done and tired. Man, I came to the round table just to return Excalibur. Why is it all just duel after duel after duel? A red necklace lay in Jian's palm, flashback to when Merlin handed it to him. This necklace will give your stats a little boost. I think it's going to come in clutch for you one day. He gave a genuine smile. I got a ton of help back in China too. Thanks. She kindly suggested, by the way, if you have some free time, would you like to visit the Nile? Jian hesitated. The Nile? Merlin reminded him of what happened. Do you remember Inep, the hunter from the Nile who came last time? The one who caused all that chaos. He was a bit suspicious. Why did she suddenly bring him up? Jian remembered their encounter, with the guy chatting with him from a tree branch. Last time, during the Great Battle in Britain, he came to find me and told me to visit the Nile. I heard that after he went back to the Nile, he got disciplined. Merlin explained her intention. So you do remember that poor kid, Inep. He begged me to ask you to go meet him at the Nile again. I heard his punishment over there is already done. So, if you have time. Jian didn't rush his decision. He analyzed it carefully, knowing the round table was a neutral force. They'd probably warn other groups about the disaster. I'm basically done with everything I needed to do at the round table, but there's still one last thing I gotta take care of in Britain. In the end, he just gave a non-committal answer. I'll think about it. Merlin politely replied, thank you. The city here was built with ancient buildings, a totally different vibe from Korea. Suddenly, a whispered farewell echoed in his ears. Jian noticed it, casting his gaze toward the top of the clock tower. Arthur was standing up there, silently seeing him off. Spark. Jian sighed in defeat. First, that guy gave the lightning guy a nickname, and now he was giving him one too. I hope you can do your best when the disaster strikes, Arthur. He moved to a different spot, opened a door, and a chime rang out, followed by his voice calling out. Hearing no response, Jian called out again, puzzled, Woojin. But instead, he only saw a strange girl with short hair. She looked at him, confused. Who are you? He was absolutely sure he had the right place. Is Park Woojin not here? No. Wait, is this Park Jujin's shop? Minji crossed her arms, looking thoughtful. She rubbed her chin, sizing up Lee Jun-Kyeong. You don't really look like some sketchy loan shark here to collect. And you don't look like some hunter coming back to complain about a busted potion either. It's not like she's hiding some dude in the back. After staring for a bit, she clapped her hands. Ah, you must be here to buy something then. He immediately shut that down, looking totally flustered. No way. Where is Park Jujin? And who even are you? Minji leaned her elbows on the counter, totally chill. Look, Jujin just asked me to keep an eye on the shop. Jin's not going to be around for a while. Lee Jun-Kyeong sighed, realizing he'd have to reschedule. Her brother told me to come here, so when can I actually see her? Min's eyes widened. Oh, so you're the guy Jujin was talking about. She wanted me to pass this along. She already joined Olympus. Hearing that, he froze. He clenched, his fists, anxiety kicking in. The past is changing again. Gyeon's mind was a complete mess. It was way too early for her to join Olympus. What the hell happened to make her rush over there like that? He felt this heavy dread in his chest. Don't tell me I'm the one who caused this. He went dead silent, a new worry taking over. History was shifting again. As sunset blanketed the city, Lee Jun-Kyeong answered his phone while walking. Hello. Meanwhile, down at the beach, the waves gently lapped against the shore, and the wind's breeze was pure therapy. In-Chang was just chillin' and catching some rays when her phone ruined the vibe. What's up? Jian's voice on the other end commanded, pack your bags. She bolted upright, completely shocked. Wait, what? Like right freaking now? Jian pressed on, sounding urgent. Just get over here. You can ask Seong-gu about the details later. Is anyone else from the White Tiger Guild coming to Egypt with you? In-Chang thought about it for a second. All right, fine. Besides, Egypt sounds pretty dope. I was actually looking for something to do anyway. Cut to another location, where traffic was backed up with horns blaring like crazy. Seong-gu was driving when his phone buzzed. Seong-gu, I'm in Egypt. Keeping his eyes on the road, he answered, Wait, I thought you were going to use the Bifrost to head back to Korea. What are you doing in Egypt? Jian replied, I've got some business to handle. Seong-gu's mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. Does this have to do with the Great Cataclysm? Jian's voice went dead serious. Try something even bigger than that. Seong-gu started nagging him, trying to talk some sense into him. Even if that's true, dropping it out of nowhere like this is going to cause a massive mess. Egypt is already a total powder keg with tons of political drama. You showing up unannounced is only going to make things 10 times worse. So until we can sort things out on our end, just keep a low profile, and Jian cut him off. Actually, I think the problem's already solved. Seonggu was stunned, totally lost. Wait, what do you mean? But Jian just left him with, just trust Asa. Meanwhile, Jian was currently facing down. 4 foreign-looking swordsmen, all radiating pure killer intent. He threw his hands up in mock surrender. Later, inside an insanely grand palace, some guards surrounded Jian, whispering to each other, "Why the hell is the Lee Jun-Kyeong in Egypt? You got any clue?" "No idea," one replied. "We should probably get a translator in here." Suddenly, Jackal stepped up. "Just hand the Lee Jun-Kyeong over to us. We got this." They walked right up to Lee Jun-Kyeong, leaving the guards looking completely baffled. "The ruling branch," the guard muttered. The guy next to him chimed in, "Man, the Ennead is definitely plotting something." Jackal just glared down coldly at Jian, speaking up, "You're the Lee Jun-Kyeong, right?" Jian kept his guard up, thinking to himself, "So they're already here. I didn't expect them to deploy a Korean branch member right off the bat." Jiante flashed a friendly smile. "HQ reached out to me. They said the rest of your crew should be landing sometime today." Jian figured he meant Dong and Chang and the gang. Wow, they don't mess around. He then said aloud, "So, I heard things are getting pretty wild in Egypt. What's the deal?" Giante broke it down for him. "Right now, Egypt is basically under the complete control of the Ennead. You probably already know this, but the Ennead is split into 3 separate factions. Memphis runs the politics, Hermopolis controls the business side, and Heliopolis manages all, the hunters and the association." Giante's face turned dead serious. They're constantly at each other's throats, trying to hijack each other's power. That's why. The situation in Egypt right now is, Jian cut in, a total absolute shit show. Giante nodded. "Pretty much. See, before this, Heliopolis was the top dog, but after the whole Horus incident, things went sideways inside their faction." Hearing that, Gion remembered something. Wait, didn't Inep say he was part of Heliopolis? He looked at Giante. What exactly happened with Horus? Giante shrugged. "Honestly, we don't have the full story. Even our best intel sources are completely in the dark on this one. All we know is that there was some massive fight during a gate raid, and things got really ugly." Suddenly, Inep's words flashed in Gion's mind, echoing with desperate urgency. "It's because of the Bloodstone. Please, come to the Ennead." Gion's brow furrowed. "Bloodstone? Are they insane?" Gion stood up, making his move. "All right, there's a hunter I need to see right now." Giante looked confused. "Who?" Gian smirked, dropping the name. "Inep, the captain of the Egyptian forces and a hero-class hunter." Meanwhile, at the massive airport, Chang walked out of the gates looking totally expressionless, but her face lit up when she spotted a familiar face. Jian walked over. "Hey, long time no see, Chang." She grinned. "Just like you asked, I brought the squad." Hua Fenrir and Gongju stepped up behind her. Jian smiled. "Welcome, guys. Good to see you, Hua Fenrir and Gongju too. Thanks for coming." Suddenly, Bander stepped forward with a smug squint. "Aw, what? You're not happy to see me?" Jian froze, his eyes widening. Bander, one of the absolute strongest heroes in all of Asa. Bander pulled out a fan, casually waving it. "Damn, it's been forever since I've been in a place this scorching hot." Jian was still spacing out, thinking, an Odin's literal right-hand man. Jian's face went completely dark. "Why the hell did you tag along?" Bander's playful vibe vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. "He's dropping the nice guy act already? You're breaking my heart, man." Fenrir gritted her teeth in irritation. Chang and Hua tensed up, sensing the heavy vibe. The air went dead silent. Then Bander burst out laughing. "Haha, just playing. The association president sent me to help the great Lee Jun-Kyeong with his massive outer expedition. All the special gates back in Korea got cleared way faster than expected, so no need to stress." He gave Gian a deeply unsettling, sly look. "Anyway, I'm really looking forward to working with you, at least until we head back to Korea." With that, Bander turned to chat with Giante, leaving Gian staring with a dark expression. Keeping his mouth shut, Jun-Kyeong thought to himself that this trip was going to be a total drag. A night passed, and early next morning at the palace, Giante sat down for a chat with Jun-Kyeong. His request to meet that hunter named Inep from the Nine was straight up rejected. "According to our intel, looks like some serious stuff is going down in the Nine," he said. Jun-Kyeong asked, what's going on?" Giante explained, "Just like other countries, Egypt is recalling all their hero-class hunters back home. And Giante went on. The second in command of Heliopolis, Set, has returned. If Horus can't bounce back from his ruined reputation because of that accident, Jun-Kyeong quickly caught on. Then Set will take over as the ruler. Janti agreed. Exactly. And right now, he's the strongest hunter in the nine. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on his face. Jun-Kyeong started calculating his odds. The nine, the shadow organization behind Egypt, and their strongest hunter. I had to burn all my power just to deal with Arthur. But images of Arthur flashed in his mind. I could barely even scratch his cheek back then. Is Set just as strong, or is he actually way stronger than Arthur? Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong stood up, looking dead serious. Jante, just keep requesting that meeting with Inep. Jante asked. Wait, what are you going to do? With determination in his eyes, Jun-Kyeong replied, I'll find my own way to get to him. Meanwhile, the sky was crystal clear, and the city below was buzzing with life. Up on a rooftop, Jang Hojin and Seong-gu were talking. Jang Hojin said, Up until now, I haven't asked you anything. I don't know what's really going on between you and Lee Jun-Kyeong, or what secrets you've got up your sleeve. Seong-gu just kept quiet, waiting for him to go on. A chilling look flashed in Jang Hojin's eyes. But now, I need to know. He keeps baiting my curiosity, but never actually gives me a straight answer. Jang Hojin questioned, I just don't get why you're being so damn nice to him. You're not the type of guy who easily trusts people. So it's super weird to see you putting so much faith in him. It's almost like you've known him for ages. Jang Hojin got straight to the point. What's Lee Jun-Kyeong's real play here? I can't figure out what he's after. Seong-gu explained. Lee Jun-Kyeong, Jun-Kyeong. His goal is actually aligned with yours. Jang Hojin fell deep into thought. Hunter Baek-Sung-soo said the exact same thing. That he's a hunter who can help us achieve our goal once he grows stronger. Seong-gu thought to himself, all right, Jun-Kyeong told me to say this exact thing to Odin if this happened. He dropped the bomb, both your goal and his are identical, to kill the sponsors. Odin's face instantly twisted in shock. Seong-gu revealed, the hunters who were sponsored by the rulers of other realms have completely lost all their powers. This is the very first time a hunter has lost their power from something other than death. He went on, it happened right when Lee Jun-Kyeong took down Gunther. Jang Hojin chuckled, man, this is getting interesting. Back at the Grand Palace, Jun-Kyeong and Bander were sitting face to face. Bander asked casually, so, what's on your mind? Jun-Kyeong cut straight to the chase, Bander, which hero-class hunter in the nine is linked with Asgard? Bander was caught off guard by his bluntness. He brought his coffee cup to his mouth. I have no idea what you're talking about, especially calling me out of the blue like this. Jun-Kyeong leaned forward. When the association president ordered you here, what did he tell you about cooperating with me? Bander slammed his cup down, his gaze turning razor sharp. He said to work with you no matter what, as long as it's within my power. Crossing his arms, Jun-Kyeong pressed, then spill it. Which hero in the nine is linked with Asgard? Bander suddenly stood up, giving off a menacing vibe. I'll tell you later. It's a secret, after all. You get it, right? Jun-Kyeong gestured for him to leave. Fine by me, Bander replied. I'm heading out then. Jun-Kyeong recalled Jiante's words. We don't know the exact details. It's something even our best sources couldn't dig up. However, we do know there was a massive fight during a gate raid because of some crazy incident. Jun-Kyeong analyzed. Based on what the Korean Association manager said, they've got to be here. A hero-class hunter like that is more than enough. A bit later, he was walking with In-Chang, Wu-Hua, and Fenrir. In-Chang fanned himself, complaining, Wu, it's scorching hot. Wu-Hua smiled. But, isn't heat better than freezing? She tilted her head. Fair point, In-Chang replied before asking curiously. By the way, Jun-Kyeong, can I ask what your ultimate goal is? In-Chang looked puzzled. Now that you mention it, I don't know either. It feels like you're always chasing after some target. Even though I know your short-term plans, I still have no clue what your endgame is. Don't tell me it's world domination or some crazy stuff like that. Jun-Kyeong stopped in his tracks, got dead quiet for a second, gave them a chilling look, and turned his head. Actually, yeah, it is world domination. In-Chang was totally speechless. When you say it like that, I can't even tell if you're joking or dead serious. Suddenly, Fenrir flinched as if sensing something. A group of people approached from a distance, surrounded by massive streams of black magic. Swirling around them, Jun-Kyeong warned, Get back, the jackals are here. A man with a bizarre mark branded on his hand stepped forward. He strutted out into the open. Jun-Kyeong muttered, Set, he's insane. His power is easily on par with Arthur's. Standing right before him, Set said, So, you're Lee Jun-Kyeong. Without a shred of hesitation, Jun-Kyeong replied, That's right. Set said bluntly, I'm here to have a quick chat with you. Jun-Kyeong nodded. Up on the palace rooftop, Set turned his back to him. After Egypt broke free from the empire, it became the Republic of Egypt. But you know what? Staring into the distance, he added, Egypt is still trapped under a monarchy ruled by the Nine. The truth is, everything in Egypt is under their thumb, Jun-Kyeong asked calmly. So you're trying to take over that dynasty? Set smirked Bullseye. You're a sharp one, kid. He got fired up. So, smart guy, want to take a guess? Jun-Kyeong remained calm. Guess what? Set pointed at himself. Why do I want to succeed Osiris as the head of the Nine? And what am I going to do once I become the absolute ruler? The playful look on his face completely vanished. Give it a guess. Jun-Kyeong was thrown off. Before meeting him, I thought he staged that accident just to snatch the throne. But power wasn't his only motive. What the hell is it? Why did he do it? He wondered. Is he trying to become a king? Meanwhile, in the massive Arab kingdom, where massive castles stood with incredibly unique architecture, their team walked along a wide but totally deserted main road. In-Chong broke the silence, asking how the chat with Set went. Jun-Kyeong turned to her. He told me to guess what his goal was. She asked curiously. So what did you say? Jun-Kyeong froze, lost in thought. I couldn't even begin to guess what his real game is. I thought he just wanted to be king for the raw power, but that wasn't really the case. Seth had completely flipped his perspective on him. The guy was dangerous, sure, but he wasn't evil. In other words, when it came to black or white, he didn't fit into either category. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Bander asked suspiciously, "Where the hell did you go?" Before he could even reply, she cut in, totally annoyed by how nosy he was. Don't you have anything better to do? But Bander didn't even get mad at her brushing him off. Haha, looks like you guys already wrapped up your business, huh? I quickly finished everything I needed to do, but then his eyes darkened. Honestly, thinking about it, it's pretty weird. That Lee Jun-Kyeong of yours is seriously vicious. Seeing the vibe he was giving off, they started to worry. Everyone in their squad was a hero-rank hunter, so why hadn't any of them joined Asgard? They looked at his eyes and shuddered. Man, that gaze of his was intense. The questions kept piling up. How did hunters outside of Asgard know the secrets of the organization? It actually seemed to amuse him. I mean, is there anything more dangerous than that? In-Trang didn't have a single good thought about Bander. Is this guy testing us? Jun-Kyeong stepped in just in time to shut him down. Stop playing games. He threw the question right back at him. What's the answer to the question I asked you earlier? Anyway, Bander calmly explained, Odin told me to cooperate with you at all costs, as long as it's within my power. Suddenly, a massive blast cut their conversation short. Both of them whipped their heads toward the sound. The shockwave was so massive that the explosion was visible even from a distance. Sparks of electricity surged through the air as lightning slammed straight down, tearing through layers of clouds. The lightning coiled like a tornado, converging into a single massive pillar of light, tearing open a portal crackling with energy. Everyone nearby watched in shock as a special gate materialized right in the center of the city. As the portal widened, more and more energy surged out, turning the lightning into a blood-red color. In-Trang panicked, sensing the danger. That gate literally just appeared, but its magical pressure is already expanding. At this rate, it's going to collapse right in the middle of downtown. So many people are going to die. She immediately screamed out to him, Lee Jun-Kyeong, we have to stop it. It's about to blow. He calmly reassured her, just chill. But seeing how totally unbothered he was, both in his face and his words, she snapped, completely losing her temper. How the hell am I supposed to chill? People are going to die. We have to do something. He patiently explained the situation to her. It's fine. This isn't Korea. But she didn't care. No, even if I have to go alone, I'm going. A surge of purple energy burst forth, wrapping itself fiercely around her entire body. Drawing her sword, she said, I don't know why you're backing down, but right now, every single second counts. Just as she was about to leap forward, she suddenly froze. Massive, muscular jackals were soaring across the sky. Their sharp, intense eyes stood out on their otherwise expressionless faces as they stared straight ahead. Leading the pack was Seth, whose overwhelming power swept the area as he showed them how things are done here. This isn't Korea, Jun-Kyeong remarked. This is Nile. And Nile has its own way of handling things. Realizing this, she finally started to calm down. I get it now. But even though he had reassured In-Trang, Jun-Kyeong was actually pretty shocked by how Seth handled it. Honestly, I didn't think Seth would step in personally. Slowly, the chaotic scene quieted down, returning to its usual peaceful state. A system notification pinged. The special gate had been cleared. He wasn't even surprised by how insanely fast they wrapped things up, just as I thought. They cleared that gate in record time. makes sense, since their leader literally took care of it himself. No matter how special that gate was, there was no way it stood a chance. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jun-Kyeong called her over. Hearing her name, Dong In-trang shyly looked down. If you're about to tease me, please don't. I'm already dying of embarrassment here. Instead of teasing her, he smiled and gave her some props. Nah, you did great. You only did that because you wanted to save lives, right? She stammered, yeah. But before they could say more, another sudden noise interrupted them. True to form, In-trang was still the palace. First to bolt. Looks like some trouble was going down. Jun-Kyeong just sighed in defeat. She was always the first to rush in. As she made her way deeper into the city streets, she spotted a gang of guys beating up a defenseless man. Glaring at them with pure rage, she yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" But due to the language barrier, they just stared at her blankly, whispering, "A hunter? What's she yapping about?" Right then, Jun-Kyeong caught up. "What's the issue here?" This time, they actually understood. "Huh? Is that the Lee Jun-Kyeong guy? He's speaking Arabic." With no language barrier, he had no problem talking to them. Man, that necklace from Moine was really coming in clutch. What did this guy even do for you to beat him up like this? The leader smirked contemptuously, waving them off. "This is none of your business, foreign hunters. Beat it." But looking at the mess before him, Jun-Kyeong wasn't about to back down. "Seeing you guys jump a defenseless guy like this, I can't just stand by and watch. Tell me what happened." When they didn't answer, his voice dropped, carrying a cold warning. "Otherwise, I'm reporting this to the association. I don't care what he did, a hunter attacking a civilian is a serious crime." But they just burst out laughing like they'd heard the funniest joke ever. "Guess you're clueless, kid. In Egypt, the gap between hunters and normies is like heaven and earth." The guy laid out the brutal truth. "Here, hunters can beat up civilians whenever they damn well please. It's an unwritten rule everyone follows, so we can do whatever we want to him." Smirking maliciously, he raised his blade high, preparing to strike. Suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere. Both of them watched in absolute shock. But instead of the civilian getting hurt, it was the thug's arm Stidodumzai went flying. A blood-curdling shriek pierced the air as the thug panicked, clutching his severed arm. There sat Shinang on the roof, the slash having originated from him. But Egypt also has its own laws, doesn't it? The thugs below looked up at Seth in sheer terror. He floated down gracefully, radiating an overwhelming aura. Hunters from Nile have the right to attack other hunters. The horrific scene left Jun-Kyeong and In-trang completely speechless. Deep crimson blood slowly pooled and soaked into the dirt. The bodies of the thugs, who were acting like tough guys just seconds ago, now lay dead, eyes wide with horror. Shuddering, In-trang turned to him and whispered, "Is Seth actually a good guy?" Watching all of this unfold, Jun-Kyeong had no idea how to answer. She stammered, "Yeah, he saved that man, but this is way too extreme." He lowered his head, feeling deeply conflicted. He had planned to rescue that man without relying on Niall's power, and Seth probably knew that. But as his eyes drifted to the two corpses, bodies lying cold next to each other in the corner, Jun-Jin felt sick to his stomach. That bastard was still butchering hunters who didn't even have to die. Since he stayed quiet, Chang went on to ask, "Do you seriously think he's a good guy?" Jun-Jin hesitated for a second before replying, "Honestly, I don't even know." The Egyptian sky was already painted with sunset, pink clouds drifting with the wind. Before long, bright stars started popping up in the twilight sky. A majestic palace, glowing under the morning sun, signaled a brand new day. Just like they planned, Jun-Kyeong and Bander showed up at the palace. Facing the two of them, Inep was already chilling in his seat, with Bastet standing right behind him. He asked, trying to be polite, "It's been a minute, huh? But who's that behind you?" The platinum-haired woman instantly introduced herself. "I'm Lamia, but my codename is Bastet." He locked his eyes on her, immediately sensing something was off. "I wanted to meet Inep alone, but just like I thought, the Nin and Asgard are keeping tabs on us." Inep got straight to the point. "It's been a while. So, why did you want to meet me?" Jun-Jin laughed naturally. "I just wanted to see you, man." But right after that, Bastet suddenly sensed that something sketchy was going on. On Bander's end, he experienced the same weird vibe, making him narrow his eyes. To keep things low-key, Jun-Jin decided to use telepathy to talk to Inep. "Yo, you hear me? Inep, once you hear me, if you want to confirm something, just give a positive answer. If you want to say the opposite, then give a -1. Inep was secretly blown away, thinking, "Wait, this guy can use magic too? He's freaking insane." Then he immediately played along. "I wanted to see you too." Jun-Jin started his cover story. "Dude, you look thinner than before. Is Nin not feeding you or what?" But in reality, his mind sent a totally different message. I'm here for the blood mineral. Does it have to do with Hercules' power? Inep immediately gave a positive answer. They feed me. Plenty, though. Jun-Jin seemed satisfied. So, do you get to eat whatever you want? His mind transmitted. Last time, you wanted me to save Horus. Is Horus's case related to the blood mineral? He nodded. Yeah, I'm actually a pretty picky eater. Jun-Jin kept pushing the cover conversation. The Hunter Manhwa also helped me in the Clash of the Strong Warriors. How are they doing? But what Jun-Jin was actually asking was, did the blood mineral mess up Horus too? Like it did to Hercules? This time he firmly confirmed they're doing great. Jun-Jin nodded. Got it. Bander, listening to this sketchy conversation, scowled in confusion. What the hell are they even doing? Jun-Jin decided to get straight to the point. Do you like Num? Which actually meant, is Seth the killer? Hearing that name, Inep's eyes popped wide open in shock. He lowered his voice and replied, You're pretty sneaky, that's just my gut feeling. But I don't know how Numek feels about it. In his mind, Jun-Jin translated this as, he doesn't know if Seth is the killer or not. On the outside, he kept going. It'd be cool if the two of you could get together. Is there anything I can do to help? No hidden question was sent this time. Inep replied casually, but with a hidden meaning. If you could help me, that'd be awesome. Jun-Jin didn't hesitate, saying, Got it. Let's set up a time for all of us to meet. He felt grateful. Thanks, man. Not long after, in another room of that fancy palace, a hand clenched into a fist slammed hard onto the table, making a deafening bang. Bander yelled in rage, You asked me to set up a meeting with Inep just to talk about that crap? Feeling like he was being played, he got pissed. If you're using Asgard for this kind of trash, even Odin won't find it funny. Ignoring Bander's attitude, Jun-Jin remained totally chill. Doesn't it make sense? This random remark left him totally clueless. What the hell are you even trying to say? Jun-Jin kept teasing. He'll be pleased soon enough. Bander frowned and warned him, You better make sure it actually turns out that way. Hearing this, a confident smirk played on Jun-Jin's lips. Jun-Jin shifted the subject. I'm almost done with my business in Egypt. Let's head back in 3 days. Bander asked blankly. 3 days? Jun-Jin casually explained, I still haven't done any sightseeing in Egypt yet. His attitude and actions really pissed Bander off. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Jun-Jin asked curiously, By the way, which hero infiltrated the Nin? Bander secretly rejoiced. He took the bait. I forgot, I'm totally playing him. Bander quickly put on a cheerful face, saying, Well, you've actually met them already. Jun-Jin rolled his eyes, trying to search his memory. I've met them? Who could it be? Time passed and another night came in. Egypt. On the sandy bank of the long river, Jun-Jin stood alone, looking small and solitary. Suddenly, hearing a noise, he spun around to see Inep, wearing a face mask, quietly announcing, I'm late. There were too many people tailing me. My bad. He didn't stop there. Also warning, there might be a ton of people keeping an eye on us even here. You've got the whole Nin's attention now. But Jun-Jin calmly reassured him. Don't sweat it. Right away, a protective barrier formed around the two of them. He explained, They won't be able to spy on us from the outside. Inep was completely blown away and couldn't help but be amazed. Space distortion? You can use magic too? I thought you could only do stuff like this morning, but you're really impressive. Inep looked up with some worry. But maybe, it's still not enough. There's nowhere Osiris can't see. Jun-Jin pondered. Is that so? Even with Merlin's power, can they still see inside? I can't be sure. To avoid any more drama, he immediately asked, Let's get straight to the point. Why did you ask me to come? Inep hesitated for a moment, but a second later, he firmly continued, Because of the blood mineral, Horus is still unconscious. He recalled the past and explained, The blood mineral is a type of ore that can grant its user a terrifying amount of power, just like what Hercules showed us in your match earlier. Inep got back to the present. It all started when Seth brought the blood mineral here. Jun-Jin's heart sank. They already found the blood mineral? Just like I thought, the past has changed. A voice spoke up, discussing. The red stone, a mysterious object that massively boosts a monster's strength and possesses an incredible growth rate. As usual, everyone started researching the blood mineral. Tons of experiments went down. Inep explained the research was a success. They even managed to multiply its power increase by several times. Inep stood opposite Jun-Jin, discussing this. But the problem is Jun-Jin chimed in, We couldn't control that power. Inep nodded in agreement. Yeah, exactly. And just like that, the research was put on hold. Deep down, he was making his own guess that madness is straight up poison. Besides, it's not like you can just figure that stuff out through some science experiments anyway. a hunter who could actually control that crazy madness throughout history. Inep emphasized that Hercules was the only one who could ever pull that off. But then, Horus straight up offered himself as a guinea pig for the blood mineral. He froze, totally unable to believe his ears. Jun-Kyeong wasn't totally sure about his own hunch. The successor of a massive organization volunteering to be a guinea pig? So that's what this was all about, he asked. Yup, exactly, he confirmed. Even though everyone tried to stop him, Horus was dead set on becoming a test subject. He asked again, then why the hell was Horus trying to grab the power of the blood mineral anyway? Inep hesitated, but instead of hiding it, he spilled the beans and said it was all because of Set. Even though Horus was the rightful heir of Nin, Set still wanted to control the whole thing himself. Remembering when Set was yelling at someone, he said, Osiris and Set were always fighting, but that bastard was just too damn strong to negotiate with. So to stop Set, Horus wanted even more power. Jun-Kyeong rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought about Set. An image of Set flashed in his mind, fully powered up, running so fast he was literally smoking. His massive body was radiating pure energy as he stood there. He wondered if it would really be that dangerous if Set took over Nin. From what I've seen, Set isn't actually a bad guy though. He had a hard time buying this. Was Set really blacklisted just because he wanted the throne? If it's just a basic civil war to grab Nin's throne, then Inep cut him off. It's not just that. Horus is a super upright guy. He actually planned to hand over the throne to Set anyway. But then, suddenly, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. So, you two finally met, huh? Both of them spun around at the same time. Set slowly strolled over. Inep muttered his name. His sudden appearance had him questioning everything. Did he tail Inep? No way. Merlin's shield was still up, which means he turned to look at Set. So you've been here from the very start, huh? He replied. My bad for eavesdropping, but there's something I gotta ask you guys. He barked. Inep, answer me. I already knew Horus was trying to hand the throne over to me, he asked again, but he still messed with that dangerous power. Was it really all to control me? Why the hell would he do that? Inep frowned, his expression turning dead serious. Horus said, someone is controlling him. Jun-Kyeong gasped. Hearing this, Set was just as shocked, but kept his face totally expressionless. How many people know about this? Inep put his hand over his heart and said, I'm the only one. Set fired back. You think I'm gonna buy that? Inep earnestly explained. Right before Horus went into that blood mineral experiment, he told me that. Maybe he told someone else before that, but as far as I know, I'm the only one he let in on it. Jun-Kyeong watched Set closely. The dude was super chilled out earlier, but now he was visibly tense. Looks like Horus was right. He chimed in to advise him, Inep, I think you should head back. Jun-Kyeong promised. As for a cure for Horus, I'll look into it, but no promises. I can't guarantee anything, so don't get your hopes up too high. He looked totally grateful. Thanks, man. With that, their little three-way chat was over. Set had nothing left to ask and barked, beat it. Inep nodded. Got it. Inep quickly hurried off. Once he was out of sight, Set turned his cold stare right back at the only guy left. Jun-Kyeong spoke up to stop him. Hold up. Deep down, he was thinking, if this guy's already made up his mind, there's no way in hell I can stop him. But Set just let out a sigh. Fine, I get it. His face calmed down. Guess we have some things to talk about too, huh? The dreamy blue sky and the rustling leaves made for a gorgeous view. Set sat right on the rock nearby. I've had my eyes on you. Jun-Kyeong wasn't even shocked. I know, but I didn't think you were lurking this close. He wanted to get straight to the point. Is the guy pulling your strings Asgard? He thought back to Bander, grinning like an idiot. Bander had said he bumped into a spy. Thinking about the times he stood behind him, and since Set wanted the throne, there was a solid chance Set was working for Asgard too. Set didn't even try to dodge it. You aren't wrong, but you're not totally right either. He explained, I'm not some cheap spy. It's more like we're just helping each other out. Jun-Kyeong was naturally a bit taken aback. That's actually crazy. Set looked at him with a smug, mocking grin. Hey, think whatever you want. Jun-Kyeong repeated his question, dead serious. So who's really pulling your strings? Who's the creep running things from the shadows? Hearing this, Set was actually caught off guard. He suddenly unleashed a burst of raw energy, drawing a sword and gripping it tight. Like you actually dare talk like that. Since I let it go, now. The sword in his hand started glowing, matching the power swirling around him. Set gave him a mocking look. So, how about I just kill you instead? A glowing spear appeared. At the same time, Jun-Kyeong unleashed his own aura. He's definitely working for Asgard. I can tell by how he holds his sword pointed right at me. The real issue is the person behind Set. Does that mean there's someone out there who can actually control the leader of a massive organization? He tensed up. I've got zero chance of winning. I might have to put my life on the line right here, right now. Set let out a wicked grin, looking at him. Not bad, but guess what? Before Lee Jun-Kyeong could react, Set vanished into thin air. Lee Jun-Kyung's eyes shot wide open in shock. He's gone. Suddenly, Set materialized right behind him, his blade already brushing against his neck. Lee Jun-Kyung bent backward in the nick of time, barely dodging the strike. Set was actually surprised by his reflexes. Lee Jun-Kyung instantly leaped back 2 steps, putting some safe distance between them. Deep in thought, he realized it was just a split second, but I actually saw it coming. He felt incredibly lucky. If it weren't for all those brutal duels he had with them, he wouldn't have dodged that. It was all thanks to Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Set grinned, totally hyped. Just as I thought, my eyes never lie. He bragged on, dude, you are seriously unbelievable. Yep, I didn't get my hands on that red ore by accident. That person hand-delivered it to me alone. Set's words made Lee Jun-Kyung flinch. That person? Set casually continued. Remember when you asked me what I'd do once I became king? Guess you finally got your answer now. Huh. Lee Jun-Kyung gasped. You? Then, he growled, you're a fake. Set looked totally bewildered. A fake? Lee Jun-Kyung calmed down. Man, I'm pathetic forever, thinking you were like him, even for a second. For a split second, he remembered his impression of Set. A notorious hunter who made everyone else shake in their boots. A hunter who tried to change everything with his infamy. He figured it out, the Demon King. When I saw Set, I instantly thought of the Demon King. Lee Jun-Kyeong locked his eyes straight onto Set. The reason you want to control the Nile, it's because you want to be king. You want to be a king who can do whatever the hell he wants. In other words, a total monopolist. A dark shadow fell over his face, then his lips curled into a smirk, and Set burst out laughing like a total maniac. He just kept laughing his ass off, totally ignoring him. He confirmed, damn right, as the night slowly faded away with the truth. The next day, at the palace, Lee Jun-Kyeong sat lost in thought. That guy, does Asga even know there's someone else pulling the strings behind this? He worried that if Asga was clueless, he wouldn't let him leave, or did he? Think I wouldn't snitch to Asga about Set. Right then, Im Chang rubbed her eyes and walked out. Aren't you sleeping? Lee Jun-Kyeong explained. Ah, just got some stuff on my mind. She hesitated. So, about Set. Something feels off. I don't think he's a good guy. He wondered, why do you think that? Im Chang wasn't really sure either. Should I call it a gut feeling? What he shows us versus who he actually is feels like he's just putting on an act. Lee Jun-Kyeong gave a forced laugh. I only realized that after meeting him last night. Her intuition is scary. Good. The door suddenly burst open and Bander barged in, yelling, Lee Jun-Kyeong, what the hell do you think you're doing? He was confused. I have no clue what you're talking about. Bander snapped. I don't know if you know this, but that informant between Asga and Z I told you about, Bander continued. Well, this morning Z announced they're cutting off all info with Asga. And the reason that bastards suddenly did that is definitely because of you, Lee Jun-Kyeong. Those usually squinted eyes of his were now glaring at Lee Jun-Kyeong with pure irritation. So what the hell are you doing anyway? He muttered, what did I even do? Lee Jun-Kyeong's face turned dead serious. That's exactly what I've got to do now. We're joining the discussion about the Nile. Im Chang was shocked. Wait, what? While Bander just kept giving him a cold stare. Outside the temple, the jackals stood in a straight line. Bastet said excitedly, it's an honor to meet you guys. I've been really looking forward to having you at the Nile, heroes of Asga. Lee Jun-Kyeong formally replied, the honor is ours. Today, I'm here as the representative of Asga. She led the way. We were already briefed by Asga. Please, follow me. Lee Jun-Kyeong thought to himself, using Odin was a brilliant move. Everything's going exactly as planned. He thought confidently, we can easily sneak into the heart of the Nile. The group walked along the path. Bastet suddenly looked ahead, totally surprised. They ran right into Z standing there. She was puzzled, but Z only gave his signature sketchy smile. Jian wondered, what's with that look? Super sketchy. I gotta pull off the plan before it's too late. He suddenly called out to Bastet. She tilted her head. Is something wrong, sir? Lee Jun-Kyeong asked. Where's Horace? Bastet instantly got on guard. Lee Jun-Kyeong said, I'm gonna try and heal Horace. She played dumb. What are you even talking about? Someone suddenly cut in. Bastet! It was Inep and Num. Bastet turned around. Inep? What? What's the meaning of this? Inep suddenly dropped to one knee. To the ruler of Egypt, Horus is one of your most precious guards. I beg of you, he pleaded. Please, Let Lee Jun-Kyeong treat Horus. It had been a minute since they hit the Nile. Right now, Bastet, with Inep right behind, was rushing down the path. Inep suddenly felt grateful. Thanks, Bastet. She coldly Inep replied while sprinting. Inep, you better hope you made the right call. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-Kyeong and Bander were rushing just as fast. Bander worried, if they can't save Horus, they're all dead meat. And of course, we're going down too. Looking at Lee Jun-Kyeong's back, he thought, if I have to, I'll use him to restore the relationship between Asga and the Nile. Im In-chang asked Bastet, what are the chances of us getting caught? Bastet fired back, we've already been caught. But, more importantly, Lee Jun-Kyeong, can you actually save him? Lee Jun-Kyeong looked at her calmly. I think it's a bit late to be asking that. I can't promise anything, but I'll give it my all. He looked visibly stressed. I can't guarantee a damn thing, but if I fail, there's no way we can stop, set. Scene shifts inside. Now, a bunch of aggressive jackals block their path. Hold it, you've got some nerve trying to advance into the heart of the Nile. Bass stepped up, flanked by Inep and Lee Jun-Kyeong. She spoke up, get out of the way, please. I don't want to hurt you guys. This hunter is with me. The jackals gasped, Bastet, how could you? One of them snarled. It's not too late, tie their hands up right now, and bring them over here. Like a gust of wind, Bastet sliced through 3 jackals in a split second, and they all collapsed to the ground, taking the hit. Im In-chang couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell are you doing? They trusted you, Bastet. They could have helped us. Bastet replied coldly, that's exactly why. Suddenly, a hand tapped Im In-chang's shoulder. Still in shock, Im In-chang stammered, wait, what? What do you mean by that? Lee Jun-Kyeong slowly explained. Bastet actually cares about them a lot. If we screw up and fail to save Horus, they'll be in deep trouble too. Im In-chang awkwardly realized her mistake. Oh, sorry. I was being totally short-sighted. He suddenly realized Merlin's necklace was freaking insane. It wasn't just translating for him, but for his teammates too. Right away, everyone gathered in front of the giant central gate. Bastet looked ahead. Horus was right behind those doors. She looked back and called out to Num. Bastet asked her straight up, you gonna help me guard this place? Num looked totally skeptical. Inep stepped in, thanks for trusting us, Num. But if you don't want to get dragged any deeper into this, you can turn back right now. Num got visibly annoyed and snapped. It's an honor to fight by your side, Bastet. For a second, Bastet felt like Num was finally all in. As the massive gates slowly opened, Num and Bastet stayed back to guard the outside, watching everyone walk through. Having so much she wanted to say, she suddenly called out Inep's name. He quickly looked back. Num blushed, looking away. If you make it through this, you better stay with me. Inep smiled to reassure her. Don't sweat it. We're definitely going to make it. Num's heart did a flip, her face turning bright red. On their side, Im In-chang declared, now, we seriously can't afford to screw up. Lee Jun-Kyeong didn't argue, following behind. Guess so. They pushed forward, the whole squad rushing through territory after territory until the exit light finally appeared ahead. As they stepped inside, they were instantly greeted by a glowing sarcophagus lying right in the center of the hall. A woman standing in front, she spoke up, I knew you guys would come looking for my son. Seeing Nephthys lower her voice, Lady Isis, beside Jian, he suddenly recalled the name Isis. Where had he heard that before? He had pretty much figured out her deal. She's the wife of Osiris, the ruler of the Nile. That makes her his wife and the mother of Horus, the one I need to treat. She's also one of the absolute strongest powerhouses in the Nile. Isis glared sharply at them, warning them not to take another step. Suddenly, a reflective circle materialized, sealing off the central area around the coffin, separating the inside from the outside. Jian was blown away, thinking, a barrier. We can't get any closer the normal way. Plus, there's some monster hiding in the Nile. Nephthys looked up at Lady Isis, pleading, with the goddess above. Isis kept on talking. I know my Horus thinks highly of you, and I've heard over and over that you'd find someone who can save him. She demanded solemnly. So Nephthys, tell me, do you really believe that man can save my son? Nephthys looked her in the eye to confirm it. Yes, I'm absolutely sure of it. Isis glanced over, wanting to double-check. Then let me ask you, can you actually save my son? Jian froze for a second before giving an immediate answer that left both Yun-Chang and Balder totally stunned. No. Isis gasped, her face turning dark. Facing her, he said, I can't guarantee that I can save him. Jian admitted honestly, I'm just going to do everything I can to treat him. Her hand went completely limp after hearing that. Right now, the group is standing in front of some ancient ruins with a coffin sitting right in the center. Yun-Chang watched closely, lost in thought, as the barrier finally faded away. Lady Isis announced, once the coffin is opened, the seal will break. It'll only stay open for 30 minutes, and once that seal is gone. Suddenly, her eyes flash with a terrifying light. There's no going back. No one gets out of here alive. But he replied flat out, I don't plan on dying, Lady Isis. Footsteps echoed softly. Wu Hua had already prepared, with needles floating right above his palms. Both of them flashed a super confident smirk. A dim light hanging upside down from the ceiling lit up the entire room. Set sat cross-legged, composed on a massive rug. Jun-Kyeong has probably started treating Horus. Isis must be there too. His eyes suddenly grew heavy as he thought of his first love. I still have a long way to go. I can't believe I'm actually second-guessing this rebellion over some romance. Shaking off those doubts, he stood tall and announced loud and clear, Jackals, today is the day we launch our rebellion. The pack of jackals roared back in unison. Set got more fired up with every word. Today, I'm taking the throne of the Nile. Their spirits skyrocketed. Suddenly, his eyes darted over to Anubis. Showing his absolute respect, Anubis placed his hand over his chest. Lord Set gave his orders, go gather the jackals, and lead them straight to where Horus is. He was totally thrown off. What are you planning to do? Set replied coldly, I'm gonna slit the pharaoh's throat. He added, Osiris must be shaking in his boots right about now. It's time to end this twisted fate between us once and for all. Purple smoke enveloped his palms, causing them to shift and transform. Anubis growled out, dead serious, I will reap their souls. Meanwhile, Jeonjon was giving strict instructions. Wu Hua, I need you to suppress this guy's power as much as you can. Even though his face was dripping with sweat from sheer anxiety, he still nodded. I got you. He gently drove a needle wrapped in magical energy into the body. Once every single needle was placed into Horus inside the coffin, Wu began to channel his power. The room went dead silent as everyone watched the magic happen. Nephthys was pacing around anxiously, her mind filled with only two beloved names, Anpu and Bastet. Suddenly, Jeonjon spoke up. Balder, the guy turned to him, wanting to be sure. You're positive you can save him, right? You seem pretty damn confident in your own skills. I think I can make it happen. Balder didn't push any further. All right, then. He spun around and sprinted off in the opposite direction. Jeonjon adjusted his tie and looked at his team. Yunchang, Fenrir, Hyunmu. I'm trusting you guys with this. Hyunmu gave a respectful nod. I'll follow your orders, boss. Fenrir let out a low growl of agreement. Yeah, princess. Yunchang quickly chimed in to keep everyone cool. Don't sweat it. Exhausted, Wu Hua wiped the thick sweat from his forehead. All the prep work was officially done. Jian shrugged off his outer coat. I'll leave Set to Balder. Once I start treating Horus, I'm going to be completely wide open. He bypassed the stairs entirely, leaping straight down, standing in front of the freezing coffin as a massive wave of spiritual energy washed over the room. He muttered to himself, I've got to leave the rest to my team. Still, he couldn't help but glance back to double-check. Staring intensely at Isis, he calculated his moves. We've got a heavy hitter on our side now, someone who can actually go toe-to-toe with Set. Maybe, instead of taking on the whole damn Nile, we can get others to back us up against Set, all thanks to Isis. He quickly summoned his massive trident, aiming the razor-sharp tip and driving it straight down with a heavy strike. The weapon impaled the mummified body resting inside the coffin. Isis looked absolutely horrified at the sight. What? In a split second, she vanished, leaving nothing but a heavy footstep cracked into the ground. Gathering two massive spheres of energy in her hands, she lunged forward. You bastard! Luckily, Nephthys jumped in to shield him just in time, spreading his arms wide open to block her path. Please, stop, Lady Isis. But she had completely lost her mind. Out of my way, soldier! Wu Hua yelled out to diffuse the crazy tension. Just calm down and look. Strange red mist suddenly started seeping out of Horus's entire body. Isis's eyes went wide with pure shock. No, that's impossible. He's actually absorbing the red magic. System notifications started flashing rapidly. The dragon blood stone is absorbing the madness. Dragon blood is flowing back into your bloodstream. Thick red veins began bulging on the back of Jeon's neck. The madness is flowing into my body. This is exactly like what happened back during the Battle of the Great Warriors. Violent memories flashed through his mind. Back then, that dragon bloodstone drove me completely insane, making me go absolutely wild. His entire body began to mutate at a terrifying speed, but his hands still held tightly onto his weapon. But I'm different now. I'll absorb this crazy power using the dragon's heart. Another system prompt popped up. The weakened dragon's heart is hosting the dragon bloodstone. Nephthys, Trang is finally starting to freak out. Is this actually going to be okay? That creepy red mana keeps spreading all over the mummy. Horus's bandages are literally stained red from all that sheer madness, and they're supposed to go back to their original color. But looking over at Jun-Kyeong, his eyes have gone completely blood red, and his breathing is getting super heavy. Thick white smoke is literally pouring out of Jun-Kyeong's mouth. But his head is still totally clear, treating Horus isn't going to cut it. To absolutely crush Set, he needs to evolve to a whole new level. Crazy power is swirling around the tip of his trident. By reversing the flow of the dragon bloodstone, he can swallow this wild rage. The name Garoda echoes in his mind as he tries to awaken his dragon heart. His entire body explodes with intense energy, red veins of mana tracing all over his body. A creepy red glow burns in his eyes, his teeth clenched in agony. Wu Hua looks on with pure worry at the scene unfolding in front of him. He is absorbing all that red magic power. In-Change is also stuck in the same boat, but all she can do is stand by helplessly. Jun-Kyeong, Lady Isis, lets out a satisfied smirk. The red magic power that swallowed Horus is now flowing back into the Jun-Kyeong. That means Horus is going to wake up. Suddenly, Num's entire body gets blown away. Concrete debris flies everywhere as she slides across the ground and lies there totally still. In-Chang rushes over, screaming her name. Quick as a flash, she summons a potion in her hand, gently lifting her up with the other. After pouring the liquid down her throat, she seems to recover a bit. In-Chang anxiously asks, "Are you okay?" Her eyes suddenly snap wide open, her face darkening instantly. "I'm fine. What about Bastet?" As the smoke and dust gradually clear, a massive army of jackals led by Arnie, Anubis marches into view. He lifts Lamia right off the ground with his beefy arm. Isis screams in shock, her golden pupils glowing as she gears up for battle. Anubis stares back with the same cold, murderous glare as always. Without a single word, he lands a brutal, powerful blow on a completely defenseless Lamia. The insane impact makes her cough up blood, sending her flying out of the thick smoke, meeting the exact same fate as Num. She crashes hard onto the floor, her face suddenly turning pitch black as if severed from her body. Anubis barks out in a raspy, jackal-like voice. Understanding their master's command, the pack howls in unison. He orders them to move forward and harvest death. The jackals turn into dark shadows, blitzing forward at terrifying speed. Isis doesn't waste a second, shouting orders to protect Horus, and the Jun-Kyeong right now. In-Chang and Num spring into action immediately. Wu Hua and In-Chang also split up. Wu Hua quickly calls out, "I'm gonna go heal Bastet." She quickly agrees, saying, "I'll keep an eye on her for you." Outside the building, everything seems totally peaceful, like absolutely nothing is going on. But inside, it's a total war zone. The jackals charge with swords drawn, screaming, "Set." Facing this sudden ambush by three enemies, Set just stands his ground calmly. He activates his golden eyes and smirks mockingly. How pathetic. In an instant, a glowing slash rips right through one of them. Without skipping a beat, the strike crashes down on another. He completely decimates the jackal pack in the blink of an eye, their bodies crumbling into dust and vanishing into nothingness. The system notification rings out. "Ruined desert wolves are heavily supporting you." Set looks down at the drifting sand, muttering to himself, "What a waste. They didn't even recognize their new ruler, even when I was standing right in front of them." His eyes flare with pure arrogance. "Just you wait, brother. Because Set the one most fit to rule, the Nile is coming for you." With that, he turns on his heel, leaving behind the dusty remains of the jackals scattered across the floor. Cut to a magnificent, golden hall in Asgard, the Norse realm of Odin. A group of people dressed in jet-black suits sit properly in two long rows of chairs in the center of the room. The host speaks up formally, "Let's begin the meeting." Jang Hojin interlaces his 10 fingers, his face dead serious. Set has launched a rebellion. Even though it looks like the Nile is about to fall, everything will be fine. His gaze drops slightly. With that said, today's agenda is about the Nile. On the monitor screen, Balder, Underlord Odin, appears. He grimly reveals, "Before long, Set and I will face off." Odin agrees without a moment's hesitation. "You have my permission." Next, Balder turns around to face the very guy they were talking about. Set looks pretty damn surprised. "Well, that's a shocker. Never thought you'd be the one standing in my way." Balder has already summoned twin blades in his hands. "Yeah, me neither. Never imagined we'd be clashing swords here like this." Set smirks slightly. "Ah, so this is Asgard's play. Fine by me. No big deal. Guess I'll get a little warm-up in before the main course." In the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes, leaving only a massive footprint crater on the ground. Set lunges straight at his opponent with a lightning-fast slash. But instantly, a deafening metallic clash rings out as the twin blades cross to block the strike. Balder crouches down, pouring all his strength into his arms to withstand that insane weight. Looking a bit amused, he tosses a compliment. "You're pretty strong." Set opens one eye slightly, showing his focus is cranked up to the absolute max. "You're pretty tough yourself." Both warriors tense up, ready to dive into a brutal, no-mercy deathmatch. Staring down from the pyramid, the jackals surge forward with cold, sharp eyes and overwhelming aura. In-Chang, her sword enveloped in energy, steps up, glaring right back at them. The three clash mid-air, triggering massive, earth-shattering explosions. One jackal panics as In-Chang strikes. She charges at him with her purple aura-infused sword. In-Chang looks at him and smirks. "You're going down first." Suddenly, he lunges at her, and at the same time, another jackal closes in. They charge at In-Chang like two red needles. She scowls, swinging her sword to unleash a sweeping wind. Damn it! Massive explosions erupt one after another. In-Chang grits her teeth and backs away through the thick smoke and dust. She glances over at Wu Hua, who frowns and says, "This is insane. Every single one of them is a hero-class hunter. I can't even imagine what kind of crazy skills they've been given." She turns back to face. "Keep your eyes on those bastards. This is definitely not the time to be spacing out." Four jackals charged straight at Isis, but she blocked them all. Isis frowned, reaching out to reinforce the barrier. Suddenly, mysterious footsteps approached at high speed. Anubis showed up, oozing insane pressure. "Get out of my way!" He charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Isis braced herself as Anubis lunged with his sharp black claws. Channeling all his power into his two arms, he dove straight at her. The two clashed, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Anubis smirked. "You seriously think you can keep that barrier up forever while fighting me?" A dark aura swirled, wrapping around Isis's energy. "Damn it, I can't hold this barrier forever." Seeing their chance, the jackals charged right at her. "The barrier is shattered. This is our chance. Everyone, charge." In-Chang scoffed under his breath. "You guys just made a huge mistake. The place you're all heading to." For those four jackals rushing toward Fenrir's spot, it was a one-way ticket to hell. Suddenly, a bright, blue energy erupted from the side. The kid transformed back to his true form. In a flash, Fenrir vanished, tearing into the jackals. Inep led the charge alongside Numik and Bastet, advancing. "This is our golden opportunity. Let's wipe them all out." Meanwhile, inside the pyramid, Bander smirked, narrowly dodging a slash of golden sword energy as Set smirked and counterattacked. He gave a taunting glare. "Still holding back your real power even now? Impressive." Bander grimaced. "Well, you're actually pretty strong yourself, dude." Suddenly, Set's sword hand emitted a strange dark glow, replacing the golden energy. He shut his eyes tightly, focusing his energy. "This is a total waste of time. I was saving this for my big brother." But Set snapped, his blood-red eyes open. He couldn't hold back anymore. His face darkened as a terrifying, pitch-black aura erupted around his body. Bander scowled, sensing the danger. "This is seriously bad news. My goal was just to buy time." He locked eyes with his opponent, thinking, "If I make a single mistake, I'm dead." Suddenly, Odin's voice echoed in Bander's head. "Fight him." Bander froze for a split second. The orders of Asgard were absolute, which was why he stopped hesitating. "Time to take a fighting stance," Set smirked in response. "All right then." In an instant, Set's figure vanished, rushing Bander so fast it completely caught him off guard. "He's too fast." Bander gripped his dual blades, channeling his energy. "Set, your ultimate weakness is that you don't have a territory rule. Let me show you the massive difference between those who have one and those who don't." He roared his ultimate move, Blade Blitz. The two clashed head-on in a brutal fight. In a split second, both Set and Bander vanished, leaving only streaks of purple energy. Anubis felt it and gasped. "Set's energy. It's gone." Isis smirked, mockingly. "Looks like something went down with your precious Set." She glared at him. "Now that the balance of power is completely shattered. Take this, Anubis." He faced her directly. There's no way in hell anything happened to Lord Set, but seeing her so excited, he thought, now's the perfect time to use this on her. A dark shroud of energy slowly formed beneath Isis's feet. Anubis roared, "Don't get it twisted. My only goal isn't just to kill you." His voice turned icy cold as he activated his technique, Veil of Truth. Isis was instantly locked inside a pitch-black square cage, completely paralyzing her limbs. Inep watched in absolute horror and screamed, "Lady Isis." Anubis threw his head back, laughing triumphantly. "You let your guard down, Isis." Trapped inside, the crushing pressure forced her to her knees. "Damn it, my body feels so heavy." I can't move at all. Meanwhile, he gloated. Chi, Isis, just stay put in there and feed my power. Bastet and Inup rushed in, with her screaming to smash that barrier. As he sprinted, he replied, got it. Inup cocked his arm back, thinking he put everything into one shot to shatter the damn thing. He channeled all his power into his clenched fist. Inup unleashed a full-force punch straight into the purple cube, but the damn thing didn't even get a scratch, totally throwing him off. Man, it feels like punching a sponge or something. There's no breaking through. Inup immediately gritted his teeth and went all out. Guess I'll just have to smash my way through with a rapid-fire barrage. But he couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? The barrier, the giant cube in front of him, suddenly ballooned in size, and he realized with sheer horror that it was just keeping on growing, larger and larger. A dark shroud of black energy swirled around, slowly revealing Anubis. Bastet was completely shocked. No way, that jerk. I can feel Lady Isis and Inup's power oozing from him. Anubis burst out laughing. Wahaha, this insane power is surging right into me. But a voice suddenly cut him off. Hey, you trashy mutt. In-Chang taunted. What are you going to do about this? All your little goons are wiped. Around them, Fenrir was casually walking past piles of dead jackal bodies, scattered everywhere. In-Chang mocked him, pointing out that all his underlings got totally wrecked by their white dog, leaving him all by his lonesome. Anubis flexed his hand, revealing razor-sharp claws. Raising his arm high, he commanded, Death and souls, I harvest you all. Swarms of black mist drifted out around the jackal's corpses, seeping right into their lifeless shells. The dark energy forced them back onto their feet. In-Chang panicked like crazy. Oh crap, all those dead guys are moving again. Anubis coldly ordered, annihilate all my enemies. Bastet screamed a warning to everyone. Watch out. Anubis's forbidden magic lets him turn them into puppets to fight for him. In-Chang stood next to W, both of them turning dead serious. She said, I get it. Then, she thought to herself, here we go again. In-Chang flashed back to the giants like back in China, where the Na giants were mutated during a brutal massacre, monsters born from a ruler's sheer greed. She figured Seth and Anubis. Both of them are just like that giant king. I can't forgive them. In-Chang spoke up confidently. Don't worry, I've dealt with crap like this before. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Balder grumbled in frustration. This makes no damn sense. He noticed the labyrinth was completely shattered. A system notification popped up. Territory law, an ability giving its user absolute power within a designated space. Even though his territory law was still active, Seth had still managed to break free. The wall was ripped open into a diamond shape, exposing the outside world. He had completely bypassed the rule, shattered the territory, and escaped. Dark smoke swirled around Seth as he panted heavily. Balder gripped his weapon, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Feeling uneasy, he worried. Now my territory law is useless. Is that really my only option left? Balder resolved, Odin, I'm going to use it. Give me the green light. A quiet voice answered back in his mind. Hold on. If we do that, we're going to lose out big time. Let the Nile go. A final order came down. Use the Linder dog and get your ass back here. Bander was totally pissed, but he had to suck it up. Understood. The weapon in Bander's hand dissolved into a stream. The white light faded. Seth smirked mockingly, asking, was that Asgard's idea, to send you packing? Bander hung his head in frustration. It's pathetic, but I can't disobey. Orders are absolute. Seth cheerfully asserted that there was nothing to be ashamed of. My dear Bander, Asgard actually made the right call. After that, he smirked as Bander vanished into a majestic palace. Seth stood in the middle of the grand hall with his hands on his hips, looking up at Osiris sitting on the throne. Osiris spoke first. So you've finally come, little brother. Seth remained dead calm. You look like trash, big bro. Judging by the way you look, I guess this was your own call? He suddenly snapped, yelling, why the hell does it have to be like this? Tell me why. But Osiris just kept his cool and told his brother, I don't regret a single thing. Seth kept pushing. Is this because of me? You wanted power so bad that Horus almost kicked the bucket. Was it because I was after the throne? Osiris snapped back coldly. Don't flatter yourself. There are plenty of heavy hitters hiding in this world, but not all of them care about humanity's sake. Seth's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me you've already seen that guy. Osiris looked confused. That guy, he meant the man in black. Osiris was utterly shocked. Seth burst out laughing. Haha, I get it now. After you met him, you felt utterly crushed. So to take him down, you went crazy for power you could never handle. He pictured the image of Osiris holding the red stone. Even though your own kid was getting eaten up by the blood mineral and was on the brink of death, you still drooled over its power. Sure, You're stronger than Horus, so you didn't lose everything. Instead, that blood mineral drained your youth and life force. Seth pointed at Osiris and mocked him. But I'm different from you, and I'm definitely different from him. Osiris gasped. What? Seth crossed his arms and channeled his energy. Let me show you. His power surged, dark aura swirling all around him. Osiris couldn't believe his eyes. Don't tell me. That power is from the blood mineral? As the dark mist swirled around him, a pitch-black dog head with razor-sharp teeth materialized at his side. Seth smirked mockingly. This is the exact power you wanted. You backed the wrong horse, brother. A shadow flashed, and the savage dog head with glowing red eyes lunged to attack Osiris. But he didn't even flinch, calling out softly, Horus. Meanwhile, both of Seth's eyes burned red. He declared, I'm teaming up with that man to rule the entire world, not just this petty Nile in Egypt. In-Chang slashed her sharp purple blade clean through the revived jackal. Next, she sliced down the rest of them one by one mid-air. Her gaze was sharp, cold, her merciless sword obliterating the enemies. Gongju, totally fired up, smashed a jackal to pieces with his bare fists. Magical water bullets materialized as Heian Mu charged in to blast the three jackals right ahead. Mangled jackal corpses were littered all over the floor, but out of nowhere, a dark purple mist rolled in. It seeped into a jackal's body, making his eyes snap wide open. The others were also resurrected by the dark mist, their severed limbs regenerating. Wu groaned. This is bad. They just keep coming back. Sweating bullets, she replied. Just as I thought, there's only one way to stop them. Her eyes flashed purple as she glanced to the side. Anubis was currently firing deadly dark beams straight at Fenrir. The beast quickly blocked them, its eyes crackling with blue lightning. It glared at him and roared. Fenrir lunged forward, trying to tear Anubis apart, but he leaped high into the air to dodge. Swirling dark, energy hovered around him as a terrifying amount of power gathered in his hand. He blasted the energy beam right into Fenrir's face. Smoke and dust billowed up, mixed with dark lightning crackling everywhere. Witnessing this, In-Chang cried out in panic, Fenrir. As the dust settled slightly, but the view was still blurry, it quickly revealed Fenrir had reverted to his human form, lying there, injured and motionless. Anubis looked at his fist, which was throbbing with endless power. Incredible. With this endless power, I feel like I can crush anyone, even Osiris. He smirked, baring his razor-sharp teeth. Now, let's wrap this up, once and for all. Suddenly, a hand wrapped in white bandages gripped the wall. Sweating heavily, Jun-Kyeong mumbled, It's done. Anubis flinched, sensing something off. This energy. Don't tell me. Standing before him was a young man wrapped entirely in white bandages. Anubis's heart skipped a beat. Horus, he roared in anger. Anubis, how dare you? Immediately, Horus activated the white bandages on his hand. The energy-charged wraps bound the purple rectangular block tightly, and in a split second, it blew up, shattering into pieces. Anubis was utterly stunned. How could he shatter the veil of truth so easily? Then, footsteps approached as Lady Isis rushed over to Horus. You're awake, she cried, tears streaming down her face. My son. He smiled, gently reassuring his mother. Yes, mother. Now, please rest. He turned around, black and orange lightning crackling across his body, and called back to her. I'll be right back. On the bodies of the jackals, glowing purple cracks appeared as they clawed at their heads, screaming in agony. Right before Anubis's eyes, they all crumbled into dust. In-Chang saw this and thought, since the veil of truth is gone, he can no longer control death. Anubis, utterly consumed by rage, screamed his name, Horus. He lunged straight at him in a flash. Bandages bursting with energy shot out of Horus's hands. Anubis slashed his sharp black claws straight at his face. Bracing for the clash, the flexible bandages snaked around and bound Anubis's hands. They kept wrapping around his body, leaving Anubis only able to growl. Horus said, Holy, great god Ra. Obeying his command, the bandages wrapping Anubis detonated in a massive, spreading fire. Anubis's energy vanished, and his mask shattered, revealing his true face. He opened his eyes and gasped in disbelief. How? How? Am I still alive? Horus looked down at him and replied, I am not the one who decides your fate. Jun-Kyeong walked up quickly, looked at him, and smirked. This is exactly what you wanted, right? Horus nodded. Yes, thank you. Heian asked him in confusion, why did you spare his life? Horus replied, because you look pretty lonely. Jen looked at Anubis and added, so I wanted to give you a little brother. Anubis looked at him with tears of gratitude. Thank you, sir. As Anubis lay there, his spine shivered, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Why am I shaking like this? Suddenly, An immense pressure crushed down on the majestic pyramid. And Chang and Wu both felt it, and the others quickly reacted as well. Jun-Kyeong was no exception, sensing the threat instantly. Horus clenched his fists, completely shocked, his face filled with sheer agony. Father is gone. In another part of the Nile, a crowd is gathering, and suddenly drops to his knees. Oh, Lord Osiris. Everyone else is sobbing their eyes out. This is our defeat, someone else mutters. It's not over yet. Lord Horus is finally awake, he says, dead serious. It's not too late. We've got to back Lord Horus up. Let's move. With that, they all scramble to go. Meanwhile, inside some tower, the Memphis clan chief, Thoth, is putting his foot down. The Memphis clan is sitting this one out. What about you Hermopolis guys? What are you planning to do? The Hermopolis chief, Kermit, snaps back. We're taking Set down. We ain't a bunch of cowards. Saying his piece, the old man starts to walk out. I'm not going to just sit here and watch the Nile get trashed. Thoth tries to stop him. Hold up, he explains, in that case, we're coming with you to the temple of the sun, god Ra. Not because we're taking Horus's side, but Thoth puts on a dead serious face, so we can witness the birth of the Nile's new king. Let's roll. Set scoffs, thinking Thoth is nothing but a sly old fox. He's totally planning to jump on whichever side is winning. Right now at the palace, Set and Horus are squaring off in the courtyard. Set smirks, teasing him. Man, you look like a total train wreck. Horus fires back, and you look like you're having way too much fun, dear uncle. He declares, to decide who gets to be the new king of the Nile, for the greatness of God Ra. To decide who's the chosen one, who gets to rule the Nile. Kermit's crew hypes it up, chanting together, for the Nile. Then, Thoth's crowd joins in, screaming, for the Nile. Over where Isis is, they're chanting too, for the Nile. For the Nile. Set grins, loving the hype. Ha ha, you all showed up, just to watch the new king take the crown. He gets all hyped. Lee Jun-Kyeong, you're pretty damn good. I never thought a nobody like you could wake Horus up. But hey, it's not like that guy didn't see it coming. Lee Jun-Kyeong thinks to himself, that guy. Even though I wasn't even sure if I could cure Horus, the dude standing behind Set actually predicted this. Ah, he asks, curious. So you're saying you let me save Horus on purpose? Set shrugs coolly. Yup, crazy energy starts radiating off him. Set is absolutely thrilled. Because a true king, he continues, needs to be recognized by everyone, right? But more than that, on this very stage, where we decide the king, I think you should get up here too. Horus flinches. Everyone is left baffled. What is he talking about? Thoth is completely thrown off. He wants an outsider to join the fight for the crown. Set throws his arms wide, taunting them. You can feel it too, can't you, Horus? He stares right at Lee Jun-Kyeong. Your patron, the son of the desert, is watching us right now. A system alert pops up. The son of the desert is watching you. He remembers, however, since Horus woke up, that the son of the desert is watching you message has been spamming him. But for some weird reason, the apocalypse sky doesn't seem to mind it at all. Could this have something to do with who becomes the king of the Nile? Lee Jun-Kyeong looks over at Horus. Even though I absorbed his madness, he just broke out of the seal. No way. No matter how you look at it, Horus doesn't stand a chance against Set. Realizing this, he leaps from his spot, landing right in front of Set. Lee Jun-Kyeong looks at Horus, determined, I'm backing you up. Horus gives him a confident smile, I can count on you. Suddenly, Set starts floating up into the air. He grins wildly. Then let's see whose patron is more worthy than God Ra's, the wolf of the ruined desert or the son of the desert. Let's find out. The bandages on Horus's arms start unwinding as Lee Jun-Kyeong summons his weapon. Both of them brace themselves. Meanwhile, over at the Golden Palace, Jang Ho-jin sits at his desk, sighing. The Nile. It really is the perfect thing to absorb, he thinks. But then he hesitates, thinking of Set. The power Set possesses, that dark red energy capable of breaking the rules of that domain. He slams his hand on the desk, his face dead serious as he realizes fear, a feeling. I thought I'd forgotten a long time ago. Dark purple magic swirls around Jang Ho-jin as he lets out a psycho laugh. What an absolute thrill. He starts. Scheming, I've found a way. With that nameless power Set has, it might actually be possible to kill a patron. The purple magic fades as he leans both hands on the desk, plotting. I gave up on the Nile, just like I said. But Set, that's a whole different story. Once this civil war is over, I'll make my move. Suddenly, Jang Ho-jin senses something. A figure in a black cloak appears, catching him completely off guard. No way. Right here, in my own domain? Nobody should be able to get in here without my permission. He roars. Who the hell are you? How did you Infiltrate my territory, the figure murmurs. The black-robed Odin reaches out a hand. I shall, he continues, grant you power. Meanwhile, Horus is casting a spell too. Control the bandages wrapped around him. They whip furiously towards Set, but he blocks every single strike. Horus starts chanting his spell. By the witness of God Ra, burn. Instantly, a burst of blazing fire energy surges right at his opponent. Set just stands there, casually waiting for those fire spears to reach him. Seeing the attack, Set actually praises Horus. You've gotten stronger, but you still haven't gotten used to your new power yet, my dear nephew. With that, he raises his hand to cast a spell. Sandstorm. Instantly, 3 or 4 violent cyclones wrap around him, blasting Horus away. Without wasting a single second, Set winds up for his next strike and leaps high into the air. Hovering above, he prepares to rain down a devastating blow on Horus. Set drives a brutal punch straight into his chest, sending Horus crashing straight down to the ground. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Suddenly, a blazing trident flies out at Set while he's on the move. He spots it instantly and grabs it barehanded. Turns out Jun-Kyeong was the one attacking, but Set easily blocked it. Set looks at him, totally surprised. What's this? You've gotten way stronger too. Jun-Kyeong struggles to break free, but he can't pull his weapon back. He's forced to rethink his game plan. For a guy who can block my attacks this easily, I've got 0 options left. I have to use the madness I absorbed this time. Gritting his teeth, he channels every ounce of his power and roars, "Ha!" Set looks at him, totally stunned, thinking to himself, I get it now. When he cured Horus, he must have absorbed the power of the blood mineral. He lets go of the weapon. Set smirks, absolutely loving this. Now this is getting interesting. He immediately launches a barrage of attacks at Jun-Kyeong, who barely manages to block each strike. Then, he glares with blood-red eyes, threatening him. Are you going to tell me who that man is or what? Set just keeps throwing a flurry of punches, completely mocking him. Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter anyway. No matter what, you're dead meat today. In a flash, he throws his final strike. Slams straight into Jun-Kyeong, blowing him backward. Suddenly, the dude soared into the air to scout the area, and Set spun around, trying to dodge the incoming barrage of his attacks. Then, they condensed into a single point, absolutely blasting the guy. From below, Horus screamed up at him, Did you really have to murder my dad? Man! Right where Set stood, a massive explosion went off, but the dude was completely unscathed behind his protective barrier. He even shrugged and gave a little praise. Not bad. He slowly strolled over. Jun-Kyeong and Horus stood tall right in front of him, flexing their weapons to provoke Set. Then how about we try this? Jun-Kyeong taunted, leaving the dude completely speechless. With his eyes glowing blood red, Jun-Kyeong laid down the law. If we trash you, you gotta answer our questions, deal? Set walked forward with ultimate confidence, smirking as he declared that would never happen. Jun-Kyeong proudly took his stance, ready to throw down at any second. We'll see about that. You can't be sure of anything yet. Taking a deep breath, Jun-Kyeong unleashed his ultimate skill, ignoring the risks, tapping into that crazy power. My mana is totally overloaded right now, but I can finally use it now. Heavenly Flame. Mana surged into the tip of his spear, wrapping around his body. Without a single doubt, he roared, and charged straight ahead with a rapid thrust. Instantly, his power shot like an arrow, piercing straight through Set and blowing everything away. Set, confronted by that insane pressure, couldn't help but be impressed. I get why you're so cocky now, but this still isn't enough. Refusing to let Jun-Kyeong keep the upper hand, the dude immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Sandstorm. The two massive forces clashed, tearing up the battlefield and leaving the onlookers below, shook and on guard. A moment later, Jun-Kyeong leaped into the air, gripping her sword to back up Jun-Kyeong, while the bald guys down below were still losing their minds, unable to react in time. She sliced right through the falling boulders, dashing forward as she warned them, Everyone get back. I've got your backs. They turned and ran, yelling in gratitude, Thank you. This fight is on a whole different level. Horus, standing next to Jun-Kyeong after teaming up, asked, Did we beat my uncle? Jun-Kyeong wiped off his sweat, analyzing the situation. My attack landed, but it wasn't enough. His mana hasn't even dropped. As the thick dust slowly cleared, it revealed, Set standing there, completely unscathed. In a flash, he burst straight through the dust cloud. He blitzed Horus before the guy could even react. Jun-Kyeong yelled a warning, but it was too late. Horus was heavily injured, spitting up blood. Unable to just stand by, Jun-Kyeong rushed in and sliced Set clean in half. Set stood there with his clothes in tatters, one arm completely severed, and his wolf head mask looking grim and gloomy. Heavenly Flame and rapid thrusts are stronger than I thought. I never expected you to pierce my sandstorm. Seeing him like this, Jun-Kyeong finally got it. I finally get why Vander lost. His eyes locked onto Set's severed hand. Standing opposite him, Set couldn't hide his surprise. To think you'd force me to use this power. Jun-Kyeong was swallowed by doubt, thinking, yeah, we're dead. No way we win this. The dust in the palace was gradually clearing out. Jun-Kyeong watched the fight, sweating. He's got zero chance. What is this insane amount of mana? Beside him, Thoth was also sweating, thinking, hard. Is this even more than Horus and Lee Jun-Kyeong combined? It's bigger than the mana of all the hunters here put together. Jun-Kyeong, standing behind, saw his condition and panicked. The three of them stood ready, their surging power clashing. Horus forced himself to stand, spitting a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Set grinned mockingly. You look absolutely exhausted, nephew. Looks like I am the true wolf of this ruined desert. So, let me put you out of your misery. Jun-Kyeong pushed himself up, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Now I get why. Vander ran away. Just looking at that crazy power. Anyone staring at that dark red aura would feel like they're fighting. An endless, bottomless source of power. The hand gripping his weapon began to tremble. It was so terrifying it made him want to get the hell out of this place immediately. But then, he gripped his weapon and raised it high, showing his unyielding spirit. This caught Set by surprise. Oh, you've got some decent fight in you. I thought you'd tuck your tail and run back to Asgard like Vander did. I assume Asgard doesn't want any part of this, right? He walked over, brushing it off. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Even Odin couldn't defeat that man. Now, I'm going to take your life without a second thought. Jun-Kyeong, looking completely beat up, thought, this is a losing battle, but I can't stop here. I have to protect her, even if it costs me my life. Just as Set raised his sword to deliver the final blow, the sky suddenly lit up. The blinding light forced both of them to shield their eyes. Notification. Divine blessing. Of the son of the desert, Lady Isis gasped in shock. The light of Lord Ra? How is this possible? The system flashed again. The son of the desert is sponsoring you. Suddenly, a massive surge of power rushed into Horus's body, erupting with continuous energy. Not only that, but Jun-Kyeong was also granted this power, leaving him confused. What is this? My wounds are healing, and a crazy amount of mana is wrapping around me. The system kept spamming notifications. The son of the desert has sponsored 2 hunters. The 2 hunters can use upgraded abilities. The 2 hunters have received the blessing of the son of the desert. Jun-Kyeong stood frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. Do I have multiple sponsors now? Even the apocalyptic sky couldn't oppose it. Could this son of the desert be on the same tier as the apocalyptic sky? The system chimed once more. The son of the desert has exceeded the sponsor limit. After some time, the number of sponsors will return to normal. The citizens below stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why Lord Ra's light shone on both of them. Set looked at this, questioning. Was that Ra's final struggle? Horus was now overflowing with divine energy, taking his combat stance, more ready than ever. Set also went wild, lashing out with his wolf head arm to attack. Horus leaped and spun, dodging every single strike. He charged straight towards Set. Even when Set rained down a relentless barrage of blows, Horus's shield blocked everything. The system chimed, the dragon's heart will, in him. Then he charged straight in. The other guy unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but his barrier blocked every single blow. Suddenly, the system chimed, announcing that the tiny dragon heart would temporarily powered up by the desert sun. Lee Jun-Kyeong stood dead still, scanning the battlefield as pitch-black wings started ripping out from his back. No hesitation, he leaped up and shot straight into the sky. Soaring way above the chaos, he locked eyes on the fight, hunting for the enemy's weak spot. Just hovering up there with his wings, he wondered, is this because the desert sun lent me some of its juice? I can literally see the mana floating in the air. He kept analyzing the scene until it clicked. All right, I get it now. By riding this mana flow, I can manipulate the atmospheric mana. And if I can do that, maybe, could I actually pull off that move? The Demon King's signature strike, the ultimate game changer. The system windows kept spamming his face as the mana flow surged at a mind-blowing speed. The dragon's heart was sucking up magic from the air, and guerrilla mode was booting up. He braced himself, getting into a combat stance. Mana was absolutely overflowing. Even with this borrowed power from the desert sun, I'm still no match for Seth. I need more. Mana from the atmosphere, way more. The system pinged again. The desert sun is keeping an eye on you. The apocalyptic sky grinned like it already knew what the hell he was planning. Lee Jun-Kyeong channeled the elemental mana straight into his hands, wrapping his entire body in an endless torrent of energy. He finally unleashed his own signature skill, the Flame King. The system immediately went off, announcing he had acquired the Flame King's skill, a totally insane achievement. You have carved out your own path. You've evolved without any sponsor. His mana whipped up into a raging vortex of fire, and all of his stats skyrocketed. The crowd below was completely losing their minds, staring up in absolute disbelief. Look at the sky. The sun is freaking exploding. But once they got a closer look at the massive pool of mana Jun-Kyeong was packing right next to the sun, they choked. No way. There are literally two suns. Even though Seth saw what they were capable of, he was still cocky as hell, looking down on them. Is that all you got? Just as I thought, the perfect sponsor for the divine family isn't the desert sun, it's the wolf of the ruined desert. Over on Horus's side, he was already buckling under Seth's relentless barrage. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. Horus, get the hell out of there. His eyes went wide as he telepathically shot back a reply. Jun-Kyeong didn't waste a second. Ignoring whatever Seth was throwing at him, he leaped far away to get some space. Seth just laughed, thinking it was a total coward move. Running away like a little rat, are we? Then suddenly, Seth realized what was happening, but it was too damn late. The massive mana orb Jun-Kyeong whipped up was already closing in, sending him into a panic. What the hell is that? Right away, a massive explosion erupted right on top of him before he could even flinch. The orb didn't stop either, it just kept ballooning. Because of that, everything around them was instantly blown to smithereens. Debris rained down on the crowd below, and they all started scrambling to save their own skins, screaming, "Run!" As for Seth, things were looking pretty bad as he struggled like crazy to hold off Jun-Kyeong's orb. Suddenly, Jun-Kyeong was seen fighting to break free, finally seizing the moment to escape. He gasped for air, feeling incredibly lucky, thank God. I managed to break free before my body completely lost control. Seth, this is your end. The system chimed as the desert sun flared up in rage. The dark sun has appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy poured out of Seth, slowly wrapping around the orb. It grew insanely huge, creating a vacuum that started dragging Jun-Kyeong in. Shoot, I'm getting sucked in. Damn it, I burned through all my energy just to pull off that Flame King skill. Gritting his teeth, he struggled with every ounce of strength left to fly the other way. I've got zero juice left to run. And just like that, he was slowly sucked right into the void. Jun-Kyeong woke up floating. Looking around, he realized there was no exit in sight, no sky, no sun, no temperature, no light, and no people. Just a pure, empty abyss. Suddenly, his body started plummeting. I'm falling. Is this how I go out? Right then, a voice cut through the dark, snapping him out of his daze. Keep it together. Vander suddenly appeared, grabbing him and sprinting straight ahead. Jun-Kyeong gasped. Vander. Rocketing through the black haze, Vander finally dragged him out to safety. He yelled, "Hurry up and use Bifrost. It's about to blow." Jun-Kyeong's face went pale, and, an explosion, the black fog condensed into a massive sphere and vanished in a flash, reopening somewhere else to unleash a wave of blinding smoke. Jun-Kyeong screamed, activating Bifrost to cast a massive rainbow shield over the temple. Vander lost his mind and grabbed him by the collar. "What the hell are you doing? We're supposed to use Bifrost to get the hell out of here," he roared. But Jun-Kyeong had used it as a shield to save the temple instead. "You trying to die with these guys?" Jun-Kyeong retorted, "If I didn't, everyone here would have been wiped out. There was no other choice. You idiot." As they kept bickering, another explosion ripped through the background. Vander scoffed, "Oh, real smart. Rablik." The moment Vander called out the skill, both of them vanished into thin air. The blast kept expanding, but luckily, the shield blocked it from spreading any further. Still, the others were completely in the dark. Wu Hua was pacing anxiously, worried sick about Jun-Kyeong. Then, he fell silent. He put up a barrier to shield us from the blast. But with an explosion that massive, there's no way anyone could survive that. Panicking, he flashed away from his spot and rushed forward, shouting Jun-Kyeong's name. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him from behind. Wu Hua spun around, pissed off. "Why are you stopping me, In-Chang? Jun-Kyeong is still out there. We have to go save him." In-Chang just shrugged calmly. "Nah, no need for that. Don't bother saving him." She laid it out plain and simple. "You better get used to this. It won't be long before he pops back up like nothing even happened." Wu Hua paused, thinking, so that's how it is. Looking at the other crew members, they were all part of his squad. Except for him, the newbie, everyone else was just chillin' and waiting. In-Chang smiled proudly. That's just who he is. She let that sink in, pointing out that the barrier was still perfectly intact, which means he's still kicking. Wu Hua nodded. Got it. Meanwhile, inside the shield, Thick smoke still covered everything, hiding what was going on. Horus muttered, "Lee Jun-Kyeong." The other patriarchs were also watching like hawks. Seth smirked, "The next king will be decided right on this stage. I think you should get up here too." Thoth thought to himself. He accepted the divine light, another candidate for the throne. The system flashed as the dark sun briefly flickered over the battlefield. The massive shockwave from the blast slammed into the barrier, bleeding into Vander's territory. Vander screamed in agony, "Damn it. It completely trashed the beautiful land inside my domain into a pile of hot garbage." Lee Jun-Kyeong just grinned. "Hey, at least." And damn, it actually worked like a charm to block it, making him low-key celebrate inside. Using Bander's territory rule wasn't even his own idea, the dude did it all on his own. Talk about someone who has an unconditional loyalty to Odin. Looking at the trembling Bander, this is the perfect chance to nerf his boss's power. Meanwhile, Bander is holding a major grudge in his heart, thinking, "I only saved you because of my orders, but I'm never letting you off the hook for this. I'll remember this." He calls him to head back. Right now, in this wasteland of nothing but dirt and sand, only Lee Jun-Kyeong and Bander are left standing. Looking around, he wonders if this place got completely trashed because of him and the gloomy Sunday. Seriously, it looks like a freaking meteor crashed here. Bander glances over and says, "Let's look for Set." But while he starts moving, our boy is still totally lost in thought, thinking there's absolutely no reason to search for that guy. Like, as if anything could survive a blast like this. He knows that, but still doesn't get it. Just then, the system pops up, activating the mana flow. Lee Jun-Kyeong looks at his own hands, telling himself he'll use this flow to track down his mana signature. Suddenly, he senses something and looks toward a piece of cloth buried under some rubble over there. There's literally nothing left here but rocks and dirt, so why the hell is there a piece of cloth sitting there? And how is it totally fine? I'd better put this in my back inventory. Bander walks back after searching, saying, "Seriously, nothing survived that blast. Did you find anything?" He coolly replies, "Nah, nothing at all." He decides it's time to bring the barrier down. Outside, the soldiers look on in shock. "Yo, look over there." The barrier. Right before their eyes, the rainbow barrier starts fading away. A pair of feet appeared step by step. It was Lee Jun-Kyeong and Bander. Wu was thrilled, just as she'd said, "Dong In Chang, I really didn't have enough faith in him." She looked up, her face covered in tears. "See? Do you believe me now? I told you he'd make it back." He smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I think the one who was most worried was you." After that, In Chang rushed over to Lee Jun-Kyeong and hugged him tight. With all the chaos going down in Egypt, is everything really going to be fine? The number of hunters is skyrocketing. Ordinary folks are stressing out that they'll get replaced by hunters sooner or later. But who is the one who stopped Set? Korea's very own Lee Jun-Kyeong. He showed up again. Outside the Cairo hotel, things are actually super peaceful. Wu asked, "How are you feeling?" Lee Jun-Kyeong hesitated. "I'm doing fine, but could you double-check for me?" He figured there was no way the guy was actually fine gaining that kind of power out of nowhere and even healing Horus. Plus, with the patronage of the desert sun, his body has got to be totally overloaded. He asked him to reach out his hand. "Let me check your pulse." Wu grabbed Lee Jun-Kyeong's wrist, and he made a puzzled face. "You're seriously fine. Actually, you look way healthier than before. This is literally a miracle." Lee Jun-Kyeong let out a sigh of relief. "I'm not really sure what happened, but I guess so. Glad to hear that from you, Wu." Just then, the door swung open and someone called out, "Hey, Lee Jun-Kyeong." In Chang ran in holding a paper, totally hyped, yelling, "Check out this major news." She pointed to a bunch of newspapers with his picture on them. Everyone was buzzing about the Lee Jun-Kyeong. Resting his hand on the stack of papers, he thought, just a few days ago, the front pages were packed with Hunter news, but now there isn't a single word about them. It was bizarre. Instead, they're writing all about him. Is someone trying to distract everyone's attention? The system pinged. "The sky of the apocalypse is highly pleased with your soaring reputation." She told him, "The civilians must be totally blown away by all this." He agreed. "Yeah, probably. That was definitely the first time they ever witnessed a hunter's raw power." In Chang pointed out, "But that's not just any normal hunter's power that anyone can pull off." Lee Jun-Kyeong thought about the outcome. "Still, this is pretty effective. Now, people will actually have to be on guard against hunters." But then, a chill ran down his spine. If things keep going like this, hunters are going to rule over ordinary folks, treating them like nothing but pets. Just then, there's a knock at the door, and a beaming Inab walks in to greet them. "Lord Lee Jun-Kyeong." Lee Jun-Kyeong quickly stands up. "Lord Inab." He extends an invitation. "I've been ordered by Horus to bring you to him. Will you come with me?" Without a second thought, Lee Jun-Kyeong nods instantly. Sure, let's go. After the battle was set, he couldn't see Horus right away because Horus had been sealed for way too long and suffered crazy injuries during his fight with Set. The dude needed serious treatment. So, for the past few days, he has been under medical care. Those were the things the new king of the Nile had to deal with. As they walked, Inep thanked him. The Nile is extremely grateful for your help, Lord Lee Jun-Kyeong. He started opening up. Even though you're an outsider, you receive the blessing of Ra's light, which makes you the next king. Before he could even finish, Lee Jun-Kyeong cut him off. I have zero interest in the throne. I don't want to cause any unnecessary drama. Looking at his palm, he thought. Besides, Ra's light is going to leave my body pretty soon anyway. Even though it still says I have the patronage of the desert Sunday, the system kept popping up alerts. The sky of the apocalypse is frowning at the Sunday. The desert sun was visibly flustered. Seeing this, he realized the sky of the apocalypse was starting to complain that the desert sun couldn't sponsor two people at once. Obviously, they'll choose Horus over me. Inep bowed. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Thank you so much, sir. By now, they had reached the main palace. When Lee Jun-Kyeong and Inep arrived, everyone was already gathered. Horus spoke first. Please forgive me for keeping you waiting. You saved my life, and you saved the Nile from its tragic fate. He emphasized that he was Egypt's savior. Egypt has decided to repay you. We will give you anything you want, Horus asked. So feel free to speak up. What is it that you want? He quickly stated his wish. I want all of you to change. The answer left Horus totally stunned. He continued, I heard that the Nile used to respect the human rights of ordinary citizens, but my experience here in Egypt tells a different story. He recalled the horrifying scenes of hunters slaughtering civilians just because they felt like it. So, I want Egypt to start respecting the human rights of ordinary people once again. Horus declared, those are the things that got out of hand when my father crossed the line while I was sealed away. We will make sure everything goes back to the way it was. In fact, we're ready to grant absolutely any request you have. Horus offered a warm smile. Because you are another king of the Nile. The two patriarchs gasped, Lord Horus. Isis couldn't believe her ears and called out to Horus, but he stood firm. Even though he's an outsider, the Lee Jun-Kyeong received the blessing of Ra's light. Everyone knows this. Is there anyone here who wants to deny that? Hearing this, the two patriarchs bowed their heads in silence, and Isis remained quiet too. Lee Jun-Kyeong calmly spoke up, but Ra's light inside me is about to fade away. Horus didn't seem surprised at all. I know, he asked. Then why? Even that doesn't change the fact that you were blessed by Ra's light. Even if the light of Ra eventually leaves you, there will always be only a tiny piece of it was left. He thought to himself, isn't that how we actually connect? Horus stood tall and declared, Lee Jun-Kyeong used to be an Enazuo outsider, but now he's the Shadow King of the Nile. I want him to take the title of Amun, and as for me, the holder of Ra's title, we're going to lead the Nile into a brand new era of Amun-Ra. He was dead serious. And just like Amun-Ra demanded, we're going to change the Nile. We can't just stand by and let this discrimination between hunters and civilians slide. I'm tossing out the law that lets hunters slaughter civilians whenever they feel like it. Everyone bowed. We obey your command, Lord Ra. Up on the castle rooftop, Lee Jun-Kyeong and Horus stood together. He started piecing together what just went down. Kings. These self-proclaimed kings, not a single one of them is normal. Flashbacks of Loki and Set crossed his mind. The King of Giants was one prime example, and Set was the exact same. Horus comforted him. We can relax now. It's just the two of us. Don't sweat it too much. I'm not really big on this whole king gig anyway. He reached up to touch the bandage covering his face. Are you mad at me for saying I get how you feel? He smiled. Nah, it's fine. The bandage slowly slipped to the ground, revealing his handsome face looking totally relieved. I'm actually thinking about scrapping the position of King of the Nile. He was shocked. Scrapping the throne? Horus laid out his final thoughts. Times are changing, and in some cases, do hunters even have a limit to their lifespan? It's way too dangerous for those hunters if they try to grab absolute power. He started joking around. And hey, who knows? Maybe one day I'll change too. A thought flashed in his mind. Right now, he's a good guy, even with all that power in his hands. But if he ever goes bad, things could get way worse than Set. But out loud, he agreed, that's a pretty solid idea. Horus asked, what about Uncle Set? Is he still breathing? He confirmed, yeah, he is. Horus explained the current situation. Are you going to hunt him down? I can't leave Egypt right now. It's kinda shameful to ask, but can I request this of you? Lee Jun-Kyeong nodded. Well, I'm pretty curious about the mastermind behind Set anyway. When I track him down, I'll hit you up. Horus thanked him from the bottom of his heart. In the heart of the city, a plane was touching down. A massive crowd of reporters rushed over in excitement. He's about to land. Everyone, get ready. Cameras clicked nonstop as questions flew. What are your future plans? How much aid are you planning to send to Egypt? Please answer our questions. Demeus stayed dead silent, just glaring at the reporters. Then a swarm of bodyguards stepped in, leaving the press with no choice but to give up. He didn't say a single word. Yeah, we're totally used to that kind of reaction from him. While the hunters were still hesitating, suddenly, someone yelled, Korea. That's the Korean Association. Jun-Kyeong is one of theirs. That got everyone hyped, turning their heads. Walking out of the gate, Seong-gu was already mobbed by a crowd. The guy everyone calls the next president of the Korean Hunter Association, Seong-gu of the Alliance. Before they could even process that, someone screamed, "Oh, over there." They whipped their cameras around instantly. Where? What is it? Camera flashes went off like crazy, blinding everyone. The main star stepped out with this insane aura, making reporters gasp. It's the hero of Egypt, Jun-Kyeong. The second Jun-Kyeong spotted Seong-gu. He grinned and asked, Yo, you're here? He replied, Duh. Right after, an article popped up covering the two of them. Jun-Kyeong, the hero of Egypt, meets Seong-gu, the man dubbed the next president of the Korean Association. The two met up at the airport to discuss the Korean Association's support package for Egypt. The sky was overcast as midday hit, when suddenly a few voices blurted out, Is that for real? Gotta be. Jun-Kyeong kept his cool, bringing up, in his long-held doubts, Balder or Hyung-seo. I thought it was super sketchy how fast he headed back to Korea. Now it all makes sense. Seong-gu nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's exactly it. Because Odin has gone missing. He lowered his head, his face getting dead serious. Right now, Asgard is in a total state of emergency. Odin's influence is just too massive. We can't easily cover for his absence. A million questions started racing through Jun-Kyeong's mind. Why now of all times? Why did he have to vanish right when the disaster is literally around the corner? If this happened after the disaster, I'd actually be happy about it. But there's only one thing bothering me. This is bad news with the catastrophe closing in. Where on earth did he go? Seong-gu crossed his arms thoughtfully. He's not the type of guy who'd get jumped or kidnapped easily. Plus, the last place he was spotted was right on his own turf, Asgard. No matter where he disappeared to, he definitely went alone. He shared his inner thoughts while driving. Since he vanished on his own, what exactly is his game plan? Honestly, he's doing this right now, right before the disaster hits. Seong-gu tried to reassure him, don't sweat it too much. Like I told you before, he's preparing for this disaster in his own way. Even if he's missing, it's not that big a deal, though it's obviously not going to be easy. Jun-Kyeong let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling way more ease. Yeah, either way, we still lost a major powerhouse. Let's wrap things up here and head back home. Still, he couldn't shake off that gut feeling. Odin vanishing out of the blue like this was totally different from before, and it's definitely because of me. If I hadn't shown up, things probably would have played out just like in the past. This whole thing is making me super anxious. At a tower in the distance, a major meeting was going down in the conference hall. Demetrius stood up to speak. We deeply regret the incident in Egypt. Takamagahara will deploy most of our heroes to help with Egypt's recovery. Jun-Kyeong sat at the front, analyzing the situation. They're trying to hijack control of Egypt by sending their heroes there. His gaze shifted for a second. Yasin is a member of the organization, backing Japan's Takamagahara. This is my first time hearing about him, but everyone here is a top 5 hero. Right then, the executives sitting in the rows of seats started complaining. This mess in Egypt is dragging down the status of hunters worldwide, so we need some serious compensation. Hearing this, Jun-Kyeong's face turned grim. All these guilds here are just like Japan. Now that Egypt is weak, they all want to swallow it whole. So he spoke up and asked, Asgard isn't joining in on this, right? Seong-gu gave a firm nod. After discussing it, we've decided to stay out of the Nile's business. He gently continued, and besides, we already have plenty of leverage over the Nile. Someone made that walk in the park for us. It's all thanks to the hero of Egypt, Jun-Kyeong. Seeing Seong-gu acting all rushed, he tried to chill him out, telling him he shouldn't think that way. But Seong-gu's gaze drifted back to the front. Bro, it's the truth. Look over there. Horus stepped up to the podium and declared loud and clear that Egypt was saved by just one guy, so they're going to keep showing their deepest respect to them. He instinctively shivered. No way. Don't tell me Horus is straight up announcing that Egypt has merged with Korea's Asgard, and even wilder, that Egypt will be working with Jun-Kyeong. Demetrius immediately glared over as more and more eyes locked onto them. Feeling the heat of those stairs, the two of them had no choice but to sit tight their seats. Everyone's staring at us, bro. Seong-gu's face instantly darkened. I knew this was coming, but what the hell am I supposed to do now? The disaster is creeping closer and Odin is still MIA. We're totally lacking the horsepower to protect Korea on our own. There's no other way. Even though I really didn't want to say this. Not long after, the Vanguard guy stood up to give his presentation. Right now, Asgard is, but Jun-Kyeong suddenly cut him off. Before we discuss supporting and teaming up with Egypt in the future, there's one thing I gotta put out there first. The guy shut his mouth instantly and listened closely. Jun-Kyeong jumped down from the stage, giving Horus a little spooked. He confidently declared, Seth is the guy we fought. Right then, all the hunters were totally lost. One of them was completely caught off guard, thinking, intel on Seth? The other hunters also started paying serious attention. Is this guy really about to drop valuable intel on a powerhouse hunter like him? He really is a straight shooter. Hurry up and spill it already. Jun-Kyeong began to explain. He told me that something is coming, something really huge is about to go down. Then he shared his own hunch, linking it to the special gates that have been popping up lately. I'm sure everyone in this room feels it too. The density of mana is getting thicker day by day. The crowd gasped, thinking, no way, looks like he actually knows something. Glancing down at the crowd, he dropped the bombshell. Seth told me this is just one of the warning signs of an upcoming disaster. Jun-Kyeong straight up laid out his view. It's been a hot minute since Gates and Hunters first showed up. Do you guys seriously think a crazy event like that won't happen again? Seth spilled some tea about it, and he straight up said a disaster is coming. Clenching his fist over his chest, he made a promise. Seth tried to recruit me to his side. That's the only reason he let me in on this secret. Horus's jaw dropped, completely speechless. Jun-Kyeong kept spilling. Seth told me there's someone with insane power moving behind the scenes to conquer and rule this world, and that if I worked with Demetrius, I'd get to team up with them. That's exactly what he told me. Everyone started whispering and looking around in shock. One guy couldn't take it anymore and stood up, hunched over. Demetrius growled in a low voice. What a joke. He straight up shut down the kid's claims. Lee Jun-Kyeong, I admit you're strong, but I don't think you're so god-tier that Seth actually needs you. And as for conquering and ruling the world, bro, you've been watching way too many movies. He finished with a condescending smirk, but Jun-Kyeong wasn't about to back down. He fired right back. Then let me ask you something. What's your real motive? All of you are members of that organization, so what's your ultimate goal? Demetrius didn't even blink before clapping back. To save and protect humanity, obviously. Everything we do, even if it means putting our own lives on the line, is all for the good of mankind. But Jun-Kyeong didn't hesitate to call out his BS. Personal greed and territorial control, that's your real goal, isn't it? Having his bluff called, Demetrius glared in absolute rage. You little punk. Jun-Kyeong couldn't care less about his reaction and kept talking. Honestly, whatever your goals are, it doesn't even matter. The mastermind behind Seth is already moving to seize control of everything. Didn't he literally warn us about a catastrophic disaster coming our way? His expression turned dead serious. Sure, Egypt's situation is a big deal, but since his ultimate goal is global domination, that means absolutely nowhere under your control is going to be safe. Everyone in the room froze, unable to believe what they were hearing. With the meeting wrapped up, they headed back to the high-rise apartment. Seong-gu immediately grilled him about dropping the disaster bomb. Dude, what on earth were you thinking? Who knows what kind of chaos you just started by saying that, he calmly explained. Those guys are major players who can literally shake the entire world. They've got the power to completely flip the script. But I'm sure of one thing, by letting them know about the disaster, a ton of lives will be saved. Hearing this, Seong-gu was totally taken aback. Jun-Kyeong kept laying out his train of thought. They're definitely going to scramble to do something now that they know what's coming. That's the only way they'll manage to protect their own nations. Compared to how things went down in the past, way more people might actually survive this apocalypse. Seong-gu recapped everything he'd done and hyped him up. With Odin currently MIA, you actually went ahead and recruited fresh blood to help fight this disaster. Damn, bro, you're a straight-up genius. Now that they were on the same page, Jun-Kyeong confidently said, let's just pray everything goes according to plan. The clouds slowly parted, leaving only the skyscraper standing in silence. Demetrius stood on the rooftop, staring off into the distance. After a while, he muttered the word under his breath, disaster. His mind was racing. I came here to help Egypt just to usurp their power. But when I first heard about this disaster, I figured it was all pure cap. But then, he recalled Jun-Kyeong boldly declaring from the podium, Seth tried to drag me over to his side. That's the whole reason he leaked this secret to me. That memory left him deeply troubled. He really didn't look like he was lying. Suddenly, he spun around and asked, "What's your take on this?" A girl in a traditional red outfit and a blindfold stood there in dead silence. Demetrius asked her, "Can you foresee the danger that's heading our way?" The girl hesitated. A disaster is coming." Hearing this, he sank deeper into his worried thoughts. Over the past few weeks, she had kept warning him that a major catastrophe was looming. Now, the word disaster was constantly spinning in Demetrius's head. "I think I need to meet Jun-Kyeong." He announced, "I'm going out for a bit," and rushed off. Back at the apartment building, Demetrius practically burst through the entrance, looking incredibly stressed. 4 bodyguards spun around to look at the newcomer. Spotting them, Demetrius asked, "Are you guys here because of the disaster too?" Thor firmly replied, "You bet. That's right." He instantly recognized the organization pulling the strings in America, the Freemasons. Thor began to lay out his logic. If what Jun-Kyeong said is legit, then we've got to figure out our next move. This disaster is on a whole different level compared to when the gates first opened. If this thing actually goes down, that makes it way more dangerous for us, since we've got way more territory to cover than these hunters. Out of nowhere, Demetrius asked about his location. "So, where the hell is Jun-Kyeong?" The other guy honestly replied, "He's currently in a meeting with Horus." Inside the meeting room, the system showed the desert sun keeping a close eye on its 2 incarnations. Horus asked again to confirm, "Are you serious about this disaster?" Face to face with so many confusing things, Horus could only admit, "I didn't hear him say a single word about it, so can you please tell me the actual truth?" Jun-Kyeong did some quick math in his head. With the desert sun watching his every move, lying to Horus right now was basically impossible. That wasn't the truth. Horus had barely managed to say, "Then why did you?" before he cut him off. But it's not a complete lie either. "Are you aware that there's someone pulling the strings behind him?" He assured him that the coming disaster was absolutely no lie. Horus was totally bewildered. Then, Jun-Kyeong, how on earth did you know about this? He secretly looked up, wondering, can the sky of the apocalypse hide this from the desert sun? The system chimed in, notifying him that the sky of the apocalypse looked at him and winked. Jun-Kyeong clenched his fist decisively. He might actually be a reliable ally. I have absolutely no choice but to put my trust in him. So, he decided to answer Horus's question. "I'll tell you the truth, but only if you swear to keep this a secret." Horus nodded in agreement. "I get it." Suddenly, he lowered his head and slowly spilled the beans. "I'm from the future." This mind-blowing bombshell made Horus blurt out, "What? The future?" Outside the high-rise apartment building, both of them walked down to the lobby and bumped into everyone else. Jun-Kyeong was a bit thrown off. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Thor couldn't wait any longer and made an offer. Jun-Kyeong, please come to America with me. We will give you literally anything you want." Jun-Kyeong was completely caught off guard. "I didn't foresee this coming. Why is he trying so hard to recruit me?" Thor then went on to explain in detail. "America has way too few hunters compared to the massive territory we have. If what you're saying is true, we're staring down a serious threat. So please come to America, and we'll grant whatever your heart desires." That conversation definitely got the others thinking. America was trying to poach Jun-Kyeong. Was he really that valuable? Seeing this, 2 guys jumped on the bandwagon. "The Philippines welcomes you as well. Australia wants you too." Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. Demetrius abruptly activated his ability. "Please come to Japan." Jun-Kyeong's sharp eyes flashed with mixed emotions. Yashin of Japan, he was putting pressure on everyone there with his insane magical power. Demetrius kept tempting him. "We'll give you whatever you want." Suddenly, the building shook violently. Before anyone could process what was going on, "What the hell is this? An earthquake?" "No, this is." Thor quickly realized something was off. A gate had collapsed, and soldiers rushed over to sound the alarm. "Over there! Hurry up and save them!" Absolute chaos erupted as a pack of hounds attacked the civilians, leaving them screaming in agony. They drew their swords to fight back against the sudden ambush. Back at the towering skyscraper, 2 young men felt a bad vibe and muttered anxiously. The gate just collapsed out of nowhere without warning. No signs at all. Horus couldn't sit still either and blurted out, "No other gates are popping up around here, either." Thor realized the abnormality of the situation and concluded the gate collapsed the exact moment it appeared. Jun-Kyeong tried to warn them. "We don't have enough time to evacuate or prep any countermeasures. We need to deal with this first, then we talk." After a while back at the apartment complex, In-Chang walked over to report that more than 100 people had already died. Fortunately, the hunters and Nils had jumped into action just in time. But since the gate collapsed right in a residential area, she tried to pull herself together and said, because the gate collapsed the second it appeared. There was no way we could prepare. Is this the disaster you mentioned? He could only try to reassure her. No, this is just the beginning. Dong and Chang, please get everyone back to South Korea and team up with the White Tiger Guild. Seeing him stay behind without making a move, she asked, what about you? What are you going to do? He gave a brief explanation. Right now, this place is changing. He laid out a solid argument. The world's top heroes are gathered here, and they've just witnessed the start of the disaster. This will convince them to beef up their defenses, which is going to save way more lives. She still hesitated a bit after hearing that, but Lee Jun-Kyeong revealed the tight spot he was in. What happened in China is going to happen in Korea too. That's why Korea needs every single hunter they can get. But right now, the association president is missing. In Chang instantly panicked. What? The association president is missing? His expression turned dead serious. Odin has disappeared. You, Princess Wenar, and Huaimu will send you all back using Bifrost. Right now, Korea desperately needs your help. Suddenly, from the window, a strange light flashed, and then that light shot straight out, painting a rainbow across the sky. He quietly looked out into the distance, staring up at the chaotic sky, with his mind racing. Time's running out. I don't know how things are going to play out from here, but I have to do my best to convince everyone. And so, they went back to where they were discussing earlier. Lee Jun-Kyeong stood at the podium and said, Seth told me there would be 3 omens of the disaster. He began presenting what he knew. First, the collapsing gates. As you all witnessed yesterday, that was the first sign. The audience below listened intently. Second, monsters will get a massive power boost. Normally, monsters in a C-rank gate can be easily handled by a C-rank hunter, but now, a B-rank, or even an A-rank hunter might barely be able to deal with them. Lee Jun-Kyeong's expression darkened. And finally, the illusion gates. Demisius felt a bit confused. Despite knowing about the illusion gates, his information was basically zero, so he could only reply honestly. I don't know the specifics, but I guess there will be a massive change, similar to what went down in China. Kai stood up in shock, and Thor couldn't believe his ears either, blurting out, Then you, analyze it thoroughly. Unlike a regular gate, the entrance will be locked and flooded with dense magical energy. This is going to lead to the deaths of so many people. And just like the second sign, the monsters inside will be heavily buffed. But they only cared about one thing. Is there any way to stop this disaster? Right now, the info in Lee Jun-Kyeong's hands was extremely vague. I have no idea about anything that could stop the disaster. Demisius pressed him further. Then let me ask you one more thing. After all these signs and the disaster actually kicks off, what the hell is going to happen to the world? He hesitated. His mind is a total mess right now. Everything is about to flip upside down. This is a straight-up disaster. A chaotic surge of energy starts messing with Lee Jun-Kyeong's head. The gates are going to overflow with insane amounts of mana. Tons of insanely powerful monsters are going to crawl out, making those beasts way stronger, and a hell of a lot more people are going to die. But humanity is going to peak too, with tons of new hunters popping up, easily matching or even doubling the current number of active hunters. Just like the monsters getting a power-up, hunters are going to get jacked too. But the way they are going to abuse that power in the future is what is really eating Jian. Sure, thanks to those overpowered hunters, peace might return. But because they saved everyone's asses, ironically, it's just going to turn regular folks into their slaves. He pauses to think, but yeah, there's no way he can tell them that. So instead, he just straight up lays out their immediate goal. We've got to save people. Lee Jun-Kyeong gets dead serious, finally letting out what he's been holding in. Look, a disaster is staring us in the face, but our numbers are still pathetic. Hunters don't just spawn out of thin air, and that's exactly why we've got to keep these civilians alive. Demius smirks, totally vibing with it. Got it. It's war, and soldiers gotta protect the weak. Then, he declares out loud, let me ask you one more time. Come to Japan. I'll give you a spot right next to me. Hearing this, everyone's jaw drops. His mind is made up, leaving the others completely restless. Like, they can't believe this big shot is making an offer like that to some no-name rookie. Suddenly, the whole room starts shaking violently, rocking the entire city as windows shatter from the insane pressure. Horus loses his mind and screams, no freaking way. Is this? Demisius instantly realizes the gate is collapsing. And that's not all. There's at least one S-rank gate crashing down. There's zero time to waste. Horus yells out, I'm going first, and immediately makes his move, leaping straight into the action to back them up. Lee Jun-Kyeong isn't just going to sit on his hands either. Power starts surging through his entire body. Look, I've given you guys all the info I have, and I'm not planning on running off to some other country. Everyone's eyes lock onto him as Lee Jun-Kyeong makes his stance clear. You all need to get back to your own countries right now, because the same hell is probably breaking loose in your own backyards. And he doesn't forget to drop one final reality check. Actually, it's definitely already happening. Everyone else just shuts up, having absolutely no clue how to process that. Meanwhile, swarms of monsters have already surrounded the city. A massive, towering beast is about to wreck the peace here once and for all. It hoists a giant mace high into the air, crackling with deadly lightning. The beast's eyes glow a menacing red as it slams the weapon down with insane force. The shockwave rips through the area, leaving soldiers injured despite trying to dodge. One soldier bravely holds up his sword, panting heavily. These aren't the regular monsters I know. They're way bigger and faster. Suddenly, he freezes, sensing something weird. A blazing figure wielding a weapon streaks forward, plunging it straight through the beast's head, dropping it instantly. Jun-Kyeong lands smoothly as the soldiers cheer in relief. Thanks, man. You totally saved my skin. But with things getting wild, Jian just barks out a quick order. We'll hold off the monsters, get everyone else the hell out of here. The soldier nods quickly. Got it, and vanishes in a flash. Fiery wings sprout from Jian's back, launching him up. Scanning the battlefield from the air, he mutters to himself. The size of these monsters is crazy similar to the Utgard giants. They're supposed to be minor beasts, but they're acting like straight-up giants. So this is what crawls out of a collapsed S-rank gate. The chaotic energy pulsing from the gate keeps Lee Jun-Kyeong on edge. There's still one big bad that hasn't stepped through yet. Looking at the mess ahead, he's absolutely sure of one thing. No doubt about it, the S-rank gate boss is trying to force its way through. I've got to stop it right now. As Lee Jun-Kyeong streaks across the sky, Domitius spots him from below. He mutters to himself, the underdog, remembering what that mysterious girl said about how Jian would help him complete his mission. He whispers, so he's the one tied to my destiny, completely ignoring the massive mace swinging wildly towards his present back. With a casual flick of his blade, he shreds the beast into 100 pieces before it can even touch him. But it gets Domitius thinking, man, it's freaking weird. Every time I look at him, my heart races. It's like he's pulling me in. Having made up his mind, he thinks, I've got to follow him. Chaotic energy starts spilling out of the mysterious gate as a gnarly, gray, callous hand emerges. This high-tier boss is ready to rumble, its massive hand gripping a skyscraper. Lee Jun-Kyeong watches, totally blown away. Holy crap, this thing is massive. It makes these skyscrapers look like damn toys. All right, while it's still stuck halfway through the gate, I gotta take it down. He channels insane power into his spear, focusing it into a single point. Solar flare. With a sudden burst, he charges right in, unleashing a devastating blast. The explosion is so blinding you can barely see anything, but the beast only stumbles back a tiny bit, shrugging off the hit without a single scratch. It immediately throws a massive counter-punch, but Jian uses its arm as a runway, dashing straight up to its face. His fire spear spins violently, ripping through everything. The beast lets out an agonizing shriek. With its arm pinned down, Lee Jun-Kyeong doesn't hesitate for a second and launches himself into the air. Fueled by pure, burning determination, he puts everything he's got into one final, killer blow. The spear drills a massive, gaping hole right through the monster's skull. Panting heavily, Jian mutters to himself, I actually did it. I took it down. The giant, lifeless corpse begins to tilt backward with nothing to hold it up. Suddenly, Jian realizes something's horribly wrong and his eyes widen in horror. Oh crap, if that huge thing falls, everyone down there is going to get crushed. Just as the massive body is about to flatten the streets below, a figure unsheathes his sword in a blur. Demeus spins gracefully, carving clean, lethal slices all over the giant monster's carcass. In an instant, the entire beast dissolves into dust, fading away into nothingness. With the job done, Domitius lands smoothly on a nearby rooftop, turning back to watch the ashes scatter in the wind. Floating high above, Lee Jun-Kyeong catches the whole thing and can't help but be totally blown away. Damn, that was impressive. How the hell was someone with skills like that completely unheard of in the future? Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, gasping in shock as a sudden, agonizing headache hits him. Lee Jun-Kyeong clutches his head, groaning in sheer pain. His fiery wings instantly vanish and losing all control, he starts free-falling straight toward the ground. Luckily, he snaps out of it just in time, regaining his strength before stumbling through a pretty rough landing. Demeus saw this and rushed over, worried sick, asking, Han, you okay? Just then, that familiar clack of slippers and footsteps echoed through the dead, silent air. A girl dressed in traditional robes slowly appeared as the dust cleared. Demeus let out a massive sigh of relief seeing she was totally fine. But on the flip side, he sensed something was seriously off. Combined with that flashing warning screen, cold sweat broke out all over his anxious face. What the hell? The exact second she appeared, my head started pounding like a freaking sledgehammer, and the apocalypse sky was staring her down too. The whole city was wrapped in a desolate vibe, with thick black smoke billowing up, making everything look super eerie. Jun-Kyeong stood on the roof of a skyscraper, taking it all in. He frowned, but then let out a sigh of relief, feeling kinda lucky. Even though a level 5 gate had collapsed, they still cleared it in no time. Thanks to the summit, heroes from all over the globe had gathered in Korea. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, catching his attention. Nice work. It was Seong-gu. Jun-Kyeong turned around to face him. You too, man. Just then, another guy walked up. Horace smiled, showing his respect. Thank you, guys. They all looked over at him. Seong-gu spoke up first. Don't mention it, sir. Horace then asked about their next plan, looking a bit bummed to see them go. I guess it's time for you guys to head out, huh? You've helped us out big time. Jun-Kyeong thought to himself. The only reason he came here was to clean up the mess he caused in the first place. Before playing polite, the pleasure was all mine, sir. He flashed back to the battle, with him back when he lost consciousness. Saving Horace had dragged him into a brutal showdown with Set, which only made him stronger. That was when he woke up to a lot of things, realizing that trying to wipe out variables only ended up making more of them pop up. Jun-Kyeong thought about the perks he got from this, and more. Importantly, the system flashed. The Son of the Desert has stopped sponsoring you. As a blessed one of the Desert's Sun, you have received a title. Ping after ping went off as the Desert Sun left its final message. The Desert Sun's influence grants you continuous firepower. The Desert Sun will always have your back. He smirked, totally stoked. He even scored the backing of the Desert Sun. Suddenly, a sharp ding rang out. The apocalypse sky was weakly watching the sun. Horace's face went dead serious. Like I said before, the Nile wants to keep rocking with you guys, but we're not begging you for charity. His voice practically dripped with confidence despite Set's rebellion and that crazy chain of collapsed gates. We've taken a massive hit. But mark my words, Egypt will reclaim its power one day. Jun-Kyeong offered some hype to lift his spirits. If you guys could survive this nightmare, Egypt is bound to see the light. Horace's eyes went dark as he muttered that light to himself before snapping out of it to remind him. That's right, the light of Egypt. Wherever you go, don't you ever forget it. He also promised that if Jun ever needed backup, Egypt would always have his back. Jun-Kyeong grinned and replied, Thanks, sir. Then Horace brought up what was really on his mind. It's kinda embarrassing, but I have a huge favor to ask. Jun was like, What's up? First, Horace laid out the current mess before asking. With all these disasters, Egypt has taken a brutal beating. So, I can't really leave the country right now, and you're already hunting for Set if you happen to cross paths with that jerk again. He passed the torch to Jun-Kyeong. Could you track down the eyes of Osiris? Jun was totally caught off guard. Sure, Set might still be kicking, but how was Horace so damn sure about it? Looking at Horace's dead honest face, he guessed he could feel a trace of Osiris's energy radiating from him. No wonder he was so positive that Set had bailed with the eyes of Osiris. He pinned all his hopes on Jun-Kyeong. Please find Osiris's eyes. Sometime later, a plane was cruising through a clear blue sky. Jun-Kyeong leaned back in his seat and let out a heavy sigh. Everything was starting to connect. He really wanted him to find Osiris's eyes. Seong-gu, sitting across the aisle, looked sympathetic. Yeah, I get it. Getting dragged into finding the Nile's ultimate treasure, facing off against Set and whatever crazy power is backing him. That's no walk in the park. Jun agreed, whining, no kidding. We could have teleported back instantly using Bifrost, but instead, we're stuck flying commercial. Seong-ju instantly got flustered and tried to explain, Bifrost isn't some infinite power cheat code, okay? I've been spamming it since we were in England, and we even had to warp In-Chang back with it too. Jun's earlier words were just to mess with Seong-gu. Seeing how rattled he was, Jun let it go. Relax, we also use it to save the people of Egypt this time. Bifrost has been through way too much already. You got that right? He smiled, looking out the window. Yeah, we saved a ton of people this time. Now, we're heading back to the Korea. Jun wondered about something else. So, what's the deal with the investigation on Odin's sudden disappearance? Seong-gu rubbed his chin, lost in thought. They're still trying to track him down. He was pretty anxious. He vanished right out of his own crib. Nothing like this has ever happened before. I just hope nothing terrible went down. Jun-Kyeong brooded, feeling like everything was turning into a major cluster with the disaster closing in. Korea needs Odin, so what the hell is actually going on? Seong-gu wondered if the puppet master behind Set could be that guy Jun mentioned before. Jun wasn't entirely sure either. Yeah, maybe that guy in black. He wondered if it was the same dude who showed up before, or some random he'd never crossed paths with. He spoke his mind. With Odin vanishing out of nowhere, I can't help but connect the dots to that man in black. Suddenly, a massive boom went off, with a flash of fire cutting their convo short. Seong-gu jumped, quickly looking out. Right below where they were flying, the entire area was ablaze with thick, black smoke billowing. He yelled in panic. An explosion at Incheon International Airport. Staring out, his eyes suddenly went wide with pure shock. What on earth? Out. There, a flock of winged monsters with glowing eyes was cruising. Seong-gu realized what they were. They're monsters. Wyverns. Jun-Kyeong stood straight up, yelling about the disaster. The system flashed. The desert sun is weakly watching you. Without a second thought, he dove right out of the plane, summoning Muspel's spear. A savage wyvern lunged at him. Jun-Kyeong used its momentum to drive his spear straight through its back. It shrieked in absolute agony. Using the momentum to spring up, he channeled his mana like a pro, turning into a flash of light as he shredded the wyverns. Jun-Kyeong's eyes glowed crimson, his spear engulfed in a blazing, violent aura. He landed smoothly in a defensive stance, and the system chimed, "The desert sun has stopped watching you." He let out a breath, whispering, "Thanks, Desert Sunday. They had arrived. Just what I freaking needed." Lee Jun-Kyeong stood straight, staring up at the sky and muttering, "What a damn disaster." His face was dead serious. "Is it already starting?" Right. Then, a ween saw him standing still, opened its massive jaws, and lunged to attack. Lee Jun-Kyeong channeled all his strength into his legs and leapt, completely shattering the ground beneath him as he blasted off. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Before the beast could even register the danger, it was already dead. System, you have leveled up. The rest of the pack shared the exact same fate. System, you have leveled up. Lee Jun-Kyeong was like a god of death, reaping the lives of anything that dared to stand in his way. His power was skyrocketing. System, you have leveled up. The modern city, that was once so clean and bustling, was now reduced to total ruins. Fires raged everywhere, with black smoke choking the air, carrying the heavy stench of death. The small figure of Lee Jun-Kyeong stood right in the middle of countless giant corpses of the Ween pack. He stayed silent, but his patience was wearing thin. This disaster is pumping out way too much mana, and because of that, the mana flow is totally jammed. Damn it, I can't locate any survivors. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, catching his attention. He vanished from his spot instantly. A few terrified people were desperately trying to flee. A man glanced back and screamed, "Run for your lives." A ween was hot on their heels, right behind them. Desperate cries for help filled the air. "Save us!" Seong-gu suddenly appeared, gripping his sword tightly and driving it down. His mana flow flared up as he plunged the blade straight through its head, before the beast could even react. Seong-gu finished it in a single shot, and the lifeless ween collapsed heavily onto the ground. He turned to the crowd and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The man was incredibly grateful, catching his breath frantically. Thank you so much. You saved our lives." But suddenly, remembering something crucial, he pointed and warned, "The hunters who came to save us earlier, they're still trapped over there." Seong-gu glanced over, breaking into a cold sweat. "Shoot, this is bad. These monsters are way too high level for average hunters. But if I leave these survivors here to go rescue the hunters, they're dead meat." While he was desperately trying to figure out what to do, a voice called out, "I'll go save them." Nobody noticed when Lee Jun-Kyeong had arrived, but he had already landed safely nearby. Seong-gu let out a huge sigh of relief. "Man, you got here just in time." Lee Jun-Kyeong smirked and said, "Watch over the survivors. I'll head over to the hunter's side." Seong-gu nodded immediately. "Got it. I'll get these people to safety and come back to back you up." Meanwhile, a man lay on the cold ground, his state unknown, with deep claw marks on his chest oozing fresh blood. Lee Jun-Kyeong walked over to inspect him and recognized his uniform, the White Tiger Guild. His face darkened with worry. Why the hell is the White Tiger Guild here? The system announced, "System, Muspel's spear is vibrating due to demonic energy." He quickly whipped his head around. Not far away, a figure clad in a black cloak appeared, also wielding a spear. Eerie, glowing eyes stared out from under his hood. Lee Jun-Kyeong gasped. As he stared at the cloaked man, his own pupils began to bleed into a crimson red until they were completely consumed by blood. Sharp spikes suddenly burst from under the skin of his hand, which was gripping the spear. The system described the situation. "System, Muspel's spear is vibrating violently due to demonic energy." Lee Jun-Kyeong's face went completely dark. He flared his mana, bracing for a fight. The cloaked man just stood there, dead still. Suddenly, a familiar voice snapped him back to reality. Hey, Li Jun-Kyeong. In Chang and the White Tiger Guild members appeared. This level of destruction. If I had known, I would have brought everyone with me. We came here to find you. She gripped her sword in one hand while holding Gu with the other. We wanted to give you a surprise, but it looks like we're the ones getting surprised. The system repeated. System. Muspel's spear is vibrating due to demonic energy. The spikes kept crawling up his arm. Li Jun-Kyung's expression turned dead serious as he warned, Thanks for coming for me, but you guys need to back off and get out of here first. Hearing this, In Chang got a bit heated and snapped. We've already rescued most of the survivors, so yeah, we're leaving right now. Li Jun-Kyung lowered his head in silence. Did she also sense how dangerous this cloaked guy is? After a quick thought, he requested, On your way back, you'll run into Seong-gu. Can you back him up? In Chang stared at Li Jun-Kyung, staying silent. She bit her lip, hesitating for a second, but ultimately decided to trust his insane strength. We trust you to handle this. You better come back to us, got it? With that, she ordered the White Tiger Guild to retreat. Li Jun-Kyung watched them leave. Come back to them? I don't even know if that's even possible this time. He turned his focus back to his opponent. This cloaked guy was the mastermind behind everything that went down in August, and maybe even behind. No, I can't just run away from him. But what if it's not him? He leapt off the ground, gripping Muspel's spear tightly, and charged. I've got to confirm if he really is who I think he is. An idea popped into his head. I'll just rip that black cloak right off him. An earth-shattering explosion blasted through the entire area, fires lighting up the sky. On the other side, a member of the White Tiger Guild yelled while running, There's a dragon up ahead. In Chang instantly made a move. I'll pierce right through it. But just then, a hand reached out to stop her as a hunter blocked her path with a firm look. No way. The other hunters stepped up, surrounding him. Let us handle this instead. While saving us and the survivors, you already got hurt. In Chang knew her own limits, but a single dragon wasn't enough to stop her. She hesitated. But before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden wave of dizziness, her vision fading. Seong-gu panicked, completely worried. She sank to her knees, slamming her sword into the ground to prop herself up. In Chang desperately tried to stay conscious, analyzing her body. Did I lose too much blood? Realizing she had no other choice, she nodded. All right, I'm counting on you guys. Fight with me. They smiled and thanked her. She sighed, feeling a surge of power inside her. It's not as insane as Li Jun-Kyung's, but I'm definitely getting stronger. System. The prince on a white horse, king of August Sfid, has bestowed his protection upon you. Sunlight broke through the thick clouds, beaming down on In Chang as she stood there, absorbing its energy. The white horse prince had finally revealed his true name. Meanwhile, swirling with immense mana, two streaks of light, one black, one white, collided at breakneck speed, leaving only after images as their spear tips clashed. Neither side backed down. An ear-splitting screech echoed through the air as they locked in a brutal stalemate. Li Jun-Kyung was sweating bullets. Even after tapping into Berserk, Garoda, Mana Flow, and the Dragon Heart, he's still blocking this insane power with absolute ease. The cloaked man remained as calm and unfazed as when the fight started. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Li Jun-Kyung was pushed back, his knees scraping along the dirt as he slid to a halt. But Li Jun-Kyung didn't give up. He charged right back in. As they clashed, his suspicion only grew stronger. This guy, he's highly likely to be that person, pulling the strings behind Ji and Set. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to take the risk and drag his real identity into the light. He steeled his resolve, absolutely sure that he had to rip that black cloak right off. Li Jun-Kyung channeled every ounce of his strength to attack the guy in black. The mana of those two clashed violently, and using the momentum, he leaped hard, his entire body turning into a flash of lightning to slash him from every direction. Yet, that bastard just stood there, casually swinging his spear to easily deflect the kid's attack. Suddenly, the system popped up. Demonic energy is eating away at your body. By now, it wasn't just sharp thorns anymore, but a whole damn vine wrapping tightly around Li Jun-Kyung's arm. He tried his absolute best to get close to the cloaked guy, but the result was the exact same. He was starting to lose his cool. The guy was only defending himself. Did he have no intention of killing on him? Even so, I can't even leave a single scratch on this bastard, let alone rip off his cloak. The system's alarm blared again, warning that the demonic energy was driving him into a wild rage. That bastard seemed to sense Li Jun-Kyung's condition and smirked mockingly. The vines had already spread out, wrapping around his upper body. He grit his teeth, trying to bear the pain. Ugh! It was squeezing the crystal inside Li Jun-Kyung. At the same time, the system alerted him that the blood dragon stone was resonating with the dragon heart. Ignoring the danger to his own life, he threw himself forward in a desperate charge. This time, the cloak bastard actually got blown back, and he stumbled back quite a bit. The arm holding his spear was still shaking from the impact. Jun-Kyeong pressed his advantage, seeing that his attacks were finally starting to have an effect. The guy was startled, quickly raising his spear to block the kid's move. Since the cloak guy was on guard this time, he easily blew Jun back. But taking advantage of the moment the guy let his guard down, he flicked his hood off, then flipped in mid-air as the hood fell backward. Jun-Kyeong backed away to create some distance, only to freeze in shock. In just a few split seconds, the bastard had already yanked his hood back down to cover his face. All of Jun-Kyeong's hard work went straight down the drain, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Why? The cloak guy warned in a low, cold voice. That's not going to work. Right after, a bizarre purple mana covered his entire body, instantly exploded, completely swallowing up his figure. Meanwhile, over on the other side, In-Chang could feel raw power overflowing inside her. She confidently spoke up, "Yo, step back a bit, I'll take care of this." The other side, totally confused. "What's the deal? You just gathered a massive amount of magic power." She was hyped, thinking, "Hell yeah, I should totally test out the power of my new guardian." She stood face to face with the monster when suddenly a devastating golden energy beam shot out of nowhere. Green blood sprayed everywhere as its head was sliced clean off before it could even react. Chang was totally stunned by this sight. She was a bit freaked out by that insane, monstrous power. Who the hell was that, killing a whole damn dragon in the blink of an eye? A bulky dude carrying a sword leaped down. Seonggu grinned, resting his sword on his shoulder. "I'm here to back you guys up." They were stoked to see a familiar face, Seonggu. Meanwhile, back at Jun-Kyeong's battlefield, he was on his knees, his face cast in shadow. "So you've been playing everyone this whole damn time." The cloaked guy standing in front of him denied it. "No," his eyes glowing with an eerie light. "I have simply glimpsed a new future." It seemed the kid's body had pushed way past its limits, because he suddenly coughed up a mouth full of blood, blacked out, and collapsed. A black crow flew over and landed on the cloaked guy's shoulder. He muttered, "Hugin, let's head back." Seonggu and In-Chang finally made it back. They froze, completely shocked by the scene before them. The cloaked guy was standing there without a single scratch, while Jun-Kyeong lay motionless on the ground, his condition unknown. Suddenly, his body moved as a hand reached out, manipulating mana to drag Jun-Kyeong right in front of the two. In-Chang rushed over and knelt down, pulling him close as she frantically cried out, Jun-Kyeong." Seonggu stood there in dead silence, the tension in the air heavy enough to suffocate them. He was utterly dumbfounded. "Sir, why you?" The cloaked guy slowly pulled up his hood. "That boy is still useful." Angered, Seonggu demanded, "Are you throwing Asgard away?" The identity they had been dying to know this whole time was finally exposed. Jang Hojin muttered coldly, "Just survive. That bastard in the black cloak." Even knowing he was totally outclassed, Jun-Kyeong still lunged forward. The guy in black just stood there, completely chill, waiting. Jun-Kyeong's arm was bursting with sharp thorns ripping through his own flesh, fueled by the power and speed of Muspelow's spear. He spun and flipped in mid-air, using the momentum to pull off his play. If I can just knock his hood back and find a way to escape. Jun-Kyeong remembered the item he'd been gifted. He had planned to use Merlin's necklace, which boosted his speed, stacked with his own skills and mana flow, to suppress that nasty demonic energy. But things don't always go according to plan. There was a major snag. The demonic energy inside the spear was way stronger than Jun-Kyeong anticipated. The thorny vines tightly wrapped around his upper body, and the sheer madness he was channeling was off the charts. In the end, after busting his ass, Jun-Kyeong actually got what he wanted. But then, for some reason, he managed to pull through with some help from Odin. The cloaked bastard he'd been chasing this whole time was actually Odin. His eyes widened as he flat out denied it. "No, that's not Odin." All patched up in bandages and lying in bed, Jun-Kyeong turned his head. In-Chang noticed him stirring and smiled. "You're awake. You should get some more rest." He pushed himself up. "More importantly, that guy is Odin." A voice chimed in, "Yeah, I saw it too." Jun-Kyeong glanced over. "There. Seonggu." The guy hesitated. If that person really is Odin. A crystal fragment appeared in Jun's hand. In-Chang blinked. "Huh, what's that?" In his hands, he held two identical items. One is left over from the fight with Set, and the other is what Odin just handed me. Seonggu's eyes went wide. "Huh." Jun-Kyeong laid out his theory. "They look exactly the same. It's just a gut feeling, but I don't think they're the same person. I think Odin got that black cloak from the guy wearing the black cloak." Seonggu looked skeptical. "What makes you think that?" He slowly broke it down. "While we were fighting Set, Odin was definitely with you in Asgard hashing things out. And when I went to China, Odin hadn't left his place once. Song-gu hesitated. But that could just be explained away by some skill. We can't be sure. Lee Jun-Kyeong added, fair enough, but at the very least, it looks like Odin has teamed up with the guy in the black cloak. For some reason, he chose to side with that bastard. We can't lose sight of him. Si-young's voice dropped. Yeah, that guy is a straight-up psycho. Obsessed with